Let us indulge in a whimsical tale amidst the spring rivers and blooming moonlit nights, a light-hearted and humorous journey through time. Spring brings forth a multitude of blossoms, while autumn presents the moon. Summer greets us with gentle breezes and winter with snow. When will the bright moon illuminate the fallen flowers? And in which year will the drifting snow follow the wind into oblivion? Volume of Flowers, Chapter 1. I have withdrawn from school, not long after the new year, as the gentle spring breeze caressed the vast land of Daqing. There remained one individual still ensconced in the chilling grip of winter. In the bustling mornings of February in Jinling, where the streets thrummed with life and activity, within the depths of an academy, a teacher was engrossed in reading aloud from his book, swaying his head in rhythm. With a sharp clap, the sonorous reading abruptly ceased. In such splendid springtime, under a bright sky, how can one neglect the teachings of the sages and instead slumber foolishly here? Upon hearing the teacher's admonition, a dark-complexioned, handsome scholar, with somewhat dazed eyes, reluctantly rose from his seat. His name was Shi Yuan, and the reason for his deep slumber lay in the chilling winds that haunted his heart. Shi Yuan stood silently, not uttering a word. Indeed, a decayed wood. Reflect on your actions. Upon hearing these words, Shi Yuan quietly replied, "Thank you for your guidance, esteemed teacher." Seeing that Shi Yuan had acknowledged his fault, the teacher ceased his reprimand, merely shaking his head as he approached the desk at the front of the classroom. He then turned and proclaimed, "Next month marks the Grand Poetry Gathering in Jiangnan, held once every 4 years. Talented individuals from all over shall attend. You must strive diligently, lest we tarnish the reputation of Wenhua Academy. Rest assured, esteemed teacher, I shall exert every effort to bring glory to Wenhua Academy." Excellent. With Master Luo in attendance, our academy shall surely capture the limelight. You should all learn from Master Luo. The teacher beamed with flattery towards Master Luo, while the other scholars echoed in agreement. Indeed, with Master Luo present, our Wenhua Academy shall shine brightly. Master Luo's talent is truly deserving of the sun and moon's radiance. I am willing to serve Master Luo with unwavering dedication. Listening to these sycophantic declarations, a smug smile spread across Luo Wenfeng's face, revealing his satisfaction. Ah, these flatterers are quite adept at their craft. Shi Yuan sighed softly, shaking his head as he turned his gaze out the window. The streets remain alive with people bustling about, the calls of vendors ringing loudly. In a moment of abstraction, Shi Yuan felt as though he had returned to the towering metropolis. Alas, it has nearly been a month. A month ago, Shi Yuan had accepted an invitation from his friends to enjoy barbecue atop a 20-story building, singing merrily. However, after a few rounds of drinks, the originally mundane barbecue stall erupted into romantic music, and then he was confronted with a confession from one of his friends. Terrified, Shi Yuan, with a chicken wing in his mouth, stared wide-eyed at the approaching friend, inching backward in trepidation. "I have taken quite a liking to you. You cannot do this. I have always regarded you as a brother. How can you attempt to take advantage of me? It is too late for such words. The arrow has been released, and it must fly. Consider it a favor to you." Amidst Shi Yuan's cries, he stepped on a beer bottle and slipped down the stairs. He thought he was doomed, only to discover that he had traversed into another realm. Yes, he had crossed over. Shi Yuan found himself in a world reminiscent of ancient China. Yet the historical narrative here diverged significantly from the texts he had known. Though his appearance remained unchanged, his age had regressed by several years. Ah, if only I could relive that moment. I would surely accept that girl's confession after all. She is quite the beauty. Shi Yuan lamented regretfully, lost in thought, and inadvertently slammed his hand on the table. The raucous chatter of those flattering Master Luo was abruptly interrupted by Shi Yuan's outburst, leading to a sudden silence as everyone turned to stare at him. Alas, trouble brews. Shi Yuan silently lamented to himself. "Illegitimate child, do you have some grievance?" The first to confront him was the teacher, Wen Yin, whose words bore a double meaning, subtly mocking Shi Yuan's origins. Others began to murmur among themselves. "How can our Wenhua Academy harbor such an ignorant fool? What do you know? That fellow is from the Lin family. Just an illegitimate child. What is there to fear? I doubt even old Master Lin is aware of such a son. Illegitimate? I heard this lad was recently taken in by old Master Lin. His surname is Shi. Then why is he here at Wenhua Academy? Perhaps he is a remnant of old Master Lin's youthful indiscretions." Listening to the surrounding whispers of mockery, Shi Yuan sighed inwardly. This is no place of serene joy, it is indeed a den of gossip. This time, that old man has truly ensnared me. You, a nameless wretch, gaining the favor of old Master Lin, is merely a stroke of ancestral fortune. You neglect your studies and aspire to be among the lowly? Shi Yuan had been feeling quite indifferent. He wished to avoid drawing attention to himself, as he had been living this way for some time. He had yet to fully accept his current state, and he acknowledged he had indeed acted inappropriately. He merely wished to keep the peace yet, when Yan's words became increasingly intolerable. A surge of anger ignited within Shi Yuan. I simply choose not to assert my dominance. Do you truly believe I am easy to provoke? I am a time traveler. Being a time traveler is an unparalleled privilege. It is time to showcase the advantages of my unique status. Have you had your meal, esteemed teacher? Wen Yin seldom reprimanded the academy's students, as they were mostly affluent heirs, and he could easily profit from his role as a mentor. However, having discovered his concubine's infidelity the previous day, he now found himself confronting Shi Yuan, whom he recognized. Without a second thought, he vented his pent-up frustration upon Shi Yuan, unaware that he had encountered a formidable opponent. Annoyed at being interrupted, Wen Yin responded curtly, I have eaten. Oh, esteemed teacher, what did you have? Of course it was rice. Oh, esteemed teacher, do you know what rice is made of? Of course, it is derived from the 5 grains. What point are you trying to make? Very well, you are quite knowledgeable. But do you not know that the 5 grains are all products of the lowly people you disdain? I assumed you abstained from grains yet. It seems you too require sustenance. The sages have said, the people are of utmost importance. The state is secondary, and the ruler is the least significant. Even our previous emperor rose from the common folk. Your lowly remark insults even the royal family. You certainly possess great audacity. Shi Yuan had taken the time to familiarize himself with the current dynasty's history. With this accusation of disrespecting the former emperor, Wen Yin was momentarily taken aback. You slanderous wretch! You! Whether I speak falsely or not, the assembled classmates can attest to my words. Noticing the beads of sweat forming on Wen Yan's brow, Shi Yuan realized the man was now fearful, prompting him to intensify his intimidation. Resorting to verbal duels, you little rascal. The previously ostentatious Luo Wenfeng, seeing Shi Yuan steal the spotlight, interjected with derision. Oh, this esteemed brother seems to know me well. I am indeed a little rascal. Why would you, esteemed brother, share a space with such a rodent? Shi Yuan did not back down, gazing at Luo Wenfeng with a smile, cleverly turning Luo into a target for derision, suggesting that if he was a rodent, then all present were merely fellow vermin in the same nest. Luo Wenfeng discerned the intent behind Shi Yuan's words and promptly shifted the topic, saying, although our previous emperor rose from the common folk, he esteemed Confucianism and Taoism, and his intentions are evident. If we follow your reasoning, would that make all scholars of the realm criminals? Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan couldn't help but sigh inwardly. This young Master Luo is no fool, yet unfortunately, he has encountered me, sure. Studying is certainly commendable, but it must be the teachings of the sages applied to virtuous deeds. If one cannot distinguish between the grains, nor labor with their limbs, and merely derides the common people, then it would be better for such a person to forego their studies. Shi Yuan declared, forcefully slamming the book he held onto the table before striding towards the esteemed Yuanin. Yuanin, startled by Shi Yuan's sudden outburst and seeing him approach with a dark expression, felt at a loss and instinctively stepped back, stammering, You can't hit me. Aye. With a frown, Shi Yuan confronted Yuanin, gazing intently at the elegantly attired elder before him. After a long pause, he exhaled softly. As a man of the modern era, he found it difficult to accept such hierarchical systems, yet it seemed that in his own time, things were not so different, albeit to a lesser degree. The notion of universal harmony is merely an empty discourse. His ire stemmed from having been born into humble origins in his previous life, and he could not abide the way Yuanin referred to lowly individuals. Regaining his composure, Shi Yuan glanced at the trembling elder before turning to the group of silent young masters behind him, offering a slight smile. He reached out to adjust Yi Wenyan's garments and said, There is no need to fear, sir, I will not lay a hand on you. Yi Wenin, upon hearing Shi Yuan's words, snapped back to reality. Earlier, he had been momentarily subdued by Shi Yuan, forgetting his own status. He was a teacher at the Wenhua Academy, lacking titles or official rank, yet he held some esteem in Jinling City. How could he be intimidated by someone like Shi Yuan? With this thought, his courage returned, and he boldly replied, I doubt you would dare. If you sincerely apologize for today's incident, considering Lord Lin's reputation, I shall not hold it against you. However, just as Yuan regained his composure, he sought to reclaim his dignity by confronting Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan chuckled softly but did not respond immediately. Instead, he gently patted Yuan on the shoulder and remarked, "Sir, your garment is truly exquisite silk." Instinctively, Yuan replied, "Of course. It is made from the finest silk from the Bai family in Jinling." Shi Yuan sighed lightly and said, "The silk is indeed fine, but it is worn by the wrong person." As Yuan prepared to retort, he was taken aback when Shi Yuan turned and walked towards the exit. "Yesterday, I entered the city, returning with tears that soaked my sleeve. Those adorned in silk and satin are not the ones who raise the silkworms." As the poem concluded, Shi Yuan reached the door, paused, turned to the still-dazed Yuan and the others, and calmly declared, "I am withdrawing from the academy." Chapter 2. The flower girl on the ship. Isn't it a bit excessive to flaunt like this? Yet, it feels rather exhilarating. As Shi Yuan ambled along, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of pride. Having spent a month in this world, he had initially felt rather disheartened. But today's events had cleared the gloom from his heart. As the saying goes, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. However, he couldn't help but wonder if that foolish girl was still grieving at this moment. The Winnow Academy was not particularly large, and Shi Yuan soon found himself outside. The bustling marketplace beyond was alive with a throng of people, a scene of vibrant activity. Over the past month, Shi Yuan had gained a general understanding of the current dynasty, which resembled ancient China. He found himself in the era of the Qing, a nation that had been split into Nanqing and Beijing over a decade ago, due to the sudden death of the previous emperor, who left no will behind. This was not a grave concern. The late emperor had merely 2 sons, and the elder son was to inherit the throne. Yet, complications arose when the second prince, stationed on the frontier, failed to return and surrender his military command after the elder prince ascended. Instead, he harbored rebellious intentions, leading to a 5-year conflict that left the populace in despair and yielded no resolution. Ultimately, the 2 princes established separate regimes, resulting in the division of the Qing into Nanqing and Beijing, with Shi Yuan residing in Nanqing. As he observed the bustling streets, Shi Yuan began to ponder. Despite having been in this world for a month, he had never made any plans. He had no interest in altering the course of history or vying for power. The intricacies of political maneuvering seemed far too exhausting. Lost in thought, he found himself standing on a stone bridge. The gentle spring breeze revived him, and gazing at his reflection in the water below, he recalled a joke from his childhood about the dilemma of choosing between Peking University and Tsinghua University, only to realize in adulthood that he had overthought it all. What was the point of worrying? After all, he was a time traveler, a man who had lived once before. What did he have to fear? Regardless of whether it was Nanqing or Beijing, he would take life as it came. As these thoughts crystallized, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Had he gone mad? Who was this lunatic? The surrounding crowd began to murmur and point at Shi Yuan, who, suddenly aware of his surroundings, felt his face flush with embarrassment and quickly blended back into the throng. Jiang'an has long been renowned for its prosperity, a fact that Shi Yuan had come to appreciate during his month here. Yet, as he strolled along the banks of the Qinhuai River, observing the boats passing by, he felt a wave of sentiment wash over him. What a splendid and thriving place. After walking for some time, he realized it was noon, and his stomach rumbled in protest. He stopped at a street vendor to enjoy a bowl of yancha noodles, paying with the self-defense money given to him by old Lin, and continued along the riverbank. Before long, he arrived at a riverbank where the waters had pooled, creating a modest artificial lake. In the distance, a group of scholars were engaged in lively conversation, seemingly at a gathering. "Excuse me, my good sir. May I inquire what gathering is taking place ahead?" "It seems quite lively," Shi Yuan asked as he casually pulled a passerby aside. "Oh, you must be new to Jinling." "Sir, every day, talents and beauties gather here at Mingyang Lake, but today is especially lively as Miss Shin from Fenglai Tower has come to admire the spring." The young man replied. "So this lake is called Mingyang Lake," Shi Yuan mused, and then asked, "Ah, I see. But could you enlighten me as to where this Fenglai Tower is, and who this Miss Shin might be?" The handsome young man paused, scrutinizing Shi Yuan with a curious gaze before finally responding. "You appear to be well-dressed and of nearly youthful age. How could you not know of Jinling's most renowned brothel, Fenglai Tower? As for Miss Shin, she is the courtesan of that establishment, since you seem unfamiliar with such matters. I presume you have yet to experience the pleasures of the world?" Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan realized he had made quite the blunder. The clothes he wore were a gift from old Lin, and it was evident the young man mistook him for a wealthy heir. To be thought of as a novice in such matters was rather embarrassing for a modern man. Rubbing the back of his head, he quickly replied, "My family is rather strict, and I have not engaged in such matters." The young man merely shook his head, dismissing Shi Yuan's explanation as he walked away. Being mocked as a novice by someone from the past. Such virtue. You know nothing of it. Yet, there must be some strategy behind the operations of Fenglai Tower. The promotion of courtesans in springtime must be a commercial endeavor. Who would have thought that even a brothel could engage in marketing? How fascinating the ancients were. Shi Yuan reflected as he watched the young man depart. Mission's flower boat has arrived. Suddenly, a shout interrupted Shi Yuan's musings. He looked up to see several boats on the lake, but one vessel stood out prominently. Adorned with lanterns and draped in red silk, the boat bore a colorful banner that read Fenglai Fong, while melodious strains of a zither floated through the air. Elegant and uplifting, the boat glided gracefully forward, stirring the dark water into rippling waves. Such grandeur for a courtesan. Shi Yuan's curiosity was piqued. Mission! Mission! The riverbank erupted into a cacophony of cheers, creating a lively scene. Shi Yuan observed the so-called scholars, their eyes gleaming like wolves. Yet as the flower boat approached, they feigned sophistication, reciting poetry. Whose small boat drifts upon the waters, waiting for this moment year after year? The spring breeze stirs the gentle waves, as beauty reclines, intoxicated tonight. How do you find my poem, Mission? As the boat neared the shore, a flamboyantly dressed, portly young man called out this lascivious verse, eliciting waves of laughter. Good heavens! To recite such an overtly sensual poem in public. This fellow certainly had audacity. Shi Yuan thought, turning his gaze back to the approaching flower boat, eager to witness the allure of Mission that could captivate so many. The Fenglai Fong halted 7 or 8 meters from the shore. As the zither's enchanting melodies wafted over, the clamor on the bank gradually subsided. The music flowed. Sometimes gentle and wistful, like a maiden sharing her secret dreams, at other times lively and cheerful, reminiscent of a girl chasing butterflies in a flower garden. In that moment, the crowd seemed entranced, lost in the exquisite melodies. As the music concluded, the listeners slowly returned to their senses, and applause erupted around them. Shi Yuan, an admirer of classical music, was deeply impressed. He could discern the skill of the musician. Esteemed scholars, I am Xin Wei. I thank you for your support. It is indeed a pleasure to enjoy spring and sail upon the lake with such talented company. However, as the boat cannot dock, I beg your understanding that I cannot disembark to greet you. Just as Shi Yuan was savoring the lingering notes of the zither, the voice of the young woman in blue attire aboard the flower boat interrupted his thoughts. Shi Yuan turned his gaze towards the sound, and beheld a lady in azure standing gracefully amidst the breeze upon the flower boat. Her form-fitting garment accentuated her enchanting silhouette, and the sash at her waist fluttered gently in the soft wind. The rounded contours of her face were highlighted by lips that seemed to smile subtly, while her prominent nose exhaled softly, breathing in the fragrant air. Yet, what captivated the onlookers most were her bright eyes, which sparkled even from a distance, ensnaring the hearts of all who beheld them. Even Shi Yuan, a modern man weary of beauty, found himself momentarily entranced by those eyes. A vixen, he murmured upon regaining his composure. The lady on the boat responded, "Today is a day for admiring spring, and I shall cast a humble offering as a prelude." With that, she began to recite softly. Last year, the willows donned their new attire, the peach blossoms in the woods arrived late to celebrate the year. At night, no sound of the gentle rain is heard. Upon waking from dreams, I realize it is you. After she finished, silence enveloped the crowd for a long moment, before applause erupted. Shi Yuan, having listened to the poem, felt a quiet admiration for the lady's exceptional talent. Although the poem depicted the scenes of spring without ever mentioning the word itself, it vividly conveyed the essence of the season through 4 vivid images. The final word, mud, cleverly played on the sound of you, clearly inviting a response. As Shi Yuan read it aloud, the assembled scholars joined in, and soon the significance of Miss Shin's challenge became widely known. It was evident that whomever could respond aptly would gain entrance as a distinguished guest. Instantly, the scholars around him lowered their heads in deep contemplation, yet none could conjure a fitting reply. Beside Xin Wei stood a strikingly youthful girl of about 15 or 16, who, observing the scholar's predicament, remarked softly, "This lot is woefully mediocre. Not one of them can match your poetry, miss. How embarrassing for them. If only young Master Su were here." Upon hearing this, Xin Wei teasingly replied, "Are you perhaps yearning for young Master Su?" The girl's face flushed at the suggestion, and she retorted softly, "Sister, do not jest. Young Master Su holds you in great esteem." Xin Wei, hearing this, fell silent and turned her gaze downward towards the crowd. Shi Yuan, witnessing the scene, thought to himself, if these scholars fall short against Xin Wei, her reputation will undoubtedly soar. And so too will that of Fenglai Tower. She is indeed a clever strategist. Looking again at Xin Wei on the boat, He noticed her laughing and chatting with her maid, appearing utterly at ease. As a member of the group below, Shi Yuan felt a flicker of irritation. You think no one can best you, little miss? Allow me to challenge you. With that declaration, he called out loudly to the flower maiden on the boat. I am here to receive your poem. Chapter 3. The young lady's surname is Shin. As Shi Yuan's voice rang out, all eyes turned upon him, noticing the unfamiliar face. They began to inquire about his identity. Who is this fellow? He seems rather out of place. I don't recall seeing him in Jinling City. Could he be an outsider? Outsider? I saw him a few days ago. He is from the Lin family, brought back by old Master Lin. He is now a student at Wenhua Academy. Wenhua Academy? My cousin is also there. He mentioned they are currently under house arrest preparing for the Jiangnan Poetry Festival. How did this chap manage to escape? He must be sneaking out for a bit of revelry. Speculation about Shi Yuan's origins spread through the crowd. Their gaze is a mix of skepticism, admiration, and indifference. Shi Yuan merely smiled, choosing silence as he fixated on Shen Wei. What a bold fellow, so fixated on a lady, muttered the maid beside Shen Wei. Feeling Shi Yuan's provocative gaze, Shen Wei furrowed her brow and said, Then please, do share your response. The flower maiden on the boat. Listen well. I respond with, before the door, green apricots hide fallen blossoms. The wind caresses the green waters around the home. Where do the swallows return? They linger by the tower in the clouds. As Shi Yuan's voice resounded, expressions of astonishment gradually spread among the onlookers. Although he had stolen the limelight, he had also restored their pride, and soon applause erupted for him. Unexpectedly, this young master possesses some talent. This poem is quite mediocre. Not as refined as my earlier composition, remarked a well-dressed, rotund young man, patting Shi Yuan on the shoulder. Shi Yuan turned to see it was the one who had recited the flamboyant poem earlier. Finding him amusing, Shi Yuan chuckled softly and replied, Ah, it is young Master Gua. A pleasure to meet you. I must admit, I owe my meager poem to your inspiration. It truly pales in comparison. You should not downplay yourself. Your talent surpasses that of the average person, though you still have a ways to go. If you engage more with me, you will surely improve. Young Master Gua, seeing Shi Yuan's agreeable demeanor, began to ramble earnestly. How shameless. Shi Yuan thought to himself, engage more with you? I suspect that would lead to a rather different kind of exchange. As Shi Yuan and young Master Gua engaged in their shameless flattery, a small boat approached the flower boat. Shi Yuan, Miss Shen has sent someone to fetch you. When time permits, do visit the Lin residence for a proper conversation. I must take my leave for now. The two had exchanged stories and learned of each other's backgrounds. Like the Lin family, young Master Gua also hailed from a merchant household, specifically dealing in ceramics, making him the young master of the Gua family. Very well. I shall make sure to engage with you more thoroughly in the future. Shi Yuan emphasized the word engage with a playful tone, and both shared a knowing laugh. Young Master Gua, seeing no hope of boarding the boat, gracefully withdrew. His tone suggested he was quite familiar with old Master Lin. Just as Shi Yuan pondered this, a voice called from the distance, Esteemed young master, my lady invites you aboard for a chat. A charming young girl on the small boat addressed him. Shi Yuan turned with a smile and replied playfully, Little sister, who is your lady? I assure you, I am a man of virtue. The girl frowned at his words, retorting, How utterly shameless. What do you mean by a man of virtue? To me, you appear as muck from the lake. Will you board the boat, or not? Shi Yuan chuckled and responded, You see through me well. I am indeed like that muck, yet you, like a pristine lotus blooming from the mud, are exquisite and pure, nourished by my very essence. Initially flattered by his comparison to a lotus, the girl blushed at his subsequent remark and exclaimed, I am not a lotus. Will you board the boat, or not? Realizing the double entendre, she demonstrated her understanding of flirtation, a testament to her training at Fenglai Tower. Shi Yuan grinned and asked, Is your lady the flower maiden on that boat? He glanced toward the flower boat, where the azure-clad lady was smiling at him, and despite the distance, he momentarily lost his composure at the sight of her eyes. My lady does not bear the surname Hua, she is Shin. How ignorant can you be? The girl's words jolted Shi Yuan back to reality, and he thought, This woman is no ordinary figure. Is this perhaps the legendary art of allure? I have no intention of falling for it. Shi Yuan pondered the sensation he had just experienced while gazing into those enchanting eyes. How utterly bizarre, confronted with such an enigmatic circumstance. A flicker of trepidation stirred within him. Yet, outright rejection seemed too harsh. He feared it might embarrass the young lady, especially with so many cultured individuals surrounding them. He dreaded inadvertently inviting trouble upon himself. Should he board that flower boat, he was uncertain how to face those captivating eyes. Caught in a dilemma, he thought, Dear young miss, if your esteemed lady has composed a poem for me to respond to, then allow me to craft a poem for her in turn, thus ensuring fairness. Otherwise, if your lady beckons me aboard, how would that reflect on my dignity? Upon uttering these words, the crowd erupted in murmurs. How could this fellow be so oblivious? He was squandering a magnificent opportunity. Such a precious chance wasted. The onlookers buzzed with speculation, while Shi Yuan rummaged through his belongings. Producing a crumpled piece of paper, he then handed it to the young girl on the boat, saying, "This poem was a whimsical creation of mine from a few days ago. Present it to your esteemed lady, and if she can respond, I shall meet her." The young girl accepted the wrinkled paper and, upon hearing Shi Yuan's words, frowned slightly. "Countless men would yearn for the opportunity you have, yet you fail to cherish it. Very well, I shall show it to my lady, though I cannot guarantee your interest in your poem." The small boat soon returned to the flower boat, where Shenwei observed the scene below with keen interest, though she was unaware of what Shi Yuan had said to Hong Lian. She inquired, "Hong Lian, what did that gentleman say?" Hong Lian recounted Shi Yuan's words and handed the paper to Shenwei. "Humph, playing hard to get," Shenwei remarked, glancing at the wrinkled paper. It was her first encounter with such a correspondence, and she suspected its contents might be rather frivolous. Contemplating this, she initially considered discarding the paper but recalled Shi Yuan's poetic display and hesitated, slowly unfolding the crumpled paper. As she examined the scrawled handwriting, a frown creased her brow. Meanwhile, the crowd on the shore, noticing Shenwei had entered the cabin without relaying any messages for an extended period, began to murmur softly. Could it be that Miss Shun is at a loss? It seems too simplistic. Perhaps she is too proud to respond. Regardless of the outcome, it appeared that the young man had little chance of boarding the boat. As speculation swirled around the situation aboard, Shi Yuan squatted by the lakeside, teasing a few small fish with the reeds, exuding an air of carefree amusement. The lines he had pinned were the Oriole sings. "The willows sway in spring's clear night and the bright moon," a clever palindrome extracted from the works of the Qing dynasty poet Wu Jianxue. He had written it during a moment of boredom in his chamber, fearing others might see it, and had crumpled it up to conceal it, never anticipating it would prove useful today. Though merely 10 characters, when read apart, it formed a 7-character quatrain. The Oriole sings, "The willows sway in spring's clarity. The willows sway in spring's clarity, the bright moon in the night." Furthermore, this 10-character arrangement, when considered as a palindrome, could also serve as a 5-character quatrain. The Oriole sings, "The willows sway, the bright moon in the night." It painted a mesmerizing scene of orioles chirping by the willows under the radiant spring moon, originally meant to capture the essence of spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Shi Yuan had only inscribed the spring verse. Surely, no matter how talented one was, they could not respond in kind. Shi Yuan mused with satisfaction, oblivious to the notion of plagiarism, as his teacher once advised him, to apply knowledge effectively. He silently expressed gratitude to his language instructor. Before long, Shenwei re-emerged at the bow of the boat. "This talented gentleman, I beg your pardon, I am unable to respond." The clear sound of Shenwei's voice floated from the flower boat. Upon hearing her words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. They were well aware of Shenwei's scholarly prowess. Yet she had failed to match Shi Yuan's poem. What had this young man written? As the crowd speculated about the events on the boat, a voice echoed again from aboard. Such exquisite work must not languish in the hands of a mere girl. Today, I shall share your poem. And should any talented scholars arise to respond, I promise I shall repay you in kind. Oh no. Shi Yuan sighed inwardly, preparing to intervene, but Shenwei, undeterred, began to recite. The Oriole sings, "The willows sway in spring's clear night and the bright moon." Blast it. He had initially wished to avoid unnecessary trouble, and now he feared his cleverness might backfire. How foolish it was to flaunt one's talents. Shi Yuan lamented silently, but his gaze returned to the flower boat. Realizing this woman was indeed formidable, having discerned his intentions and willing to retaliate with a generous promise, he recalled the adage, "Never offend a woman." Just as Shi Yuan simmered in frustration, Shenwei spoke again from the boat. "In my moment of excitement, I recited without your consent. I hope for your understanding." "Understanding my foot. You've already recited it, so why ask me?" Shi Yuan grumbled internally, though he forced a smile and replied, "Not at all, not at all. Miss Hua, your talents are indeed impressive." Unfazed by the sarcasm in Shi Yuan's words, Shenwei stood at the bow, calmly stating, "I am grateful, but I had hoped to invite you aboard for a gathering. Alas, my humble skills are insufficient, and with the hour growing late, we shall have to postpone until another day. Do not forget, my surname is Shen." Chapter 4. The pretty boy. After Shenwei finished speaking, she did not linger, and the flower boat began to drift away. In the commotion, evening had fallen, and the crowd on the shore gradually dispersed. Soon, only a few remained. Shi Yuan watched the slowly departing flower boat, forcing a bittersweet smile. Today's events would likely bring him trouble in the future. Nonetheless, having made his decision, he resolved to take it one step at a time. With newfound clarity, Shi Yuan looked up at the setting sun, humming softly. "The sunset is infinitely beautiful, yet it is nearing dusk. Indeed, this brother possesses remarkable talent. A voice of praise rang out, causing Shi Yuan to pause in surprise. He turned to see a refined young scholar clad in white, applauding enthusiastically, followed by a young servant dressed as a scholar. Shi Yuan studied the applauding gentleman, noting his delicate features and graceful demeanor as he moved with the poise of a noble, his striking eyes sparkling with intensity. For a moment, Shi Yuan found himself captivated. Where did this effeminate beauty come from? Shi Yuan pondered, quickly redirecting his gaze to the young man's chest. Upon noticing Shi Yuan's scrutiny, the white-clad scholar felt a twinge of annoyance but maintained his composure, interrupting Shi Yuan's musings. How strange, how curious. Shi Yuan murmured shamelessly. Your demeanor and speech do not seem characteristic of a resident of Jinling. May I inquire as to your origins? My home? It lies far away. Best not to mention it. The white-clad gentleman observed Shi Yuan's sudden despondence and ceased his inquiries, instead remarking, I was quite taken aback by the poem you recited. It was refreshing. Furthermore, your words, though simple, carry profound wisdom. May I ask which master you studied under? With my intelligence, why would I need a master? Shi Yuan replied, brimming with self-importance. How shameless of you to say such a thing. The handsome servant accompanying the white-clad scholar could no longer contain himself and interjected with a reprimand. Pray, do not be rude. With such remarkable talents, young sir, your future success in the civil examinations will surely be a blessing for our southern Qing. Upon hearing these words, Shi Yuan smiled faintly, retracting his previous playful demeanor, and sighed. As the saying goes, the great river flows eastward, washing away the illustrious figures of ages past. What can I be but a mere blessing for southern Qing? The tides of the world are beyond my control. You overestimate my capabilities. The handsome gentleman across from him lowered his head, silently contemplating Shi Yuan's words. After a long pause, he finally spoke. What a profound statement, indeed. However, as we exist in this world, we must strive to make our mark. Otherwise, would there not be a scarcity of illustrious figures from the ages? Shi Yuan, upon hearing this, clicked his tongue in disapproval, inwardly thinking, I have no desire to be an illustrious figure. Noticing Shi Yuan's silence, the gentleman continued, though we are but strangers by chance, our friendship is that of gentlemen. Your insights into the world are commendable. May I inquire about your thoughts on the state of southern Qing? Bah, I have no intention of conversing with you. You insipid fop. Shi Yuan felt a shiver run down his spine and took a step back, responding, What do you mean by the state of the world? If only the common folk could have enough to eat and wear. Ah, why am I even discussing this with you? It is getting late. I must take my leave. With that, Shi Yuan turned to depart. Farewell then. The gentleman retorted, What are you doing? Although you are rather beautiful, you cannot force me to do as you please. Shi Yuan cast a cautious glance at the young man in white, replying, You misunderstand me. If you do not wish to speak further, I shall not impose. I merely wish to know how to address you. Oh, I see you seek my name. I am Shi Yuan, as steadfast as a rock and ambitious as the vast sky. Shi Yuan declared as he strolled away. Shi Yuan. The young man in white murmured, watching his retreating figure. Behind him, his attendant made a face at Shi Yuan's back and whispered, Such an audacious and shameless person exists in this world. Miss, we should be on our way. The young man in white, as if to provoke Shi Yuan further, remarked with a chuckle, You have keen insights. This talent is commendable, yet your audacity is somewhat excessive. Let us return. Shi Yuan, however, remained unyielding, continuing to stride forward. Observing Shi Yuan's distant figure, the gentleman stomped his foot, uncertain of how to proceed. Only when Shi Yuan had vanished from sight did he turn to his attendant and command, He, return and investigate the Shi Yuan thoroughly. Miss, why waste effort on someone so ungrateful? Indeed, Shi Yuan had misjudged the situation. The gentleman and his attendant were, in fact, disguised females. However, at that moment, Shi Yuan had no thoughts of such matters. He stood before a grand gate, troubled, gazing at the words Lin residence inscribed upon it. Shi Yuan felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. Although he had left Wenhua Academy with an air of nonchalance that morning, he had not considered the consequences. Upon his arrival in this world, he had awoken in a desolate wilderness, fortuitously rescued by old man Lin, who had assumed he was a monk due to his peculiar attire and cropped hair. Yet, upon regaining consciousness, he spoke in a daze, utterly ignorant of the world around him. After much inquiry, old man Lin learned his name was Shi Yuan. Subsequently, Shi Yuan was taken to Lin residence, where old man Lin, recognizing his potential, enrolled him alongside Lin family's offspring at Wenhua Academy. Old man Lin was his savior, and having relied on his kindness for shelter, sustenance, and care, Shi Yuan now felt he had wasted old man Lin's goodwill by withdrawing from the academy. As Shi Yuan pondered how to explain this to old man Lin, the gate of Lin residence creaked open, Young master, sure. What are you doing standing at the door? Please, come inside. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan looked up to see a middle-aged man emerging from within, a familiar face. Butler Wang, where are you headed? Is old man Lin in the residence? Young master, sure. The master is waiting for you in the hall. I must attend to some matters. Please hurry inside. Butler Wang said before walking away. Waiting for me. It seems old man Lin is already aware. Very well. At worst, I shall be expelled from Lin residence. After all, I possess nothing. With such a nonchalant mindset, Shi Yuan pushed the door open and entered. Upon entering Lin residence, Shi Yuan made his way toward the hall. As he stepped inside, he found an elderly gentleman with graying hair and a kindly demeanor leisurely sipping tea. This elder was none other than the venerable head of the Lin family, whom Shi Yuan referred to as Old Man Lin. Behind him stood several young scholars dressed in scholarly attire. With a glance, Shi Yuan understood the situation. These young men were Lin family members studying at Wenhua Academy. Likely the ones who had reported him. Shi Yuan had anticipated this outcome. After all, he was an outsider who had benefited from Old Man Lin's generosity to attend Wenhua Academy. He often encountered these young lords but had shown them no respect, even neglecting to acknowledge them. It was only natural they harbored some resentment. However, they had refrained from acting against him due to Old Man Lin's status. Today, having humiliated Mr. Wen Yin, they seized the opportunity to report him to Old Man Lin. Old Man Lin, you summoned me? Shi Yuan bowed slightly, addressing Old Man Lin. How dare you, Shi Yuan? Today at Wenhua Academy, you intimidated Mr. Wen Yin, and you remain unaware of your transgressions? As soon as Shi Yuan finished speaking, a young Lin family member began to chastise him. Shi Yuan, however, remained silent, staring directly at the elder. The young man who had scolded Shi Yuan, finding that he was being ignored, flushed with anger and retorted, Shi Yuan, do not test my patience. This is our Lin residence. Silence. I, Lin Qingming, am still alive. It is not your place to speak. Old Man Lin slammed his teacup onto the table, raising his voice. So, Old Man Lin's name is Lin Qingming. Shi Yuan mused silently. He then heard Old Man Lin continue. Though our Lin family is engaged in commerce, we trade in the 4 treasures of the scholar's desk. You unworthy descendants, unable to match the business acumen of a weak woman, are sent to Wenhua Academy to study, yet all you have learned is to slander others. Based on Shi Yuan's insightful remark, those adorned in fine garments are not necessarily silk merchants. You ought to reflect deeply. All of you, go and copy the family teachings 10 times. Grandfather, why are you still here? Go. The young man clad in blue, who had just been reprimanding Shi Yuan, attempted to defend himself but was interrupted by Old Man Lin. Reluctantly, the young man bowed and replied, I shall heed your teachings, grandfather. He then exited the hall alongside the other Lin family members, casting a fierce glare at Shi Yuan as they passed. Shi Yuan, however, remained unperturbed, offering a slight smile in return. Such unworthy descendants. Ahem, ahem. After the young men had departed, Old Man Lin coughed, exerting himself in the process. Old man, please do not agitate yourself. Do take care of your health. They are merely still young. Upon noticing Old Man Lin coughing, Shi Yuan hurried over to pat his back and offer comfort. Young, I see you, you slippery little rascal. You are no better. Old Man Lin retorted. Now sit down. I have questions for you. How old are you this year? Shi Yuan was momentarily at a loss for words. Old Man Lin had suddenly changed his tone. Upon finding a chair, Shi Yuan sat down and replied with a grin. Did I not mention? I am precisely 18 this year. 18. Ever since I rescued you by the roadside and conversed with you, I would have thought you possessed the wisdom of 80. Old man, you jest. Look at me. Full of vigor and vitality, how could I be 80? 18. I assure you, is the truth. Enough. I shall ask you, do you truly wish to abandon Wenhua Academy? Shi Yuan felt somewhat troubled upon hearing the inquiries from Old Man Lin, unsure of how to respond. Nevertheless, he thought it might be best to accept the situation. With your talents, there is no need for you to attend the Wenhua Academy. Instead, I shall allow you to take up a position within the Lin family for the time being. Should you wish to pursue an official career in the future, I shall not hinder you. I will also arrange for your household registration. Although you come from humble beginnings, your lineage is respectable. Does this arrangement please you? Shi Yuan secretly rejoiced. Old Man Lin had truly gone out of his way to assist him, discreetly facilitating so many matters. He was also quite content to work at the Lin residence, especially since Old Man Lin had mentioned he could leave whenever he chose. I am deeply grateful for your kindness, Old Man Lin. In the future, I shall dedicate myself wholeheartedly to serving the Lin family. Enough of the flattery. You sly young man. With your acumen, the Lin family could hardly retain you, but as long as you do not become an adversary, I will be satisfied. Old Man Lin jested. In fact, you could oppose the whole world, but do not stand against the Lin family. Old man Lin chuckled, stroking his beard. With your assurance, I can rest easy. But what position shall I assign you? That is entirely up to you, old man Lin. As long as I am not asked to compromise my principles or engage in ignoble acts, anything else is acceptable. Bah, even if you were willing, I would not stoop to such things. Have you taken a wife? Old man Lin asked abruptly, catching Shi Yuan off guard. Why would the old man ask such a question? Was he attempting to arrange a match for him? Could there be such good fortune? Shi Yuan pondered, then replied. Old man Lin, as you know, I fainted by the roadside, utterly alone. How could I possibly have a wife? So you are still unmarried? How fortuitous. Have you eaten yet? If not, do eat and rest. I shall arrange your duties for you tomorrow. What was the old man up to? Shi Yuan was momentarily perplexed. Though he did indeed feel a bit hungry, he stood to return to his room. I heard you went to Mingyang Lake to enjoy the spring? Just as Shi Yuan was about to leave, old man Lin suddenly inquired. The old man was quite well informed. Shi Yuan responded, slightly surprised, I am a rough fellow. How could I appreciate spring? I merely took a stroll. Is that so? I have heard you composed poetry across the river, garnering quite a bit of attention. At this, Shi Yuan's expression shifted. Would the old man suggest that someone was following him? Noticing Shi Yuan's changing demeanor, old man Lin seemed to discern his thoughts and remarked, Today, the young master Guo visited. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan understood the situation. Guo Renjie had sought out old man Lin before him. He chuckled. It was merely a fortunate coincidence. Old man Lin did not press further, simply waving Shi Yuan off. Shi Yuan's residence was in a separate courtyard behind the Lin estate, typically quite secluded. Young master Shi, you have returned? Upon entering the courtyard, a young boy approached him eagerly. Xiaolei, what are you doing here? The boy, referred to as Xiaolei, had been brought in by old man Lin, as Shi Yuan seemed unfamiliar with many matters. A few days prior, the old man had arranged for this attendant to assist Shi Yuan in daily affairs. Shi Yuan had initially intended to decline, but feeling somewhat lost in this new world, he had reluctantly accepted. Young master Shi, I was waiting for your return. Waiting for me? Did I not tell you that you need not attend to me? But young master, seeing Xiaolei stammer, Shi Yuan gently shook his head. Very well. Please fetch me some rice and prepare bathwater. It felt somewhat strange to have someone else perform tasks he once handled himself. Xiaolei was quick to comply, soon returning with the bathwater ready. Young master, the bathwater is prepared. May I assist you in bathing? At this, Shi Yuan felt a chill. Having another man assist him in bathing. I am a straight man. He hastily dismissed Xiaolei, sending him back to rest. As Shi Yuan lay in the bathtub, he sighed deeply and began humming a little tune. I love bathing. My skin feels wonderful. The peculiar melody echoed in the antique house, sounding slightly out of place. After bathing, Shi Yuan felt much refreshed. He hastily consumed some food to satisfy his hunger, then retrieved the clothes he had worn when he crossed over. Nothing compares to the comfort of a t-shirt. He donned a loose-fitting white tee and colorful shorts, paired with flip-flops. Though this attire was more suited for midsummer, he could not concern himself with such details. This outfit was perhaps the closest thing he had to familiarity in this world. Fortunately, the early spring in Jinling was not too cold, and Shi Yuan's physique was robust. As night fell, Shi Yuan, being a modern man, felt no inclination to sleep. Sitting on his bed, he gazed at the dim oil lamp, uncertain of what to do. If only I had a computer. How boring. He decided to take a stroll outside. The courtyard was adorned with numerous flowers, and as dusk settled, the blossoms were in full bloom, filling the air with delightful fragrances. The distant chirping of insects added to the atmosphere. As Shi Yuan wandered through the empty courtyard, he found himself somewhat entranced. Flowers are meant to be picked. Do not wait until they wither away. He softly recited a couplet, plucking a flower and inhaling its scent. Grinning foolishly, what a lovely flower. What a lovely poem. Just then, a burst of laughter from a nearby girl interrupted his self-admiration. Who dares to lurk here? Show yourself. Shi Yuan was taken aback at first, but then shouted toward the sound of laughter. Bah, you are quite narcissistic. I was not peeping at you. As soon as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from behind the garden. As she approached, Shi Yuan saw that she was a young girl clad in a rosy silk garment, her lips curved in a smile, her eyes sparkling like the night sky, exuding a charming demeanor. Flower girl? Who are you? And what are you doing here? The girl stepped closer. Taking in Shi Yuan's unusual attire and bare limbs, her cheeks slightly flushed. Fortunately, it was dark, and Shi Yuan did not notice her reaction. She quickly regained her composure and retorted, I should be asking you that. Who are you dressed so oddly? How did you end up in my family's courtyard? Your family's courtyard? Could it be that you were old man Lin's granddaughter? How come I have never seen you before? What old man Lin? You know my grandfather? Your grandfather? You truly are old man Lin's granddaughter? But I have never encountered you. Bah, do not refer to my grandfather in such a manner. Oh, I see, you must be sure Yuan. How do you know my name? Although I am quite handsome, we should not have met before. Humph, you are utterly shameless. My grandfather mentioned you were extraordinary, a remarkable person. Yet, I find you quite peculiar, lacking in humility. Hearing the girl's reprimand, Shi Yuan felt no embarrassment. Instead, he responded playfully, Old man Lin knows me quite well. However, you seem to have misunderstood. Bah, what misunderstanding? It is late, and instead of resting, you are wandering about dressed like this, acting suspiciously. Shi Yuan was slightly taken aback. The young lady before him had effortlessly pointed out his shortcomings. He had not anticipated that the old man Lin had such a formidable granddaughter. The long night stretched on, and with no desire for slumber, he decided to stroll about the courtyard to clear his mind. What brings you here, young lady? He inquired. This is my family's courtyard. I can go wherever I please without needing your permission, he continued, observing the girl's startled expression at his retort. A hidden smile crossed his face as he added, Of course, I cannot dictate your actions, but it is quite late now. I would advise you to tread carefully and avoid damaging the flowers. Huh? What do you mean by damaging the flowers? What do you hold in your hand? She shot back. Hearing her words, Shi Yuan's face turned crimson. He had just plucked a flower without realizing he was caught in the act. My dear lady, I was merely admiring the blossoms. They thrive on appreciation. As the saying goes, one must pluck the flower while it blooms, lest one later find the branches bare. That is indeed a lovely verse, but when spoken by you, it loses its charm, she remarked, softly reciting his lines with a hint of sarcasm. Naturally, the essence of poetry changes when it passes through my lips. Infused with the fragrance of the blossoms, he replied, gently shaking the flower he had just picked. Humph, such flattery, she retorted, frowning slightly. Shi Yuan couldn't help but notice how charming she looked with her furrowed brow and pursed lips. After a moment of silence, she glanced up and caught him staring. Her cheeks flushed as she reprimanded him. What are you looking at? I was admiring a beauty, he said instinctively, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized the impropriety and quickly amended. But speaking of which, I am yet to learn your name. I am Lin, she began, then huffed. Why should I tell you my name? But therein lies your mistake. Since you already know mine, it would only be fair for you to share yours, he countered. What kind of twisted logic is that? You, with your beady eyes, I refuse to tell you, she exclaimed. Do you dare to call me beady-eyed? I am quite handsome. Thank you very much. Shi Yuan thought to himself, but instead, he chuckled and said, If you choose not to share, that is your prerogative. Yet, you mentioned being the granddaughter of old Lin. I wonder why I have never encountered you before. I have been away from Jinling for some time, she explained. Oh, that explains it. I heard old Lin speak of his granddaughter, bright and capable, who recently went to Yangzhou for business. Surely that must be you? Huh. I would never be like you, she retorted. Indeed, you are quite different. I am male, and you are female. Yet, it is remarkable how a young lady like you can shoulder such responsibilities for the Lin family. I find that quite admirable. His words were sincere. The girl seemed youthful yet capable, a rarity indeed. After a moment of reflection, she sighed. I would prefer to be an ordinary girl. But with so many uncles and brothers in the Lin family, alas, I wonder what fate awaits us. Understanding her burden, Shi Yuan attempted to console her. You need not fret. As they say, when one path is blocked, another opens. When the river meets the bridge, it flows straight. Indeed, if only it were so simple. But, she began, only to suddenly break into tears. Seeing her distress, Shi Yuan felt panicked and unsure how to comfort her. She was in the prime of her youth, yet shouldering such heavy obligations. The seemingly prosperous Lin family might be hiding its own struggles. Perhaps their conversation had inadvertently led her to express her pent-up sorrow. Let it out. Crying will surely bring you relief, he murmured, gently stroking her hair. Time passed, and eventually, she lifted her head, her eyes red and puffy. Shi Yuan, you won't mock me, will you? Of course not. Joy and sorrow are all part of being human. How could I mock you? Everyone cries, he replied. When I cry, I can cry even harder than you. Hearing this, Lin Yingwei stifled a laugh, sighing softly, you have a way with words. Besides my grandfather, I have never shed tears in front of anyone else. Thank you, Shi Yuan. No need for thanks. I enjoy helping others. Should you wish to cry again? My shoulder is yours to lean on, he declared jovially. Ugh, who would lean on your shoulder? And let's keep today's events between us. Of course, I value my reputation too much. Being seen in the garden with you at this hour could tarnish my image, so let us keep this under wraps. He teased. You were quite shameless. I did face some grievances on my trip to Yangzhou. Thank you for listening to me. But you must not speak of today to anyone. If you do, I shall tell my grandfather that you bullied me, she threatened, turning to flee the courtyard. Before Shi Yuan could respond, Her voice echoed back. By the way, my name is Lin Yingwei. Lin Yingwei. What a lovely name. He mused as she departed. The fragrance of the flowers lingered, mingled with her faint scent. A sudden breeze swept through, causing Xuan to shiver slightly in his thin attire, prompting him to retreat into his home. Chapter 6. The glutton. Upon returning home, Xuan found the dim oil lamp still flickering. He muttered to himself, needing to find a way to brighten the room before extinguishing the lamp and retiring for the night. The next morning, at the first crow of the rooster, he was already awake. This was not due to any particular diligence on his part, but rather the lack of entertainment in his new world, leading him to sleep early and rise with the dawn. As he opened the door, Xiaolei was already waiting outside. The early spring morning was still a bit chilly, causing the boy's cheeks to flush red. Young master, you are up. I shall prepare water for your ablutions. Xiaolei, I need to discuss something with you, Xuan said while adjusting his complicated attire. Please, young master, feel free to command me. There's no need for discussion. Do not call me young master anymore. We have plenty of time ahead, and I find that title uncomfortable. Besides, I am no master of the Lin family. Just call me Xuan. Also, you need not attend to my daily needs. I can manage those myself. Xuan had always felt uneasy about being served by others. Having someone constantly by his side felt odd, and although he had tried to convey this to Xiaolei before, it had not taken hold. This time, however, he was resolute. Young master, that is not proper. Xiaolei, there is no need for further discussion. Simply follow my wishes. I will speak to old Lin about it, and if I require your assistance in the future, I will surely call upon you. Xiaolei intended to speak further, but noticed Shi Yuan staring at him with wide eyes. He lowered his head and replied, Yes. Sure gong. Sure go. That is correct. You should hurry back to your room and get some more sleep. I can attend to my own grooming, Shi Yuan said, not waiting for Xiaolei to respond before pushing him towards the backyard. Unable to resist Shi Yuan's insistence, Xiaolei reluctantly made his way to his room. Once Xiaolei had departed, Shi Yuan fetched water and, after completing his grooming, began to perform morning exercises in the courtyard. In his days at school, Shi Yuan had harbored a strong aversion to the morning exercises. Now, having traversed into this new world, free from the rush of preparing for work, memories of those exercises resurfaced in his mind. After exercising for a while, he felt a pang of hunger. During his stay at the Lin residence, his meals had always been brought to him by Xiaolei. Now that he had sent Xiaolei to rest, it was time for him to fend for himself. However, he was uncertain where to find the kitchen. It would be awkward to call Xiaolei back, so he decided to explore. Shi Yuan thought as he stepped outside. The Lin family was indeed one of the prominent households of Jinling. Although this was not his first time walking through the courtyard, he still felt somewhat disoriented. His courtyard, while situated in the rear, was centrally located within the Lin estate, surrounded by numerous pavilions. Having been there for some time, he remained unclear about the layout. Based on his experience, he surmised the kitchen was likely in the backyard, and thus he made his way there. As he walked, he noticed that the servants of the Lin household were already up and about. He observed the lively maids chatting and laughing, which lifted his spirits. Excuse me, miss? Could you direct me to the kitchen? He inquired. You're quite lovely, may I ask? He continued to banter with the maids, who, though taken aback by his audacity, recognized him as the guest brought back by the old master and could do little but blush and scurry away. Where are you running off to? I want tea bite. Shi Yuan called after the retreating maids. Ah, miss, your attire is truly beautiful. Shameless. One maid, who had not fled, rebuked him. Shi Yuan looked up to see it was Lin Yingwei, the young lady he had encountered in the backyard the previous night. In the dim light of dusk, he hadn't seen her features clearly, but now, she appeared before him in a striking peach-colored brocade gown, her sleeves billowing in the breeze, her dark hair cascading down her shoulders, adorned with a jade hairpin. Her complexion resembled that of a peach blossom, and her eyebrows were like slender willow leaves. Beneath her long lashes, her luminous eyes were fixed intently on him. Behind her, two petite maids stifled their laughter, watching the scene unfold. Ah, it is Miss Yingwei. My apologies, I was momentarily dazed and almost failed to recognize you, Shi Yuan said, regaining his composure. Is that so? I saw you teasing those maids just now, looking rather pleased with yourself. Why not continue that? She retorted. I would have liked to tease you as well, but I feared you might not permit it, Shi Yuan muttered under his breath. What did you say, you scoundrel? Upon seeing Lin Yingwei's ire, he quickly replied. I said nothing, merely inquired where the kitchen might be. And what business do you have in the kitchen? Did grandfather not assign Xiaolei to attend to your needs? Lin Yingwei asked, puzzled by his request. Ah, but I am not a member of the Lin family. I'm quite capable of looking after myself. As the saying goes, self-reliance leads to abundance. As for Xiaolei, I've sent him to tend to the garden. So you still remember you're not a Lin? I thought you were quite the charmer, teasing those girls with the authority of grandfather's name. Lin Yingwei mocked. However, I didn't expect you to be so industrious. You needn't bother with the kitchen. I brought back some pastries from Yangzhou yesterday. I shall have Qing fetch you some shortly. That is too kind of you. I'm surprised by your concern. Shi Yuan responded cheerily, ignoring her jibe. Concern? Don't misunderstand. I'm merely worried those pastries will spoil if left unattended. If you do not wish for them, then forget it. Lin Yingwei said, exasperated by his audacity. Of course I want them. It would be a shame to waste good food. He replied with a grin. Then come with me. You should not linger here, lest people think we Lin family lack propriety. Lin Yingwei commanded before turning to leave, followed closely by her two maids. Why does she always leave so abruptly? Shi Yuan mumbled, quickening his pace to catch up, walking alongside the two maids. Ladies, does your mistress reside in the same courtyard as I? He asked softly. The maids blushed at his question, and one replied quietly. Our mistress's chamber is in the bamboo courtyard next to yours, so it isn't far from where you stay. Oh, I see. What does your mistress get up so early for? As he spoke, the maid who had previously answered was about to respond when the younger maid muttered. Why are you so sneaky inquiring about the mistress? What are your intentions? Qinglu, do not be rude. Shi Gongzi is a distinguished guest of the old master. The other maid gently reprimanded her. She then turned to Shi Yuan. Our mistress returned from Yangzhou just yesterday and has been discussing matters with the shopkeepers since this morning. Oh, I see. Your mistress seems quite busy. Shi Yuan smiled at the maid who had been making faces at him. Indeed. All matters concerning the Lin family's business fall to our mistress, and she hasn't even had a meal yet. Qing, what are you mumbling about? Hurry back with me for the pastries. Just as Qing was speaking to Shi Yuan, Lin Yingwei had already reached the entrance of the bamboo courtyard. Qing stuck her tongue out at Shi Yuan and hurried after Lin Yingwei into the bamboo courtyard. The bamboo courtyard, adjacent to his own, appeared much larger and seemed to be Lin Yingwei's private residence, possessing a unique charm. As Shi Yuan pondered this, he returned to his own courtyard. Not long after, Qing arrived with the pastries. He had considered fetching his own food, but had ended up letting someone else do it. Thank you, Qing, he said as he accepted the box of pastries from her. Shi Gongzi need not be so polite. This is my duty, she replied. In addition to the pastries, the young lady has also sent a pot of this year's new tea. Lin Yingwei was quite thoughtful. Shi Yuan noted internally, as he realized he had no hot water in his room. Upon receiving the teapot from Qing, he noticed steam rising from the spout, indicating it had just been brewed. Thank you for the trouble, Qing. I imagine the tea brewed by your young lady will be delightful. Shi Gongzi is jesting. This pot of tea was made by our young lady herself, and as for the pastries, she has given them to no one but the old master. It seems your young lady holds me in high regard, Shi Yuan remarked, undeterred by her earlier teasing. Regard? Do not misinterpret. I merely fear the pastries will spoil if left unattended, she countered, somewhat exasperated with Shi Yuan's boldness. Of course I will have them. It would be a shame to waste good food, he replied with a cheerful demeanor. Then you should come with me. Do not linger here, lest people think we lack proper decorum, Lin Yingwei stated, turning to leave as her maids followed suit. Why does she always leave so abruptly? Shi Yuan murmured, hastening to catch up with them. When Shi Yuan heard this, he did not take it to heart. Last night, he had seen that girl crying, and he suspected that these treats were merely her bribe for keeping quiet. With such thoughts swirling in his mind, he turned and returned to his room to indulge in some pastries. The pastries were indeed delightful, and paired with freshly brewed tea, they invigorated his spirit remarkably. Could it be that Lin Yingwei was a glutton? After all, how else could she have brought back these delicacies from Yangzhou? As Shi Yuan munched on the pastries, he pondered silently. Young Master Shi, are you there? Just as Shi Yuan savored the pastries, a voice echoed from outside the courtyard. Steward Wang, is there something you need? Shi Yuan opened the door to find it was indeed Wang, the steward, whom he had encountered at the entrance the previous day. Wang caught sight of the pastries in Shi Yuan's hand and inquired, where did you get these flour cakes from Yangzhou? To his surprise, this old fellow was also a connoisseur of fine food. Shi Yuan thought to himself while responding nonchalantly, oh, these pastries were gifted to me by a friend I met yesterday. Would you like some? Upon hearing this, Wang shyly scratched his head. Shi Yuan smiled slightly and retrieved a piece of cloth, dividing the box of pastries to share with Wang. May I ask what business you have with me? Shi Yuan asked as he handed the pastries to Wang. Wang accepted the pastries and, recalling the purpose of his visit, exclaimed, I almost forgot. The master has sent me to invite young Master Shi to the hall. Chapter 7. I have become a secretary. Upon hearing Wang's words, Shi Yuan remembered that old Lin had mentioned he would arrange some tasks for him today. He quickly rose and followed Wang to the hall, where, to his surprise, He found not only old Lin but also Lin Yingwei present. This girl was quite swift. They had only just parted, and yet she was already here. Shi Yuan thought to himself before greeting, "Good morning, old Lin." Lin Qingming smiled faintly at Shi Yuan's casual address, while Lin Yingwei huffed, turning her head away to avoid looking at him. "My young friend Shi, this is the Yingwei girl I mentioned to you. She just returned from Yangzhou yesterday. You two should get acquainted," Lin Qingming said, gesturing towards Lin Yingwei. "Ah, old Lin, we met yesterday," Shi Yuan replied, only to see Lin Qingming glance at the averted Lin Yingwei before continuing. "Then I shall not waste my breath. By the way, young friend Shi, have you had a meal? If not, I have some pastries from Yangzhou here for you to try, having just enjoyed some." He was about to respond when he noticed Lin Yingwei glaring at him with her bright, jewel-like eyes. Quickly, he altered his response. "No, thank you. I don't particularly like sweet things." As he spoke, he winked at Lin Yingwei, but she merely huffed softly and turned away again, finding himself at a loss. Shi Yuan clicked his tongue and asked Lin Qingming, "Old Lin, have you arranged my task?" "Indeed, if we allow young friend Shi to remain idle at the Lin residence, it may attract unwarranted attention. After much contemplation last night, I have found a suitable task for you," Lin Qingming replied. "Much contemplation, you say? I suspect you had already made up your mind." Shi Yuan mused inwardly, though he replied, "I am grateful for your consideration, old Lin. You have saved my life, so I shall abide by your arrangements." "That is excellent. Over the years, I have become quite ineffective, and my sons and grandsons have proven to be unambitious. The affairs of the Lin residence are managed by Yingwei, which has burdened her greatly," Lin Qingming continued. Shi Yuan waited for Lin Qingming to finish speaking, but to his surprise, the old man shifted the conversation to Lin Yingwei. "Grandfather, please do not speak of me like that. You are still quite capable." Lin Yingwei interjected, attempting to console Lin Qingming, but he waved her off, dismissing her words. "Yingwei is still a young lady, and for many years, no one has been able to assist her. Young friend Shi, you possess some wit and experience. You should accompany Yingwei and lend her a hand." "All right, what?" Lin Yingwei exclaimed, clearly taken aback by her grandfather's arrangement. Shi Yuan had expected to be appointed as a manager or overseer, but instead, he found himself being asked to assist Lin Yingwei, essentially becoming her secretary. The notion of being a secretary to a beautiful female boss left him momentarily speechless. "Young friend Shi, you previously stated you would defer to my arrangements. I trust you do not wish to retract that now?" Lin Qingming inquired, observing Shi Yuan's fluctuating expression while stroking his beard. "Grandfather, Yingwei does not need assistance." Yes, old Lin. You see, I am quite clumsy, lacking in knowledge, and entirely unqualified. If any mistakes were to occur, it would be disastrous." Shi Yuan had resolved that given his awkward rapport with Lin Yingwei, working for her could lead to unfavorable outcomes. "You need not belittle yourself. This is settled. If you continue to refuse, I shall have to account for your stay here," Lin Qingming declared, catching Shi Yuan off guard with his cunning. Despite Shi Yuan's internal struggle, he found a glimmer of hope upon noticing Lin Yingwei's reluctance. If she declined, old Lin would have no choice but to abandon the arrangement. Shi Yuan quickly shot her a significant glance. Lin Yingwei had initially intended to reject her grandfather's proposal, but upon catching Shi Yuan's eye, her thoughts shifted. "Thank you, grandfather, for your concern. With young Master Shi's assistance, I shall find my tasks considerably lighter." After speaking, she cast a challenging look at Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan was momentarily taken aback. What was she up to? Had she lost her mind? He regarded Lin Yingwei with confusion. Lin Qingming, too, was slightly astonished. But then he smiled and said, "As long as Yingwei agrees, then you both should explore the business shops in Jinling together." "Understood, grandfather. I will be sure to properly engage young Master Lin's help," Lin Yingwei affirmed, her eyes gleaming with triumph as she regarded Shi Yuan. Hearing her emphasize help made Shi Yuan's heart sink. He felt as if he were heading into a den of tigers. Once Lin Qingming exited the hall, only Shi Yuan and Lin Yingwei remained. Feeling a chill from her cheerful scrutiny, Shi Yuan asked, "What do you intend to do?" "I assure you, I will not sell my body." "Bah, you shameless rogue. If it weren't for my grandfather, I would never consider having you assist me. As if you could be of any help." Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan adjusted his cap and grinned. "Miss Yingwei, your filial piety is commendable. I shall not intrude any further." He began to turn away. "Wait," Lin Yingwei called out as Shi Yuan attempted to leave. "What is it?" he asked. "Miss Yingwei, you know I am quite handsome, but beyond that, I possess little skill. I doubt I can be of much assistance to you," Shi Yuan said, feeling exasperated as he found himself unable to escape. Lin Yingwei, however, could not suppress a laugh, and as Shi Yuan turned to look, he saw her cover her mouth with her delicate hand, her wide sleeves trailing down to reveal a glimpse of her fair arm, her smile radiant, her eyes sparkling like rainbows. Sure, Yuan swallowed hard and mechanically asked, "What are you laughing at?" Lin Yingwei halted her laughter upon hearing Shi Yuan's words, only to find him staring at her in a daze, which made her cheeks flush with embarrassment. With a playful scowl, she retorted, "I was merely laughing at your foolishness. At least you possess some self-awareness. However, I must say, not only are your skills mediocre, but your appearance is also rather unremarkable. If one were to speak of your strengths, it would seem your only asset is your thick skin." Shi Yuan, undeterred and unashamed, chuckled and replied, "My lady, you seem to know me quite well, though I must suggest that your standards of beauty require some refinement. How can you claim I am unremarkable? Since you are so familiar with me, what is it you wish for me to do? Since my grandfather sent you to assist me, do not even think about slacking off. I happen to need a carriage driver, and you appear quite suitable for the task. How audacious. This girl dares to consider herself my driver. How outrageous." Shi Yuan thought to himself, filled with indignation. "Lady Yingwei, I would be quite eager to be your driver. I mean carriage driver, but alas, I do not possess the skills to drive horses. Furthermore, I am not well acquainted with Jinling. Do not concern yourself with these matters. I will ensure someone teaches you." It was evident that she was doing this on purpose. Clearly, someone was to drive. Yet she insisted on having others instruct her. Alas, it is indeed futile to reason with a woman, Shi Yuan mused with a bitter smile. Seeing Shi Yuan fall silent, Lin Yingwei, with her head bowed in contemplation, spoke again, "Then prepare yourself, come to the entrance shortly. I need to visit a few shops in Jinling to collect some accounts." Realizing he could not evade this, Shi Yuan reluctantly agreed. "I have little to prepare. But will you be going alone, Lady Yingwei? Why not invite Qing Shuang and Qing Lu? I am merely going to a few shops in Jinling. Your presence as the carriage driver will suffice. Let them rest," Lin Yingwei replied before turning to exit the house. Shi Yuan watched her retreating figure, fuming. Not only did this girl consider herself my driver, but she also treated me like a servant. Upon exiting the Lin residence with Lin Yingwei, he noticed a carriage awaiting them outside. "Uncle Yang, please teach this young master Shi Yuan how to drive the horses today." Lin Yingwei instructed the middle-aged man beside the carriage before gracefully ascending into it. What an astonishingly rounded figure she possesses. Shi Yuan gazed at her as she climbed into the carriage, his thoughts drifting into unbidden fantasies. "Young master, please board the carriage." The middle-aged man, referred to as Uncle Yang by Lin Yingwei, assisted her into the carriage, interrupting Shi Yuan's reverie. "Oh, yes, Shi Yuan replied, climbing onto the carriage and lifting the curtain to peer inside. What a delightful fragrance. Just as Lin Yingwei settled herself, Shi Yuan's head intruded into the carriage, his nose twitching as he inhaled the scent. "You scoundrel! Get out at once!" Lin Yingwei exclaimed, extending her foot to kick him. "Wow, what a large foot!" Shi Yuan yelped, catching her delicate foot in his hand. Upon realizing her foot was seized by this insufferable man, Lin Yingwei panicked and attempted to kick him with her other foot. However, this movement caused her to lose her balance, tumbling from her seat in the carriage. With a thud, Lin Yingwei landed heavily on the carriage floor. Soon after, she burst into tears. Not sure whether it was from the pain or her indignation. All right. Do not cry. If you must exit, then do so. But do not be so rough. Please, cease your tears." Shi Yuan, taken aback by her sudden weeping, felt at a loss. Yet, upon hearing his words, Lin Yingwei only cried louder. "Stop crying. If you persist, I shall truly come in." Shi Yuan warned sternly, his voice low but firm. To his surprise, this command had the desired effect, and Lin Yingwei's sobs gradually subsided, though she sniffled softly. "You cannot come in. I will stop crying." Seeing her cease her tears, Shi Yuan grinned. "That's more like it. Did you hurt your backside? If you like, I could forfeit my innocence and give it a gentle rub. Get lost." Lin Yingwei retorted sharply, and as she prepared to kick him again, Shi Yuan called out, "Here it comes. You must be a mule," and hastily exited the carriage. Uncle Yang, let us proceed. We cannot afford to waste time," Shi Yuan stated earnestly to the middle-aged man below. Uncle Yang was already drenched in cold sweat. He had initially thought Shi Yuan was merely a carriage driver sent by Lin Yingwei for instruction, but to his astonishment, Shi Yuan had made the usually composed young lady cry. It was his first time witnessing such a sight. As Uncle Yang pondered this, he glanced at Shi Yuan, who was dressed like a scholar, and abandoned the idea of teaching him how to drive. If this young man were to accompany the young lady, it might lead to. Uncle Yang chuckled to himself as he took a seat beside Shi Yuan. Inside the carriage, Lin Yingwei informed Uncle Yang of their destination, then fell into deep thought. "What has come over me? I have returned only 2 days and have already cried twice. Moreover, I wept in front of others. That insufferable scoundrel." Lin Yingwei silently cursed Shi Yuan as she listened intently to the outside. "Uncle Yang, are these 2 horses a male and a female? How would the young master know? I observed them whispering sweet nothings to one another. They must be a loving couple. That shameless scoundrel. Lin Ying's face flushed crimson upon hearing this, and she lowered her head in embarrassment. Chapter 8. The paper-making workshop. The bustling streets of Jinling greeted the dawn with vibrancy. Thrumming with life, Shiwan sat in the Lin family's carriage, whistling and nodding his head. Though clad in scholarly attire, he resembled a rogue loitering by the roadside. The middle-aged man driving the horses would occasionally impart some tips on driving the carriage, to which Shiwan responded with playful banter. Yet his inquiries revolved around the mating habits of horses. Uncle Yang could only chuckle at the young master's peculiar questions as they journeyed. "Miss, we have arrived," Uncle Yang announced as the carriage halted before a shop. Shiwan leaped down and surveyed the establishment beside him. It was elegantly adorned. With a bright entrance and a prominent banner displayed a large character, Lin. Just as Shiwan was admiring the Lin family shop, Lin Yingwe emerged from the carriage. Her tear stains absent, though her complexion remained slightly flushed. "Lady, is it warm inside the carriage? Your face appears rather red," Shiwan remarked, extending his hand to assist her down. "Why do you concern yourself?" Lin Yingwe retorted, her blush deepening. She brushed aside his hand and jumped from the carriage. Having just fallen in the carriage, the jump aggravated her discomfort, causing her to frown slightly. Yet, upon seeing Shiwan's cheeky grin, she huffed and walked toward the shop. Shiwan, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his head, assuming Lin Yingwe was still upset, and withdrew his outstretched hand, hastily following her into the shop. The interior of the shop was simply laid out, divided into 4 sections: brushes, ink, paper, and inkstones, each featuring a counter with various goods displayed on the shelves behind. As Lin Yingwe entered the shop, an elderly man with white whiskers approached her. "Miss, you have arrived," the old man said, slightly bowing before her. "Uncle Tian, you need not be so formal. I just returned from Bianzhou yesterday and have come to settle last month's accounts," Lin Yingwe replied with great respect for the elder. "Oh, I see. That works out perfectly. The other managers turned over the accounts to me a few days ago, so I shall present them to you as well, saving you the trouble of running around," Uncle Tian explained before turning to go inside. "Miss Lin, why are there so few customers in this shop?" Shi Yuan, noticing the lack of patrons, inquired curiously of Lin Yingwe. "You really are quite oblivious. These writing materials are not affordable for everyone, so how could we expect a multitude of buyers? Even in the city of Jinling, our Lin family only possesses 3 shops." Upon hearing Lin Yingwe's explanation, Shi Yuan grasped the situation, yet he furrowed his brow and asked, "If the market for these writing tools is so bleak, does that not imply, while it is true that common households do not utilize these items frequently, our Lin family has thrived in Jinling for many years, undoubtedly due to our strategic advantages?" As Lin Yingwe spoke, a hint of pride emerged on her face. She glanced at Shi Yuan and continued, "Within the realm of Nanqing, one could say that throughout the entire Deqing, only 3 families engage in the trade of writing materials. Besides our Lin family, there are the Shi and Jin families, and all 3 are located in Jinling. Why is that?" Shi Yuan asked, puzzled. "What do you think is the most crucial among the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone?" Lin Yingwe posed a question to Shi Yuan without rushing to answer. After pondering briefly, Shi Yuan responded, "From a merchant's perspective, paper is undoubtedly the most important, as it experiences the highest consumption. You possess some insight. Indeed, paper is paramount among these 4 items. This is not only due to its high consumption, but also because the technique of paper making is essential. Thus, although there are numerous small paper mills within Deqing, it is our Lin family, along with the Shi and Jin families, that lead the industry. Our paper is exclusively supplied to the government and affluent households." "I see. So the Lin family caters to high-end consumers. No wonder there are so few customers in the shop." Shi Yuan, upon hearing Lin Yingwe's explanation, understood the reasoning. However, he remained perplexed. If that is the case, why hasn't anyone absorbed those small mills to expand the market? Seemingly sensing Shi Yuan's thoughts, Lin Yingwe replied, "The art of paper making is not as simple as you might think. Those small mills use inferior materials and crude techniques, producing little output. Absorbing them would yield negligible profits." With this, Shi Yuan comprehended the rationale. The technology of paper making in this world is limited, and output is low. Even if one were to absorb those small mills, neglecting them would lead to increased sales, but the small mills carrying the Lin family's name could tarnish our reputation. Conversely, improving those mills would raise costs, increase output, yet the market would not expand, ultimately resulting in surplus stock. In summary, the high-end market is already saturated. And to venture into the low-end market, one must reduce costs. Yet current technology cannot keep pace. While Shi Yuan and Lin Yingwe conversed, Uncle Tian had already brought out the account book. After Lin Yingwe inquired about a few business matters regarding the account book, they made no further delay and left the shop. "Miss, shall we visit the other 2 shops?" Old Yang inquired of Lin Yingwei, who had already boarded the carriage. Since we have the account book, there's no need to go. Excellent. Then can we return home? Shi Yuan, hearing Lin Yingwei's response, eagerly leaned into the carriage. You are too naive. It has barely been a while since we left, and there is still much to accomplish, yet you wish to return. Also, why have you poked your head back into the carriage? Quickly get out. Shi Yuan remained undeterred, seated in the driver's position. He found the carriage's seat quite uncomfortable due to a protruding section. Moreover, he had no desire to be perceived as a mere gigolo serving the young mistress. Boss. I mean, Miss Lin, I am rather uncomfortable sitting here. Moreover, with my strikingly handsome appearance, the young ladies on the roadside will be unable to pass by, causing traffic congestion. If we must continue, let me sit inside. After all, I would be depriving no one of the opportunity to gaze upon me. Before Shi Yuan could finish, he noticed Lin Yingwei's face flush with indignation. However, this time, she had learned wisely, refraining from kicking him and instead throwing a decorative pillow from inside the carriage. Shi Yuan caught the pillow with ease, glanced at it, and playfully said to Lin Yingwei, "Thank you for your concern, Miss Lin." He then withdrew his head from the carriage and promptly placed the pillow beneath him. Uncle Yang, beside him, was utterly astonished. Though he had previously witnessed Shi Yuan's audacity, he now realized that this young master's boldness was unmatched, even thicker than the walls of Jinling. And as for his audacity, placing the young mistress's decorative pillow beneath him was no small feat. Uncle Yang, let us proceed to the workshop. After a considerable time, Lin Yingwei finally composed herself and instructed Old Yang. The Lin family's workshop is located just outside Jinling. After departing the city, they soon arrived at the workshop. Shi Yuan surveyed the scene before him, a vast open area filled with bamboo huts, where the sounds of paper makers pounding pulp echoed, and in the distance, large wooden barrels emitted steam. The atmosphere resembled that of a small factory. Shi Yuan, feeling somewhat contemplative, noticed a middle-aged man in a blue outfit approaching the carriage. "Miss, what brings you to the paper mill today?" The man, upon reaching the carriage, respectfully bowed to Lin Yingwei inside. "It is you, Uncle Li. I just returned from Yangzhou yesterday and came to inspect the paper mill today," Lin Yingwei replied, hopping down from the carriage, wincing slightly at the discomfort in her backside, and shot an irritated glare at Shi Yuan before walking towards the man she referred to as Uncle Li. "Uncle Li, has everything been well at the mill lately?" Lin Yingwei inquired as they walked. "Reporting to you, miss, everything is well. However, a few days ago, rain caused some rainwater to seep into a few barrels of coarse pulp." "Oh, how could that happen? Were there not people guarding the barrels? How could rainwater get in?" Well, the rain fell too heavily the other day, and we did not manage to cover the barrels in time." Thus, Lin Yingwei frowned slightly upon hearing Uncle Li's hesitant response, and said, "Please take me to see for myself." The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment before turning to lead her into the paper mill. As they walked, Shi Yuan began to grasp the paper-making process. The paper produced by the Lin family is of superior quality, primarily using bamboo and wood, with a complex process involving soaking, peeling, steaming, pulping, filtering, removing water, and drying, among other intricate steps, before it takes shape. Although the efficiency does not match that of a modern assembly line, Shi Yuan held immense respect for the ingenuity of the ancients. Just as he marveled at the paper-making techniques of the time, Lin Yingwei suddenly halted in her tracks. In front of her stood several large wooden barrels containing stripped bamboo and lime water, and it appeared that the barrels before her were much more waterlogged than the others. Li San, who was responsible for overseeing these barrels. Lin Yingwei's expression darkened as she addressed the middle-aged man directly by his name, no longer referring to him as Uncle Li. Upon hearing Lin Yingwei's inquiry, Li San stammered, unable to articulate a response. "Yingwei, it was merely a bit of rainwater that seeped in. There is no need to place blame on the millmaster." As the voice drew nearer, two elegantly dressed and handsome young men approached. The speaker, Shi Yuan, recognized one of them as the Lin family disciple who had claimed otherwise before old Lin yesterday. Shi Yuan remembered the disdainful glare he received when he was scolded and sent away by old Lin. The young man approached Lin Yingwei and, upon seeing Shi Yuan, let out a heavy snort, casting a rather unfriendly gaze in his direction. "Lin Yin, and, young Master Jin, what brings you to our Lin family's workshop?" Lin Yingwei inquired, puzzled by the arrival of the two. "Yingwei, you certainly have a commanding presence. Ever since you took charge of the family business, even I, your elder brother, seem to have been forgotten. This is the Lin family workshop. Do I need to report my arrival here?" Lin Yin retorted sarcastically, turning to face Lin Yingwei. Rather than displaying any displeasure at Lin Yan's mockery, Lin Yingwei merely smiled and replied, "Brother, you overstate your case. I was simply curious. Aren't you supposed to be at the academy today?" This question momentarily left Lin Yan at a loss for words, unsure of how to respond. Just then, the silent young Master Jean beside him spoke up. Sister Ingwe, please don't misunderstand. Due to the Jiangnan Poetry Conference, my elder brother and I took the day off from our studies to enjoy the spring and seek some inspiration. We merely passed by this paper workshop and my brother, thinking of Lin family business, wanted to take a look. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan inwardly sighed. Recognizing young Master Jin's eloquence, his composed response effortlessly resolved Lin Yingwe's inquiry, far superior to Lin Yan's fumbling attempt. Young Master Jin appeared unfamiliar, yet from his words, Shi Yuan gathered he was a student from the Wenhua Academy. Chapter 9. Young Master Jin is the second son of the Lin family. Lin Yan's identity was a source of pride for him. Despite being merchants, the Lin family was affluent, ensuring he lacked for nothing and could live in leisure. Everything seemed idyllic. Moreover, as the legitimate grandson of the Lin family, he was to inherit the family estate. He had always envisioned himself in this role until a few years ago when that old man inexplicably entrusted the family business to his sister. Although Lin Yingwe was born of the first wife, she was still a woman and younger than him by several months. This was a bitter pill for him to swallow. He attempted to excel, even attending the Wenhua Academy, yet none of it earned him the old man's favor. Furthermore, that old man had the audacity to reprimand him in front of an outsider yesterday. Lin Yan had a restless night. This morning, he fortuitously encountered young Master Jin. And under his persuasion, he skipped the academy. After all, the Lin family had invested significantly in the academy's construction, and the teachers dared not cross him. Young Master Jin intended to take him out of the city for a leisurely excursion, and later visit Folai Tower to find a couple of girls to lift their spirits. However, upon passing by his family's workshop, young Master Jin expressed a desire to visit. Initially hesitant due to the workshop's disarray and the underlying tension between their families, Lin Yan was swayed by a few flattering remarks and decided that merely stepping inside wouldn't be too burdensome. Little did he expect that shortly after their arrival, his sister would show up. He thought to discreetly slip away but was mocked by young Master Jin, prompting him to impulsively insult Lin Yingwe, inadvertently falling into her trap. Fortunately, young Master Jin intervened, or he would have been at a loss for words. Although he had reservations about bringing young Master Jin to the workshop, he now felt pleased with his decision, thinking it quite astute. Yes. Young Master Jin and I are here seeking inspiration, Lin Yan hastily affirmed. Echoing young Master Jin's words. Inspiration indeed. Perhaps it lies with the courtesans. Shi Yuan scoffed at Lin Yan's empty words, perceiving him as a fool easily swayed. He couldn't fathom how the wise old Lin could have such a dim-witted grandson. Truly, like father, like son. As Shi Yuan chuckled softly, young Master Jin caught him in the act. Shi Yuan, why do you laugh innocently? Do you harbor some reservations? At this, all eyes turned toward Shi Yuan, including Lin Yingwe's, who regarded him with a smile, seemingly anticipating his explanation. Young Master Jin, is it? How do you know me? While I do possess a certain charm, I can't believe I'm well known enough to be recognized by all. Shi Yuan, do not be impertinent. This is the eldest son of the Jin family, and you shall not make a mockery of him here. Lin Yan bellowed, unable to contain his anger at Shi Yuan's audacity. With old Lin absent today, Lin Yan recalled how Shi Yuan had consistently ignored him, and how he had been reprimanded because of Shi Yuan the previous day. His pride compelled him to put Shi Yuan in his place. Oh, Lin Yan, if young Master Jin is the eldest son of the Jin family, then who might you be? How dare you, Shi Yuan, living off the Lin family, yet you remain ignorant of my identity. Listen well, I am Lin Yan, the legitimate grandson of the Lin family. Oh, so you do recognize your identity. I thought young Master Jin had merely brought his pet along. Shi Yuan replied, casting a sidelong glance at Lin Yingwe, wary of her potential displeasure. However, she maintained her composure, betraying no reaction. Upon hearing Shi Yuan's remark, those present struggled to stifle their laughter, their faces flushed with suppressed mirth. How dare you, Shi Yuan, to call me a dog? You, Lin Yan seethed, recognizing the implication in Shi Yuan's words, but his indignation left him speechless. Seeing Lin Yan's face turn crimson with rage, Shi Yuan simply smiled and said, how could young Master Lin be a dog? You should not belittle yourself. You are surely above such comparisons. With that, Lin Yan could no longer contain himself and lunged at Shi Yuan, who was equally prepared for a confrontation. Lin Yan, enough. You are bringing shame upon the Lin family. Lin Yingwe shouted, attempting to intervene as Lin Yan and Shi Yuan were about to clash. Li San, why are you just standing there? Restrain him, Lin Yingwe commanded, her voice rising. Li San promptly intervened, holding Lin Yan back. You wretched servants. Let me go? Seize Shi Yuan. Lin Yan shouted, struggling against Li San's grip. Lin Yan, have you had enough of this ruckus? Lin Yingwe retorted. You treacherous woman. assisting outsiders. You and that dog of yours. Lin Yan's outburst only intensified, now including Lin Yingwei in his tirade. A sharp slap echoed through the air, leaving everyone in stunned silence as Lin Yingwei struck Lin Yan across the face. Shi Yuan thought to himself, astonished by Lin Yingwei's boldness in publicly chastising Lin Yan. To his disbelief, Lin Yan began to cry. You dare strike me? I will go home and tell grandfather. And you, Shi Yuan, just wait. With that, Lin Yan bolted toward the workshop exit. Shi Yuan could not help but chuckle upon hearing the commotion. The young master of the Lin family truly was a fool. Having been reduced to tears by Lin Yingwei's slap, and then running off to complain to the old man Lin. This reminded him of his days in kindergarten when children would threaten him with tales of their fathers coming to avenge them. As Lin Yan sobbed and fled, Lin Yingwei turned to the young master of the Jin family and said, Young Master Jin, I apologize for the spectacle. Indeed. With a lady of your caliber in the Lin family, their prosperity is assured. I hold great admiration for you, the Jin family's young master replied, though he added, however, while Lin Yan may have been in the wrong, it is not fitting for you to strike him. Shi Yuan thought to himself. You certainly know how to play the Good Samaritan. I suspect you instigated this whole affair. Lin Yingwei's expression turned frosty as she replied. This is a family matter of the Lin clan, so there is no need for young Master Jin to concern himself. Moreover, this is my family's workshop. It would be best for you to leave promptly. Lin Yingwei's tone, though calm, bore an unmistakable authority. Shi Yuan noted her firm stance, contemplating her intent to dismiss him. He flashed her a grin, but Lin Yingwei simply turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze. The Jin family's young master maintained a serene demeanor, replying gently. What you say is quite true. I was invited here by Lin Yan, and now that he has departed, it is only proper that I do the same. Oh, but before I go, allow me to introduce myself. I am Jin Tanjie. Shi Yuan, your poetry at Wenhua Academy was indeed impressive. As if adorned in fine silks rather than being a mere silkworm farmer. Truly splendid. Jin Tanjie slightly bowed towards Shi Yuan, expressing, I hold your talent in high regard, but given today's circumstances, I must take my leave. I hope to converse with you again another day. With that, he departed without further delay. Watching Jin Tanjie leave, Lin Yingwei shot Shi Yuan a glare, huffing heavily before striding towards Li San. This is blatant provocation of my relationship with the Lin family. Jin Tanjie has played a trick on me. Shi Yuan lamented inwardly, observing Lin Yingwei approach Li San. Uncle Li, regarding the matter of the water in the barrels, please summon the person responsible for guarding them. After a moment's hesitation, Li San reluctantly went to call for someone. Soon, he returned with a young, scruffy child. Miss, this is the one who guards the barrels, he said. Lin Yingwei scrutinized the child, her demeanor softening as she inquired, What is your name, and how old are you? The child, appearing somewhat frightened, stammered, I am Li Maomao. I'm 13 years old. Li Maomao? 13? The Lin family appears to be employing child labor. Shi Yuan mused. Noting the child's surname was the same as Li San's, which explained Li San's earlier hesitance. Do not be afraid. I only wish to ask you a few questions. Do you usually oversee these barrels? Lin Yingwei gently encouraged. Why yes, the child replied timidly. Then how did the rainwater get in? Lin Yingwei pressed. I didn't. Please, miss, do not dismiss me. The child knelt down and began to cry, their earlier quietness now replaced with loud sobs. Enough, little sister. Please stop crying. I did not say I would dismiss you. Lin Yingwei urged, bending down to comfort the child. Yet, the more she tried to console, the louder the child wailed, prompting Lin Yingwei to adopt a stern expression and call out sharply. At her words, the child's cries ceased immediately, though they still knelt, sniffling. I won't cry anymore, Mississippi. Please don't dismiss me. Seeing the child calm down brought a smile to Lin Yingwei's face. But she soon realized her tone had mirrored that of Shi Yuan's earlier intimidation. Stealing a glance at Shi Yuan, she found him grinning at her. Frustrated, she deliberately stepped on his foot as she stood up. Shi Yuan yelped in surprise. What are you shouting about? Lin Yingwei said, her face alight with amusement. How dare you pretend innocence? It was you who stepped on me. Shi Yuan thought, though he feigned a smile, saying, It's nothing. I merely cried out as a bee stung me unexpectedly. Ridiculous. Where would a bee be in early spring? Lin Yingwei retorted. Oh, you clearly lack knowledge. Some bees emerge in spring and are particularly drawn to handsome young men. Shi Yuan replied with a straight face, his gaze teasingly fixed on Lin Yingwei. Her cheeks flushed at his words, but she quickly regained her composure. You are the bee. You are the shameless rogue. Lin Yingwei huffed, taking a moment to calm herself before turning to Li San, asking, Li San, what is the meaning of this? Li San, flustered from Shi Yuan's earlier jest, finally collected himself and stammered, Miss, this Li Maomao is my distant niece. Due to her mother's poor health, I arranged for her to work here guarding the barrels. I acted foolishly and hope for your forgiveness. Lin Yingwei turned to Li Maomao, asking, little sister, is what Li San said true? Why yes, Mississippi. It's true. My mother was gravely ill, and I returned home to visit her, which is why the rainwater got in. The young girl began to weep quietly again. Oh, the cruelty of this world. This girl, so young and in the prime of her life, forced to labor in this workshop. Surely, there are many others like her suffering, Shi Yuan reflected, feeling a pang of compassion as a time traveler unaccustomed to such realities. Little sister, do not worry. Your young mistress will not make things difficult for you. Right, Miss Lin? He said, gently stroking Li Maomao's head while looking at Lin Yingwei. Lin Yingwei observed Shi Yuan's warm gesture and the comforting smile he offered the child, finding it unexpectedly heartening. Perhaps he wasn't as insufferable as she thought. Yet, she refrained from affirming his words, instead addressing Li Maomao kindly, little sister, since you acted out of filial piety, I shall not punish you. Would you be willing to work at the Lin residence? The child stood there, momentarily stunned, unsure how to respond, while Li San urged. You should kneel and express your gratitude to the young mistress. Upon hearing Li San's words, Li Maomao was about to kneel down. But both Shi Yuan and Lin Yingwei simultaneously reached out to support her. Their hands fortuitously brushed against one another. When Lin Yingwei made contact with Shi Yuan's hand, her face flushed, and she swiftly withdrew her hand. Once she had composed herself and cautiously glanced at Shi Yuan, she found him still wearing a carefree grin. With a soft huff, she turned her head away, choosing not to look at him any longer. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan paid no heed to her reaction and shifted the conversation back to Li Maomao, asking, little sister, you need not rush to kneel. May I inquire how much you earn each month? Li San, overhearing Shi Yuan's inquiry, felt a chill run through him. Li Maomao was his distant niece. Having lost her father at a young age, and her mother was often ill, which led to their family's increasingly dire financial situation. A few months prior, when Li Maomao came to borrow money, he had initially intended to dismiss her with some worn-out clothing. However, at that moment, the paper mill was in need of a worker to tend to the pulp, and he cleverly suggested that Li Maomao fill that position. This not only earned him a good reputation, but also allowed him to oversee her monthly wages, from which he would gain considerable benefits. Everything unfolded as he had envisioned until recently, when Li Maomao's mother fell gravely ill, prompting her to plead with him. Coincidentally, the paper mill was experiencing a lull, so he permitted Li Maomao to return home that night. Little did he know, it rained that night, leading to the current predicament. Li San understood that deceiving the astute young lady was an impossibility, so he resolved to be forthright, leveraging Li Maomao's pitiful circumstances to elicit sympathy from her. The young lady had a kind heart towards the servants of the Lin family, and this matter was known throughout the paper mill. His calculations were indeed astute. Lin Yingwei showed genuine compassion for Li Maomao and even mentioned her potential stay at the Lin residence. Although he would no longer profit from Li Maomao's wages, at the very least, he would secure a favorable reputation in the eyes of the young lady. This, in turn, would greatly enhance his chances for future advancement. He could almost envision the position of the 4th District Chief beckoning to him. Yet, he had overlooked one critical aspect. He had not anticipated that the seemingly thick-skinned and unassuming Shi Yuan would discern his intentions. My monthly wage is given to me by my uncle, and it is. For coins, Li Maomao replied without much thought. Upon hearing her answer, Shi Yuan fell silent, for coins were neither excessive nor insufficient. For Li Maomao, as long as her mother did not fall gravely ill, it could barely suffice for their livelihood. However, Shi Yuan knew that the Lin family paid their workers significantly more than this amount. Indeed, upon hearing Li Maomao's response, Lin Yingwei's expression turned icy. She swiftly turned to glare at Li San. Young lady, I acknowledge my mistake, considering my past labor. I hope the young lady can show mercy. Li San quivered in fear as he knelt down, pleading. And, you, Li Maomao. Witnessing Li San's sudden prostration and his plea to Lin Yingwei, grasped the situation and felt a surge of anger, her face turning crimson. Li San, you are quite bold. The Lin family pays at least 8 coins to these paper workers, and for you, as the district chief, it is more than 2 taels. This is all documented. How dare you withhold a little girl's wages? She is still your niece. You are clearly bringing disgrace upon the Lin family. I see no reason for you to continue as district chief. Lin Yingwei's expression was frigid as she addressed the kneeling Li San. Upon hearing her intent to remove him from his position, he fell to the ground, desperately begging for mercy. Young lady, please spare my uncle. Although he withheld my wages, he has helped Maomao. Li Maomao, witnessing the young lady's sudden fury and Li San's terrified pleas, found her own indignation towards Li San waning. She began to plead with Lin Yingwei, attempting to kneel again, but was stopped by Shi Yuan. It was no wonder she felt sympathetic. In her eyes, Li San had indeed assisted her in some way. After all, she was merely an innocent girl. and her heart remained kind. As Shi Yuan reflected on this, Lin Yingwei let out a sigh. Little sister, why must you plead for Li San? Very well. This matter originated with you. Since you have spoken on his behalf, I shall spare him this time. Thank you. Thank you for your great kindness, young lady. Li San exclaimed, bowing deeply. Humph. Li San, do not be too hasty in your gratitude. Were it not for your niece's plea, I would not have shown you leniency. Considering your past efforts, I shall let you remain as a deputy district chief. You will forfeit 1 month's wages. As for the district chief position, I will discuss it with Old Master Nangong shortly, and he will take charge of the paper mill from now on. Furthermore, you must return whatever wages you have withheld from this young lady. Is this arrangement satisfactory to you? Lin Yingwei interrupted Li San, speaking calmly yet firmly. Li San dared not voice any objections, although he would no longer hold the title of district chief. The management of the paper mill's pulp would now fall to the leisurely Old Master Nangong, who held considerable influence within the Lin family. Having grown up alongside the elder master, even as the district chief, he had never dared to challenge that old man. Now, as a deputy district chief, despite the title, he still retained many of the real powers. However, the deduction of his wages left him somewhat disheartened, and he still had to repay that little girl. He felt as though he had lost both the woman and the battle. Li San silently lamented while maintaining a compliant facade. Shi Yuan, observing Lin Yingwei's adept handling of Li San, found himself quietly impressed. Her approach was indeed fitting. Dismissing Li San solely on Li Maomao's behalf would likely incite discontent among the workers of the mill. The Lin family could risk losing the support of the people by striking Li San and then offering him a sweet reward. She not only punished him, but also silenced any potential dissent. This young lady possessed a keen understanding of human nature and displayed remarkable skill. Shi Yuan admired her quietly and turned to look at Lin Yingwei, only to have her huff and turn away from him. Since you have no objections, let it be decided. You may rise. Lin Yingwei was well aware of Li San's thoughts, but having been district chief for so long, he undoubtedly had his strategies. Thus, it would not do to be too severe. By the way, where has Old Master Nangong gone? He has been here for quite some time, yet I have not seen him, Lin Yingwei inquired, shifting the topic once the matter was resolved. Old Master Nangong is in the back courtyard of the paper mill, preparing the pulp. No one dares to disturb him, Li San replied, rising and speaking cautiously. Ah, I see. I shall go and pay my respects to him. I have yet to greet him since returning from Yangzhou, Lin Yingwei exclaimed, taking small, lively steps towards the back courtyard of the paper mill. Shi Yuan, intrigued by the mysterious Old Master Nangong, intended to follow her and catch a glimpse of the man who held the secrets of the Lin family's paper mill. However, Li San stopped him. The back courtyard is a crucial area for preparing the pulp. Outsiders are not permitted to enter. Li San interjected, frowning as he spoke softly yet firmly. Chapter 11. The Bet Dam. This old fellow certainly holds a grudge. I was merely curious about the ancient art of papermaking, which is why I wish to take a look. Yet, now that I have exposed him, he seeks to embarrass me. Bah, what a crucial area for the paper mill. If I don't go, then I shan't. Shi Yuan cursed silently, halting his steps, and instead began to playfully tease Li Maomao, who had just moments before worn a sorrowful expression but was soon laughing heartily at his antics. At this moment, Lin Yingwei cheerfully made her way to the backyard of the paper mill. Just as Li San had mentioned, this backyard was a crucial area for preparing pulp, filtering wet paper, and pressing and drying sheets to form paper. Each of these processes was laden with intricate details and secret recipes, and it was rare for anyone to gain entry. This misconception was where Shi Yuan had misjudged Li San. Although the number of papermakers in the backyard was pitifully small, their roles were of utmost importance, typically managed directly by the Lin family. After inquiring with a few individuals, Lin Yingwei soon located the elderly Nangong, who was preoccupied with mixing pulp. Grandpa Nangong, I have come to see you. Lin Yingwei exclaimed joyfully to the elderly man laboring beside a wooden barrel. Upon hearing her voice, the old man set aside his work and raised his head to look at her. Despite his white hair and slightly hunched back, his complexion remained rosy and his eyes bright with vitality. Ah, it is you, my dear Yingwei. You have returned from Yangzhou? He smiled warmly. Yes. I just came back yesterday and thought I would stop by the paper mill today, Lin Yingwei replied with a cheerful demeanor. Is that so? I'm surprised you still remember this old man, Nangong chuckled. You're just saying that, Grandpa Nangong. You look as robust as ever. I came straight here to see you right after returning. Nangong laughed heartily in response. You sweet girl, you have a way with words. I hope your trip to Yangzhou was pleasant. At his question, Lin Yingwei's expression momentarily darkened before she quickly regained her composure. Oh, there was nothing serious during my stay in Yangzhou, just a few minor inconveniences. However, upon returning to Jinling, I encountered an infuriating individual. As she spoke, she recalled the 2 occasions when Shi Yuan had brought her to tears, and she added with venom, "Oh, who has upset my dearing way? Speak, and I shall confront them." Nangong was taken aback. Having watched Lin Yingwei grow up, he knew she had a kind heart, but was also quite shrewd and adept, managing many of the Lin family's commercial affairs at her young age. It was hard to believe someone dared to provoke her. Let us not mention that person. Grandpa Nangong, I came to discuss something with you, Lin Yingwei said, huffing and diverting the topic, recounting events from outside the paper mill. As Nangong listened, his agitation grew, and he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, "Such audacity! Li San has gone too far. Now, Grandpa Nangong, you need not be so furious. I have already dealt with Li San. He still possesses some skills, so we shouldn't be too harsh on him. That is good to hear. Since you've already taken action, I, for one, am disinclined to intervene. You mentioned needing me to take on the role of the millmaster? Indeed. Grandpa Nangong, the Lin family's business is currently facing numerous challenges, and this paper mill is of paramount importance. You are the only one capable of bearing this responsibility. I know you find these trivial matters bothersome, but I merely wish for you to present a firm front against the unruly elements in the mill. I will manage the business affairs myself, but should a fire break out in this backyard? Very well then. I still hold some authority in the paper mill. The old man agreed without hesitation. Thank you, Grandpa Nangong. I knew you would be the best. You mischievous girl. I shall first see to those barrels of pulp that have become contaminated, Nangong remarked as he headed outside, with Lin Yingwei closely following. Outside the workshop, the papermakers were still diligently engaged in their tasks, while Shi Yuan and Li San stood by the pulp barrels, with Li Mao trailing behind Shi Yuan. Upon noticing Lin Yingwei and Grandpa Nangong approaching, Li San promptly bowed and addressed them. Mississippi. Mr. Nangong. Humph. Nangong dismissed Li San's greeting with a grunt, turning his attention to the barrels that had collected rainwater. He stirred the pulp with a bamboo stick soaked in the mixture, and after a moment of contemplation, he frowned and declared, "This pulp is unusable. Have someone remove the materials and dispose of these barrels." As Nangong prepared to instruct someone to discard the contaminated pulp, Li Mao suddenly broke into tears, stammering, It's all my fault. I. Shi Yuan, upon hearing her sobs, quickly comforted her. "Do not cry. I have a way to salvage the pulp." "Really? Is that true, Shi Yuan?" the young girl asked, her eyes widening in hope. After weeping several times, the dirt on her face had been washed away by her tears, revealing her true beauty: long trembling lashes, delicate eyebrows, and bright, clear eyes. The remnants of dirt still lingered, her fair skin shone through. And Shi Yuan could not help but think, what an adorable little girl. "However, if you continue to cry, I truly won't be able to help." Shi Yuan warned the still sobbing Li Mao. "Why are you so similar to the young lady? I won't cry anymore." Li Mao replied softly, her face a picture of grievance. Her words, though quiet, reached Lin Yingwei's ears, causing her cheeks to flush as she bit her lip and shot a fierce glare at Shi Yuan, who remained oblivious to her irritation. Shi Yuan then approached Nangong and inquired, "Mr. Nangong, it is indeed a pity to discard this pulp. Is there truly no way to salvage it?" Nangong, a veteran of the Lin family paper mill, was passionate about the art of papermaking. Having spent his youth in the mill with his father, he was invited by Lin Chiming after his father passed, and he had since dedicated himself to improving the pulp recipes, earning Lin Chiming's trust. Although he was now advanced in years, he remained confident in his expertise. Upon examining the pulp, he concluded that the varying amounts of rainwater could not be remedied, hence his decision to dispose of it. Yet, he was taken aback when this young man, whom he had not paid attention to since his arrival, dared to question him. A flicker of displeasure crossed his mind, mingled with a hint of curiosity. "Who are you? What business do you have in the Lin family paper mill?" Mr. Nangong. I am a friend of Lin Lao." No, a friend of the old man. My name is Shi Yuan, and I am currently tasked by Lin Lao to assist Miss Lin." Shi Yuan introduced himself. "Shi Yuan, I heard that the young master, the old master, saved a peculiar youth by the roadside a month ago. Could that be you?" Nangong furrowed his brow, pressing for more information. "Indeed, that was me. But I found it quite unremarkable," Shi Yuan replied with a grin. "Humph. Whether it is remarkable or not, I do not know. But why are you here causing a disturbance in the paper mill?" Nangong persisted. "Well, as I mentioned earlier, I am here at the request of Lin La to assist Miss Lin with some tasks." Nangong, hearing this, glanced at Lin Yingwei, who nodded in affirmation. He then turned back to Shi Yuan, stating, "Even so, you cannot disrupt operations in the mill." Shi Yuan chuckled, thinking, this old man is quite stubborn. "Mr. Nangong, I assure you I am not causing any disturbance. It is simply a shame to discard this pulp. These pulps have been tainted by rainwater, their compositions varying, making them irreparable. Keeping them would serve no purpose. That may not be the case. I might have a solution. Such nonsensical claims. After years of crafting paper, Nagong Rong found himself at a loss, and he scoffed at Shi Yuan's words. Indeed, if even old Mr. Nagong cannot find a solution, what can you possibly suggest? Li San chimed in with disdain, only to be silenced by a sharp glare from Nagong Rong and Lin Yingwei. Shi Yuan, do not overreach. Uncle Nagong has already stated there is no way forward, Lin Yingwei cautioned. However, Shi Yuan waved his hand dismissively and said to Nagong Rong, since this coarse pulp is to be discarded anyway, why not allow me to give it a try? Who knows, I might stumble upon a solution by chance. Very well. Then, you may attempt it. Should you truly possess a method, I, Nagong Rong, shall call you master. But if you merely speak nonsense, I shall expel you from this paper mill with a beating. Though Nagong Rong doubted Shi Yuan's capabilities, a flicker of hope lingered within him. Grandfather Nagong, Shi Yuan. Lin Yingwei began, sensing the gravity of the situation. You need not speak further, girl. I am eager to see what this young man is capable of. Nagong Rong was resolute. Do not worry, Miss Lin. I, Shi Yuan, have assured you that I possess a solution, Shi Yuan declared confidently. Bah, who is concerned about you? Should you fail, I shall be the first to drive you out. Lin Yingwei retorted, her face flushed. Brother Shi Yuan, I believe in you. Li Mao, tugging at Shi Yuan's sleeve, gazed at him with wide eyes and clenched fists. Upon hearing Li Mao's words, Shi Yuan smiled gently and asked, little sister, why are you so certain that your brother will find a way? Because, I don't know. I just feel that way. Li Mao replied, her eyes filled with determination. Well then, little sister, I assure you, your intuition is correct. Shi Yuan responded, moving towards the barrels of pulp that had been tainted by rainwater. As he approached, he stirred the coarse pulp with a bamboo stick. Pondering to himself, this so-called coarse pulp consists of water mixed with lime and some alkaline substances into which peeled bamboo or wood is soaked. After cooking, the fibers of the raw materials disperse, allowing them to be pounded into pulp, which is then refined into finished paper through various intricate processes. Though the method sounds simple, the execution is indeed complex, especially since the subsequent steps are laden with numerous details and secrets. Old Mr. Nagong, since rainwater has entered these barrels, why not add some additional ingredients? Shi Yuan inquired, still stirring the pulp. Your suggestion seems simplistic. The amount of additional ingredients depends on how much rainwater has entered each barrel. If I knew how much water was in each barrel, I would adjust it myself. Nagong Rong explained. That's precisely what I was waiting to hear. Shi Yuan thought to himself, smiling slightly as he continued. So, all I need to do is determine the amount of rainwater in each barrel? Correct. Do you have a method? Nagong Rong asked, eyeing Shi Yuan's confident demeanor skeptically. A method? I can attempt it, but I will need your measuring tools, old Mr. Nagong, Shi Yuan requested with a grin. Nagong Rong furrowed his brow at Shi Yuan's request. The barrels were wider at the top than the bottom, varied in height and size, and were quite large. Typically, water is added using standard small barrels, and with rainwater having entered these barrels, unless one measures each barrel with a small barrel, it would be cumbersome and time-consuming, with a high margin of error, leading him to discard the coarse pulp altogether. However, seeing Shi Yuan's confident smile made him wonder, could this young man truly have a solution? Nagong Rong instructed his assistants to fetch measuring tools for Shi Yuan, silently observing to see what he might accomplish. Shi Yuan took the rope and measuring tools, and with the bamboo from the pulp barrels, began measuring the large barrels. Despite their varying sizes, they were all standard truncated cones, and Shi Yuan recalled the formula for calculating the volume of such shapes clearly. This knowledge gave him the confidence to make bold claims. Thank you, great mathematics teacher, he thought, as he measured the barrels, occasionally sketching symbols in the dirt with a stick. Lin Yingwei and the others watched in silence, their expressions a blend of curiosity and apprehension. Before long, Shi Yuan calculated the volumes of several barrels. The computations were straightforward, though measuring took considerable effort. Old Mr. Nagong, may I borrow the tools you typically use for measuring water? He asked, having determined the volumes of the barrels. Although Nagong Rong did not understand Shi Yuan's intentions, he nonetheless provided him with the small measuring barrel. After measuring the volume of the small barrel, Shi Yuan inquired, may I ask, old Mr. Nagong, how much water and ingredients do you usually use for mixing the pulp? 12 barrels of water, along with about 5 barrels of prepared coarse pulp, Nagong Rong replied. After hearing this, Shi Yuan calculated again, and soon turned to a nearby worker, instructing, this barrel needs half a barrel of ingredients, and this one requires 3/5. That makes 60%. He directed the worker while mumbling to himself, drawing various symbols in the dirt. The onlookers displayed a range of emotions. Nagong Rong appeared puzzled and embarrassed, Lin Yingwei was both curious and pleasantly surprised, and Li Maomao's face beamed with joy. Success. Old Mr. Nangong, please check if the ingredients I added are accurate. Shi Yuan announced, grinning after completing the last barrel. Do not be too hasty in your joy. Let me evaluate the results first, Nangong Rong replied, moving cautiously to inspect the barrels. He selected a slender bamboo stick, stirred the pulp, and then took a spoonful to examine it closely. Lin Yingwei and Li Maomao watched with bated breath, their expressions tense with anticipation. After observing the mixture in the spoon, Nangong Rong appeared slightly astonished. He rubbed a bit between his fingers, his face a mask of confusion. Finally, he brought his hand to his nose and inhaled deeply, his eyes closing in contemplation. After a long pause, he finally spoke. I concede. I should have known. I knew you could do it, brother Shi Yuan. Li Maomao exclaimed joyfully upon hearing Nangong Rong's admission. Lin Yingwei's face mirrored disbelief, mixed with a hint of delight. Meanwhile, Li San regarded Shi Yuan with suspicion and resentment. I keep my word. Since you have devised a solution today, I shall honor you as master. Nangong Rong declared earnestly, preparing to bow to Shi Yuan. Grandfather Nangong, please don't. Lin Yingwei and Li San shouted in unison. Grandfather Nangong, Mr. Shi Yuan was merely jesting. There is no need to take it to heart, Lin Yingwei advised, casting a meaningful glance at Shi Yuan. Indeed, Elder Nangong, it was merely an accident. It should not be taken seriously, Li San chimed in. Nangong Rong, a venerable figure in the papermaking industry, had imparted his knowledge to Li San. If Nangong Rong were to declare that young man as his teacher, Li San would then have to refer to him as his grandmaster, which was simply unacceptable. He quickly interjected to dissuade the dispute. There's no need for you to quarrel. I still wish to seek guidance on this matter. The title of teacher must be acknowledged. Nangong Rong waved his hand, halting Lin Yingwei and Li San's attempts to placate him, and prepared to bow once more to Shi Yuan. Dear Elder Nangong, you need not call me teacher. I learned this method of calculation from someone else. Shi Yuan hastily reassured him. Oh, is there truly such a remarkable individual in this world? Might I inquire their name? Nangong Rong asked, momentarily taken aback by Shi Yuan's words. Have you heard of Zhu Chongji? Shi Yuan inquired with a smile. His mention of the name left the audience momentarily stunned, while Shi Yuan himself quietly chuckled. The area of a circle is indeed related to pi, and claiming that it was imparted to him by Zhu Chongji was not entirely unfounded. Zhu Chongji. In my travels across the land, I have encountered many places but have yet to hear of such a figure, Nangong Rong replied, shaking his head. Shi Yuan mused inwardly that it seemed there was indeed no such personage. He continued, well, it is not surprising you have not heard of him. He is a mathematician from my hometown, and it is he who derived this method of calculation. Your hometown, a mathematician? Pray tell, Mr. Shi, where is your homeland? And what position does this mathematician hold? Nangong Rong pressed curiously. The old man was indeed quite stubborn, actually addressing me as teacher. Does this mean I am now considered 2 generations above Lin Yingwei? How did I suddenly feel like I had aged several years? Shi Yuan thought to himself, then spoke. My hometown lies 1,000 miles away, far from here. It is best left unmentioned. Elder Nangong, you may simply call me Shi Yuan. There is no need for the title of teacher. How could that be? I wish to learn your method of measurement. The title of teacher must be used. Elder Nangong, are you truly intent on learning this method? Absolutely. Then very well. As long as you refrain from calling me teacher, I shall teach you. Shi Yuan felt a degree of respect for the stubborn elder. After all, he was a true craftsman, and he merely had the advantage of being a traveler from another world. If he were to become this elder's teacher, he would feel somewhat guilty. Thus, he resorted to his cunning once more. How about it, Elder Nangong? Will you agree? Nangong Rong found himself in a quandary. If he called Shi Yuan teacher, he would not learn the method, yet if he did not, it would contradict his earlier statements. Grandfather Nangong, please agree to Mr. Shi's request. It will allow him to share the method with you. Is that not agreeable? Lin Yingwei, noticing Nangong Rong's predicament, urged him. Upon hearing her words, Nangong Rong sighed slightly and said, very well, I shall acquiesce. However, I fear I shall bear the stigma of disbelief. Hurry and impart the method to me. Shi Yuan, pleased with Nangong Rong's agreement, chuckled, that's the spirit. How could I dare to be your teacher? As for this method of measurement, it is quite simple. Chapter 13. The first pavilion in Jiangnan. While Shi Yuan claimed it to be simple, he himself found it not overly difficult to calculate. However, when it came time to explain it to Nangong Rong, he was at a loss for where to begin. He circled the barrel with Nangong Rong, discussing length, width, height, and pi, until he was parched, and only then did the old man grasp the general idea. I am beginning to understand the struggles of a mathematics teacher. Shi Yuan lamented inwardly before saying, Elder Nangong, this method of measurement is quite intricate. I cannot elucidate it all at once. Let us take our time to discuss it further on another occasion. Nangong Rong appeared somewhat unsatisfied but had no alternative. He replied, very well. But you must visit the paper mill often. Do not forget. Of course. I will come frequently, Shi Yuan readily assured him. The previous explanation had given him a genuine taste of the teacher's burden. Seeing Shi Yuan's affirmation, Nangong Rong's face brightened as he remarked, I did not expect such talent in one so young as you, Mr. Shi. It would not be unheard of for the world's skilled craftsman to refer to you as teacher. Nangong Rong's words astonished the onlookers who had gathered. While Shi Yuan had calculated the proportions, which might have indicated some cleverness, they were merely surprised. They had not anticipated that Nangong Rong would hold Shi Yuan in such high esteem, likening him to a master craftsman like Liu Ban. Grandfather Nangong, please refrain from excessive praise. This man is notoriously immodest, and now that you compare him to Liu Ban, he will surely become even more arrogant. Lin Yingyue interjected, casting a disapproving glance at the smug Shi Yuan. Liu Ban? I had no idea such a figure existed in this world. It appears I must read more and better understand this realm. Shi Yuan mused, momentarily astonished, before replying, indeed. Miss Lin is entirely correct. Elder Nangong, you flatter me. How could I possibly compare myself to the esteemed Liu Ban? It is truly an overstatement. If we speak of the many craftsmen in this world, they ought to be my teachers. Young lady Yingyue, I find Mr. Shi to be quite modest. Nangong Rong nodded, stroking his beard. Indeed. Who would have thought Elder Nangong possesses such discernment, even recognizing my modesty? Shi Yuan chuckled in response. Lin Yingyue, overhearing, stamped her foot in annoyance, glaring at Shi Yuan. Having concluded their business at the paper mill, it was already noon. Lin Yingyue prepared to leave with Li Mao Mao. Outside, Old Yang waited by the carriage. Upon seeing Lin Yingyue emerging with a young girl in tow, he was curious but dared not inquire further. He quickly prepared the carriage and asked, Miss, shall we visit any other workshops? That is unnecessary. Little sister, you shall ride with me. Lin Yingyue instructed Old Yang before beckoning to Li Mao Mao. Though shy, Li Mao Mao followed Lin Yingyue into the carriage. Grandfather Nangong, you must return home quickly. Yingyue is leaving now, but I shall visit you again in a few days. Lin Yingyue called out, holding the carriage curtain aside to address Nangong Rong. Ah, you child. Just do not forget this old man. Nangong Rong replied. Mr. Shi, since old lady Lin has entrusted you to accompany Miss Yingyue, you must assist her more often. I heard someone upset her yesterday. Sigh. This girl has endured much hardship these years. And do not forget to share your method with me. After all, I am getting on in years. Nangong Rong rambled on from outside the carriage. Shi Yuan readily agreed, while Lin Yingyue felt her cheeks flush, thinking, the one who upset me is the very person you are praising. After bidding farewell to Nangong Rong, Old Yang drove the carriage back toward Jinling City. By now, it was midday, and Shi Yuan's breakfast pastries had nearly digested, causing his stomach to grumble. Miss Lin, let us hurry and have a meal. After running about this morning. Are you not hungry? Shi Yuan once again leaned into the car, inquiring of Lin Yingyue. Inside, Lin Yingyue was asking Li Mao Mao a few questions when she noticed Shi Yuan's head intruding. With a hint of exasperation, she shot him a glare and quipped. Is our Lin family indebted to you in some way? We saved your life, and yet you linger here lazily. Her words were obviously in jest, and Shi Yuan chuckled silently in response. Very well, let us dine outside today. Consider it a welcome from Mao Mao. Lin Yingyue remarked to Li Mao Mao beside her. Shi Yuan, hearing the promise of a meal, inquired eagerly, great. Which restaurant shall we visit? Lin Yingyue cast an annoyed glance at Shi Yuan, then called out to the driver, Uncle Yang, let us go to Qifeng Pavilion. Upon hearing the destination, Shi Yuan's curiosity piqued, and he popped his head out of the car to ask Uncle Yang, what sort of place is this Qifeng Pavilion? Is it quite upscale? Do they serve Yangchen noodles? Yangchen noodles were the first dish Shi Yuan had tasted after his arrival in this world. When Lin Laotu had rescued him, he noticed Shi Yuan's hunger and had ordered a bowl of Yangchen noodles from a roadside tea stall. Although the taste was rather ordinary, Shi Yuan relished it, for it was a testament to his survival. Naturally, he remembered that dish fondly. Uncle Yang couldn't help but chuckle at Shi Yuan's query. Young Master Shi, you truly are a remarkable character, to think of eating Yangchen noodles at Qifeng Pavilion. You must be jesting. This establishment is renowned as the premier restaurant in Jiangnan. A meal there costs no less than 100 taels of silver. It is said that when the current emperor was still a prince, he dined there during his travels in Jiangnan and, captivated by the experience, later inscribed the plaque declaring it the finest in Jiangnan after ascending the throne. Shi Yuan was taken aback. Such a prestigious establishment with an imperial plaque. What honor it must be. And Lin Yingyue intended to visit this place, though the Lin family was a prominent merchant household in Jinling. Entering Qifeng Pavilion must pose some challenges. Shi Yuan, perplexed, asked Uncle Yang. Given its esteemed background, it must be managed by the nobility. How is it that common folk from Jinling can access it? Young master, you may not be aware, but although the emperor granted the plaque, the owner of Qingfeng Pavilion is quite audacious, continuing to operate under the title of Jiangnan's finest. The clientele has only increased. They have even expanded the brand throughout Nanjing. And I hear there are numerous branches in Beijing as well. Shi Yuan was astonished to learn of Qingfeng Pavilion's national chain. Coupled with the emperor's bestowed title, its reputation was formidable. Who could possibly be the proprietor with such influence? Uncle Yang, do you know who the owner is? Uncle Yang shook his head. I cannot say. The owner remains quite enigmatic, and few in Daqing have ever seen their face. Goodness! Shi Yuan exclaimed softly, astounded that the person behind Qingfeng Pavilion was so formidable. No one had laid eyes upon them. Could it be that the southern Qing emperor was behind this? Yet, he dismissed that notion, for it was clear from Uncle Yang's words that branches existed in Beijing. The individual behind Qingfeng Pavilion must be quite extraordinary. After all, how could an establishment that had received an imperial plaque dare to open branches in Beijing? That would be akin to digging one's own grave. As Shi Yuan pondered the identity of this mysterious figure, Uncle Yang brought the carriage to a halt. Uncle Yang, why have we stopped? Uncle Yang parked the carriage and, before he could respond, Lin Yingwei lifted the carriage curtain and said, You truly are quite ignorant. Beyond this stone bridge lies Qingfeng Pavilion. With the emperor's golden plaque, who would dare drive across the bridge? Shi Yuan suddenly understood and hurriedly looked ahead to see a stone arch bridge spanning the river, leading to a small island in its center. The bridge connected directly to the island, which, though small, boasted a majestic 3-story pavilion. From a distance, the pavilion appeared grand and imposing, its glazed tiles glimmering against the backdrop of blue skies and white clouds, enhancing its dignified beauty. After Lin Yingwei finished speaking, she gracefully leapt from the carriage, feeling a slight twinge of pain in her lower back. She bit her lip, shot a fierce glare at Shi Yuan's back, and then proceeded to assist the petite Li Mao Mao from the carriage. Miss, I shall wait for you here. You may cross the bridge, Uncle Yang stated. Uncle Yang, aren't you coming? Shi Yuan, oblivious to the social hierarchy, asked. Young master, sure, I must tend to the carriage. Moreover, as a servant, how could I possibly enter Qingfeng Pavilion? What does it matter, servant or master? It's merely a dining establishment. A pair of chopsticks is all it takes. If I say we're going, then we shall. Shi Yuan insisted, pulling Uncle Yang along. Mississippi. Uncle Yang hesitated, looking towards Lin Yingwei for guidance. Uncle Yang, do join us. Lin Yingwei replied nonchalantly. She often dined with the household maids and had visited Qingfeng Pavilion several times before. Although it primarily catered to the children of officials and wealthy families, she thought, as Shi Yuan had said, it was just a place to eat. Surely, there would be no issue. With that thought in mind, Uncle Yang, upon hearing Lin Yingwei's encouragement, relented. Lin Yingwei typically preferred simple meals and was not particularly finicky about food. She had only visited Qingfeng Pavilion 2 or 3 times, primarily for social engagements. Yet, for reasons unbeknownst to her, despite having faced some troubles earlier, her spirits felt significantly lighter today. Consequently, when Shi Yuan exclaimed his hunger, Qingfeng Pavilion sprang to mind. The stone bridge leading to Qingfeng Pavilion was not particularly crowded, populated primarily by elegantly dressed young gentlemen and ladies. Uncle Yang secured the carriage and followed Shi Yuan and the others onto the bridge. Li Mao Mao and Uncle Yang, dressed modestly, stood out amidst the lavishly attired crowd, occasionally drawing disdainful glances from the gentry. Anxious, Uncle Yang and Li Mao Mao kept their heads down, scarcely daring to breathe. Observing their discomfort, Shi Yuan shot a fierce look at those who cast scornful glances, causing them to hastily retreat at the sight of his dark complexion and robust physique. Nevertheless, Uncle Yang and Li Mao Mao remained apprehensive, keeping their heads lowered and silent. It's merely a place to eat. Are we not allowed to dine? What a hollow reputation for the so-called premier establishment of Jiangnan, Shi Yuan grumbled indignantly. His voice was not loud, but Lin Yingwei heard him clearly. She gently tugged at his sleeve, cautioning, Do not speak so carelessly, lest others overhear. Perhaps we should consider another venue? Another venue? Since it is Miss Lin's treat, I shall not let this opportunity pass. I insist on dining at Qingfeng Pavilion today. Shi Yuan chuckled, teasing Lin Yingwei, and then briskly made his way toward the island, as if fearing she would change her mind. Lin Yingwei, upon hearing Shi Yuan's playful remark, remained silent. Her visit to Qingfeng Pavilion, ostensibly to welcome Li Mao Mao, was more so for Shi Yuan's sake. Uncertain of the reason, she found herself thinking of Qingfeng Pavilion the moment Shi Yuan expressed his hunger. On ordinary days, she might have returned to the Lin residence for a meal, or at most, chosen a simple tavern. However, today, Filled with a sudden burst of joy, she brought Shi Yuan to the Qingfeng Pavilion. Deep within her heart, she hoped that Shi Yuan would appreciate her generosity. She believed he would be delighted to dine at Qingfeng Pavilion, but now it seemed she might have been mistaken. Shi Yuan was the first to arrive at the entrance of the Qingfeng Pavilion. Up close, the pavilion was indeed resplendent and imposing. As he looked up at the signboard, he noticed two plaques hanging above, one inscribed with the first building under heaven, and the other with Qingfeng Pavilion. Flanking the grand entrance were couplets, with the first line reading, "Observe the white crane soaring to the sky, the koi leaping through the gate. What a splendid pavilion on the clear river." The second line stated, "Gaze at the river rushing to the sea, the golden dragon dancing in the clouds. Many a wine-fueled revelry." The boldness of these couplets was striking. While Shi Yuan was silently marveling at the scene, Lin Yue and her companions arrived at the front of the building. Shi Yuan turned and smiled, saying, "Let us go inside." As he spoke, he took hold of Li Mao Mao with one hand and pulled Old Yang along with the other, moving towards the entrance. Lin Yue, witnessing Shi Yuan's actions, realized it was too late to turn back. Now she hoped nothing untoward would occur. Upon entering the grand hall, Shi Yuan noticed several wooden pillars standing majestically in the center, adorned with various renowned poems. Above the hall, red silk draped elegantly, with exquisite fabrics hanging every few feet, and dazzling silken lanterns suspended throughout. Red ribbons adorned the second-floor railings, with numerous lanterns trailing along. This splendid scene would surely render the evenings here as bright as day. At this moment, Shi Yuan found himself amidst a bustling crowd. The few dining tables in the hall were already occupied, and through the screens, he could see that the private rooms around were also filled. Truly, this was the emperor's favorite establishment in Jiangnan, and despite the high prices, many still flocked here. As Shi Yuan took in the grandeur of the hall, a young man in the attire of a waiter approached them. "Miss Lin, and this young sir, have you made a reservation?" The waiter glanced at Old Yang and Li Mao Mao, his expression revealing a hint of surprise, likely recognizing their humble origins. However, he quickly regained his composure and offered his services. Shi Yuan was slightly taken aback by the waiter's professionalism. He had expected some difficulty for Li Mao Mao and Old Yang, and had prepared a strategy, but he was surprised to find that the waiter knew Lin Yue and did not impose any difficulties on her companions. It seemed the proprietors of Qingfeng Pavilion were indeed discerning. "We are just 4 individuals and did not make a reservation. Please prepare a private room for us," Lin Yue replied, eager to finish their meal without any complications. However, the waiter hesitated. "Miss Lin, it's peak dining time. All the private rooms are full. How about? There's no need for that. We can sit in the hall." Shi Yuan interjected, determined to dine at Qingfeng Pavilion. The waiter hesitated again, but eventually focused on Lin Yue, a prominent figure in Jinling. He had recognized her, but had never seen Shi Yuan before. Yet, he was very familiar with Lin Yue's reputation in managing the Lin family's business. Upon hearing that there were no private rooms, Lin Yue considered moving to another place but hesitated, seeing Shi Yuan's firmness. "Miss Lin, you wouldn't be so petty, would you? You suggested we dine here at Qingfeng Pavilion. Surely you wouldn't back out now?" Lin Yue directly exposed Shi Yuan's intentions, causing him to blush and fall silent. Seeing Shi Yuan at a loss for words brightened Lin Yue's mood, and she smiled slyly at the waiter. "Let us heed this young sir's wishes and dine in the hall." The waiter was taken aback by her words. He had heard from the manager about Lin Yue, who currently managed the Lin family's businesses and held a unique position within the family. The Lin family was one of the most prominent merchants in Jinling. Yet, this remarkable woman was acquiescing to the wishes of the young man before her. The waiter couldn't help but glance at the smiling Shi Yuan as he prepared a table for the 4. Although their table was set in a corner of the hall, it was still within view of many. Despite their mismatched attire, Old Yang and Li Mao Mao drew considerable attention. The young lords at nearby tables, while disdainful of Old Yang and Li Mao Mao, held their tongues, mindful of Lin Yue's presence. As they settled at the table, Lin Yue ordered some dishes and drinks. Shi Yuan had intended to order himself, but upon seeing the ornate menu items, he decided against it. Each dish bore a name so elegant that he couldn't fathom their meanings. What a cumbersome way to name a dish. "It feels more like poetry than a meal," he muttered to himself. "You really don't understand. Although Qingfeng Pavilion is a tavern, it is renowned for attracting cultured scholars and talented ladies. It is said that poetry gatherings and performances are held here frequently, so the menu naturally reflects a certain elegance." Lin Yue explained with a smile. "Ah, then Miss Lin must be a great talent among them, considering how familiar the waiter is with you," Shi Yuan teased. Lin Yue had been educated by the family tutor since childhood. Although the tutors were not as renowned as those from prestigious academies, they imparted some knowledge. And she had also read many classics. While she couldn't claim to be a talent, she was certainly well-versed. I am merely a merchant's daughter. How could I be considered a talent? She thought to herself. From what I see, you manage your business affairs with such order. How could you not be a talented individual? The path of commerce deserves respect. Those great scholars and talented individuals need to eat and dress as well. And in my hometown, you would be regarded as a true talent. Shi Yuan praised, giving her a thumbs up. You speak nonsense. I don't believe you. Lin Yingwei feigned dismissal, but inwardly she felt a swell of joy. Shi Yuan chuckled and chose to remain silent. For ages, merchants have been looked down upon, perceived as solely driven by profit. It was no wonder Lin Yingwei held such views. The dishes Lin Yingwei ordered began to arrive shortly. As Shi Yuan gazed at the vibrant and aromatic dishes, his mouth watered, and he was ready to dig in. Just then, a voice called from the entrance. Young Master Luo, how could I possibly deceive you? There truly are no private rooms left. Shi Yuan turned to see several elegantly dressed young men standing at the entrance, with the waiter caught in the middle, looking distressed. The young man questioning the waiter was none other than the renowned young Master Luo, who had previously overshadowed Shi Yuan at the Wenhua Academy. The waiter explained there were no private rooms available, and though the young men voiced their displeasure, they refrained from causing a scene in the prestigious Qingfeng Pavilion, which bore the emperor's commendation. After a brief exchange, the young men took their seats at a table in the hall. By sheer coincidence, they found themselves seated beside Shi Yuan and his companions. Upon noticing Shi Yuan casting a cold glance at Luo Wenfeng, Lin Yingwei, filled with curiosity, inquired, Do you know Luo Wenfeng? I have encountered him a few times at Wenhua Academy, but we are hardly acquainted, Shi Yuan replied nonchalantly. Lin Yingwei furrowed her brow. Discerning the underlying tension between Shi Yuan and Luo Wenfeng, she quietly remarked, Luo Wenfeng is the sole heir of Governor Luo Haotian of Jinling, renowned as a talented scholar. We are merely here to dine. Let us not stir up any trouble. So, he is the governor's son. No wonder so many were flattering him yesterday. As long as he doesn't provoke me, I'm fine. Shi Yuan muttered under his breath before raising a cup of clear wine, attempting to lighten the mood. Let us not dwell on such matters. Today, we are here to celebrate the return of our dear sister Mao Mao. Come, let us toast. Little sister, being still young, you cannot drink wine, so let tea suffice. With a sense of resignation, Lin Yingwei also lifted her cup and drank. Throughout their journey, she had shared much with Li Mao Mao. Both had faced the loss of their parents at a young age, fostering a bond of sympathy. Li Mao Mao, being sensible and well-mannered, endeared herself to Lin Yingwei. Chapter 15. The Romantic History of Luo Wenfeng Shirlaudi. Just as Shi Yuan set down his cup, a familiar voice called out from behind. What now? Who else is interrupting our meal? Shi Yuan inwardly cursed, turning to see a rotund young man in lavish attire approaching him. Jiling truly is a small place. With a sigh of resignation, Shi Yuan rose and clasped his hands in greeting. Ah, it is young Master Gua. This was Gua Renjia, whom Shi Yuan had met by Mingyang Lake the previous day, accompanied by another young man. Gua Renjia's loud voice drew the attention of diners around them, including Luo Wenfeng, who merely scoffed before returning to his conversation with his companions. I happened to visit the Lin residence yesterday, but didn't see you, Shirlaudi. I assume you were with that Shen courtesan. Not wanting the rotund fellow to inadvertently reveal too much, Shi Yuan hastily gestured towards Lin Yingwei beside him. Ah, my sister Lin has returned from Yangzhou. I was too blind to notice her presence. I hope she can forgive my oversight. No need for formalities, young Master Gua. My sister just returned to Jinling yesterday. May I ask how you came to know Shi? Young Master Shi? Lin Yingwei interjected. Oh. We happened to meet at Mingyang Lake yesterday. Gua Renjie chuckled, explaining to Lin Yingwei. Shi Yuan silently admired Gua Renjie's cleverness, while Gua Renjie slyly pointed at Lin Yingwei and gave him a thumbs up with a lewd grin. Surely, this fellow doesn't think I have something going on with Lin Yingwei. Gua Renjie truly has a twisted mind, Shi Yuan thought, suppressing a helpless smile and refraining from further clarification. Brother Dong, this is my talented friend Shi Yuan, though his abilities still fall somewhat short of mine. Gua Renjie introduced, gesturing to the young man beside him. This is young Master Dong, the son of the newly appointed governor of the 3 provinces in Jiangnan, recently arrived from the capital. Shi Yuan mused to himself, finding Gua Renjie quite amusing. He turned to observe Dong Feng, who appeared youthful and handsome, yet bore the responsibility of being the governor's son. Shi Yuan was taken aback. The governor of the 3 provinces wielded significant power. It seemed Gua Renjie was not merely a debauched wastrel. He had some influence after all. Meanwhile, Lin Yingwei felt a surge of astonishment. The Gua and Lin families were closely linked, her grandfather and Gua Renjie's late grandfather having been sworn brothers. Although the Gua family was engaged in the ceramics business, they maintained several official kills, granting them substantial connections in the political arena. Given the recent appointment of the new governor, Dong Qingyun, she had not expected him to arrive in Jinling so soon, and it appeared he had a strong rapport with the Guo family. I must make a good impression on young Master Dong, Lin Yingwei thought. Miss Lin Yingwei, I have the pleasure of meeting you. She introduced herself. In the future, our family's business dealings will rely on your assistance, young Master Dong. Lin Yingwei's astuteness did not escape Shi Yuan's notice. The son of the governor indeed warranted a deeper connection with the Lin family. Young Master Dong, I am Shi Yuan. Since Guo calls you Brother Dong, I shall also adopt a more familiar address and call you Brother Dong, Shi Yuan declared. Shi Yuan, how can you speak so frivolously in front of young Master Dong? Lin Yingwei, feeling anxious, interjected. He is the son of the governor. How can you speak of losing out? She shot Shi Yuan an exasperated glance, attempting to smooth over the situation. However, Guo Renjie interpreted her concern as protective of Shi Yuan, regarding him with newfound interest. If this fellow is truly honest and simple, then I'm as pure as the driven snow, he thought, recalling Shi Yuan's recent poetic exchange with the courtesan from Fenglai Tower. This guy has some skills. I must engage him further. As Guo Renjie envied Shi Yuan's fortune with the ladies, young Master Dong laughed heartily, addressing Lin Yingwei and Shi Yuan. Miss Lin, you worry too much. I am Dong Feng. Hearing Brother Guo praise Brother Shi's talent has filled me with admiration. It is indeed an honor to befriend both of you. Shi Yuan found joy in Dong Feng's words. He had indeed not misjudged him. The young man did not seem like a typical bureaucrat's son. After all, he was associating with someone as bold as Guo Renjie. Well said. It is a pleasure to have you as a friend, Dong Feng, Shi Yuan exclaimed, patting him on the shoulder. Brother Shi, if you consider me a brother, why speak of losing out? Dong Feng inquired, puzzled. Though I am the elder, calling you Brother Dong makes me feel older. Is that not a loss? Shi Yuan jested. Brother Shi, you truly possess a unique perspective, Dong Feng replied, impressed. As Lin Yingwei observed the three conversing and laughing, she found herself perplexed by Dong Feng's apparent lack of irritation and his eagerness to befriend Shi Yuan. What had transpired at Mingyang Lake yesterday? Both men spoke of Shi Yuan's exceptional talent, and there was even mention of the courtesan from Fenglai Tower. Upon returning home, she resolved to inquire further about this matter. At that moment, Shi Yuan's cleverly crafted poem had yet to circulate, leaving Lin Yingwei unaware of its significance. Since fate has brought us together at Qifeng Pavilion, why not share a meal? Lin Yingwei proposed. Guo Renjie, recognizing her intent to cultivate a relationship with the governor's son, accepted without hesitation, pulling Dong Feng to sit beside him. Since you offered, I shan't decline. This saves me quite a bit of silver. On ordinary days, one seldom sees the young lady of the world at the Qifeng Pavilion. So what brings her here today for a meal? Guo Renjie called for a waiter, ordered several dishes, and requested a pot of wine. Then turned to Lin Yingwei and inquired about her purpose. Upon hearing his question, Lin Yingwei explained her intentions. Guo Renjie could not help but glance at Li Mao Mao a few more times, his thoughts becoming clearer. This young lady, known for her kind heart, had established many charitable halls during the recent famine, earning her the title of Goddess of Mercy among the people of Jinling. Yet still, it was unusual for her to bring Li Mao Mao to the Qifeng Pavilion to welcome a guest. Guo Renjie then cast his gaze towards Shi Yuan, who had been saved by old Master Lin. It seemed he had never visited this establishment. Perhaps this was the reason for her visit. Guo Renjie understood, yet chose not to voice it. He found Shi Yuan's character to be quite agreeable, and with a smirk, he raised his glass to Shi Yuan, saying, Come, Shi brother, allow me to toast to you. Not far away, Luo Wenfeng occasionally stole glances at Shi Yuan, feeling a subtle indignation in his heart. His father was the governor of Jinling, and he was the only son in the family, possessing considerable talent. By the age of 7, he could compose poetry and prose, yet his father insisted he attend the Wenhua Academy. He bore no resentment toward this. After all, studying more would be beneficial as he aimed for academic success. The sons of wealthy families at the academy treated him with great courtesy, and he relished the feeling of being the center of attention. When Shi Yuan first arrived at the academy, Luo Wenfeng inquired about his background. And upon learning he was merely a country bumpkin rescued by old Master Lin, he dismissed him. Although Shi Yuan spent his days lounging at the table, ignoring the governor's son, Luo Wenfeng thought him timid. It was only after Shi Yuan unexpectedly demonstrated his talent yesterday, stealing the spotlight, that he realized he had misjudged him. This lad was clearly a wolf in sheep's clothing. While he was surprised, he did not become angry. After all, Shi Yuan was just a minor character. And even if he possessed some skill, he posed no real threat. There was no need to feel vexed over such a person. However, upon arriving at the academy today, he heard others discussing Shi Yuan's name. When he learned that Shi Yuan had left the academy yesterday for Mingyang Lake, his heart tightened with unease. This was the first time he felt anxious over someone he deemed insignificant. Perhaps he was overthinking, he reassured himself. Nevertheless, he could not resist inquiring among his peers. The tales of Shi Yuan exchanging poetry with Shen Wei across the water, filled with intrigue, were embellished into a series of romantic rendezvous, poetic exchanges, mutual gifts of verse, and meetings at Fenglai Tower. Upon hearing this, Luo Wenfeng lost his composure. When he first grasped the matters of love and attraction, he had been dragged to Fenglai Tower by a few of his companions, where he unexpectedly encountered Shen Wei and was instantly smitten. He hurriedly fled the establishment, yearning to converse with her intimately, but not in such a brothel. He felt that using his status to coerce her would be a desecration. He could not allow himself to act in such a manner. He silently vowed to one day take Shen Wei home as his bride. This was a secret he had never shared with anyone. Yesterday, when Shen Wei went to Mingyang Lake to enjoy the spring, he had intended to join her. Although the academy had imposed restrictions, it posed no obstacle for the son of the governor, as the teachers would not dare to trouble him. Yet he restrained himself, knowing that Shen Wei would soon attend the quadrennial Jiangnan Poetry Conference, where he could showcase his talents and hopefully meet her. If he could win her heart, once he achieved academic success, he would redeem her from her life in the brothel. Although he could not marry her as a legitimate wife, he could still take her as a woman from such a background would surely not refuse such an extraordinary opportunity. Luo Wenfeng was determined to achieve this, and thus he devoted himself to his studies at the academy, eagerly awaiting the upcoming poetry conference. But upon arriving at the academy today, he was informed that Shen Wei had engaged in poetic exchanges at Mingyang Lake yesterday, and they had seemed to enjoy each other's company. Shen Wei, being the courtesan of Fenglai Tower, naturally had many admirers, yet Luo Wenfeng was not concerned about them, for he deemed them to be mere superficial signs of wealthy families. He had heard of a talented poet surnamed Su who penned impressive verses, but he did not pay it much mind. Upon discovering that the individual who had exchanged poetry with Shen Wei was none other than Shi Yuan, who had garnered attention the previous day, he felt a surge of displeasure. Though he had never regarded Shi Yuan highly, the latter's brilliant poetic performance had clearly overshadowed him, stealing his limelight. He felt furious. He longed to flay Shi Yuan alive, to consume him whole. Thus today, Luo Wenfeng took leave from his instructors and summoned a few of his usual followers to the Qingfeng Pavilion. He had intended to drown his sorrows in wine. Yet to his dismay, there were no private rooms available. He felt a twinge of annoyance and, unlike his usual demeanor, vented his frustration upon the waiter. Though he refrained from overstepping, knowing that the Qingfeng Pavilion was not an ordinary tavern. However, as he settled into the main hall and took a few sips of wine, he heard someone call out Shi Yuan's name. Following the sound, he indeed spotted Shi Yuan. It was clear that he was just a country bumpkin, sitting with a cart driver and a poor boy. Although he was accompanied by Lin Yingwei, Guorenjie, and an unfamiliar gentleman, Luo Wenfeng paid them no heed. From the moment he laid eyes on Shi Yuan, his anger ignited, and he resolved to humiliate this country boy. Luo Wenfeng's thoughts were filled with malice. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan, who was laughing and joking with Guorenjie and Dong Feng, remained blissfully unaware of Luo Wenfeng's intentions. He had just taught Guorenjie and Dong Feng a drinking game, creating a lively atmosphere. He had hoped to include Old Yang and Lin Yingwei, but Old Yang, feeling nervous on his first visit to the Qingfeng Pavilion, declined Shi Yuan's suggestion, while Lin Yingwei remarked, "Your drinking game is rather crude." Thus, he continued to play with Guorenjie and Dong Feng. The world of Jianghu is fraught with peril. One cannot escape being cut down. The Qingfeng Pavilion often hosted drinking games, typically overseen by a designated official who would lead and alternate recitations of poetry or couplets. Yet Shi Yuan's drinking game was simple and crude, imbued with a certain rustic charm. The young gentlemen seated nearby turned their attention to Shi Yuan, some curious, some disdainful, while others secretly pondered the rules of the game. Shi Yuan and his companions, however, paid no mind, continuing to raise their glasses and share laughter. Luo Wenfeng, unable to contain his anger any longer, loudly recited a mocking verse aimed at Shi Yuan and his companions. Although his voice was not loud, it was delivered with conviction, and those around him fell silent. His words served as the first line of a couplet, with the mention of yellow cattle and grass disparaging Old Yang and Li Mao Mao. While a place of filth only adds to the vulgarity, subtly criticized Shi Yuan and his crude drinking game. As the son of the Jinling governor, Luo Wenfeng's reputation preceded him, and soon those around began to echo his sentiments. Young Master Luo speaks the truth. Such individuals deserve to be scolded. Indeed. How dare they act so recklessly in the Qingfeng Pavilion? I believe they should be driven out. Although Lin Yingwei and Guorenjie were seated at the same table, they were merchants, while Luo Wenfeng was the governor's son. The attendees, being prominent figures in Jinling, naturally understood whom they should support, and those with connections to the Lin and Guo families remained silent, offering no assistance. Thus, in that moment, Shi Yuan and his companions became the targets of collective scorn. Luo Wenfeng smiled slightly, casting a triumphant glance at Shi Yuan. Before turning to the assembled crowd and proclaiming, "Esteemed talents of Jinling, I merely expressed my feelings earlier, but it appears I have inadvertently crafted a couplet. Since the first line has been presented, it is only fitting that a second line be devised. So be it, should anyone successfully respond with a matching line. I shall treat them to a feast." Upon hearing this, the young gentlemen present erupted in excitement. Dining at Chi Feng Pavilion was certainly within their means. But this was also a chance to curry favor with the governor of Jinling. Consequently, discussions ensued as they pondered over the second line of the couplet. However, Luo Wenfeng's first line aptly reflected the current situation, making it challenging to respond, and thus no one could think of a suitable second line for quite some time. Who is this person? Why are they all defending him? Pondered Dongfeng, who had just arrived in Jinling, feeling somewhat perplexed. Guo Renjia, overhearing, let out a soft scoff and sighed before replying, "Young brother Dong, you are unaware that this individual is the only son of the Jinling governor and possesses a certain reputation here. The others, seeing that both Shi Yuan and I are merchants, naturally sided with him, considering you are new to Jinling, the governor's only son. Is there some grievance between him and you?" Dongfeng inquired, bewildered. Guo Renjia and Lin Yingwei shook their heads, and the three of them turned their gazes towards Shi Yuan. "I noticed your peculiar expression when looking at Luo Wenfeng earlier. Could it be that you truly offended him?" Lin Yingwei, who had been harboring doubts, questioned Shi Yuan. "Well, it wouldn't be classified as a grievance," Shi Yuan replied. Then quietly recounted his encounter at Wenhua Academy the previous day. Haraha. The first to laugh heartily was Guo Renjia, who, once he had calmed his mirth, spoke in a low voice, "Brother Shi is indeed a man of character, though it is regrettable that I did not witness your splendor that day. Those scholars at Wenhua Academy are rather antiquated. I chose not to attend because I could not tolerate their pretentiousness. You certainly have a knack for stirring up trouble. No wonder your grandfather has assigned you to accompany me. It appears you caused a stir at Wenhua Academy." Lin Yingwei chided softly as she regarded Shi Yuan with a reproachful expression. "Miss Lin, your words are misplaced. From what Brother Guo has described, your accomplishments by Mingyang Lake far surpass what those scholars at Wenhua Academy could ever teach you. However, Luo Wenfeng has proven to be quite petty, creating such a fuss over a meal. Tell me, do you have any countermeasures for this predicament, Brother Shi?" Although Dongfeng held a noble status, he was unpretentious, and understanding Shi Yuan's disposition, he unreservedly sided with him. "Countermeasures? Of course I have some, yet my humble status may provoke the ire of the governor's son," Shi Yuan replied, while discreetly assessing Dongfeng. "What do you mean, Brother Shi? Are you concerned that I might abandon you?" Dongfeng stated boldly, "Though I am young and not particularly learned, I still understand the value of loyalty. Since we share a table, I am firmly on your side. You need not worry. Brother Shi, the mere governor of Jinling is hardly worth my regard." With that, Dongfeng raised his cup and drank heartily, exuding an air of bravado. This Dongfeng was indeed a young noble from the capital. Though his words bore a hint of recklessness, they were also filled with a commanding presence. Shi Yuan sighed inwardly, then chuckled softly. "It seems I have underestimated your character. I was feeling hesitant, but now that you have spoken, I shall proceed without reservation and confront Luo Wenfeng." Meanwhile, Lin Yingwei harbored some apprehension and discreetly tugged at Shi Yuan's sleeve. Yet, Shi Yuan turned to her with a gentle smile, pressing her delicate hand reassuringly, signaling her to remain calm. A true man must act when necessary. If one allows others to bully them at their doorstep and fails to protect their family and friends, they are unworthy of the title of man. Lin Yingwei's face flushed as Shi Yuan held her hand, prompting her to quickly withdraw it. Stealing a glance at Guo Renjia and Dongfeng, she found them oblivious to her embarrassment, allowing her to relax. However, upon hearing Shi Yuan's words, she momentarily forgot his earlier audacity. "Protecting family, you say? Such idle talk," she thought, her cheeks reddening further, but the wine she had consumed masked her discomfort. Shi Yuan, residing at the Lin residence, viewed it as his own home, hence his candid remarks. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Lin Yingwei's thoughts had taken a different turn. Luo Gongzi, if I recall correctly, you stated that if someone could craft a second line, you would treat them to a meal? Are you a man of your word?" Shi Yuan rose, playfully inquiring. Luo Wenfeng had intended to mock Shi Yuan with his first line, yet this man dared to challenge him. It was unclear whether he was foolish or merely pretending ignorance. Frowning slightly, Luo Wenfeng replied, "Of course, I stand by my word." "Very well. I happen to have a second line that coincidentally matches your first, Shi Yuan declared with a playful grin directed at Luo Wenfeng. The onlookers, upon hearing Shi Yuan's intention to respond to Luo Wenfeng's line, sensed an unfolding spectacle. How audacious of him! Luo Gongzi had crafted the first line to ridicule him. Yet he boldly stepped forward. A cacophony of discussions erupted as people began speculating about Shi Yuan's identity. Who is this fellow? I heard he is a wild lad taken in by the Lin family, named Shi Yuan, sent to Wenhua Academy by the old Master Lin. But I heard he insulted Mr. Wenyan and was expelled. Expelled? I thought he withdrew himself. This lad seems familiar. He must be the one who exchanged verses with Ms. Shinwei across the shore at Mingyang Lake yesterday. He even composed a 10-character palindrome poem. Quite talented. Oh, is that so? No wonder I didn't see him yesterday. He was busy courting Miss Shun. Do share more. The hall of Qingfeng Pavilion was soon filled with a clamorous buzz. Chapter 17. Masters of the Martial World Before Long. News of Shi Yuan's exploits from the previous day spread throughout the crowd. Lin Yingyue listened intently, becoming increasingly agitated. You, Shi Yuan, take refuge in our Lin family. Yet you gallivant to see that flower boat. What nonsense about exchanging verses and gifting fine works. I suspect you have been bewitched by that vixen. Lin Yingyue fumed silently, casting a disdainful glance at Shi Yuan's back. Shi Yuan, feeling a chill as he sneezed twice, rubbed his nose and remarked, I wonder who is thinking of me. Lin Yingyue, overhearing, felt her cheeks flush again and muttered under her breath, this man truly has no shame. I was just scolding you for being a scoundrel. Feigning ignorance to the surrounding chatter, Shi Yuan rose slowly and said, Luo Gongzi, listen closely. My second line is, in the hall, Pear Wood, joyfully drinking fine wine, proclaiming oneself a disciple of the Holy Gate. 2 lines breaking the theme, vainly claiming to be a talent. As soon as he finished, the previously noisy crowd fell silent, only to erupt into discussions once more. Though this lad's response may seem commonplace, there is a hint of knowledge in it. Commonplace? Yet none of you could come up with a response. I think this second line is quite well crafted. Although Shi Yuan's response was somewhat hasty, it was remarkably fitting, effectively turning the tables on Luo Wenfeng's mockery. Behind him, Guo Renjie and Dong Feng applauded enthusiastically, while Lin Yingyue's eyes sparkled with surprise, her earlier discontent now dissipating. Even though Lao Yang and Li Mao Mao did not comprehend the couplet, they could tell from the crowd's reaction that Shi Yuan had gained the upper hand, filling them with joy, and Li Mao Mao's small face even glowed with excitement. Luo Gongzi, what do you think of my second line? With a playful smile, Shi Yuan narrowed his eyes and inquired of Luo Wenfeng. However, not far away, Luo Wenfeng's face had turned crimson. Initially, he aimed to embarrass Shi Yuan and his companions. But now Shi Yuan had not only produced a couplet in response, but had also mocked him, stirring a tempest of old grievances and new animosities that nearly drove him to madness. How dare you insult me? He exclaimed. What do you mean? What? You, Master Luo, just stated that whoever produces a couplet shall treat us to this meal. Furthermore, my couplet was inspired by genuine sentiment. How can you interpret it as an insult? Pray, do not take it personally. Shi Yuan continued. Oh, I see. Are you perhaps short on funds, Master Luo? What shall we do then? Perhaps I could lend you some coins, as I have a few copper pieces on me. As he spoke, Shi Yuan reached into his pocket. The onlookers behind him had flushed with suppressed laughter, and Dong Feng's face was alight with excitement. This Shi Yuan truly is a remarkable character. Attempting to borrow money from the son of the governor, and only a few copper pieces at that. Does he mistake Master Luo for a beggar? How delightful. Meanwhile, Lin Yingyue, though secretly pleased with Shi Yuan's cleverness, harbored a lingering worry. Master Luo, do not be anxious. Allow me to search for you. Shi Yuan continued rummaging through his belongings, and soon enough, he unearthed several copper coins. Silence. Luo Wenfeng's fury erupted, and he hurled a wine cup at Shi Yuan. The sudden outburst startled everyone in the hall. No one anticipated that the usually dignified son of the governor would resort to violence, especially within the esteemed Qingfeng Pavilion. Lin Yingyue cried out in alarm, while Guo Renjie and Dong Feng rose to their feet. However, the anticipated chaos of shattered glass and spilled blood did not ensue. For the cup was caught midair. At the moment Luo Wenfeng threw the cup, Shi Yuan had already readied himself for evasive action. After all, years of physical training had not been in vain. Yet, to his astonishment, a figure in white had emerged, catching the cup effortlessly. And not a single drop of wine spilled. Incredible. A martial arts master. Shi Yuan gasped internally. The sudden appearance of the white-clad individual left everyone in awe, and the hall fell into an astonished silence as Lin Yingyue and the others stared, speechless. The wine was a fine Fingio from Xingwiken, and the cup was crafted by the Guo family kills in Jinling. Surely, It was inappropriate to use a Gua family cup to strike a guest from the same family. Master Luo. The white-clad figure addressed Luo Wenfeng sternly, ignoring Shi Yuan. As he spoke, he casually tossed the cup back, landing it squarely on Luo Wenfeng's table. Shi Yuan's astonishment grew. His mouth agape in disbelief. This truly is a martial arts master. He swallowed hard, silently lamenting. The voice seemed familiar, but he could not recall where he had heard it before. Could it be that he knew this martial arts expert? After questioning Luo Wenfeng, the white figure turned to Shi Yuan and smiled, cupping his hands in greeting. Young Master Shi, we meet again. Shi Yuan, puzzled, beheld the handsome face, bright teeth, and ruby lips of the individual smiling at him. It's you. You are that effeminate fellow from yesterday. Shi Yuan exclaimed, his surprise evident. Behind him, Lin Yingwei and the others were equally astonished that Shi Yuan indeed recognized this elegantly dressed man. Upon saying this, Shi Yuan felt immediate regret. This person was a martial arts master, and he had just called him effeminate. If this person became angered, he might very well puncture him with a mere finger. A cold sweat broke out on Shi Yuan's forehead. Young Master Shi, what does effeminate mean? The white-clad gentleman asked, a look of confusion on his face. Hearing this inquiry, Shi Yuan felt a surge of relief. Clearly, the term was unknown to him. It made sense. Despite the differences in history, they were still in ancient times, and such a word likely did not exist. Shi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief and quickly responded, effeminate means. It signifies that you are strikingly handsome, a beautiful man. It's a term from my hometown. The white-clad gentleman regarded Shi Yuan with a puzzled expression, noticing the sweat on his brow. He then smiled knowingly. Your hometown's terminology is indeed quite novel. I shall adopt your custom and refer to you as effeminate. I'm a true man. You are the effeminate one. Your entire family is effeminate. Shi Yuan seethed inwardly, drenched in cold sweat. This man was indeed rather difficult to handle. I am unworthy of such praise. You flatter me, sir. This term suits you perfectly, while I fall far short. Shi Yuan hastily waved his hands in denial. Lin Yingwei, upon hearing Shi Yuan's explanation, felt somewhat puzzled. This man, who typically reveled in self-praise, was now exhibiting such modesty? How curious. Could it be? This person is truly wicked. Doesn't he fear that the white-clad gentleman will become irate and strike him? The white-clad gentleman, however, chose not to press Shi Yuan further, for Luo Wenfeng had regained his composure. After all, he was the son of the Jinling governor. Although the white-clad man had acted decisively, Luo Wenfeng still held a sense of entitlement. Who are you to question me? Do you know who I am? Luo Wenfeng exclaimed, his aristocratic demeanor revealing a hint of arrogance. I was merely enjoying the view from Qingfeng Pavilion when I heard a commotion below, which prompted me to investigate. I did not expect the son of the Jinling governor to cause a ruckus here. Is Qingfeng Pavilion now under the jurisdiction of the Jinling governor? The white-clad gentleman spoke calmly, his tone relaxed. Yet, to those present, except for Shi Yuan, there was a collective astonishment. Although Qingfeng Pavilion allowed public dining, most patrons were confined to the main hall, while the upper floors were reserved for those of higher status. Even Luo Wenfeng, as the son of the governor, though privileged, could only sit in the main hall. Hence, the scarcity of private rooms often led to overcrowding. The fact that this handsome figure had descended from the upper floor suggested a significant status. No wonder Luo Wenfeng hesitated to speak. Luo Wenfeng's expression fluctuated. Although shocked by the white-clad man's earlier intervention, he felt no trepidation. Despite the man's impressive skills, as the governor's son, he had encountered many skilled individuals in the past. The white-clad figure's abilities surpassed those he had encountered, but Luo Wenfeng dismissed him as merely a skilled rogue. As he regained his composure and noticed Shi Yuan still ignoring him, engrossed in conversation with the white figure, Luo Wenfeng redirected his ire towards the latter, intending to assert his identity to intimidate him. However, he was taken aback to learn that this person had just come from the upper floor of Qifeng Pavilion. The individual before me had only just been seated upstairs. Yet, in Jinling and its surrounding towns, I had never encountered him. Could he be an official from the capital? However, given his age, akin to mine, I had never heard of such a young high-ranking official in the imperial court. Luo Wenfeng pondered over the white-clad figure for a considerable time, still perplexed. Earlier, Shi Yuan had publicly insulted me, and naturally, I must address this matter. Even if your status is esteemed, allowing you to reside within the Qifeng Pavilion, I would advise you not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you. After all, we are in Jinling. Ultimately, however, Luo Wenfeng's pride prevailed. If he were to depart in silence today, despite being the only son of the Jinling governor, he would undoubtedly be a subject of ridicule. His haughty disposition deterred him from conceding, and although he clearly recognized the unusual status of the white-clad man, he still sought trouble with Shi Yuan. Even if things went awry, he had his father, the Jinling governor, to back him. Moreover, should this white-clad individual truly be a high-ranking official from the capital, he harbored no fear. He was well acquainted with many prominent figures and officials in the capital. Thus, he dared to take a gamble and continued to seek trouble with Shi Yuan. Chapter 18. I, Shi Yuan, teach you how to be a grown-up. Shi Yuan, you have insulted me today. I shall demand retribution. Luo Wenfeng turned to Shi Yuan, speaking with a fierce countenance. Young Master Luo, one may indulge in inappropriate meals, but one must not speak frivolously. You claim I have insulted you. Pray tell, how have I done so? Shi Yuan, undaunted, interrupted Luo Wenfeng. Aside from this mysterious white-clad figure, I have behind me the son of the governor of 3 provinces. Your couplet just now was a veiled mockery aimed at me. Did you think I would not recognize it? Oh, is that so? I had no idea my couplet held such an implication. However, I did catch the essence of your preceding couplet, wherein you referred to us as a heap of dung. In response to Shi Yuan's inquiry, Luo Wenfeng showed no intention of concealing his thoughts and coldly retorted, so what if I did? You few, seated at the same table as 2 servants, dare to engage in these petty tavern games here in the Qingfeng Pavilion, which bears the Emperor's honored plaque. Such insolence is intolerable. Shi Yuan and his companions clenched their fists, their hearts ablaze with indignation. Lin Yingwei glanced at the downcast old Yang and Li Maomao, feeling a pang of regret. Had she not insisted on coming to the Qingfeng Pavilion, this situation might not have arisen. Shi Yuan, it is my fault. I should not have brought you here. Lin Yingwei softly lamented, her eyes glistening. Miss Lin, you need not blame yourself. The Qingfeng Pavilion is merely a place for dining. Our presence here bears no relation to you. Shi Yuan gently reassured Lin Yingwei, then turned to Dong Feng, continuing. Brother Dong, I shall rely on you as a witness, and I implore you not to involve Miss Lin, Brother Gua, Uncle Yang, and this young lady. Dong Feng, understanding the unspoken sentiment, was the only one capable of restraining Luo Wenfeng at the table. Shi Yuan was compelling him to take a stand. Without hesitation, Dong Feng subtly nodded in agreement. Shi Yuan then approached Luo Wenfeng, who regarded Shi Yuan with a scrutinizing gaze. Soon, Shi Yuan stood before Luo Wenfeng. What do you intend to do? Luo Wenfeng's voice trembled slightly, though he fought to maintain his ground. Young Master Luo, have you ever seen a fist as large as a sandpot? Shi Yuan asked playfully, extending his fist. I warn you. Luo Wenfeng's panic intensified. Before Luo Wenfeng could finish his warning, Shi Yuan's fist flew toward him with force. The blow struck Luo Wenfeng squarely on the bridge of his nose, causing him to stagger backward and collapse to the ground. What matters the distinction between gentlemen and commoners? Today, I shall teach you how to be a true gentleman. Shi Yuan declared, flexing his right hand as he glared at the fallen Luo Wenfeng. Silence enveloped the hall, all eyes fixed upon Shi Yuan in astonishment. No one had anticipated that he would dare to strike Luo Wenfeng, the esteemed son of the Jinling governor. He struck young Master Luo. I witnessed it too. Who cares? It was not you who was struck. That is young Master Luo, the only son of the Jinling governor. After a brief moment, hushed whispers began to circulate among the guests. Lin Yingwei and her companions exhibited a range of expressions, each more intriguing than the last. At the moment Shi Yuan struck Luo Wenfeng, Guorenjia could only think, this lad is truly fearless. Thank heavens I count him as a friend. Meanwhile, Dong Feng, whose identity remained undisclosed as the son of a governor, was flushed with excitement. Given his status, he paid no heed to Luo Wenfeng's. But he never imagined Shi Yuan would dare to strike him, having witnessed various disputes among the young elite, all verbal in nature. The sight of Shi Yuan resorting to physical confrontation ignited a surge of adrenaline within him. Conversely, Lin Yingwei's face was etched with anxiety and self-reproach. She should never have impulsively come to the Qingfeng Pavilion. Now, this man had struck young Master Luo. No wonder he had spoken so pointedly to Dong Feng earlier. He must have feared implicating the Lin and Guo families. What shall we do? I must implore grandfather to leverage some connections in the official circles. I wonder if that will suffice after all. He is the only son of the Jinling governor. Old Yang wore a look of guilt, mingled with a hint of gratitude. Recognizing that this situation stemmed from his own status, had he merely refused the young ladies and Shi Yuan's suggestion outside, this predicament could have been averted. Li Maomao, much like Lin Yingwei, bore a worried expression, yet, being of lower status, she felt powerless and began to softly chastise herself. It's all my fault. Had it not been for me, none of this would have happened. As for the enigmatic white-clad figure, her demeanor remained calm, as if she had anticipated Shi Yuan would resort to violence. Yet, if one were to look closely into her tranquil eyes, a flicker of surprise could still be discerned. Perhaps she had not anticipated the forcefulness of Shi Yuan's strike. Shi Yuan had exerted all his strength, landing a solid blow on Luo Wenfeng's nose. As Luo Wenfeng fell, those accompanying him were momentarily stunned into silence, until Shi Yuan proclaimed his intent to teach Luo how to be a gentleman, prompting everyone to react and hurriedly assist Luo back to his feet. Once upright, Luo Wenfeng forcefully shrugged off his companions and pointed an accusing finger at Shi Yuan, exclaiming, "You dare strike me? I shall ensure you meet a most unfortunate fate." Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Wenfeng lunged toward Shi Yuan, having lost all semblance of rationality. Shi Yuan sidestepped effortlessly, turning to glare coldly at Luo Wenfeng. The latter, momentarily cowed by Shi Yuan's fierce gaze, felt a pang of trepidation. After all, he was the only son of the Jinling governor, a renowned talent in the city. He had never encountered such a situation before. Driven by impulse, he had charged at Shi Yuan, but now, faced with that fierce glare, he felt a sense of fear. This individual had truly struck him. Moreover, behind him stood that formidable white-clad figure. In his moment of fear, Luo Wenfeng, having been publicly struck by Shi Yuan, could not bear the humiliation and blustered. "Shi Yuan, I will certainly report to my father and ensure you are punished." "Is that so? The Jinling governor is indeed formidable. Perhaps I, Dongfeng, should also inform my father, the governor of 3 provinces?" Dongfeng interjected coldly, rising from his seat and slamming the table in response to Luo Wenfeng's threats. Dongfeng's words startled the crowd in the hall, although they had witnessed numerous astonishing events that day. First, Shi Yuan had boldly taken on Luo Wenfeng's provocation. Then, a mysterious figure in white descended from the upper floor to assist Shi Yuan. And just moments ago, Shi Yuan had struck Luo Wenfeng now. This previously silent young man proclaimed himself to be the son of the provincial governor of the 3 provinces. The day's remarkable occurrences at Qingfeng Pavilion far exceeded anything they had encountered in years. However, Dongfeng paid no mind to the onlookers and strode directly to Shi Yuan. Addressing Luo Wenfeng, "Had you not insulted us, Brother Shi would not have acted. If you seek to have your father punish him, I too shall have to tell my father of this indignity." Standing behind Dongfeng, Shi Yuan couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. When it came to familial connections, Dongfeng's father was the superior of the governor in Jinling. This young man certainly knew how to navigate such situations. As for that effeminate fellow, although they were not well acquainted, his identity was shrouded in mystery. He had just been seated upstairs in Qifeng Pavilion. It seemed Luo Wenfeng was destined to suffer for his actions today. As for future retribution, that could be addressed later. Luo Wenfeng stared blankly at Dongfeng, realizing that this person was indeed the newly appointed son of the provincial governor. His father had mentioned earlier that morning about visiting the governor's office. Shi Yuan seemed to know this individual well, referring to him as Brother Shi, indicating a close relationship. Yet, how could Shi Yuan, a mere country boy who appeared in Jinling just a month ago, be acquainted with such a figure? And what of that white-clad young man, who had also spoken on his behalf? Continuing to pursue this matter would likely yield no fruitful outcome. At this moment, Luo Wenfeng found himself neither advancing nor retreating, forced to stand opposite Shi Yuan. The crowd in the hall had ceased their feasting and began to murmur among themselves. "Young gentlemen, let us not harm our harmony. I was just upstairs attending to some matters and did not anticipate this incident. Please, do not let anger cloud your judgment." Just as tensions escalated, a rotund middle-aged man with 2 tufts of whiskers stepped forward to mediate. Luo Wenfeng, already contemplating retreat, seized the opportunity for a graceful exit. Although he had been struck by Shi Yuan, as long as Shi Yuan remained in Jinling, he would have his chance for vengeance. With this in mind, Luo Wenfeng spoke first. "Since Manager Shui has intervened, I shall not pursue this matter further today. But, Shi Yuan, I shall seek retribution for this blow in due time. And, young Master Dong, I apologize for any offenses today. I shall come to your residence to make amends another time." It turned out that the portly middle-aged man was indeed the manager of Qingfeng Pavilion. Luo Wenfeng had no hope of gaining any advantage today, and with this chance to withdraw, he naturally chose not to linger. Yet, he sensed that future troubles might arise. As Shi Yuan observed Luo Wenfeng preparing to depart, he playfully called out, "Hold on, young Master Luo. Let us not forget about the bill for this meal." Dongfeng and the others were momentarily taken aback. This person had just struck someone, and now demanded payment for the meal. Surely, only Shi Yuan could dare to do such a thing. Luo Wenfeng, having just regained his composure, felt as though he could spit blood at Shi Yuan's words. Fortunately, Manager Shui quickly interjected, "I apologize for the poor hospitality. I shall cover this meal." Luo Wenfeng finally calmed down, thanking Manager Shui, before casting a fierce glare at Shi Yuan. "You need not be courteous. It is my duty," Manager Shui smoothly replied, showering Luo Wenfeng with flattery. Shi Yuan decided to let the matter rest. Although he had Dongfeng and that effeminate fellow at his side, he had only recently met them. If he pressed Luo Wenfeng too hard, It could lead to undesirable consequences. Moreover, since he was residing with the Lin family, he felt it would be inappropriate to cause them trouble. Once Luo Wenfeng and his companions had departed, Manager Shui turned to Shi Yuan and company, saying, all right, all is well. Please continue your meal. After exchanging pleasantries with Manager Shui, Shi Yuan and Dong Feng returned to their seats, only to find that the effeminate companion had mysteriously vanished. Unfazed, Shi Yuan sat back down and noticed the tears that had yet to dry on Li Mao Mao's face. He smiled and said, Mao Mao, cheer up. That young Master Luo has been sent packing by me. At 13, Li Mao Mao had experienced a whirlwind of events that day. The sight of Shi Yuan striking Luo Wenfeng had left her in shock, and she had been sobbing quietly for a long while. Lin Yingwei had spent considerable effort comforting her, managing to stop her tears, but upon Shi Yuan's return and his words, the tears resumed flowing. Chapter 19. She is a woman. Why are you crying again? I was the one who struck others, not the one who was struck. Please, do not cry. All right? Seeing her in distress, Shi Yuan hastily offered words of comfort. Li Mao Mao, wiping her tears, choked out, it's all my fault. I let brother Shi Yuan get into trouble. Shi Yuan sighed inwardly, realizing she was indeed just a young girl and that he had likely frightened her. Lin Yingwei continued to console her, and eventually, Li Mao Mao's tears subsided. Once she had calmed down, Lin Yingwei shot Shi Yuan a reproachful glance and said, You always stir up trouble. We could have just skipped this meal. Why provoke Luo Wenfeng? If something had gone wrong, I would have felt responsible for bringing you here to Qingfeng Pavilion. As Lin Yingwei's voice grew softer, she seemed on the verge of tears herself. Shi Yuan, noticing her distress, thought, I just calmed Li Mao Mao down. Miss Lin, you know I am tough. Nothing will happen to me. So please do not worry. He tried to lighten the mood, jokingly addressing her. Bah, do not say such nonsense. I am not worried about you. Lin Yingwei blushed at Shi Yuan's words spoken in front of Guo Renjie and Dong Feng, casting him a fierce glare. Seeing that Lin Yingwei had stopped crying, Shi Yuan shifted his attention back to Guo Renjie and Dong Feng. Brother Dong, thank you for your assistance today. Allow me to drink to you. He raised his cup and downed its contents in one gulp. Dong Feng reciprocated, lifting his cup and drinking it all as well, then placing it down. Brother Shi, you need not be so polite. I too found that Luo fellow rather unpleasant. I just didn't expect you to strike him. Quite refreshing. Shi Yuan laughed heartily. I didn't realize Brother Dong was such a person of character. It truly feels like a meeting long overdue. His words were sincere, for Dong Feng, son of the provincial governor, had a straightforward nature, quite unlike those pampered youths. His temperament resonated with Shi Yuan. Meanwhile, Guo Renjie, engaged in conversation with Shi Yuan, couldn't help but marvel inwardly. This Shi Yuan openly flirted with the old man's precious granddaughter and carries on as if nothing happened. I wonder how the old man would react if he knew he had invited a wolf into the fold. He observed Shi Yuan again, a lecherous grin spreading across his face. The once boisterous hall had returned to tranquility, yet the glances directed at Shi Yuan and his companions were no longer filled with disdain. Dongfeng's status undoubtedly played a significant role in this shift. Brother Shi, do you know the young man in white who just came to your aid? Dongfeng inquired softly after finishing his drink. What young man in white? That was clearly a girl. Guo Renjie chuckled, revealing his thoughts, and in an instant, everyone turned their curious gazes toward him. He continued, today, with Miss Shi present, I shall refrain from delving into details, but I am confident in asserting that the young man in white is, in fact, a maiden of unblemished reputation. Upon hearing this, Lin Yingwei gasped softly and turned her head to converse with Li Mao Mao about inconsequential matters. Guo Renjie, a seasoned connoisseur of the floral world, frequently visited the various establishments along the Qin River, and given his assertion, he certainly possessed some degree of certainty. Dong Feng, astonished and perplexed, interjected. If she truly is a woman, then how could she be seated in the upper tier? During my years in the capital, I have encountered but a handful of women of such stature, and I have only met them briefly. Who could this lady possibly be? The others, bewildered by Dong Feng's inquiry, merely shook their heads in uncertainty. Dong Feng wore an expression of amazement, while Shi Yuan was equally confounded. When Guo Renjie revealed this startling truth, he nearly spewed his drink. Could that foppish gentleman truly be a woman? No wonder I felt something amiss when I gazed upon her. Shi Yuan, still perplexed, quickly swallowed his drink and asked Guo Renjie, Brother Guo, could it be that you have misjudged? Though that fop is indeed quite lovely, his manner of speaking is not feminine, and moreover, he does not possess the grandeur of a woman. As he spoke, he gestured dramatically with his hands, causing Lin Yingwei to blush and shoot him an indignant glare. Brother Shi, do not forget that this individual is a skilled practitioner of the martial arts. She must have employed some inner technique to alter her voice, and likely employed some special means to disguise her physique. Guo Renjie asserted with utmost confidence. With Guo Renjie's explanation, Shi Yuan's astonishment only deepened. Inner techniques? Could it be that such powers truly existed in this world? Scaling rooftops, manifesting energy, summoning the winds and rains. The mere thought sent him into a frenzy of questions. Brother Guo, just how formidable are these inner techniques? Can one really scale rooftops or manifest energy? Upon hearing this, Guo Renjie chuckled heartily. It seems Brother Shi is quite intrigued by these matters. I have encountered a few practitioners of the martial arts, but they are not as mystical as you might imagine. While scaling rooftops is conceivable, manifesting energy or summoning the elements would indeed elevate one to the realm of the divine. Goodness, to scale rooftops would indeed be impressive. Shi Yuan marveled, his face alight with wonder. Guo Renjie, noticing Shi Yuan's expression, smiled slightly and continued, Brother Shi, you do not intend to pursue this path, do you? I would advise against it. Such individuals have honed their skills from a young age, training through the blistering heat of summer and the frigid cold of winter, only to achieve success in their late teens. As expected, Shi Yuan, though somewhat prepared, could not suppress his disappointment upon hearing Guo Renjie's words. Yet, he quickly smiled and asked, then, Brother Guo, could you introduce me to a couple of these martial artists? While I may not be able to learn, I would still relish the opportunity to engage with them. At this, Guo Renjie broke into a cold sweat. For those martial artists were eccentric beings seldom seen in daily life. Brother Shi, you are unaware that these martial artists are quite peculiar, rarely making appearances. I have noticed your familiarity with that young lady in white. Why not seek her out for some exchange? Guo Renjie said with a mischievous grin. Upon seeing Guo Renjie's expression, Shi Yuan realized he was likely up to some mischief. He had only met that foppish gentleman once and exchanged a few words. It was quite unexpected that she would help him today. Setting aside her identity, he feared that should he pursue her further, he might end up in dire straits. Brother Guo, you're mistaken. Did not Brother Dong just inquire how I came to know that fop? Shi Yuan began, and as he spoke, the others finally grasped that the young lady in white was not particularly well acquainted with him. No wonder she had departed without a word after Luo Wenfeng left. You need not be so disheartened. Our house steward, Wang, was once a wanderer of the martial arts. Should you truly be curious, you could consult him without troubling that young lady upstairs. Lin Yingwei offered, seeking to console Shi Yuan, who appeared crestfallen. What? The steward knows martial arts? How could I have missed that? That old rascal has concealed it quite well. I must inquire further upon my return. Shi Yuan's spirits lifted at Lin Yingwei's revelation. Witnessing Shi Yuan's excitement, Lin Yingwei smiled faintly, yet her heart was a tempest of emotions. What is happening to me? Ever since meeting Shi Yuan, I have lost my composure repeatedly. His thoughtless remarks have caused me to blush and even brought me to tears twice. Just moments ago, I nearly wept again for dragging him to Qingfeng Pavilion. Could it be that he is my fated nemesis? Surely it must be so. Lin Yingwei mused, casting a glance at Shi Yuan, who was now unceremoniously devouring his meal. Despite the tumultuous events, Shi Yuan finally finished his meal. Miss Lin, I exerted considerable effort for this meal, so you owe me one in return. He jested, turning to Lin Yingwei, who had already set down her chopsticks. Is that so? Then I must also tally the costs of your stay at our Lin residence these past days. Lin Yingwei replied calmly, her gaze fixed on Shi Yuan. Merely jesting. Surely, I cannot be that petty. This meal is on me. Shi Yuan quickly retorted, waving his hands dismissively. Seeing Shi Yuan in a bind, Lin Yingwei couldn't help but smile. Guo Renjie, overhearing their exchange, chimed in with a chuckle. Indeed, indeed. Why must you two keep score? If we are to speak of debts, it is I and Brother Dong who have benefited here. As he spoke, he slyly winked at Shi Yuan, as if to convey, I have done my utmost. Lin Yingwei's cheeks flushed upon hearing this, and she muttered a few words of reproach to Guo Renjie before lowering her head to steal a glance at Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan, sensing the atmosphere, quickly interjected. Let us depart once we have finished. This place feels rather stifling. Just as they prepared to leave, they were halted by the affable manager Shui, who had just assumed the role of the Good Samaritan. Young Master Shi, please hold on. A distinguished guest upstairs has requested your presence for a conversation. Chapter 20. Rarely confused Shi Yuan and the others paused, glancing at the smiling manager, Shui, in bewilderment. Could it be that the young lady in white had summoned him? A wave of uncertainty washed over Shi Yuan. Meanwhile, Guo Renjie wore a sly grin, while Lin Yingwei felt an inexplicable tightening in her chest. Who could this esteemed guest be? Shi Yuan inquired, puzzled. Manager Shui, what is the identity of this esteemed guest? You need not ask too much. You shall know upon ascending. Manager Shui replied with a subtle smile, withholding further information. Something feels off. This must not bode well. Lin Yingwei murmured under her breath. Guo Renjie, however, urged, Brother Shi, you should go see. If it is indeed the young lady in white who came to your aid earlier, you ought to express your gratitude. Dong Feng chimed in quietly. If she is seated in Qing Feng Pavilion, her status must be significant. It would be advantageous for Brother Shi to cultivate this connection. Shi Yuan understood the situation well. The person inviting him was likely the effeminate figure from earlier, whom Guo Renjie had identified as a woman. The thought of a beautiful woman did stir some interest within him, yet he wondered if the individual harbored any ulterior motives. For she was a martial arts master after all. Excuse me, Miss Lin, may I approach? Shi Yuan suddenly inquired of Lin Yingwei. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Lin Yingwei felt an inexplicable surge of joy, yet she maintained a stern expression as she replied, "How commendable that you remember your own duties. If you wish to go, then go, but why ask me? If it is indeed that person from earlier, a simple thank you would suffice. But if you have other matters, then I shall not accompany you. After all, I am a dedicated employee." Shi Yuan replied earnestly, "You are indeed a paragon of virtue. You truly embody the essence of a good employer. So, you all may return, and I will follow shortly." With that, he bid farewell to Guo Renjie and Dong Feng before ascending the stairs with Manager Shui. As Lin Yingwei watched Shi Yuan's retreating figure, a wave of regret washed over her. She abruptly stomped her foot in frustration and turned to Lao Yang and Li Maomao, exclaiming, "Let us depart," and stormed out of the Qi Feng Pavilion, with Lao Yang and Li Maomao hurrying after her. Dong Feng, perplexed, whispered to Guo Renjie, "What has come over Miss Lin?" Guo Renjie, however, did not respond to Dong Feng's inquiry, but instead gazed thoughtfully at the trio as they distanced themselves. After a moment, he sighed, "Ah, women. How often they do not even realize whom they are vexed with." Lin Shimi, a woman of keen intellect, finds herself at a loss when it comes to matters of the heart. She even forgot to bid farewell to Dong Laudi. Alas, though Shi Laudi enjoys a fair share of romantic encounters, too many can lead to tribulations. I have long seen through the world's entanglements, though I walk among flowers. Not a petal clings to me. That is my current state of being. Dong Laudi, do remember my words today. Oh, do not rush off too hastily." Guo Renjie spoke with the air of a sage, yet Dong Feng, having heard a few words, could not help but chuckle softly before departing on his own. He had known Guo Renjie long enough to understand his character, and thus only half of his words could be taken to heart. Meanwhile, while the others left downstairs, Shi Yuan upstairs found himself utterly bewildered. Manager Shui had led him to the third floor. According to Guo Renjie and the others, the upper levels of Qi Feng Pavilion were reserved for esteemed scholars or officials. Even Dong Feng's father, the governor of 3 provinces, could only occupy the second floor. Yet here he was, brought to the third floor. Could it be that he was to meet someone other than that effeminate figure? Or perhaps she held a distinguished status? Shi Yuan mused, only to see Manager Shui usher him into a private room, opening the door and saying, "Young Master Shi, please enter." Shi Yuan did not hesitate. Curiosity piqued. He stepped inside. The room was adorned with a screen of zeton wood, intricately carved with floral patterns, draped in crimson silk, depicting beautiful landscapes that complemented the space exquisitely. "Is anyone here? If not, I shall take my leave," he called out, surveying the room for any signs of life. Young Master Shi is indeed forthright. Just as he finished speaking, a figure emerged from behind the screen, clad in white. With captivating features and rosy lips, it was none other than the effeminate figure who had aided him earlier. Now aware that this person was indeed a woman, Shi Yuan found her strikingly beautiful and poised, exuding grace and elegance. "Ah, it is you, my esteemed friend. I must express my gratitude for your timely assistance in the hall. I barely had the chance to thank you before you vanished," Shi Yuan teased, intending to playfully provoke the young lady without inquiring about her gender. "Why must you belittle yourself? Had I not intervened, the son of the governor would have certainly come to your aid," she replied, though they had only met twice. She had discerned Shi Yuan's character well enough to know he would express gratitude. "I had hoped to engage in a meaningful conversation with you by Mingyang Lake yesterday, but circumstances compelled me to leave abruptly. It is fortuitous that we meet again today. I did not intend to interrupt your gathering with friends, but I found myself rather curious about your thoughts from yesterday, which is why I invited you up. If you have no pressing matters, I would be delighted to share some exquisite tea with you." "Tea, you say? Quite agreeable. I could use a refreshment," Shi Yuan replied, waving his hand dismissively. "Excellent. Please, follow me." The young woman gestured as she led him behind the screen. As Shi Yuan followed her, he discovered a hidden gem. The area beyond the screen was adorned with luxurious brocade, likely a stage for performances. Ascending a few steps, he encountered an intricately carved arched wooden door, behind which stood a square wooden table. Beyond the table lay a wooden railing, above which curtains were drawn back, allowing a gentle spring breeze to waft through, stirring the gauzy drapery and refreshing the atmosphere. Indeed, Qing Feng Pavilion was renowned as the finest establishment in Jiangnan. While the main hall was opulent, this hidden space was refined and exquisite. Shi Yuan sighed inwardly as he seated himself across from the white-clad lady at the wooden table, where tea-making implements were arranged, and a cup of tea waited before her, suggesting she had been seated there prior. Well then, esteemed friend, since you know my name, it is only fair that you share yours in return. I cannot simply keep addressing you as esteemed friend. After finishing his cup, Shi Yuan prompted her. My name? You may call me young Master Huang, she replied. Ah, but that is hardly fair. Just a surname won't suffice. I shall reveal my full name. But you seem reluctant to do the same. It is not that I wish to withhold my name. Rather, knowing too much might not be beneficial for you. She replied nonchalantly. Ah, I see. You are concerned I might learn you are but a young lady. However, you are quite sincere. Not even fabricating a false name to deceive me. Very well, young Master Huang it is. But since you appear younger than I shall address you as Huang Laodi. Shi Yuan feigned disappointment. The young woman smiled lightly, then redirected the conversation. How do you find the flavor of this Biluakan tea? As she spoke, she refilled the cup that Shi Yuan had just emptied. Without hesitation, he lifted the cup and drank deeply. The aroma was rich. The taste fresh and sweet, with a lingering aftertaste. Ah, splendid tea. Truly delightful. I noticed the arrangement of the cups on the table. Are you here alone? As Shi Yuan rambled on, the young woman continued. Your words by Mingyang Lake yesterday were quite thought-provoking, and I found myself compelled to sit here today. I did not expect to encounter you once more just as I was preparing to leave. What did I say yesterday? Shi Yuan feigned ignorance. The young woman paused. Momentarily taken aback, she could hardly believe he had forgotten their previous conversation. With a sharp glance, she remarked, It appears your talents are matched only by your poor memory. Noting her displeasure, Shi Yuan remained unfazed, inwardly acknowledging, indeed, Gorenjia was right. She is undeniably a woman. Though her appearance might have concealed it, I am, after all, a traveler from another realm. According to the collective experiences of many men, it is said that no matter how esteemed or cultured a woman may be, if someone forgets something she deems significant, she will inevitably feel angered. This is a life lesson learned by Shi Yuan, which is why he pretended to be oblivious. Oblivious? It is rare for anyone to be truly clear-minded. My ignorance carries its own charm. As the saying goes, rarely is one truly oblivious. So let it be that I am the one who is oblivious. Shi Yuan chuckled heartily, waving the banner of delightful ignorance, feigning the demeanor of an enlightened sage. Upon hearing this, the woman opposite him fell into a deep contemplation, reflecting on his words. After a while, she slowly remarked, What a profound notion of rarely being oblivious. Every word from you, Shi Xiong, invites deep reflection. You truly are a carefree individual. I wonder when I might achieve a similar state of delightful ignorance. Shi Yuan noted that his clever ruse, borrowed from the esteemed Lao Zhang, had indeed captivated her, and he silently congratulated himself. However, maintaining his composure, he responded, Everyone has their moments of ignorance. It simply varies in nature from person to person. Surely, Brother Huang has not feigned ignorance towards me? Chapter 21. Who is your Liang Shanbua? Shi Yuan's remarks were veiled, yet the woman seated across from him maintained her composure, at least as far as Shi Yuan could discern. With a slight smile, she replied, When have I ever feigned ignorance? Never? He laughed heartily. I was merely jesting. Do not take it to heart, Brother Huang. What did I say yesterday? Shi Yuan chuckled and shifted the topic. The woman did not press further, but continued to pour tea into Shi Yuan's cup, saying, Do you recall what you mentioned yesterday about the great river flowing east? Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan paused momentarily before responding. My words yesterday were merely spoken in passing. I did not expect Brother Huang to remember them so clearly. The great river flows east, washing away countless historical figures. I wonder what Shi Xiong thinks of the current state of affairs? She inquired solemnly. The state of affairs. Since you find yourself here in this elegant Qifeng pavilion, you must possess an extraordinary status. It is no wonder you are concerned about such matters. As he spoke, Shi Yuan finished his tea and, for reasons unknown, asked, Brother Huang, do you know why I had a dispute with young Master Luo today? His unexpected question left the woman somewhat bewildered. After refilling his tea, she replied with curiosity, I have heard some accounts. It seems that he insulted your table first. I wonder if there was any prior grievance between you and the sole heir of the Jinling governor? Shi Yuan chuckled lightly and said, Grievance. Who knows? However, his insults were directed at a coachman from the Lin family and a girl of humble origins. Do you have any idea how many people of such humble beginnings exist in this world? The woman was momentarily at a loss for words. I fear you would not know, he continued. Not long ago, I inexplicably fainted by the roadside. Had it not been for the old Lin's timely intervention and his generosity in taking me in, I might have starved to death by now. Presently, Southern and northern Qing are experiencing peace, truly a prosperous era, yet this prosperity benefits only the nobility. The common people desire little. They merely wish for enough to eat and wear, but these are hard to come by, while we enjoy our tea and delicacies. How many in the impoverished countryside have yet to eat? It is not wrong for us to indulge. Yet we should not don fine silks and mock those who toil in the fields. They are human too. They have feelings. You may savor your ginseng and delicacies, while they settle for their simple cornmeal cakes. Those who dwell in high places must consider not only the state, but also the plight of the common people, the poor, the lowly, the humble. They are not strangers. They are our compatriots. If one day foreign invaders come, it may not be the valiant generals who stand firm, but rather the countless common folk. The wealthy feast while the streets are littered with the bones of the frozen dead. When the dynasty flourishes, the common people suffer. When it falls, they suffer all the more. Shi Yuan's words flowed forth, expressing the discontent he had accumulated over the past month, voicing the frustrations that had arisen after his recent confrontation with Luo Wenfeng. He was no sage. As a transmigrator, he possessed only a sense of national belonging. The nobility may feast, and distinctions of wealth may exist, but they ought not to mock the ordinary folk. Nor should they read the classics while behaving like beasts. Such behavior exists everywhere and at all times. Yet Shi Yuan had witnessed too much of it in the past month, leading to a buildup of frustration. Coupled with the recent encounter with Luo Wenfeng and the inquiry into the state of the world, he could not help but express his indignation. After finishing his tea, he raised his cup again, only to find the woman opposite him lost in thought, her brow furrowed, her gaze downcast. After a long silence, just as Shi Yuan was about to refill his cup, she reached for the teapot but accidentally grasped his hand instead. How bold of this girl to take advantage of me. I cannot let this slide, Shi Yuan thought, grasping the back of her hand with his other hand and saying, "Allow me." Startled, the woman blushed and quickly withdrew her hand. After regaining her composure, she spoke. Shi Xiang's insights into the state of affairs are indeed unique. I wonder if you have any solutions. Such matters should be left to those in power. Let us not dwell on them. Instead, allow me to share a story. Upon hearing her words, Shi Yuan felt a headache coming on. He had little interest in discussing politics and swiftly redirected the conversation. He wanted to tease the girl before him, who was disguised as a boy. Noticing his sudden change of topic, the woman was momentarily confused, yet curiosity sparked within her at the mention of a story. Shi Yuan, seeing her silence, began. This story is called Liang Zhu. Once upon a time, there was a scholar. As he narrated the tale, the woman became increasingly astonished, especially upon learning of Zhu Yingtai's disguise as a boy, which prompted an involuntary exclamation from her. By the time Shi Yuan finished the story, her eyes were glistening with unshed tears. After downing the last of his tea, he teasingly asked, "Brother Huang, where is your Liang Shanbua?" "Huh, you figured it out," the woman blurted, her face flushing with embarrassment. Shi Yuan chuckled. "What have I figured out, Brother Huang?" "What were you about to say?" "Humph, you shameless person. You must have known my identity even before entering. Speaking of Liang Shanbua and Zhu Yingtai, you were mocking me." Upon reflecting on the situation, the woman realized the truth, her face reddening as she glared at Shi Yuan. "You have concealed your identity from me for a long time. Had my friend not informed me today, I would have remained in the dark." Observing the woman's flushed cheeks, Shi Yuan felt a sense of secret satisfaction. "A friend informed you, humph. It must have been someone named Gua. I could tell from his gaze that he recognized my identity. I shall make him pay for it," the woman declared with a cold huff. Shi Yuan, upon hearing this, could not help but break into a cold sweat. Just because someone recognized her identity, she intended to harm him? This girl truly lacked reason. After pondering, he replied with a stern expression, "My lady, do not forget that I never sought your aid. Moreover, it was you who concealed your identity first. If you wish to harm Brother Gua, then you might as well kill me first. After all, I now know your identity." "You." The woman let out a soft laugh, then paused her words, saying with a light chuckle, "I never expected you to possess such loyalty. Although I do not wish to harm you, I certainly have ways to deal with that Gorenjia. I do not believe you can stay with him for a lifetime." Shi Yuan found himself at a loss for words, regretting his earlier impulsiveness. Had he known this woman was so unreasonable, he would have thought twice before speaking out. Now, embroiled in this situation with Gorenjia, he felt an overwhelming sense of regret. The woman before him was a martial arts master, of no ordinary status. If she truly wished to blind Gorenjia, she would undoubtedly find a way. Seeing Shi Yuan's silence, a flicker of satisfaction crossed the woman's face. She smiled gently and continued, "I'm not entirely unreasonable. If you wish to ensure the safety of your brother Gua, there are ways to do so, provided you agree to one thing." Upon hearing that there was room for negotiation, Shi Yuan's eyes lit up with hope. "What is it?" "As long as it does not involve compromising my integrity, I shall agree." "Huh, Compromise your integrity? That is not what I had in mind. I merely want you to assist me with a task. The woman raised her teacup and drank it all in one go, gradually revealing her request. Assist you? This is rather sudden. I am not prepared for this. Moreover, I do not even know what you are involved in. Shi Yuan was taken aback. The woman, seated in the Qifeng Pavilion on the third floor, must possess a remarkable status, yet she was requesting his aid. This was indeed perplexing. In a society that favored males, her words made him curious about her true identity. If you agree, I shall reveal my identity to you. If not, I shall say no more, and simply find a chance to blind Guorenjia. Shi Yuan's expression turned bitter upon hearing this. Clearly, the woman was threatening him. Yet, he had no choice but to respond. That brother Huang. I mean, beautiful lady, your request seems rather difficult to fulfill. He stole a glance at her expression, noticing her calm demeanor, and continued, my life was saved by old Lin himself. Now, old Lin has entrusted me with managing the Lin family's affairs. I must remain loyal to my promise. If I were to leave now, would that not make me a traitor? I pride myself on my loyalty. Such actions are simply unacceptable. Then I shall have to. Upon noticing a shift in her tone, Shi Yuan quickly waved his hands. Wait, do not be so hasty with your anger. We can still discuss this. Do you have any other requests? Other requests. The woman pondered for a moment and then said, actually, I have an important matter to attend to in Jinling. You could assist me with this task, and if successful, I may consider your brother Guo's situation more favorably. Are you not trying to lure me into a trap? Shi Yuan's thoughts began to clear. This woman was likely attempting to manipulate him. Even if Guorenjia exposed her identity, she would not harm him. Her request for assistance seemed to be a fade. Helping her with her affairs in Jinling appeared to be her ultimate goal. Shi Yuan pondered this and spoke up. You may attempt it. The woman toyed with her teacup, a playful smirk upon her lips. At that moment, Shi Yuan fell silent. Guorenjia was his friend. Despite their brief acquaintance, their personalities matched well. Besides old Lin, who had saved him, and his boss Lin Yingwe, Guorenjia was perhaps the first true friend he had made in this world. Having inadvertently revealed the truth, if this woman was indeed someone with no regard for others, he would never dare to make light of Guorenjia's eyes. Shi Yuan began to realize that perhaps he had been schemed against the moment he entered the room, foolishly teasing her about being a woman. He had not anticipated that in just a short time, he had become a puppet in her hands. This woman possessed a deep cunning. After much contemplation, Shi Yuan found himself at a loss for how to respond. Since you choose not to speak, I shall assume you have consented. The woman, sensing his silence, declared. Shi Yuan wished to voice his thoughts, but found himself at a loss for words. Ultimately, it was his own loose tongue that had led to this predicament. Had he refrained from speaking earlier, or simply declined to ascend the stairs, perhaps none of this would have transpired. Now, he was caught between a rock and a hard place. If he refused, the woman, with her high status, could very well take action against Guorenjia, leaving him powerless to intervene. If he acquiesced, he would be led by the nose. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over exposing your identity? Shi Yuan muttered, feeling exasperated. My disguise as a man is for a reason. That Guo fellow has a lecherous gaze. If he discovers my true identity, he shall pay the price. What kind of reasoning is that? Guorenjia does not possess any supernatural abilities. He has merely gained experience from interacting with women. Shi Yuan replied, unable to comprehend her logic. The woman chuckled softly and replied, and what if I choose to be unreasonable? You. Shi Yuan was momentarily speechless. His finger pointed at the woman, unsure of how to respond. Well then, Shi Gongzi, what are your thoughts? The white-clad woman inquired teasingly, observing Shi Yuan's frustrated demeanor. Can I even say no? The woman shook her head. What else can I say? However, before you proceed, I have one question for you. Why did you choose me? Do you genuinely wish to know the answer? The woman raised an eyebrow, her voice soft. Shi Yuan nodded gently. The woman, seeing his affirmation, slowly lifted her teacup to her chest and stated, because this matter is quite complex, I require someone knowledgeable, courageous, and perceptive, with an unblemished reputation. Is that so? Shi Yuan felt slightly taken aback by her response. The woman nodded affirmatively. Very well, I concede. I possess some knowledge, a bit of courage, and I am rather handsome. Yet, surely there are others in Jinling who fit your criteria? You make a valid point. Before meeting you, I had indeed sent others to fulfill this task. The woman sipped her tea, her expression calm. Then why do you need me? Shi Yuan pressed, still confused. The woman set her teacup down, scrutinizing Shi Yuan for a long while before finally replying. Because you possess a thick skin. Hee. What could Shi Yuan say? His greatest trait had been laid bare before him. Thank you for the compliment, my lady. A thick skin is indeed a commendable quality. It seems I have no choice but to agree. However, before we proceed, may I ask your name? Shi Yuan blurted out the question. The woman was momentarily taken aback. Why do you want to know that? Come on. A little sincerity would be appreciated. I am merely asking your name. Surely. You can share that? Shi Yuan replied, secretly planning to investigate this woman further. You make a fair point. I shall tell you. My name is Baihua. Baihua, the flower fairy? Upon hearing her name, the woman blushed slightly but remained silent. That Baihua is it? I have one final question. Shi Yuan drank deeply from his teacup, preparing to speak again. Perhaps the flattery from Shi Yuan had taken effect. As Baihua remained silent in response to his familiar address and gently said, Go ahead. May I inquire if you are flat-chested? Shi Yuan inquired with a playful grin, fixating his gaze on the delicate curves of Huang Baihua. Upon exiting Qingfeng Pavilion, everything appeared perfectly ordinary from a distance. However, a closer inspection revealed a distinct handprint on his face. When Shi Yuan posed that question, the woman's hand instinctively rose in response. Yet, Shi Yuan wore a broad smile. Reveling in the sight of Baihua, her cheeks flushed crimson with indignation. The sensation of being toyed with by a woman was decidedly unpleasant, but he was willing to endure the slap from Baihua for the sake of reclaiming his pride. On the upper floor of Qingfeng Pavilion, the woman named Baihua stood by the window, gazing at the distant figures. Although the occasional spring breeze tousled her bangs, her cheeks retained a slight rosy hue. That wretched scoundrel! How dare he say such things about me? Baihua muttered softly, her gaze drifting to her own chest. Shi Yuan crossed the stone bridge and reached its end, only to pause in his tracks upon spotting Old Yang in the Lin family's carriage. Old Yang? Why are you still here? Shi Yuan approached him, inquiring. The young lady instructed me to wait for you, Shigongzi. To his surprise, Lin Yingyue, that little girl, was quite considerate. Let's hurry back, Shi Yuan declared, climbing into the carriage, eager to enter. Get out quickly. Who permitted you to enter? Lin Yingyue's delicate voice rang out from within. Wali Maoma sat beside her, grinning at Shi Yuan. Miss Lin, I thought you had left and sent Old Yang to fetch me. Shi Yuan genuinely believed Lin Yingyue had departed after spending quite some time upstairs. Upon seeing Old Yang, he assumed he was sent to retrieve him, unaware that Lin Yingyue had not left at all. I certainly wasn't waiting for you. What happened to your face? Who struck you? As Shi Yuan leaned into the carriage, Lin Yingyue's attention was drawn to the mark on his face. Although the imprint had faded somewhat, it still bore a hint of redness. That sharp-eyed girl. He had thought he concealed it well after applying cold water, yet she had seen through it. And that Baihua, her slap was rather forceful. Naturally, Shi Yuan wished to keep the incident of Baihua's slap from Lin Yingyue, as it was somewhat embarrassing. He quickly altered his explanation. I had a bit too much to drink earlier, which is why my face is a little flushed. Humph. That's clearly a result of being struck. You think I can't see through you? You must have bullied someone, which is why you got hit, right? We've been waiting for you for ages while you were up at Qingfeng Pavilion drinking and having fun. Weren't you hungry earlier? Lin Yingyue's tone grew increasingly indignant as she scolded Shi Yuan. Hearing this, Shi Yuan could not help but smile wryly. Drinking and having fun was a mild understatement. He then began to explain. Miss Lin, please allow me to clarify. Uncle Yang, let's go. There are too many people in the carriage. And the horses haven't eaten. They must be tired. Kindly let those unrelated disembark and walk. Lin Yingyue interrupted, giving instructions to Old Yang without allowing Shi Yuan to elaborate further. Shigongzi, you see. Old Yang, with a helpless expression, approached the carriage, addressing Shi Yuan, who had his head pushed out by Lin Yingyue. Very well. I shall walk back, Shi Yuan sighed, picking up the embroidered pillow that Lin Yingyue had thrown at him. As Shi Yuan jumped down from the carriage, Old Yang flicked the reins, and the carriage began to move forward. Yet it halted after only a short distance. Shi Yuan, noticing this from afar, felt a surge of amusement and hurried over to Old Yang, asking, Old Yang, what's the matter? Are the horses too hungry to continue? Old Yang, revealing a grin that showcased his yellowed teeth, chuckled softly, Shigongzi, you must have known we wouldn't go far. The young lady mentioned she feared someone might slander our Lin family's hospitality, so she asked me to wait here. Who would dare speak ill of the Lin family? Shi Yuan feigned righteous indignation. Humph, that person is none other than one named Shi Yuan, an ungrateful and detestable fellow. Came Lin Yingyue's voice from the carriage. What a coincidence. We share the same name. Shi Yuan muttered to himself. Once I catch that scoundrel, I shall teach him a good lesson. As he spoke, he climbed into the carriage and placed the embroidered pillow beneath him. Hiki, big brother, the person Miss Lin mentioned is you. Li Maomao's remark caused Shi Yuan to blush, while Old Yang suppressed a laugh, his face turning red as well. Children speak without restraint. Children speak without restraint. Old Yang, let us depart. At Shi Yuan's words, Old Yang flicked the reins, and the carriage proceeded slowly down the streets of Jinling. As dusk approached, the sun's fading rays cast a warm glow. Shi Yuan, seated in the carriage, squinted at the sun as it descended. His mind drifting into contemplation. So much had transpired that day, yet he had scarcely registered it all. The only lingering unease stemmed from the woman named by Wa at Chifeng Pavilion. He wondered what she intended for him to do. Chapter 23. Reflections prompted by a pencil. Upon returning to the Lin estate, the sky had darkened considerably. Lin Yingyue disembarked from the carriage, still ignoring Xiwan, as she led Li Mao Mao toward her private residence. The little girl, however, stuck out her tongue at Xiwan in a playful manner. Xiwan gazed at Lin Yingyue's retreating figure for a considerable time before concluding, "That girl truly has a fine figure." He then returned to his quarters, only to find that little Lei was absent. After wandering aimlessly around the yard with nothing to occupy his time, Xiwan finally retreated to his room. On the desk lay the pastries that Lin Yingyue had sent over that morning. A smile graced Xiwan's face as he tidied up the treats before seating himself at the writing desk. He intended to practice calligraphy, a solitary pastime that had become his solace since his arrival in this world. Yet, as he observed the ink and paper on the desk, his thoughts drifted back to the papermaking techniques he had seen earlier that day. He had gained a rudimentary understanding of ancient papermaking processes. The notion of improving papermaking techniques surged forth in his mind. After all, Lin the Elder had saved his life, and it was only right that he repay him in some manner. The improvement of papermaking techniques. Xiwan recalled that it had been a eunuch named Kai Luan who had pioneered this. Moreover, it seemed this individual was indeed a eunuch. However, this world differed from his own. He surmised that the papermaking techniques here were already somewhat advanced, having undergone modifications. Yet, when compared to the modern production scale and methodology, it remained woefully outdated. Furthermore, the primary raw material for papermaking was wood, and paper was not recycled, resulting in substantial costs. Although the demand for writing paper was considerable, it had not permeated the common folk. It was quite absurd that he even used Xian paper for a simple toilet necessity. Xiwan had been in this world for some time now, yet he had not fully accepted his circumstances. It was only after the teacher, Mr. Wenyan, had ignited his temper that he began to come to terms with his situation. Since returning was not an option, he resolved to take action. Shi Yuan had always been an exemplary student, excelling in both academics and character. However, upon completing his graduate studies and entering the workforce as a beleaguered office worker, he realized that the knowledge he had acquired seemed utterly useless. The oft-repeated adage about mastering mathematics and the sciences to fearlessly traverse the world rang hollow, as he found no application for the formulas and equations he had once learned. Yet, now Shi Yuan secretly rejoiced in his diligent studies, recognizing that they had not been in vain. The art of improving papermaking was not overly challenging for him, but he felt it necessary to meticulously organize his thoughts, especially considering the historical context and the existing papermaking processes of the time. He retrieved a pencil he had crafted from carbon powder during a period of boredom, a makeshift writing tool he had fashioned upon his arrival at the Lin residence. Finding the use of a brush cumbersome, he had mixed carbon powder with tree gum and water, allowing it to dry before encasing it in bamboo to create a rudimentary pencil. After practicing calligraphy, he had forgotten about this creation, but now it was the perfect tool for his writing endeavors. After a moment of contemplation, Shi Yuan began to sketch the papermaking process, materials, processing techniques, bleaching methods, until the details gradually became clear upon the page. In this era, paper was already widely utilized, though most common households employed coarse hemp paper for writing or wrapping items. In contrast, the Lin family's paper was of superior quality, with varieties that absorbed ink differently. One made from wood fibers, which absorbed ink well, and another from bamboo fibers, which had a lesser ink absorption capacity. Both types were intended for writing, but the bamboo paper was particularly distinctive to the Lin family. Additionally, there existed exquisite Xian paper, crafted from rice straw and mulberry bark, renowned for its exceptional ink absorption and quality, favored by scholars for their calligraphy and paintings. The Lin family's paper, complemented by their ink and inkstone, formed a harmonious combination, which elucidated why they did not merely sell paper, but engaged in the broader business of scholarly supplies. In essence, the Lin family operated within the stationery industry, albeit during a time when literacy was not widespread, rendering their products quite costly. Regardless, the papermaking techniques of the time were rudimentary, relying solely on intuition and experience, absent of any systematic approach or specific formulas. The artisans were largely ignorant of the physical transformations or chemical reactions involved, resulting in paper that often appeared yellowed and coarse. Shi Yuan aimed to compile these observations and introduce improvements to the paper mill, aspiring to produce finer, smoother, and more exquisite paper. Unbeknownst to him, night had fallen. Undeterred, Shi Yuan lit an oil lamp and continued to inscribe his designs and formulas on paper, occasionally adjusting the wick to enhance clarity. Suddenly, a voice startled him, causing his carbon pencil to snap in two. Irritated, he looked up to find Lin Yingyue standing before him. "Miss Lin, you nearly frightened me to death. How did you end up in my room?" Shi Yuan inquired, attempting to regain his composure while feeling a twinge of annoyance. "Why are you so fierce? I saw your light on, knocked on your door, and when no one answered, I came in," Lin Yingyue replied, observing the papers on Shi Yuan's desk with curiosity. With a grin, Shi Yuan responded, "I'll tell you in a few days. It's a remarkable matter." Intrigued by his mysterious demeanor, Lin Yingyue refrained from further questioning. Having initially overlooked Shi Yuan's appearance, she couldn't help but burst into laughter upon noticing the dark circles under his eyes, a result of his proximity to the oil lamp. After cleaning his face, Shi Yuan asked, "Is there something you need from me?" Lin Yingyue replied coolly, "I want to know if you gave the pastries I gave you this morning to Butler Wang." Taken aback, Shi Yuan answered, "Yes, why?" Lin Yingyue was momentarily speechless, irritated by his nonchalant response. "It's just pastries. Butler Wang came looking for me this morning, and I shared some with him. After all, sharing joy is better than keeping it to oneself. Why must you be so stingy, Miss Lin?" Unbeknownst to Shi Yuan, Lin Yingyue treasured the pastries, particularly the Yangzhou flour cakes, which her late mother had adored. Each time Lin Yingyue visited Yangzhou, she would bring some back, cherishing them dearly. Normally, only the elderly patriarch of the Lin family was allowed to partake. "Well, I won't give any to anyone else," Shi Yuan conceded, though he remained ignorant of the significance of the pastries to Lin Yingyue. "There's another matter. I want to ask about the poetry exchange you had with the courtesan across the lake yesterday at Mingyang Lake, and the woman in white who assisted you today. How do you know her?" Lin Yingyue had intended to check the accounts upon returning home, but her thoughts were consumed by the events she had heard about Shi Yuan at Qifeng Pavilion, as well as the white-clad woman who had called him upstairs. Increasingly agitated, she decided to confront Shi Yuan for clarification. After Shi Yuan recounted the previous day's happenings, Lin Yingyue listened intently until he finished, then remarked with a smile, "That Xinwei is quite a remarkable woman. How dare you toy with her? Aren't you worried the talented men of Jinling might seek retribution?" "Hey, Miss Lin, it was I who was tricked by her yesterday. Why are you siding with her?" Shi Yuan retorted, feeling disgruntled. Lin Yingyue, undeterred, continued, "So you only met the woman in the Qingfeng Pavilion yesterday? Why did she help you today? What did she say to you?" Shi Yuan thought to himself, "Is this girl conducting an inquiry? It feels as if a wife is interrogating her husband for returning late." He quickly dismissed the notion of her being jealous, realizing they had only known each other for a couple of days, and even his self-importance couldn't lead him to believe she had developed feelings for him. Meanwhile, Lin Yingyue experienced a whirlwind of emotions, questioning herself, "Why am I asking these things?" Shi Yuan, oblivious to her internal conflict, attempted to lighten the mood with a chuckle. However, Lin Yingyue merely huffed coldly, choosing not to press further. Instead, she pointed at the pencil on Shi Yuan's desk and inquired, "What is this? I saw you using it just now." Relieved by her lack of further questions, Shi Yuan picked up the pencil and smiled slightly. "This is called a pencil, made from charcoal powder. It's far more convenient for writing than a brush." He then grabbed a piece of white paper and sketched a small dog, chuckling, "See? It's a good drawing." Lin Yingyue burst into laughter, declaring, "You're quite thick-skinned. That drawing is dreadful. What do you mean it's good? However, this pencil is indeed a marvelous invention." Shi Yuan, undeterred by any semblance of embarrassment, held the pencil in his hand and remarked, "Miss Lin, your discerning eye is indeed remarkable. If this pencil could be mass-produced, it would undoubtedly bring immense benefits to scholars everywhere. Moreover, our Lin family could profit handsomely from it." Upon hearing Shi Yuan refer to our Lin family, Lin Yingyue felt a sudden flutter in her heart, a surge of inexplicable joy. However, she chose not to reveal her feelings and simply shook her head, saying, "Though this pencil is indeed useful, no scholar would dare to employ it, for the imperial examinations assess not only poetry and prose, but also calligraphy. Should one use this pencil, it could adversely affect their examination results." Lin Yingyue articulated her thoughts slowly, and Shi Yuan immediately grasped the implication. This was a world that prioritized literary pursuits above all else, with industrial manufacturing techniques relegated to the sidelines. The utility of the pencil would inevitably be stifled. The saying, "all crafts are inferior, only studying is exalted," echoed in his mind, a bitter irony for the Lin family, who, despite crafting fine writing implements, held a lowly status as mere merchants. Chapter 24. Drawing eyebrows after a prolonged silence. Lin Yingyue noticed Shi Yuan's lack of response, and a hint of sorrow crossed her face. Frowning slightly, she offered, "You need not be overly disheartened. Solutions will emerge in due time. Your concern brings me great joy." Shi Yuan, realizing that Lin Yingyue had misunderstood him, quickly focused his attention on her. The candlelight danced upon her features, illuminating her rosy lips and bright smile. He became momentarily entranced until his gaze fell upon her delicate, willow-like eyebrows. An idea sparked in his mind, and he exclaimed, "Ah, Miss Lin, this pencil is also known as an eyebrow pencil. Allow me to draw your eyebrows." As he spoke, Shi Yuan brought the pencil closer to Lin Yingyue's face. Caught off guard by his gaze, she felt a mix of embarrassment and indignation, and before she could react, the pencil had already marked her brow. "What are you doing?" she exclaimed in alarm. "Stay still. If you move, it won't look nice." Shi Yuan admonished her gently. Initially, Lin Yingyue intended to resist, but upon seeing Shi Yuan's earnest expression, an inexplicable sensation welled up within her, filling her heart with a bewildering allure. "The way you just drew was horrendous. I don't want you to do my eyebrows." Her voice trailed off, growing softer with each word. "Fear not, Miss Lin. I assure you, my eyebrow drawing skills have been honed." Shi Yuan responded, brimming with confidence. While it was true that, prior to his journey here, he had often drawn eyebrows for his sister, he curiously refrained from mentioning that she was not his biological sister. Lin Yingyue's expression softened, yet she remained skeptical. "Is that so?" she inquired. Shi Yuan nodded and, with a playful smile, teased, "Miss Lin, you're not feeling jealous, are you?" Lin Yingyue's cheeks flushed, and she retorted, "As if I would be jealous of you. I merely wanted clarification." Shi Yuan, interpreting her words as mere curiosity, chose not to press the matter further. "Miss Lin, this is a significant venture. Just imagine if all the women in the world used the Lin family's eyebrow pencil. Thus, I must first draw on you to test its effectiveness." With that, he once again approached her brow with the pencil, and this time, Lin Yingyue did not resist. Seeing her compliance, Shi Yuan proceeded to draw. Aware that women of this era typically used dark mineral powders for their eyebrows, making his pencil, crafted from wood charcoal, a more convenient alternative. Although the pencil he created resulted in a deeper hue, its ease of application on the skin bore a resemblance to an eyebrow pencil. Gradually, he drew with increasing finesse, moving from a lighter shade to a more pronounced one, and soon enough, he had completed the task. Done. Quite impressive, if I may say so. A lovely willow leaf brow. I might even commend myself. Shi Yuan boasted, gazing at Lin Yingyue's newly drawn eyebrows without a hint of modesty. Lin Yingyue, upon opening her eyes, softly murmured, "It must look dreadful. How could it? Miss Lin, your beauty shines like a flower, and with my magical brush, how could it possibly be unattractive? Just a moment. I shall fetch you a bronze mirror for you to see." As he spoke, he retrieved a bronze mirror and placed it before her. Lin Yingyue stared into the reflection, but with the darkness of night and flickering candlelight, clarity eluded her. Suddenly, Shi Yuan remembered that the bronze mirror was no match for glass, especially in the dim light. A thought struck him, prompting deep contemplation. Noticing Shi Yuan's sudden silence, Lin Yingyue assumed he was feeling guilty and gently encouraged him. "Do not blame yourself. In truth, you did quite well." Shi Yuan, interrupted from his thoughts, chuckled heartily. "Miss Lin, in a few days, I shall present you with a gift." He uttered this thoughtlessly. Yet Lin Yingyue refrained from probing further. Confusion swirled within her, and she pondered why she felt compelled to care about Shi Yuan. However, upon hearing the rumors of their artistic exchanges, a sense of discomfort welled up inside her. It was utterly detestable that they had used Lin family funds to visit flower boats. She had intended to confront him about this perceived wrong, but found herself misunderstanding his intentions. Further concluding that a man should not casually draw a woman's eyebrows, he was indeed quite frivolous. Lin Yingyue's heart raced, and the atmosphere in the room fell into silence. "Miss Lin, the night is still young. Shall I accompany you for a stroll in the garden?" Shi Yuan, oblivious to her thoughts, suggested. Lin Yingyue, caught in her tumultuous emotions, nodded quietly, and together they ventured into the courtyard. Shi Yuan stretched languidly, inhaling the fragrance of the blooming flowers, and remarked, "Ah, the air in the garden is simply delightful." Behind him, Lin Yingyue couldn't help but recall the soot that had darkened his eyes earlier, eliciting a soft chuckle. "Miss Lin, you ought to engage in more physical activity. Take leisurely walks in the garden instead of solely fixating on making money. Overworking yourself could lead to dire consequences." Shi Yuan chattered as they walked, swinging his arms. His words painted an image of himself as a penny pincher. Lin Yingyue, hearing this, pouted slightly before letting out a gentle sigh. "The Lin family is vast and prosperous. How could I allow it to falter under my watch?" With spring upon them and a rare moment of leisure, she could afford to stroll through the garden, otherwise. Upon hearing her, Shi Yuan fell silent. The burden of the Lin estate rested solely upon her shoulders, and she certainly did not enjoy the same liberties he had. Uncertain of how to comfort her, He scratched his head and proposed, "Let me sing you a song." Without waiting for Lin Yue's response, he launched into a lively children-esque song. Dancing with exaggerated movements and occasionally making silly faces, his antics eliciting uncontrollable laughter from Lin Yue, who had initially stifled her amusement but eventually succumbed to fits of giggles. "How was that? Is it pleasant to the ears?" Shi Yuan inquired of Lin Yue, who was doubled over with laughter. At that moment, Lin Yue had abandoned all pretenses of ladylike decorum, unable to articulate a response through her mirth. Shi Yuan, caught off guard by her reaction, had initially intended to tease her. However, witnessing her unrestrained laughter revealed the weight of pressure she had been carrying. Shi Yuan was quite skilled in playing musical instruments, having excelled at the guitar during his university years, though his vocal abilities were not particularly remarkable. When he noticed Lin Yue's earlier melancholy, he recalled a cheerful nursery rhyme and sang it to elicit a smile from her, never anticipating such a joyous outburst. Unbeknownst to him, aside from the burdens Lin Yue bore, she was also a refined young lady accustomed to elegant performances. His whimsical antics were indeed a novelty. One could easily understand why she found such amusement, particularly as she was in the bloom of youth. Eventually, Lin Yue's laughter subsided, and she lifted her gaze, brushing away the tears of joy from her eyes. "Am I utterly unappealing?" she asked. "My dear Miss Lin, you possess the beauty of a goddess, one that would make even the flowers in the courtyard feel ashamed. How could you possibly be unattractive?" Shi Yuan, momentarily mesmerized by the sight of her tear-streaked cheeks, spoke without thinking. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yue felt a flush of embarrassment and retorted, "You are just speaking nonsense. I'm not listening to you. What flowers are closing up?" "Look, that blossom over there seems to have closed up," Shi Yuan replied, gesturing towards a bud nestled among the flowers. Lin Yue followed his finger and noticed a closed orchid nearby, seemingly still in bud form. "How brazen," she thought to herself, preparing to respond when a round of applause interrupted her. "Ah, what a delightful couple, reveling in love beneath the flowers and moonlight." The voice drew closer, revealing a figure approaching them. Shi Yuan squinted, recognizing the newcomer as Lin Yin, the eldest grandson of the Lin family, who had recently been slapped by Lin Yue. "Lin Yin, what brings you here?" Lin Yue asked, her tone questioning as she faced him. "Oh, am I not allowed to stroll in my own courtyard? It seems I have interrupted you and your suitor," Lin Yin replied smugly. "You." Lin Yue felt her face flush with anger, ready to retort. But Shi Yuan discreetly restrained her. "I see that you appear flushed, young Master Lin, and your attire remains unchanged. I presume you have just returned from drinking?" Lin Yin, momentarily flustered by Shi Yuan's observation, feigned composure as he replied, "And if I have, it is no concern of a mere tenant like you." His words dripped with contempt, recalling the earlier insult he had suffered at Shi Yuan's hands. "I would never presume to inquire about your affairs, young Master Lin," Shi Yuan said with a slight smile. Lin Yin, feeling a swell of pride at Shi Yuan's deference, was about to respond when Shi Yuan continued, "However, I must admit, my nose is particularly sensitive, and I detect a fragrance of cosmetics upon you. Might it be that you have just returned from a visit to the pleasure quarters by the river? What a pity. I have yet to experience such an establishment myself, and would love to learn from you about the charms of the courtesans there." "How do you know?" Lin Yin stammered, his bravado faltering as he realized he had revealed too much. Earlier that day, after being dismissed from the paper shop by Lin Yue, he had run into Jean Tanjia, who had urged him to visit Fenglai Tower as an apology. They had initially planned to go, and had it not been for their earlier encounter with Lin Yue, he would not have suffered Shi Yuan's insult or the slap from Lin Yue. Now, in the company of Jean Tanjia, he had indulged in drink to ease his anger and perhaps engage with a few courtesans, all at Jean Tanjia's expense. He had lingered at Fenglai Tower until nightfall, dreading a confrontation with his grandfather Lin Qingming, hoping to sneak back to his room unnoticed. However, as he passed by Shi Yuan's courtyard, he overheard laughter, prompting him to eavesdrop, ultimately discovering that the source was Lin Yue. He had intended to confront them as if they were guilty of a clandestine rendezvous, hoping to use this to tarnish both their reputations and exact revenge for his earlier humiliation. Yet, he had not anticipated that Shi Yuan would see through his intentions so easily. The Lin family upheld strict traditions, and should word of his visit to the pleasure quarters reach Lin Yue's grandfather, he would undoubtedly face severe consequences and further tarnish his reputation. "Enough," Lin Yue finally interjected, unable to tolerate any more of Lin Yan's provocations. "Have you the audacity to deceive grandfather and venture into that place of vice? You should return at once to reflect on your actions. Or do you wish for me to disclose this to grandfather?" Although the Lin family enforced strict rules, Lin Yue knew that her less scrupulous uncles and brothers occasionally sneaked away to such venues, and Lin Qingming often turn a blind eye. However, if Lin Yingwei were to report Lin Yan's misconduct, he would surely face a reprimand. Upon hearing Lin Yingwei's words, Lin Yin felt a pang of regret in his heart. Yet he could not swallow his pride. Thus, gritting his teeth, he retorted fiercely, Lin Yingwei, do not be so arrogant. What if I have visited a brothel? Even if grandfather finds out, I would only face punishment from the family. But you, in the Lin family courtyard, meeting with an unidentified man, have brought disgrace to our household. I will inform grandfather tomorrow. As he pondered the situation, Shi Yuan thought to himself that this fellow was not particularly adept at serious matters, but certainly knew how to stir up trouble. Just as he was about to speak, a sudden voice interrupted from afar. You fool! Shi Yuan turned to see the old man Lin, his face contorted with anger, striding into the courtyard. Why has the old man come to my courtyard at such a late hour? Shi Yuan wondered, scrutinizing Lin's demeanor for any hint of his intentions. Meanwhile, Lin Yin, mistaking the old man's ire to be directed at Lin Yingwei, cast a smug glance at her and called out, Grandfather, Lin Yingwei is meeting with an unidentified man here, tarnishing the reputation of the Lin family. I implore you to see the truth. Before Lin Yin could finish his sentence, a resounding slap echoed as the old man struck him across the face. You fool! It is one thing to indulge in debauchery outside, but how dare you sow discord within our home? Now, go back and reflect on your actions. Lin Yin stood bewildered. The old man was scolding him. Having been struck twice in a single day, and in front of others no less, he felt a rush of indignation and began to cry once more. However, with the old man's words hanging in the air, he dared not utter another word and fled Shi Yuan's courtyard in tears. Shi Yuan observed Lin Yin's retreating figure and mused, this lad, a grown man, cries just like that girl Lin Yingwei. Truly a useless fellow. He then chuckled, old Lin handled that well. Perhaps that boy will behave for a few days after returning home. Hearing Shi Yuan's praise, the old man Lin smiled slightly. Oh, it seems I have provided you with some amusement, Shi Gongzi. I had intended to ask Yingwei about matters concerning Yangzhou, but upon hearing she was here, I came to take a look. Speaking of which, you have spent the day with my granddaughter. What do you think of her? Lin Yingwei, overhearing this, blushed and called out softly, Grandfather, before lowering her head. Shi Yuan, sensing the old man's intent, felt a flutter of anxiety. What is the old man up to? He quickly interjected, Miss Lin is indeed beautiful, graceful, intelligent, and capable. She embodies the virtues of your esteemed self, old Lin. The old man Lin snorted dismissively. My granddaughter's excellence is self-evident. No need for your flattery. I am warning you. Let it be known, should I discover that you bully my precious granddaughter, I will not spare you. Shi Yuan was taken aback by the old man's words. Unable to comprehend his intentions, assuming the old man was merely testing him, he replied, Of course. Old Lin, you are my savior. How could I ever mistreat Miss Lin? Lin Yingwei, her cheeks still tinged with pink, thought to herself, I wonder who made me cry today. The old man sighed deeply, lamenting the hardships his granddaughter had faced, given that his sons and grandsons had proven inadequate. You must assist Yingwei more in the future, he urged Shi Yuan, silently nodding. Shi Yuan acknowledged the old man's sentiment. Lin Yingwei's eyes glistened with unshed tears, but she quickly regained her composure, fearful of the old man's notice. After inquiring about several business matters from Yangzhou, the old man Lin finally took his leave. Watching him depart, Shi Yuan murmured to himself, I wonder what schemes this old man is concocting. Lin Yingwei, hearing Shi Yuan's words, offered him a faint smile. Yet upon seeing the expression, Shi Yuan's demeanor shifted. Then Lin Yingwei inquired, Is that so? You do not seem very composed yourself. Tell me, who are Ru Hua and Feng Jie? At the mention of Ru Hua and Feng Jie, Lin Yingwei's expression soured, though she had no time to delve into the matter at that moment. With only the two of them remaining, she pressed Shi Yuan. Were the stories you told me about you and Shun Wei merely fabrications? Have you truly visited Feng Lailu? How else would you know about Ru Hua and Feng Jie? With a stern expression, she continued her interrogation. What does any of this have to do with one another? I merely concocted those tales to tease Lin Yin, Shi Yuan explained, unable to suppress his laughter. Ru Hua and Feng Jie are the village darlings. How could such exquisite beauties possibly have any connection to me? Is that so? Lin Yingwei remained skeptical. But upon witnessing Shi Yuan's firm nod, she continued, You must remember, you are residing in our Lin family and consuming our hospitality. Do not dare squander our family's resources on such frivolities. As dusk approached, she added, I must return now. With her head bowed, she hurriedly exited the courtyard. What is wrong with this girl? Could she truly be harboring feelings for me, feeling jealous? But we have only just met. Shi Yuan watched Lin Yingwei's retreating figure, perplexed, unable to grasp her thoughts. He muttered, A woman's heart is like a needle in the ocean. He then returned to his room to sleep. Meanwhile, Lin Yingwei, back in her own quarters, felt a turmoil of emotions ever since meeting Shi Yuan. She had lost her composure repeatedly. It must be because he is so infuriating. I must keep a close watch on him to prevent any trouble. This was the justification Lin Yingwei crafted for herself. Both harbored their thoughts, remaining silent throughout the night. The next morning, Shi Yuan rose early, while Xiaolei waited outside as usual, which left him feeling quite helpless. After sharing breakfast with Xiaolei, Shi Yuan found himself at a loss for what to do and began contemplating improvements to the papermaking process. Time passed, and at long last, he completed the outline of the process. Stretching his limbs, he suddenly recalled that Lin Yingwei had not sent anyone to summon him. Is that girl no longer allowing me to be her carriage driver? Curious, Shi Yuan made his way to the separate courtyard where Lin Yingwei resided. Regardless, I am currently her secretary. It is essential to inquire about my duties with the boss. I also wonder how that little girl Li Mao Mao is faring. Chapter 26. The bamboo courtyard. Although Shi Yuan was aware that Lin Yingwei resided in the courtyard adjacent to his, he had never visited before. He had overheard Qing Luo, the maid, mention that it was called the bamboo courtyard, a most fitting name. Upon entering the courtyard, he found it filled with bamboo, with several stone paths leading deeper inside. A gentle spring breeze wafted through, imparting an indescribable tranquility. As Shi Yuan walked along the stone path, he saw a two-story pavilion nestled within the bamboo grove, where a young woman was tending to several potted plants at the entrance. Qing Luo, where is your young lady? Shi Yuan inquired, recognizing her from the previous day, though she had not been particularly friendly towards him. What do you want with our young lady? Qing Luo glanced at Shi Yuan before turning back to water the flowers in the garden. Shi Yuan was unfazed by her demeanor. He realized he had likely left a poor impression on her. With an awkward smile, he explained, I come at the behest of your Lin old master to assist your young lady. Today, as I have not received any message from her, I thought to inquire. Qing Luo frowned slightly upon hearing Shi Yuan's words, but then shot him a glance, saying, Do not try to use the old master to intimidate me. I am merely a maidservant to the young lady. I have no interest in other affairs. If you wish to enter, you must first answer me a question. Caught off guard, Shi Yuan's face flushed with embarrassment. What do you wish to ask? Qing Lu observed Shi Yuan's awkward demeanor, her smile widening. Last night, my young lady returned from your courtyard with a rather peculiar expression. Moreover, it seems she has drawn her eyebrows. Do you know what transpired? Did you bully her? Only then did Shi Yuan comprehend the situation. It must have been the eyebrows he had drawn for Lin Yingwei the previous night that the young girl had witnessed. Although his charcoal pencil was not particularly refined, the eyebrows he had crafted appeared far more natural than those drawn with traditional methods. Upon returning, Lin Yingwei must have caught Qing Lu's eye, which explained the little girl's curiosity. Oh, is that what you were inquiring about? Recently, I invented a new pen, specifically for drawing women's eyebrows. Your young lady must have used that pen for her brows. However, it has some issues that I will rectify before presenting you with one. Shi Yuan replied to Lin Yingwei, resolving to refine the eyebrow pencil further, as it might yield some profit with the Lin family's backing. Is that so? But what about your young lady's peculiar expression upon her return? Did you bully her? Qing Lu asked, casting a skeptical glance at Shi Yuan. Caught off guard by Qing Lu's inquiry, Shi Yuan hesitated. Lin Yingwei had departed in such haste that he had not grasped her thoughts at that moment. Well, you can blame that on your family's young master, Lin Yin. As he spun his tale, Shi Yuan embellished the encounter with Lin Yin from the night before. How atrocious! Qing Lu exclaimed upon hearing his account. Yet, she was merely a servant, and Lin Yin was the legitimate heir of the Lin household, so she could not voice her indignation extensively, merely muttering a few grievances. Indeed, that Lin Yin is truly insufferable. If it weren't for Lin Yingwei stopping me, I would have dealt with him myself. Qing Lu, can you tell me where Lin Yingwei is now? Humph, I doubt you are in a position to criticize. Although you appear quite disagreeable, I suppose you possess some semblance of conscience. Since you helped our young lady last night, I will tell you. She is in the study on the second floor, reconciling the accounts with Sister Qingshuang. Though Qing Lu was only a few years younger than Lin Yingwei, she still believed Shi Yuan's words. Unbeknownst to her, it was Shi Yuan who had left Lin Yingwei flustered and with an odd expression. Had he known, he would have called for her directly instead of engaging in conversation with this little maid. Shi Yuan thanked Qing Lu and made his way upstairs toward the study. Upon arrival, before he could knock, a woman's voice called out from within, Is that you, Qing Lu? Weren't you complaining about these accounts? Did you not go to tend to the flowers in the courtyard? The voice belonged to Qing Shuang. Before Shi Yuan could respond, the door swung open, revealing Qing Shuang, who looked surprised to find him standing there. Oh, it's young master, sure. I thought it was Qing Lu. I am here to see Miss Lin, Shi Yuan replied. Qing Shuang turned to call out to Lin Yingwei. Miss, young master sure has come to see you. As she spoke, she invited Shi Yuan into the room. Upon entering the study, Shiwan was greeted by the delicate fragrance of books, mingled with the subtle scent of women's cosmetics. The shelves were lined with an extensive collection of books, and nearby were several rosewood chairs and a tall bronze mirror, alongside a writing desk cluttered with writing essentials and a stack of thick accounts. Lin Yingwei was engrossed in reviewing a ledger, occasionally jotting down notes on a side sheet. At that moment, Lin Yingwei, who had heard Shiwan's voice, finally spoke up. "What brings you here?" Shiwan felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him, realizing he might have acted foolishly by seeking her out. "Miss Lin, are you not going out today? Would you like me to drive you?" Lin Yingwei smiled at his inquiry. "You, who complained about the discomfort of riding yesterday, are now so eager to ask me?" Shiwan chuckled. "With the embroidered cushion you gifted me, it feels much better." A blush crept onto Lin Yingwei's cheeks, recalling that the cushion was meant to be a weapon against Shiwan, only to find it repurposed as a seat. "If I had known, I would have aimed more accurately at your head," she retorted with mock ferocity. Qing Shuang, overhearing the exchange, looked at Shiwan with amusement, intrigued by the banter. What did this young master sure do yesterday to provoke our usually gentle young lady into such a fierce response? Shiwan, ignoring Lin Yingwei's demeanor, continued to jest. "Indeed, I should have been hit harder. I fear you may be too fond of that cushion." Realizing that her repartee was futile, Lin Yingwei composed herself. "I need to verify the accounts from yesterday with the ledger I received from Master Tian. I shall not be going out. You can attend to your matters." "Shall I assist you with that?" Shiwan asked, initially pleased that he wouldn't need to play the role of a driver that day. However, upon observing Lin Yingwei's delicate demeanor, he felt a pang of sympathy for her labor. "Perhaps it's best if you don't. This task is quite tedious." "And it may take a while," she replied, secretly pleased but still rejecting his offer. Shiwan glanced at the desk behind Lin Yingwei, confirming the stack of accounts she needed to reconcile, all collected from Master Tian the day before. He and T realized she was so diligent in her work. However, he had matters to discuss with Guorenjia, particularly after the incident with Bai Hua at Qifeng Pavilion. Though he had agreed to her terms, unease lingered in his mind. He also wished to visit Guo's glassworks, hoping to explore the potential for transparent glass production. "Since you insist, I shall be off to see Guorenjia. I will return to assist you afterward," Shiwan said, turning to leave. But Lin Yingwei stopped him. "What business do you have with Guorenjia? He is notorious for his debauchery in Jinling." Shiwan couldn't help but chuckle at her concern, thinking she might suspect him of visiting brothels. It was curious. Ever since she learned of his encounter by the lake, she had been fixated on the matter. Could there be some rivalry between her and Xin Wei? It seemed unlikely. Although both were remarkable women from Jinling, their paths should not have crossed. Yet, as Lin Yingwei pointed out, living under the Lin roof, venturing into such establishments would indeed be inappropriate, despite his curiosity about the brothels of this era. "You needn't worry. I, Shiwan, am known for my virtue and would never frequent such establishments. I am merely seeking Guo to assist me with some matters." "Very well, let Xiaolei accompany you." "You are unfamiliar with the area," Lin Yingwei suggested, still somewhat concerned. Shi Yuan silently chuckled to himself, realizing that this young lady truly did not trust him. Nevertheless, he was equally unaware of the location of the Guo residence, so having Xiaolei to guide him was indeed fortuitous. Shi Yuan nodded in agreement and was about to turn to leave when he suddenly recalled the matter of Li Mao Mao. He had not encountered the little girl on his way here and wondered where Lin Yingwei had arranged for her to go. Contemplating this, he inquired, "Miss Lin, where is that little girl Li Mao Mao?" Upon hearing Shi Yuan's inquiry about Li Mao Mao just as he was preparing to leave, Lin Yingwei set aside the account book in her hands and replied, "It's a good thing you remembered. I had old Yang take her home to see her mother today. As I heard her mother is gravely ill, I instructed old Yang to find a doctor. We cannot simply whisk someone's daughter away in silence, can we?" This young lady truly had a kind heart and executed her tasks with meticulous care. Indeed, Miss Lin possesses a heart of compassion. Shi Yuan praised her profusely until she could no longer bear it and ushered him out of her study. Once outside Lin Yingwei's bamboo house, Shi Yuan called for Xiao Lei and made his way toward the Guo residence. Although Xiao Lei was still young, he was well versed in the intricacies of Jinling City. Following closely behind him, Shi Yuan wandered through several streets until they arrived at a courtyard marked with the words Guo residence. "Brother Shi, this is the Guo residence," Xiao Lei announced. The Guo family, much like the Lin family, was a prominent household in Jinling, having risen from commerce. However, the Guo family specialized in the porcelain trade and maintained a much closer relationship with the imperial kills, setting them apart from ordinary merchants and elevating their status. Shi Yuan observed the grand entrance of the Guo residence, which seemed even more imposing than that of the Lin family. As he marveled inwardly, he approached and knocked on the door. With a creak, the door slowly swung open, revealing a young doorkeeper who scrutinized Shi Yuan momentarily, lacking any recognition, before asking, "Which gentleman do you seek?" "Good sir, I am here to find Master Guorenjia," Shi Yuan replied, nodding respectfully to the young attendant. Upon hearing that Shi Yuan was looking for Guorenjia, the doorkeeper shook his head and informed him, "Young master has just left the residence." "Left? Do you know where he went?" Shi Yuan had anticipated this and asked the question nonetheless. "I'm afraid I do not know." "He left in the company of the governor's son," the doorkeeper replied, shaking his head again. "Oh, do you have any idea when he might return?" Shi Yuan continued, unwilling to give up. "Naturally, I cannot say. I would not dare to inquire about young master's affairs. Perhaps you could wait inside the residence?" the doorkeeper suggested, noticing Shi Yuan seemed to have pressing matters. Not wishing to wait at the Guo residence, Shi Yuan reluctantly turned away with Xiao Lei. After wandering through Jinling City for some time, they still had not caught sight of Guorenjia. Shi Yuan couldn't help but worry about Guorenjia's situation, especially since he had intended to discuss matters with him today. It seemed they could encounter him anywhere when there was nothing pressing. Yet he was nowhere to be found when it mattered. Just as Shi Yuan was preparing to return, he noticed a commotion among the passers-by nearby. Master Bai is going to publicly select a suitor for his granddaughter. Everyone hurry. The crowd surged in a particular direction. Shi Yuan and Xiao Lei managed to navigate through the throng and turned into an alley. Selecting a suitor? No wonder there's such a ruckus. "Xiao Lei, who is this Master Bai?" Shi Yuan inquired. "Brother Shi, the Bai family is quite distinguished. Master Bai is a renowned scholar, famous for his calligraphy and paintings in Daqing. I have heard that one of his paintings is worth 10,000 taels, and many officials covet them. His only son, a young general, tragically died on the battlefield 10 years ago, leaving behind only a daughter," Xiao Lei recounted with a hint of sorrow. "Oh, it seems the young lady from the Bai family has a rather unfortunate fate. But if the Bai family holds such status, why would Master Bai publicly seek a suitor?" Shi Yuan questioned, perplexed. "I'm not certain," Xiao Lei admitted. Shi Yuan's curiosity piqued. Could it be that the young lady from the Bai family was unattractive and thus unable to find a match? "Let us go and see," he declared, turning to Xiao Lei. Following the crowd, they soon arrived at the venue for the suitor selection. The stage was already surrounded by a throng of spectators, and Shi Yuan found himself at the back, listening to the chatter around him. "Why haven't we seen Master Bai or the young lady yet? Why are you so impatient? You are already married. Why come here for the excitement? Come and see, come and see. Who are you to speak? You could be a grandfather to the young lady at your age." Shi Yuan couldn't help but smile at the banter between two men behind him. "Good sirs, have you ever seen the young lady from the Bai family? What if she is a fright?" Upon hearing Shi Yuan address him as good sir, the older man beamed and stroked his beard, replying, "The young lady has rarely been seen in public, but I did have the fortune to see her mother in her youth. Ah, she was truly a beauty. How shameless," Shi Yuan thought to himself. Yet his curiosity about the Bai young lady deepened. He was eager to learn the method of selecting a suitor. Just as Shi Yuan engaged in casual conversation, a gong sounded from the stage, silencing the previously noisy crowd. Shi Yuan turned to the stage and saw a well-dressed man walking confidently to the center, followed by several maidservants who were escorting a woman beneath a red veil. Shi Yuan surmised that the veiled figure must be the Bai young lady. Just then, the man on stage began to speak. "My granddaughter Bai Sujin, age 23, though of marriageable age, has yet to find a suitable husband. Today, in front of the esteemed elders of Jinling, I shall select a suitor. All unmarried young scholars are welcome to participate, regardless of their status, as long as my granddaughter is satisfied." As the elders spoke eloquently, Shi Yuan felt a jolt of shock within. Bai Sujin, the 1,000-year-old snake demon? Could it be mere coincidence? He quickly turned his gaze toward the veiled woman. Meanwhile, the man continued, "Today's suitor selection comprises 3 questions, all devised by my granddaughter. Any eligible young scholar who can answer all 3 satisfactorily and gain her approval may lift the veil from her face." This announcement stirred a flurry of murmurs among the onlookers. "Well, it seems neither of us has a chance now." The two men who had been chatting with Shi Yuan exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. It was clear they were uneducated and ill-prepared, but remained to witness the spectacle. Shi Yuan smiled at their reactions, knowing that Bai Sujin was a character from the stories he knew, a 1,000-year-old snake demon. Of course, he did not believe that the woman on stage was the legendary creature, perhaps merely sharing a name. Nevertheless, hearing that name in this era filled him with awe. Although he could not comprehend why the Bai family would publicly select a suitor, his curiosity about the Bai young lady grew. Shi Laudi, Shi Laudi." Just as Shi Yuan was lost in thought, a hand clapped on his shoulder. Startled, he turned to find the portly figure of Guorenjia standing behind him, with that rascal Dong Feng in tow. After searching for quite some time without success, just as I was about to retreat, I unexpectedly found this fellow here. Brother Gua, Brother Dong. What brings you both to this place? I had just visited the Gua residence looking for you. Seeing the fully capable Gua Renjia before me, I couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It seems that the young lady from the Bai family has kept her word. Gua Renjia clapped me on the shoulder, laughing heartily as he spoke. How could such a lively event as the Bai family's selection of a son-in-law be complete without me? Gua Renjia? Brother Sure, you mentioned that you went to my home looking for me. Is there something on your mind? This fellow truly has an enviable, carefree spirit. If it weren't for me, he might have already fallen victim to some nefarious plot. He could still be here enjoying the spectacle. I thought to myself, but then recalled that it was also my own fault for speaking too freely. It's nothing significant, just a desire to visit your family's ceramic kilns. Visit the kilns? What is so interesting about that? The selection of a son-in-law by the Bai family is far more captivating. Gua Renjia was momentarily taken aback by my words, before breaking into a chuckle. I, in turn, couldn't help but laugh. Brother Gua speaks true. However, my visit to the kilns is rather personal. But given your keen interest in the Bai family selection, could it be that you harbor feelings for that Bai girl? I was also quite curious about Bai Sujin's identity and felt a surge of excitement upon hearing Gua Renjia's words. Perhaps this fellow knows the reason. Gua Renjia paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. Me? To be honest, the elder of the Bai family has indeed sent a matchmaker to speak of this marriage. And I am quite willing, for Bai Sujin is a beauty akin to a celestial being. Chapter 28. A world without men. It appears there is indeed more to this situation. But I wonder what reason the Bai family has for publicly seeking a suitor. Listening to Gua Renjia's words, my curiosity deepened, and I became even more intrigued by Bai Sujin on the stage. If that is the case, why would the Bai family? Before I could inquire further, Dong Feng, equally perplexed, voiced his frustration. Gua Renjia glanced at the two of us, filled with confusion. Before letting out a slight sigh, you are unaware that Bai Sujin is no ordinary person. She was exceptionally bright from a young age, and at the age of 7 was chosen by a remarkable figure from outside the world, who took her as a disciple. It is said that this person was well versed in both heavenly and earthly matters and possessed formidable martial skills. She followed this extraordinary individual for 8 years. Only a few years ago, upon turning 20, did she return to the Bai residence. The old man of the Bai family was eager to find her a suitable match, and ordinarily, given their status, this would not be a difficult task. However, Bai Sujin is exceptionally discerning. She has already rejected all the young masters of Jinling, even those from the capital, and none have been able to win her approval. This has dragged on for 3 years. Hence, although the old man claimed Bai Sujin is just 23, he is likely underestimating by 3 years. Now, seeing that Bai Sujin's age is advancing, the old man has become anxious, which is why he devised such a public selection. He no longer cares for social standings, so long as his daughter can find a husband. Of course, this must also be contingent on Bai Sujin's own satisfaction. An extraordinary figure from outside the world? Is she not more remarkable than I? Bai Sujin must have high standards if none of Jinling's eligible bachelors can meet her expectations. If Brother Gua's words hold true, it seems the head of the Bai family is in for a fruitless endeavor today. Upon hearing this, I felt a twinge of regret. Oh, why do you say that, Brother Sure? Gua Renjia asked, puzzled. Well, since not even you, Brother Gua, have managed to please Bai Sujin, who else in Jinling could possibly win her heart? I replied with a playful grin. As soon as my words left my mouth, both Gua Renjia and Dong Feng were taken aback before bursting into laughter. Ah, Brother Sure, you truly understand me. How could there be a man in Jinling better than I? I am known as the peerless good husband. Gua Renjia boasted unapologetically, wearing a mischievous grin. April's good husband. This fellow sure knows how to embellish himself. That title must have come from the courtesans by the Qin River. I understood this well and joined in the laughter, yet my curiosity about Bai Sujin only deepened. As we were engaged in merriment, the sound of a gong rang out from the stage, followed by a call. The Bai family has a daughter, aged 23, yet unmarried. Today, we seek suitors. There are 3 questions for the candidates, and the first one is, where lies your heart, while mine resembles the stars? Upon hearing this, I couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. This young lady truly knows how to challenge these scholars. On the surface, the question seems to seek a romantic connection, but it actually inquires about the number of stars in the sky. This question is clearly meant to perplex. I truly pity these young talents of Jinling. This Miss Bai evidently has no intention of marrying. Dong Feng expressed his displeasure. That is not fair. Gua Renjia, however, chuckled. Brother Dong, you speak the truth. From what I know, Bai Sujin has always been quite averse to her grandfather's attempts to find her a husband. Were it not for the old man's relentless pressure, she would not have engaged in this matchmaking farce. Oh, is she perhaps a lesbian? I couldn't help but voice my curiosity. What does lesbian mean? My question left Guorenjia and Dong Feng momentarily stunned, before they both inquired simultaneously. Well, being a lesbian means she prefers women. I smiled slightly as I explained to them. Upon hearing this, their expressions turned peculiar, and Guorenjia, with a sly grin, remarked, lesbian. Brother sure, that term is quite novel. However, as far as I know, Bai Suzhen is not a lesbian. Rather, her standards are simply too high. I have heard her say, if no man can surpass me, then let it be that there are no worthy suitors in this world, and I shall remain unmarried. What a statement, no worthy suitors in this world. I sighed inwardly upon hearing this. Although Bai Suzhen does not seem to match the legendary Bai Nyangzi, she is certainly a remarkable woman. Who would dare to utter such words without real accomplishments? In this male-dominated society, even with the Bai family's illustrious background, the rejected suitors of Jinling would surely seek trouble with the Bai residents. Yet, seeing as the old man of the Bai family dares to publicly seek a husband today, it indicates that those suitors of your have accepted their defeat with grace. According to Brother Gua, it seems Bai Suzhen looks down upon all men. I wonder who can quell this woman's lofty demeanor and restore some pride to us men. Dong Feng, being younger and still somewhat prideful, interjected as soon as Guorenjia finished. This is no challenge. I don't even need to intervene. I believe Brother sure has a plan. Guorenjia appeared unconcerned, giving me a slight nudge while also boasting about himself. Dong Feng, hearing Guorenjia's words, turned his eager gaze toward me, clearly impatient. Yet he remained silent, waiting for my response. I couldn't help but smile wryly. Guorenjia is indeed a man unafraid of trouble. If I were to take on this matchmaking issue, given the Bai family stature, it would likely be difficult to leave today, though I harbored such thoughts. Seeing Dong Feng's earnest gaze and recalling Bai Suzhen's statement about no worthy suitors in this world, I finally spoke. While this question is not insurmountable, it is merely, is there something troubling you, Brother Sure? Dong Feng, noticing my hesitation but sensing I had an answer, anxiously pressed me. Guorenjia, also curious, urged, Brother Sure, you needn't be modest. I have seen Bai Suzhen. She is undoubtedly an extraordinary beauty, and you two would make a fine pair. I decided to be candid with them. I harbor no ill feelings toward Miss Bai. However, I currently reside at the Lin residence, lacking a home of my own, and have not considered marriage. Moreover, the key point is that this young lady is Bai Suzhen. Though she is not the same person as the legend, I prefer to remain out of the spotlight. After a moment of contemplation, I continued, perhaps, Brother Gua, I could provide you with the answer, and you could present it on stage? Brother Sure, what are you saying? I, Guorenjia, am a paragon of virtue. I would never engage in such deceitful acts. Moreover, I hold no interest in Bai Suzhen. As the saying goes, a woman's lack of talent is her virtue. I prefer the courtesans of the brothels. Otherwise, I would have already responded. For my scholarly prowess surpasses yours by a slight margin. Guorenjia spoke with utmost seriousness, embodying the demeanor of a proud gentleman. Sure Yuan was already well acquainted with Guorenjia's character. Although his words were somewhat shameless, they genuinely reflected his thoughts. This fellow appeared rough on the surface when undertaking tasks, yet he was never muddled in his mind. Just as he hastily withdrew upon realizing there was no opportunity with Shun Wei at Mingyang Lake, Bai Suzhen, while indeed a remarkable woman, was likely difficult to manage, especially given her audacious claim that the world holds no worthy rivals. It remains uncertain who would serve whom if she were to be wed. While pondering this, Shi Yuan turned his gaze toward Dong Feng, suggesting, Brother Dong, why don't you give it a try? Dong Feng was momentarily taken aback, his face flushing as he repeatedly shook his head. I am still quite young and have not contemplated marriage. Such a matter is not for me. Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan encouraged, Brother Dong, you are merely overthinking. Since Bai Suzhen has no intention of marrying, why should you be concerned? Besides, given your status, when the time comes, you can simply claim your age is unsuitable and refuse the marriage. I doubt the Bai family would dare press you. Weren't you just wishing to diminish her prestige? Wouldn't it be perfect for you to take that step yourself? Guorenjia chimed in enthusiastically. Indeed. If it were any other time, I would have acted already. I would answer her question and then depart publicly. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. Brother Sure is right. Only you can undertake this task. Guorenjia echoed in agreement. Yet Dong Feng remained visibly troubled. He did indeed wish to confront Bai Suzhen, but if he were to act today, while he was unafraid of the Bai family causing trouble, he feared his father would reprimand him instead. Suddenly, as Dong Feng found himself in a quandary, he noticed Shi Yuan and an idea sparked in his mind. I could go up and answer the question, but as someone inexperienced, I fear I might do something inappropriate, causing trouble for you too. What is there to fear? You are the son of the governor of the 3 provinces. Besides, You are many years younger than Bai Sujin. Even if you acted out of line, old Bai would have no recourse. Guo Renjie urged. Just go up. Both sure, and I will cheer you on. Right, right. Sure Yuan echoed, though a flicker of unease crossed his mind at Guo Renjie's calm demeanor. Why was he so composed? It shouldn't be the case. Yet at this point, Shi Yuan was already committed and had no choice but to whisper the answer to Dong Feng. Upon hearing Shi Yuan's words, Dong Feng wore an odd expression but proceeded to the stage. As he ascended, the surrounding crowd hushed, intrigued by Dong Feng's identity. His status as the newly appointed son of the governor had been revealed the previous day at Qingfeng Pavilion, and soon whispers of his identity spread throughout the crowd. On the stage, the elder Bai, named by Qinghe, wore a troubled expression. As a prominent scholar of his time, he had always upheld a broad-minded education. His only son, who had once sought to enlist in the army, had made him proud, achieving great success. However, fate was cruel. His son perished in battle, and soon after, his daughter-in-law succumbed to grief, leaving behind only his beloved granddaughter, Bai Sujin. Now, in his twilight years, Bai Qinghe was heartbroken to have lost his son, and he cherished his only granddaughter dearly. Bai Sujin had always been clever and understanding. The two relied on each other. Bai Qinghe had hoped to find a suitable husband for her to carry on the family lineage, fulfilling his only regret in life. However, unexpectedly, when Bai Sujin turned 7, a peculiar individual claiming to be a friend of his son appeared. Despite his youth, this person possessed extraordinary insight and remarkable talent, even astonishing Bai Qinghe himself. To his surprise, the visitor claimed to fulfill a request from his deceased son, to take Bai Sujin as a disciple. Bai Qinghe was overwhelmed with emotion. And after much probing, the man revealed that he had met Bai Qinghe's son in his final moments. Bai Qinghe was elated but soon found himself losing his granddaughter to this enigmatic figure, who whisked her away, leaving no trace behind. 13 years later, when Bai Sujin returned at the age of 20, Bai Qinghe was filled with joy. However, he soon realized that his granddaughter sought a husband with talent and wisdom that surpassed her own, complicating the search for a suitable match. Although the Bai family held a prestigious position, finding a young talent willing to marry into their family proved challenging. Despite Bai Qinghe's love for his granddaughter, he was forced to concede to lesser standards, hoping simply to see her married. He even sought suitable candidates from Jinling and the capital, but none met her expectations. With his health declining and his granddaughter's future uncertain, Bai Qinghe felt compelled to publicly select a suitor. He cared little for social standing. He merely wished to see his granddaughter married before his time ran out. Yet, when Bai Sujin posed the question, "How many stars are there in the sky?" he felt it was an impossible challenge. As he observed the talented young men below struggling to answer, despair settled over him. Just then, Dong Feng stepped onto the stage. Bai Qinghe, startled at first, quickly assessed Dong Feng. The young man appeared refined and possessed an extraordinary aura, though he seemed quite young. At this moment, Bai Qinghe was beyond concerned with trivialities. He approached Dong Feng with excitement. "Young sir, have you managed to answer my daughter's question?" Dong Feng gently shook his head. "I was unable to answer the question." His admission doused Bai Qinghe's excitement with cold water. "Then why did you come up here?" Bai Qinghe inquired, his expression growing stern. Dong Feng, undeterred by Bai Qinghe's frosty demeanor, smiled softly. "Although I could not answer, someone else has." He turned to look at Shi Yuan and Guo Renjie, who waved back enthusiastically. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan felt an intensifying sense of unease, wondering if his previous apprehensions were merely a figment of his imagination. Dong Feng's words startled Bai Qinghe, who had been feeling disheartened. He quickly inquired, "Oh? If that is the case, what purpose do you serve on stage? Why is that person not present?" Although Dong Feng was still quite young and had not contemplated marriage, he recalled Bai Sujin's assertion that there are no women in the world, and wished to undermine her imposing demeanor. However, upon considering his stern father and the Bai family's esteemed lineage, he realized acknowledging his success in answering the question might lead his father, a governor, to bind him in marriage to Bai Sujin. He had no desire to court disaster. As Shi Yuan and Guo Renjie urged Dong Feng to take the stage and challenge Bai Sujin's authority, he initially intended to decline. Yet, he ultimately acquiesced, believing Shi Yuan would be a more suitable candidate, only for Shi Yuan to refuse. Though Shi Yuan resided at the Lin residence, Dong Feng had witnessed his erudition at Qingfeng Pavilion, and he was certain Shi Yuan would achieve greatness in the future. Still, being of tender years, Dong Feng sincerely regarded marriage as a beautiful endeavor, especially when considering the illustrious background of the Bai family. Thus, he devised a plan. He would speak the truth, thereby diminishing Bai Sujin's stature and allowing Shi Yuan to win the heart of a beauty. Though Shi Yuan was presently reluctant, He would undoubtedly express gratitude to Dong Feng for acting as a matchmaker once success was achieved. Little did Shi Yuan know that this endeavor would backfire. My friend has some inconveniences. Thus, I shall represent him on stage, lest miss by underestimate the men of this world, Dong Feng declared, his tone neither servile nor arrogant, exuding a sense of righteous dignity. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that he had been unwittingly sold out. Upon hearing Dong Feng's statement, Bai Qinghe's expression soured further. I am here to select a suitor for my granddaughter. If you are unwilling, then you shall not answer the question. Are you here merely to disrupt? Just as Bai Qinghe prepared to have Dong Feng removed from the stage, a steward-like figure beside him halted him and whispered a few words into his ear. Upon hearing this, Bai Qinghe's countenance darkened momentarily before softening as he said, So it is the governor's son. I hope for your understanding. Old Bai, you overstate the matter. I am merely fulfilling a commission today, and it is I who has been somewhat presumptuous. Dong Feng replied with an air of calm, devoid of arrogance. Below the stage, Shi Yuan, sensing the ambiguity of Dong Feng's words, grew increasingly anxious and turned to Guo Renjie, saying, Brother Guo, why hasn't Dong answered the question yet? What is he up to? Guo Renjie, in turn, shook his head in confusion and continued to observe Dong Feng on stage. Dong Feng, noticing the elder Bai's troubled expression, felt a twinge of embarrassment. Bai Suzhen stood behind Bai Qinghe, having never contemplated marriage herself. Yet, out of compassion for her aging grandfather, she agreed to his public matchmaking scheme. She initially intended to use this opportunity to thwart her grandfather's aspirations for her to marry and to deter the suitors who had approached her. Hence, she posed her question, confident that no one could possibly answer it. Yet, when Dong Feng claimed to possess the answer, her curiosity was piqued despite his intentions being rooted in obligation. Grandfather, allow this gentleman to share his answer, she interjected, breaking the silence that had enveloped Dong Feng and Bai Qinghe. Surprised by his granddaughter's sudden interjection, Bai Qinghe turned to her, feeling a mix of astonishment and delight. His granddaughter had always resisted his attempts to find her a suitor, but now she was voluntarily engaging, whether out of curiosity or for another reason. At the very least, she was intrigued by the answer. He then beamed at Dong Feng, saying, It would be a kindness for you to share your answer with my granddaughter. Responding to Bai Suzhen's request, Dong Feng smiled slightly and relayed, I shall convey a message. My friend's answer is the beloved knows not where to return. Her tress is akin to countless stars. Miss Bai, do not underestimate the men of this world. This was the answer Shi Yuan had instructed Dong Feng to deliver. A response that danced on the edge of ambiguity. It implied, You wish to know how many stars are in the sky? I shall tell you they are as numerous as the strands of your hair. Upon finishing, Dong Feng bowed to Bai Qinghe and turned to exit the stage, his demeanor radiating a sense of triumph. He felt a wave of satisfaction encountering Bai Suzhen's dismissive attitude towards men. Shi Yuan, anxious to know what had transpired, eagerly asked, What did you say up there? Why did it take so long? Guo Renjie looked at Dong Feng with equal curiosity. Dong Feng, sensing a hint of guilt, replied with a nervous smile, Oh, it's nothing. I believe that Bai Suzhen was momentarily stunned by Brother Shi's answer. After I spoke, she didn't utter a word. What a relief. Chapter 30. Who to save first? Guo Renjie, observing Dong Feng's beaming expression, curiously asked, Dong, what was the answer that Shi gave you? As the audience had not overheard the exchange on stage, it was only natural for Guo Renjie to inquire. Upon hearing the question, Dong Feng ceased his laughter and quietly repeated Shi Yuan's answer. Guo Renjie, upon hearing it, paused momentarily before erupting into hearty laughter. Brother Shi, you truly have a way with words. As numerous as the tresses. Let the young lady of the Bai family count the stars. She must be bewildered. Ha ha. Noticing Guo Renjie's boisterous laughter, Shi Yuan grew perplexed, pondering whether his friend had suffered a setback with a lady. Brother Guo, I must ask, with your reputation as the peerless wolf prince, how could you have been rejected by Bai Suzhen? What could be the reason? He inquired. Indeed, weren't you just saying you had pursued this match? What happened? Dong Feng added, equally intrigued. Guo Renjie, confronted with their questions, felt his jovial demeanor shift to embarrassment. His laughter fading as he stammered, Well, being rejected wasn't such a big deal. It's not worth mentioning. Observing the rare blush on Guo Renjie's face, Shi Yuan sensed there was a story to be told. Come now, Brother Guo, what's the harm in sharing? Aren't we brothers? Surely there's nothing you can't reveal. Is there something about this that makes you uncomfortable? Shi Yuan pressed, exchanging a knowing glance with Dong Feng, who immediately joined in the teasing. Realizing he could no longer evade their inquiries, Guo Renjie took a deep breath. All right, since it has come to this, I shall lay it bare. After a moment of deliberation, he continued, This is something even my father is unaware of. If I share it today, you must promise to keep it a secret. Shi Yuan and Dongfeng nodded vigorously in agreement. Guo Renjie then recounted. It all began when Bai Qinghe sent someone to propose marriage to my family. Given the Bai family's noble status, an alliance would be a significant honor for the Guo family. My father was quite pleased. However, the messenger insisted that Bai Suzhen must first be satisfied with me. I had heard tales of her eccentricity and had even glimpsed her beauty, but I have never been interested in such women. Yet, unable to resist my father's wishes, I reluctantly agreed to visit the Bai family and pursue this match. Upon my arrival, I found myself waiting in the hall for an extended period, with no sign of her. Bored, I struck up a conversation with a maidservant. And then things took an unexpected turn. Guo Renjie finished speaking and smiled awkwardly. Shi Yuan and Dongfeng, upon hearing him, were utterly astonished. How could Guo Renjie have the audacity to flirt with a maid at the Bai residence, especially on the way to a matchmaking event? Shi Yuan scrutinized Guo Renjie with curiosity, thinking to himself, I wonder how this fellow thinks. He then clasped his hands toward Guo Renjie and said, Impressive, my brother. To which Guo Renjie, unabashed, waved back and replied, Thank you, my junior. But you must keep this under wraps. That day, Bai Suzhen didn't even meet me. I later told my father a white lie. If he discovers the truth, he might break my legs. Shi Yuan and Dongfeng nodded in agreement. This matter was neither trivial nor significant. If it leaked, Guo Renjie's reputation in Jinling would be utterly ruined. Nonetheless, it must be said that the Bai family was quite gracious for not disclosing this incident. Perhaps it was because Guo Renjie already had a tarnished reputation, and the elder of the Bai family merely blamed himself for his hasty decisions in a moment of desperation. As the three discussed Guo Renjie's past, the crowd below, engaged in matchmaking, buzzed with speculation. Ever since Dongfeng left the stage, silence had prevailed, with the audience whispering amongst themselves, wondering what Dongfeng had said. However, due to Dongfeng's status, none dared approach him for inquiries. They simply gazed at the stage, awaiting the elder Bai to speak again. Bai Suzhen, hidden beneath her veil, was fixated on the spot where Dongfeng had stood, her gaze eventually resting on Shi Yuan, murmuring to herself, cunning and sly. Should one underestimate the men of this world? Then I shall defy your wishes. I am keen to see your capabilities. She then approached Bai Qinghe and whispered a few words. Upon hearing his granddaughter, Bai Qinghe's expression brightened, and he quickly signaled to the person beside him holding a gong. With a resounding clang, the crowd fell silent, directing their attention back to the stage. Bai Qinghe cleared his throat and proclaimed, The selection of a son-in-law continues today. All eligible gentlemen may still answer the questions as per the rules. The second question is. Bai Qinghe glanced at the note his granddaughter had written, momentarily stunned. Before frowning slightly and reading aloud, if your wife and your mother fell into the water, whom would you save first? Shi Yuan, upon hearing Bai Qinghe's question, couldn't help but cough awkwardly. If both your mother and your wife fell into the water, who would you save first? This is indeed a monumental dilemma for any man. Shi Yuan mused, suspecting that perhaps this young lady had also traversed through time. As Shi Yuan contemplated in shock, the audience below erupted in discussion. This question, in Shi Yuan's era, was considered a significant dilemma for men. However, in this age where patriarchal values prevailed, men could marry multiple wives, making the answer rather apparent. One would undoubtedly save their mother first. After all, filial piety is paramount. And the answer to this question was unequivocally fixed for men of this time. This girl must either be a time traveler like me or a staunch feminist. Shi Yuan thought with indignation, leaning more toward the latter, as the likelihood of time travel was exceedingly slim. While Shi Yuan was lost in thought, Dongfeng and Guo Renjie, beside him, wore puzzled expressions. Dongfeng finally spoke up. What kind of question is this? Of course, one would save their mother first. Shi Yuan shook his head slightly at Dongfeng's words, growing more curious about Bai Suzhen on stage, and glanced back at her. Bai Suzhen was secretly observing Shi Yuan from beneath her veil. Upon noticing her gaze, Shi Yuan quickly averted his eyes, questioningly asking Dongfeng, Did you inadvertently expose me while on stage, my younger brother? Dongfeng, feeling a twinge of anxiety at Shi Yuan's inquiry, hastily shook his head. No. I certainly didn't mention your name. Shi Yuan remained perplexed, assuming he had misinterpreted the situation. Meanwhile, others began to ascend the stage but returned dejectedly each time. Brother Shi, how would you respond to this question? Guo Renjie inquired, watching the failed contestants with keen interest. Shi Yuan composed himself and smiled at Guo Renjie. How would you answer, Brother Guo? I would undoubtedly say I'd save my mother first. Guo Renjie declared without hesitation. Shi Yuan sighed slightly and replied, That is understandable. After all, filial piety is paramount. Your answer is quite reasonable, but do not forget, Brother Gua, that today Bai Sujin is publicly selecting a suitor. Thus, if you answer that you would save your mother first, she might conclude that you are unworthy of lifelong commitment. Should I then say I would save my wife first? Guo Renjia pondered aloud. Shi Yuan shook his head again, stating, if you were to answer in that manner, Bai Sujin would surely retort, a man lacking in filial piety is devoid of virtue. Naturally, she would never marry someone who is unfilial and immoral. Then, this young lady is intentionally putting people in a bind. This question clearly has no right answer. Choosing either one would be wrong. Dong Feng expressed his displeasure at Shi Yuan's remarks. He continued, for millennia, filial piety has been paramount. How could anyone choose not to save their mother? Such a person would be no better than a beast. Dong Feng's comment resonated with the sentiments of the audience, comprised of scholars who valued reputation above life itself. Should one fail to save their wife, society might forgive them, as a wife can be remarried. But failing to rescue a mother in peril would be deemed unfilial and deserving of public scorn. Shi Yuan listened to Dong Feng's words without further explanation, recognizing the prevailing mindset of the era. If he believed he could alter the deeply ingrained views on gender equality with mere words, it was a near impossibility. Observing the talented individuals descending the stage one by one, Shi Yuan's curiosity about the veiled Bai Sujin intensified. What kind of extraordinary woman could pose such a monumental dilemma for men? Brother Shi, if what you say is true, does this question truly have no answer? Guo Renjia persisted, unwilling to let the matter rest. Shi Yuan redirected his gaze, smiling gently at both Guo Renjia and Dong Feng. While this question may seem devoid of an answer on the surface, there are indeed ways to navigate it. Brother Shi, do you know the answer? Before Guo Renjia could respond, Dong Feng eagerly interjected. In my time, I would have found it impossible to answer. But now, Shi Yuan mused internally, then began to explain. Bai Sujin first declared that there are no women without talent, then employed the riddle of counting stars to challenge these scholars. Now, with this question, it appears she is not merely seeking a husband, but rather advocating for the dignity of women. Guo Renjia and Dong Feng exchanged bewildered glances. Dong Feng then asked, but how does that relate to answering this question? Shi Yuan smiled mysteriously, turning his attention back to Bai Sujin hidden beneath her veil, whispering, it is indeed related. With that, he made his way toward the stage. By the time Dong Feng and Guo Renjia realized his intention, Shi Yuan had already woven through the crowd. Gua. Brother Gua. Shi brother has. He has gone up on stage. Dong Feng exclaimed, utterly astonished, barely able to articulate his thoughts. What is the big deal? As the saying goes, a graceful lady is a gentleman's ideal. Guo Renjia remarked with composure, though he too was taken aback. However, did not Brother Shi just claim that he, Dong Feng, had just taken the stage to sell Shi Yuan, and now Shi Yuan had personally ascended the platform, leaving Dong Feng feeling somewhat embarrassed. Though he believed that marriage was a beautiful affair, the narrative seemed to deviate from his anticipated script. Although Shi Laodi had expressed a desire to remain unmarried, he never stated that he would not take the stage. Dong Feng observed Shi Yuan, who was already standing on the platform, explaining with an air of casual amusement. Dong Feng clicked his tongue, uncertain of what to say, silently hoping that Shi Yuan would not detect any anomalies. At that moment, Shi Yuan slowly ascended the stage via the wooden steps. He was intrigued by this Bai Sujin, initially surprised by her name. Shi Yuan had merely thought he encountered someone with the same name. However, upon hearing Guo Renjia recount Bai Sujin's deeds, he assumed that this woman simply had high standards. It was only upon hearing the first question that he sensed that this woman did not merely wish to marry, but genuinely sought to compete with men from all corners of the world. Although taken aback, he still allowed Dong Feng to answer the question. It was only when the old man posed that monumental question that Shi Yuan felt an irresistible urge to confront this Bai Sujin. Young sir, do you have an answer? Since taking the stage, Shi Yuan's gaze had been fixated on Bai Sujin, who was covered by her veil. Bai Qinghe, standing nearby, interrupted. Perplexed by Shi Yuan's boldness, previous scholars had stolen glances at his granddaughter discreetly, yet this fellow was staring so unabashedly. Through her veil, Bai Sujin could clearly see Shi Yuan, and as soon as she took the stage, her heart tightened, for she knew that the answer to the first question had originated from him, and his unwavering gaze upon her caused an inexplicable tension within her, despite the fact that he couldn't see her face. She finally sighed with relief when her grandfather interrupted him. Upon hearing Bai Qinghe's words, Shi Yuan withdrew his gaze and replied, an answer? This question likely has no answer. Humph. If you don't know the answer, then why come up here? Bai Qinghe, who had little regard for Shi Yuan, immediately scolded him upon hearing his admission of ignorance. Though I may not possess an answer, I can still satisfy Miss Bai. Shi Yuan responded to Bai Qinghe's reprimand with unwavering confidence. Oh, what do you mean by that? Bai Qinghe, puzzled by Shi Yuan's assertion that he could please his granddaughter without knowing the answer, inquired further. However, before that, I would like Miss Bai to answer a few questions of mine. Shi Yuan disregarded Bai Qinghe's words and turned his attention back to Bai Suzhen, articulating his terms. Although he understood Bai Suzhen's clear identity and that she was not a traveler from another world, he still wanted to confirm this. After all, having heard from Guo Renjie that this girl was a disciple of a remarkable figure, it was conceivable that her master might be a time traveler. Thus, Shi Yuan posed his inquiries, thinking that if that were the case, he might not need to answer the question. Bai Qinghe, incensed that Shi Yuan ignored his words in favor of his granddaughter, was about to dismiss him from the stage when he realized his granddaughter was nodding. Bai Qinghe thought he must be seeing things, but then he heard Bai Suzhen speak from beneath her veil. Young sir, please go ahead with your questions. Shi Yuan was taken aback. This girl had agreed so readily. It felt as if she had been waiting for him to take the stage. Had Dong Feng said something to her? His mind was filled with confusion. Meanwhile, Bai Qinghe could not contain his delight at his granddaughter's response. This was the first time she had actively engaged with a man. Although others had approached her before, she had never responded. He found this young man's appearance rather ordinary and his demeanor somewhat frivolous, yet he could not fathom why his granddaughter would agree to his terms. Nevertheless, it did not dampen his spirits. As he looked at Shi Yuan, his gaze became increasingly amiable, and he found himself growing fonder of him. Unaware of Bai Qinghe's change in demeanor, Shi Yuan, still puzzled by why Bai Suzhen had so quickly acquiesced, suspected it was related to Dong Feng. However, that was fine. It saved him much trouble. He then asked, "May I inquire, Miss Bai, do you know of a person named Fa Hai?" Shi Yuan's question was abrupt and left Bai Qinghe bewildered, while Bai Suzhen was taken aback by his unexpected inquiry. After a moment's pause, she replied, "I have not heard of this person. May I ask who this Fa Hai is?" Seeing Bai Suzhen shake her head, her tone sincere, Shi Yuan felt his doubts ease, and he spoke casually. "Well, Fa Hai is merely an old monk who knows nothing of love. I have heard that you, fair lady, were once a disciple of a remarkable figure?" Bai Suzhen frowned slightly at Shi Yuan's words, uncertain of his intentions, but she nodded gently. "Then, Miss Bai, has your master ever mentioned any peculiar notions, such as time travel?" Upon finishing his question, Shi Yuan fixed his gaze intently upon Bai Suzhen. Yet he could discern no signs of deception. She simply shook her head slightly. "Do you have any more questions, young sir?" Bai Suzhen inquired when Shi Yuan remained silent. He smiled sheepishly, realizing his initial assumptions had proven true. Bai Suzhen and her master were not time travelers. It appeared that Bai Suzhen merely sought to compete with men for the sake of pride. With that understanding, he felt confident in offering an answer that would surely satisfy her. Yet, an inexplicable sense of loss washed over him. For it turned out that he was indeed the solitary one. Chapter 32. Shi Yuan's answer. As Shi Yuan lingered on stage, the audience below began to murmur. And those who were closer could see him conversing with Bai Suzhen, veiled as she was. Consequently, discussions about Shi Yuan began to circulate. "I've seen that lad before. I heard he recently exchanged poetry across the lake with the courtesan from Feng Lai Lu. He's quite the flirt." "Nonsense. This lad is clearly the son-in-law of the Lin family. Just yesterday, he was inspecting the Lin family shops with the young lady. I heard he struck Mr. When from the Cultural Academy. I heard this lad got into a brawl with the son of the governor in Jinling at Qingfeng Pavilion. This lad spent the night at Feng Lai Lu with 3 girls." And so forth. Tales of Shi Yuan's identity and exploits grew increasingly outrageous. Guo Renjie and Dong Feng found the rumors amusing, but chose to remain silent. Meanwhile, Xiao Lei, standing behind them, was astounded. He had no idea that Shi Ge had such a connection with the young lady. After today, Shi Laodi's reputation in Jinling would surely soar. It seemed his title of the unmatched good husband might soon belong to Shi Laodi instead. Guo Renjie felt a pang of reluctance, while Dong Feng regarded him with disdain. "Brother Guo, you are far too modest. You should keep the title of the unmatched good husband for yourself." Dong Feng replied with a smile. Guo Renjie laughed awkwardly upon hearing this, and the two refocused their attention on Shi Yuan on stage. At that moment, Shi Yuan had already confirmed Bai Suzhen's identity, took a moment to reflect, then steadied himself to continue. "I have no further questions." "And how do you answer my question, young sir?" Bai Suzhen, having heard all of Shi Yuan's unusual inquiries, pressed him for a response. Shi Yuan grinned and said, "My answer is that I cannot save anyone." "Why?" Bai Suzhen inquired, perplexed. "Due to my inability to swim. I surmise that my mother would undoubtedly rescue my wife, as she is proficient in swimming," explained Shi Yuan. "Is this your answer?" Bai Suzhen inquired, her tone tinged with disdain. "Indeed, should I plunge into the water, I fear my mother would rescue me, disregarding my wife, Shi Yuan elaborated. This is merely a clever evasion. What if both your mother and wife are unacquainted with the water? How would you respond then? Bai Sujin pondered momentarily before further pressing him. Oh, why does Miss Bai entertain such a hypothetical? Shi Yuan feigned ignorance. Because this world belongs to men, while women are often confined to their chambers. Aside from those from fishing families, how many women truly know how to swim? Therefore, your answer is rather far-fetched. Bai Sujin sighed, clearly unwilling to concede. Upon hearing her words, Shi Yuan thought to himself, I awaited this very statement. He then remarked, Miss Bai, you are mistaken. Who claims women are inferior to men? In my hometown, we cherish gender equality. Women are deemed capable of holding up half the sky. Upon hearing Shi Yuan's assertion, Bai Sujin lowered her head in contemplation, seemingly impacted by his words. Observing her reaction, Shi Yuan felt a surge of satisfaction. His attempt to shift the topic had indeed borne fruit. To label her a feminist might be an exaggeration. She likely sought merely to advocate for women's dignity. Yet, given the circumstances, what could a fragile woman like her achieve, even at the cost of her marital prospects? Is what you say true? Gender equality? Pray tell, where is your homeland? I have never heard of such a place in the great nation of Deqing, Bai Sujin queried after a lengthy deliberation. Shi Yuan, having anticipated her question, promptly replied, What I say is entirely true, though my homeland is a remote island overseas, scarcely populated, hardly worth mentioning. After reflecting on Shi Yuan's response, Bai Sujin bowed slightly and expressed, I thank you, esteemed sir. Shi Yuan, perplexed, replied, Thank me? For what? To which Bai Sujin clarified. For valuing women in this world. Shi Yuan thought, Ah, so that is what you mean. This young lady possesses a strong sense of responsibility. He quickly responded, Miss Bai, there is no need for thanks. All beings in this world are born of women. Gender equality is merely the natural order of yin and yang. There is nothing to be thankful for. Bai Sujin sighed gently. If only all men were like you. Shi Yuan was left speechless, uncertain how to respond. The world is as it is, and he found himself at a loss for words. However, it seems you have yet to answer my question, Bai Sujin observed, prompting Shi Yuan's silence. If he could have seen her, he would have noticed a mischievous glint at the corners of her mouth. Shi Yuan inwardly lamented. This young lady is indeed not easily deceived. He had originally intended to steer the conversation towards the topic of gender roles, but Bai Sujin had proven to be more astute than he had anticipated. After expounding on the principles of gender equality, she deftly redirected the conversation back to him. Shi Yuan smiled awkwardly, feeling cornered, unsure how to proceed. Noticing his discomfort, Bai Sujin's lips curled slightly in amusement. Silently thinking, let this teach you to be clever in the future. She then composed herself and said, It is fortuitous for me to meet you, esteemed sir. I shall not press you further. Allow me to pose another question. Hearing this, Shi Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, grateful she was not fixating on that monumental dilemma. He was not afraid of failing to answer. After all, he had never contemplated marrying her. He simply wished for her not to stray too far down a path that could lead to her rejecting the idea of marriage altogether. He held a measure of genuine admiration for Bai Sujin, a remarkable woman, and wished to avoid such an outcome. Fortunately, she recognized the futility of her previous inquiry and did not press the matter further. Miss Bai, please proceed with your question. Esteemed sir, will you love but one woman for all your days? Bai Sujin hesitated before articulating her question. Shi Yuan's face registered shock, another monumental conundrum. In his own era, a woman posing such a question to a man would typically receive an affirmative nod in response, though no man could truly fulfill such a promise. Yet, in this era, where men could legally take multiple wives, the answer was fraught with complexity. Responding in the affirmative might delight Bai Sujin, but it would feel disingenuous to him, especially since he had no intention of marrying her. Conversely, if he answered negatively, she might deem his earlier assertions about gender equality insincere, potentially leading her to abandon the notion of marriage altogether. Shi Yuan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. What? Have I placed you in a dilemma? Bai Sujin's tone bore a hint of teasing. Shi Yuan thought, I intended to encourage this young lady to adopt a more progressive mindset, rather than allowing societal norms to confine her. After all, she is but a delicate woman, and her name is Bai Sujin, a name I am all too familiar with in this world. I initially sought to do a good deed, yet the situation has grown rather complicated. Chapter 33. Marry you at this moment, Shi Yuan gazed at the veiled Bai Sujin before him. Though he could not see her face, he could vividly imagine her expression of triumph. This young lady is indeed a formidable opponent. Shi Yuan mused, then gently shook his head. Are you saying you will not? Bai Sujin inquired, somewhat astonished, as she had not anticipated such a decisive response from Shi Yuan. He shook his head again, stating earnestly, "I do not know." Bai Sujin was taken aback once more, then let out a soft laugh. "You are quite honest, esteemed sir. Yet I suspect you do not truly lack an answer, but rather, you hesitate to speak it." Without denial, Shi Yuan nodded, "Perhaps so. However, it is not that I fear the answer. I believe a person should navigate life in such a way that when they reflect upon their past, they do not regret having harmed others, nor feel shame for betraying their beloved. Thus, when they approach death, they can confidently declare, 'My entire life and all my energy have been devoted to those women I love and who love me.'" Shi Yuan spoke passionately, while Bai Qinghe, nearby, was drenched in sweat, thinking to himself, "This fellow possesses an astonishing level of audacity." Bai Sujin, meanwhile, could only scoff lightly. It is truly rare for someone to articulate lust so refreshingly, so nobly. Shi Yuan offered an awkward smile. "Miss Bai, you misunderstand. It is said that the passionate hurt themselves, while the unfeeling harm others. I merely choose to inflict harm upon myself. Alas, who could blame me for being the kind of person who sacrifices for others?" Shi Yuan spoke with such earnestness, as if he had suffered a great injustice. Bai Sujin, however, swiftly changed the subject. "From what you say, you must have many close female friends?" Shi Yuan thought, "Is this young lady truly my nemesis? Why does she continually expose my vulnerabilities?" He raised his gaze to Bai Sujin, but the veil obscured his view, preventing him from seeing her features. Subsequently, with a sense of resignation, he withdrew his gaze and replied, "Miss Bai, you jest. I have only recently arrived in this place, and as for a beautiful confidant, I do not yet have one." Beneath her veil, Bai Sujin remained silent for a long moment after hearing Shi Yuan's words, merely gazing intently at him. She noticed that Shi Yuan was equally intrigued by her presence. When she caught his unwavering stare, Bai Sujin lightly scoffed, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Just as she was about to speak, a thought crossed her mind, prompting her to smile mischievously and say, "This is fortuitous. My grandfather is here today to publicly choose a husband for me. Since you have answered my question, and I do not find you unappealing, I shall select you as my husband." Her declaration left both individuals momentarily stunned. Bai Qinghe, her grandfather, appeared incredulous, his eyes wide as he stared at Shi Yuan, silently pondering, "Is this young man truly to be my granddaughter's husband?" While astonished, his face quickly transformed into one of delight. He hurriedly grasped Shi Yuan's sleeve, as if fearing he might flee, and excitedly exclaimed, "Excellent! Excellent! Where is your residence, young sir? We shall come to propose on an auspicious day." Shi Yuan's astonishment matched that of Bai Qinghe. What did this girl just say? She wishes to marry him? The jest had escalated beyond bounds. He berated his own curiosity and misplaced sympathy, filled with regret, unable to accept Bai Sujin's words. Just as he stood there in disbelief, Bai Qinghe, overwhelmed with emotion, seized a gong and struck it, its resounding clang echoing through the gathering. He proclaimed, with a quiver in his voice, "I hereby announce, Bai Sujin, granddaughter of the Bai family, has publicly chosen a husband, and the result is..." In his excitement, Bai Qinghe forgot to inquire about Shi Yuan's name. But fortunately, a servant from the Bai family promptly informed him. Thus, Bai Qinghe continued, "This young Master Shi Yuan is the chosen husband of my granddaughter. Young Master Shi possesses remarkable appearance and exceptional insight. I have already consented to the proposal." His joy was palpable, and he continued to celebrate. "What a joyous occasion! What a joyous occasion! Ha ha ha, cough cough." In his fervor, Bai Qinghe chuckled heartily, only to double over in coughs. As a commendable youth of the socialist era, Shi Yuan instinctively reached out to assist Bai Qinghe, disregarding Bai Sujin's earlier proclamation. Simultaneously, Bai Sujin, upon hearing her grandfather's sudden cough, extended her hand to support him. Their hands inadvertently brushed against one another. Upon contact, Bai Sujin felt a shiver. But her concern for her grandfather kept her hand in place. Shi Yuan, having grasped her hand, remained oblivious to her reaction and even gently squeezed her delicate hand. Thinking to himself, "This girl has such fine skin." However, before he could revel in this thought, he felt a sharp pain at his foot. Bai Sujin was firmly stepping on it. Although Shi Yuan could not see her face beneath the veil, he sensed the chill of her gaze. A sudden shiver ran down his spine, reminding him of Gua Renjie's warning that Bai Sujin was adept in martial arts. Quickly, he withdrew his hand, yet not before surreptitiously squeezing her hand once more. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Bai Sujin shot a fierce glare at Shi Yuan before turning her concern to Bai Qinghe. After a few more coughs, Bai Qinghe waved his hand dismissively. "I am fine. I am fine." He then turned to Shi Yuan and inquired, "Young Master Shi, may I ask where your residence is? I wish to visit your esteemed father today to discuss this matter." Before Shi Yuan could respond, Bai Sujin playfully interjected. Grandfather, are you so eager to marry off your granddaughter? Upon hearing her words, Bai Qinghe affectionately grasped her hand and sighed. Sujin, I am sorry. If not for my actions all those years ago. Alas, for many years, I have sought a good match for you, hoping that your parents may rest in peace without holding any grievances against me. Grandfather, do not dwell on it. How could my father and mother blame you? Bai Sujin quickly comforted, noticing the sadness etched on Bai Qinghe's face. Listening to Bai Qinghe's heartfelt words, Shi Yuan felt a pang of empathy. Though revered as a great scholar, how could outsiders understand the pain of losing a child? Moreover, with his only granddaughter unwilling to marry, this elderly man, nearing his 60s, must have endured considerable anguish. Today, as his wishes begin to unfold, it is no wonder he is so emotionally stirred, revealing his innermost thoughts. Shi Yuan shook his head in sympathy and offered, Old Bai, do not blame yourself. As the saying goes, who can repay the warmth of spring with mere blades of grass? With a father like you, your late son would surely feel proud. Bai Qinghe, wiping his tears with his sleeve, paused at Shi Yuan's words, murmuring, who can repay the warmth of spring with mere blades of grass? After a prolonged silence, he lifted his gaze to Shi Yuan. Young Master Shi, you may not know, my son wished to join the army, and it was my failure to stop him that ultimately led to the sorrow of leaving behind my pitiful granddaughter. Do you think he could ever forgive me? As Shi Yuan looked upon the frail, aging man, he felt a wave of emotions wash over him. Although a contemporary scholar, at this age, one's thoughts inevitably deepen, and the years of grief over losing a child have morphed into profound self-reproach. Shi Yuan could not help but think of his own parents, wondering how the inexplicable disappearance of their child would affect them. In that moment, he grasped the heartache of parenthood. With a hint of moisture in his eyes, he reached to wipe them and reassured, it was his choice to make. How could he ever blame you? After all, achievements are sought on the battlefield. True heroes rise to the occasion. Your son had such aspirations, and if you had opposed him, it would have been unjust. By respecting his decision, I believe he would have felt grateful and would never hold you accountable. Perhaps it was the elderly man's resemblance to his own parents that inspired such heartfelt words from Shi Yuan. Bai Sujin, listening to his sentiments, felt an inexplicable admiration for him. This man seems genuinely remarkable. Achievements are sought on the battlefield. True heroes rise to the occasion. Such poetry hardly seems his own. I wonder where he heard it. Chapter 34. The Heights of Westlake. Despite the myriad thoughts occupying their minds, the crowd below erupted into chatter after Bai Qinghe announced that Shi Yuan was the chosen husband of Bai Sujin. Was that it? Wasn't there supposed to be a series of questions? Does it even matter? You were all unable to answer them anyway. But the son of the governor answered the first question. How? You know nothing. I saw that the governor's son was standing right next to that young man on stage. The answer to the first question must have come from him. This is a classic case of to catch a thief, one must first let them escape. This Shi brother is truly a master of wooing. Say, do you think Shi Yuan saved his mother or his wife first? How did he choose? Choose what? If it were me, I would definitely save both my mother and my wife at once. Is that even possible? The earlier speaker finally realized he had been mocked, and laughter erupted around him, leading to a scuffle with the person beside him. After Bai Qinghe's proclamation, Dongfeng stood there, utterly dumbfounded. How could he have thought to play matchmaker for Shi Yuan when he had already become the Bai family's son-in-law? Could it truly be a case of to catch a thief? One must let them escape. Shi de Ge is indeed unfathomable. Dongfeng mused inwardly, then turned to Guo Renjia and asked, Brother Guo? Shi de Ge just said that the Bai family's young lady didn't want to marry, yet now she seems to have taken a liking to him. What do you think he said on stage? Guo Renjia, upon hearing Dongfeng's words, remained silent, instead engaging in self-reflection. Ah, my dear brother Shi, you truly possess remarkable skills. The young lady from the Bai family is notoriously discerning and stubborn. Yet, the moment you stepped onto the stage, she was captivated. After navigating the realm of romance for several decades, I have finally gleaned a lesson today. I must seek your guidance later. What did you just say, Brother Dong? Dongfeng cast a helpless glance at Guo Renjia, inwardly contemplating. Is that what you call navigating the realm of romance? To me, it seems more akin to traversing a den of decadence. Understanding Guo Renjia's nature, he chose not to elaborate further and simply replied, Oh, nothing. Nothing at all. Guo Renjia continued, Brother Dong, consider this. Since I met Brother Shi, he first exchanged poetry with the courtesan of Fenglai Tower. Then he dallied with Miss Sun of the Lin family. Today, he has been selected as a son-in-law by the Bai family. And let us not forget the mysterious woman in disguise I encountered at Qingfeng Pavilion. How is it that fortunes differ so vastly among individuals? he lamented, his expression one of injustice from the heavens above. Dongfeng, upon hearing Guorenjia's words, was momentarily taken aback. If that is the case, then Brother Shi truly is a charismatic figure. Even you, Brother Guo, have begun to envy his romantic fortunes. Envy? No, Brother Dong, do not misunderstand. I am merely expressing my sentiments. Each of those women is formidable in her own right, and only Brother Shi could manage them. Just imagine the effort it would take for him to bring them all into his household. I, Guorenjia, prefer simplicity. Those courtesans align perfectly with my tastes. I harbor not an ounce of envy for Brother Shi's romantic entanglements. Too many intertwining fates might transform into a calamity for him, Guorenjia said, his face clouded with concern for Shi Yuan's future. Given your words, I too find myself somewhat worried for Brother Shi's future, Dongfeng remarked, casting a grave look towards Shi Yuan on the stage. Being a man is difficult. To be a man like Brother Shi is even more challenging. Guorenjia sighed as he gazed at Shi Yuan. Achoo! Shi Yuan sneezed deeply and mused aloud. Could it be that someone is thinking of me? Beside him, Bai Suzhen let out a soft snort, retorting, I think someone is cursing you, you shameless rogue. Shi Yuan chuckled. Miss Bai, you are unaware. In my hometown, there is a saying, one sneeze means someone is thinking of you. Two sneezes mean someone is cursing you. Achoo! Just as he finished speaking, he sneezed again. Bai Suzhen laughed. Then this time, someone must be cursing you. Shi Yuan sheepishly smiled, but maintained his composure, replying, No. It simply means two people are thinking of me. Shameless. Bai Suzhen chided under her breath. Yet, Shi Yuan was not entirely wrong. Indeed, his two friends below were genuinely concerned for his future. The two engaged in their banter, completely oblivious to Bai Qinghe's presence nearby. Finally, Bai Qinghe cleared his throat, interrupting their exchange. Upon realizing her grandfather was still at her side, Bai Suzhen shyly lowered her head, while Shi Yuan showed no signs of embarrassment, grinning at Bai Suzhen. What a thick-skinned fellow he is, Bai Qinghe thought. Feeling exasperated by Shi Yuan's disregard for him and his intense gaze at Bai Suzhen. However, remembering Shi Yuan's earlier words of consolation, he softened his gaze towards him, reflecting, though his demeanor is somewhat brazen, his knowledge and character are commendable. He then turned to Shi Yuan, saying, Thank you, young Master Shi, for your earlier words of comfort. I was momentarily overwhelmed and lost my composure. I hope you will not hold it against me. Upon hearing Bai Qinghe's words, Shi Yuan's expression turned serious as he replied, Elder Bai, it is entirely natural for one to be anxious about their offspring. There is no question of losing composure. Bai Qinghe nodded slightly and continued, Earlier, you mentioned your residence. Shi Yuan recognized that the old man was broaching the subject of marriage proposals once more, and he couldn't help but smile wryly as he replied, I am merely a humble villager from a remote island. Not long ago, for reasons unknown, I fell into a deep slumber outside Jinling City and was subsequently rescued by the esteemed Lin family, where I am currently residing. Bai Qinghe raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Shi Yuan, though the latter's earnest demeanor suggested he was not lying. Oh, you say you are unaware of how you ended up here. That is indeed curious. You mentioned hailing from an island. Could it be that you are from the east? Bah, you are the one from the east. Your entire family hails from the east. Shi Yuan bristled at the old man's assumption, feeling a surge of indignation. Those little devils from Japan could never compare to my handsomeness. Bai Qinghe, noticing Shi Yuan's sudden shift in demeanor, grew curious. Are you not from the east? Of course not. Those little devils from the east can hardly match my brilliance. Shi Yuan snapped back. Then may I inquire as to your origins? Bai Qinghe pressed on, bewildered by Shi Yuan's inexplicable anger. My ancestors are proud descendants of the Huaxiao lineage. However, to escape the ravages of war, I found myself adrift on a small island in the southern seas of Deqing. Shi Yuan fabricated another tale, eager to clarify any misconceptions. You were just fine moments ago. Why do you react so strongly to an innocent misunderstanding? Bai Suzhen interjected, having been listening intently. Because my family bears a grudge against those little devils from the east, Shi Yuan stated vehemently. Upon hearing this, Bai Suzhen, though curious, felt it inappropriate to press further, so she fell silent. Meanwhile, Bai Qinghe, having grasped the reason for Shi Yuan's sudden ire, quickly smiled and said, I apologize for my abruptness. I hope you will forgive me, young master. Since you are currently unaccompanied, what are your thoughts on marriage? Bai Qinghe inquired. Marriage? What marriage? Shi Yuan asked, feigning ignorance. Are you pretending to be oblivious? Do you think I have no one to marry my granddaughter? Bai Qinghe said, ready to lose his temper. Please, Elder Bai, do not be angry. Shi Yuan quickly interjected, attempting to defuse the situation with a smile. Bai Qinghe, however, remained stern, glaring at Shi Yuan. He had spent years seeking a suitable match for his granddaughter, and now that he had finally encountered Shi Yuan, he would not let him escape easily. Even if he had to resort to force, he would bring him back to the Bai residence. After all, Shi Yuan was alone in Jinling, with no one to rely on, merely residing at the Lin family estate. But could he be persuaded to become a son-in-law of the Bai family? Bai Qinghe pondered, then declared, "If you dare to back out of this marriage, I will not hesitate to turn this place upside down." Upon witnessing Bai Qinghe's fury, Shi Yuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He then straightened up, stating earnestly, "To be candid, I am the 89th descendant of the Maoshan Dao lineage. Adept at divining fortunes, I have come here to offer insight into the fate of the Bai maiden." After a pause, he continued, "As far as I know, the Bai maiden's destined partner resides high above West Lake." Chapter 35. Allow me to read your palm. Your name is Bai Sujin, is it not? Then allow me to play the role of Guanyin, guiding you through your uncertainties. Shi Yuan mused inwardly, glancing at the bewildered Bai Qinghe, and then donned a mysterious smile as he added, "Indeed, the one destined for Miss Bai is at West Lake's heights." Feigning a mystical aura, he declared, "The third day of the third month heralds the Qingming festival, where rain falls abundantly. When fate calls from afar, one must seek their destiny at West Lake's heights." "You're just putting on a show," Bai Sujin retorted quietly upon hearing Shi Yuan's words. Bai Qinghe furrowed his brow, expressing his skepticism. "How can I trust what you say is true? Today, you must provide me with an explanation, or you shall not leave." With that, he stepped forward and gripped Shi Yuan's arm. "Please, old man Bai. Your future grandson-in-law resides at number 101B1, Qiantang County, named Su Hanwen. He has a sister and a brother-in-law who works as a constable. Your granddaughter will meet him at the Broken Bridge by West Lake on March 3rd. I implore you, cease your entanglement with me, all right?" Upon witnessing this esteemed scholar resorting to such petty tactics, Shi Yuan expressed his impatience, saying, "How could I ascertain the truth of your claims?" Bai Qinghe relentlessly persisted, "I have no reason to deceive you." Shi Yuan inwardly regretted his decision to take the stage. "I do not care about your reasons, unless you provide proof of your assertions." Bai Qinghe was determined not to let his future grandson-in-law slip away and continued his relentless pursuit. "Damn it, this old man has latched onto me," Shi Yuan thought to himself, yet he found himself utterly powerless against the elderly figure before him. He turned to glance at Bai Sujin, only to see her clutching the hem of her wedding dress, appearing as a wronged little bride. "Damn, this girl is definitely doing this on purpose," Shi Yuan thought furiously. Suddenly inspired, he boldly grasped Bai Sujin's right hand. "What are you doing?" Shi Yuan's unexpected action startled both Bai Sujin and Bai Qinghe, who exclaimed in unison. The audience below observed Shi Yuan's actions with clarity. The three had been conversing on stage, and the crowd had merely speculated about their discussion. Yet, Shi Yuan's sudden movement instantly silenced the previously noisy assembly. "Gua, brother Gua, am I seeing things?" "Shi de Gu, he is holding the hand of the Bai family's young lady." Dong Feng stammered in disbelief. It was no wonder he reacted this way. Although women in this era occasionally stepped into the limelight, physical contact with a man in public was an unprecedented occurrence. "I am not blind. This sure fellow is indeed a master of romance. How daring to take advantage of the young lady in plain sight. Impressive, impressive." Gorenjia, although somewhat incredulous, was filled with admiration. Bai Sujin attempted to withdraw her hand, but Shi Yuan held on tightly, commanding, "Do not move." Ignoring her resistance, he turned to Bai Qinghe and declared, "Old man Bai, you seek evidence, do you not? I shall provide it for you." He then turned to Bai Sujin and instructed, "Spread your hand." Although Bai Sujin was clearly reluctant, she felt a wave of anxiety at the thought of defying him. She feared he might engage in further outrageous behavior. Thus, she complied and opened her hand. Shi Yuan grinned and traced the lines of Bai Sujin's palm with his finger. Bai Sujin felt a tingling sensation in her palm, her face flushed beneath her veil, and she thought, "This person is utterly shameless. My grandfather allows him to behave in such a manner without intervention." What she did not realize was that Bai Qinghe, fearing Shi Yuan's potential actions, was too intimidated to intervene. However, she possessed formidable martial skills. If she chose to act, she would likely be more than capable. Yet, this was her first experience of a stranger holding her hand, and in her moment of nervousness, she was at a loss for how to respond. Inadvertently empowering Shi Yuan's audacity. Shi Yuan was also wary of Bai Sujin, the martial arts expert, retaliating, yet upon seeing her in action, he felt reassured. "I have already stated that I am the 89th generation disciple of the Maoshan sect, skilled in fortune-telling and palmistry. Behold, This line signifies your romantic prospects. Shi Yuan held Bai Sujin's hand, speaking with the air of a profound master. In truth, he was contemplating how to reprimand this troublesome young woman. Do you believe me now, old man Bai? Shi Yuan fabricated an elaborate tale until he finished speaking, then turned to Bai Qinghe. Yet he continued to hold Bai Sujin's delicate hand tightly. What more could Bai Qinghe say? Faced with someone as unrepentant as Shi Yuan, he feared that further insistence might lead to unwelcome consequences for his granddaughter. However, Bai Qinghe still felt a twinge of dissatisfaction and retorted, "Very well, as you say. Qingming is just around the corner. If I do not find the expert you mentioned by then, I shall not let you off easily." Shi Yuan chuckled. "Yes, indeed. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. I merely took the stage as a matchmaker. I hope you will retract your previous statements." Though he spoke cheerfully, he inwardly worried. I wonder if there truly exists a Su Xian in this world. But at this moment, escaping was paramount. Humph. It is not so simple. An old man's words are not easily retracted. Bai Qinghe replied with dissatisfaction. Damn, this old man is indeed difficult to handle. Shi Yuan mused silently. Yet, at this juncture, he could only hope that Bai Sujin would encounter Su Xian. Though the likelihood was slim, he could not afford to dwell on such matters. At worst, he would claim he was already married. May I now release your hand? Bai Sujin had regained her composure and, noticing Shi Yuan still holding her hand, calmly inquired. Upon hearing her words, Shi Yuan felt a shiver down his spine. Although her tone was remarkably calm, he recognized it as a harbinger of impending fury. Hastily, he withdrew his hand, saying, Sorry. I was not paying attention. While he relished such opportunistic behavior, it was preferable that his partner was not a martial arts expert. Once Shi Yuan had released her hand, Bai Sujin let out a cold huff and remarked, Grandfather, let us bring this farce to an end. With that, she flicked her sleeve and walked toward the flower sedan chair at the side of the stage. Bai Qinghe, perplexed by his granddaughter's sudden anger, shot Shi Yuan a fierce glare and warned, After Qingming, should I fail to find a suitable grandson-in-law, I shall take you hostage. With that, he too turned to leave. The audience below, still reeling from the unexpected turn of events, began to murmur, speculating about what had transpired on stage. Why did they leave so suddenly? Since they have chosen a son-in-law, they naturally must return home. I doubt it. Shi Gongzi was just making advances on the young lady. So it is likely that Bai Laoshi was angered. Nonsense. He dreams of marrying off his granddaughter. I would wager that Shi Gongzi's actions were tacitly approved. All right, let us depart. My wife is waiting for me at home. Damn, you have a wife, yet you were just on stage answering questions. Well, I couldn't help it. Amidst the bustling crowd, the throng that had gathered below the stage swiftly dispersed. Brother Gua, what do you think Shi Degu and the others were discussing? Why did old man Bai leave so abruptly? Dongfeng asked Guo Renjie, his face a mask of confusion. How would I know? However, it seems Shi Xiong's identity as the Bai family's son-in-law is unlikely to escape scrutiny. I wonder how he will explain himself to Miss Lin. Guo Renjie sighed deeply. Is Shi Gu intending to become the Bai family's son-in-law? What about the young lady? Xiao Lei gazed at Shi Yuan, who stood dazed on stage, his heart heavy with concern. On stage, Shi Yuan stared vacantly at the departing sedan chair of the Bai family until it vanished from sight. Muttering to himself, one brings about one's own downfall, indeed. He then raised the hand that had just held Bai Sujin's and murmured, However, that girl's hand was quite soft and smooth. Chapter 36, The Kiln of the Guo Family. Brother Dong, did you inadvertently expose me during the questioning just now? Shi Yuan descended from the stage and voiced his concerns to Dongfeng. Upon hearing Shi Yuan's question, Dongfeng realized that Shi Yuan had concealed something and smiled sheepishly, saying, Shi Degu, I merely mentioned that the answer was provided by a friend. Shi Yuan understood. Among their group, Guo Renjie was well known, and naturally, Bai Sujin would recognize him. Meanwhile, Xiao Lei, being of similar age to Dongfeng, could also be excluded. Since Dongfeng mentioned, it was something his friend said. It seems that he is left alone with himself down there. This implies that Bai Sujin must be aware of the answer he conveyed to Dongfeng. Brother Shi, you won't hold it against me, will you? Dongfeng, noticing Shi Yuan's prolonged silence, assumed Shi was upset and nervously inquired. Not at all. With Bai Sujin's wit, even if you hadn't spoken, she might have suspected me, Shi Yuan replied. Moreover, I am quite curious about this Bai Sujin, which is why I went on stage. There's no need for you to overthink it, Brother Dong. Shi Yuan patted Dongfeng's shoulder to offer comfort. I believe, Brother Shi, your curiosity runs deeper than that. After all, you have become Bai's son-in-law. Guo Renjie chuckled and remarked to Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan awkwardly smiled in response. It was a momentary lapse. I fell into her trap. It's not to be taken seriously. However, Guorenjia admonished him seriously. That is where you are mistaken, brother Shi. Earlier, Bai Lao publicly mentioned this matter, and you have been quite familiar with her granddaughter, holding her delicate hand without letting go. The onlookers saw everything clearly. How can you say otherwise now? Shi Yuan, upon hearing this, found himself at a loss for an explanation. He feared that news of today's events would soon spread throughout Jinling, and if Lin Yingwei were to find out. How peculiar. Why am I even thinking of her? Is it a guilty conscience? No, I haven't committed any heinous acts. Brother Shi, what are you thinking about? Dongfeng called out several times before Shi Yuan finally snapped back to reality and replied, Nothing. I see that brother Shi is pondering how to explain it to others. Guorenjia astutely discerned Shi Yuan's thoughts. Explain? To whom? I haven't done anything wrong. Shi Yuan retorted, adopting a demeanor of feigned ignorance towards Guorenjia's words. I was merely speaking off the cuff. There's no need for such seriousness, brother Shi. Weren't you supposed to visit our kiln earlier? Since we have some free time now, let us head over. Guorenjia, choosing not to press Shi Yuan further, made a light-hearted suggestion. Upon hearing Guorenjia's words, Shi Yuan remembered the task at hand and quickly replied, Indeed. I was planning to have brother Guo take me to your kiln. I hope it's not too much trouble. Guorenjia laughed heartily. What trouble could there be? I just wonder what you wish to do at our kiln, brother Shi. Finally shifting the topic away from the earlier discussion about choosing a son-in-law, Shi Yuan said, It's certainly something good. Brother Guo will know once we arrive. Something good? Since brother Shi claims it's a good thing, we must go. It's not far. Guorenjia declared, stepping forward. Shi Yuan and Dongfeng hurriedly followed, with Xiao Lei trailing closely behind. By the way, brother Shi, how did you respond to that question earlier? Dongfeng inquired while they walked. Damn, this guy really knows how to hit the nail on the head. Shi Yuan thought to himself. He then replied, I said I didn't know. Didn't he know? What kind of answer is that? Dongfeng questioned, his face filled with bewilderment, though he sensed Shi Yuan wasn't lying. So, what did the young lady from the Bai family say? Dongfeng persisted. That girl? What could she say? I already told her I didn't know. But. There's no but. I truly don't know. Shi Yuan replied, adopting a helpless expression. Both Guorenjia in front and Xiao Lei behind them couldn't help but chuckle at their exchange. The group continued their conversation as they made their way to Guo's family's kiln. Upon arrival, Shi Yuan surveyed his surroundings, which resembled a black brick factory he had seen on television in the past. Brother Shi, this is our Guo family's kiln in Jinling. Guorenjia pointed out the black brick factory before them. I just asked brother Guo if there's a place here where they make glaze. I'd like to take a look. Glaze? Guorenjia, though puzzled, led Shi Yuan into the kiln. As they walked, the artisans looked on in astonishment, recognizing Guorenjia, but puzzled by the presence of Shi Yuan. Before long, Guorenjia brought Shi Yuan to the area where glaze was being processed. At that moment, a middle-aged man was busy preparing the glaze. Upon noticing Guorenjia and his companions, the man paused his work and approached them. Young master, what brings you to the kiln today? The man inquired. Instead of answering immediately, Guorenjia turned to Shi Yuan and said, Brother Shi, this is the place where glaze is ground. If you have any questions, feel free to ask Old Zhang. Old Zhang, this young master has come to the kiln to take a look today. If he has any questions, please explain them to him. Old Zhang, the middle-aged man, nodded in response. He then scrutinized Shi Yuan, noting that he was well-dressed and didn't resemble a ceramic artisan, leaving him puzzled about why this young master was at the kiln. However, he refrained from asking further. Shi Yuan, undeterred by these thoughts, approached the area where the glaze was being made. After examining the glaze, he asked, Brother Zhang, what materials are used to make the glaze here? Upon hearing Shi Yuan refer to him as brother, Old Zhang felt a sense of warmth and quickly replied, This kiln is not an official one. We produce civilian ceramics here. The glaze is made by mixing clay with quartz, grinding it, and adding water, which is then applied to the surface of the body and fired to create the finished product. Is that so? Shi Yuan mused internally. He had come to this place intending to produce transparent glass, hence his inquiry about the glaze materials. Ancient glazes were essentially a continuous glass-like layer that adhered to the surface of ceramic bodies, or a mixed layer of glass and crystals, which is why he sought to explore this process, hoping to discover something valuable. Brother Zhang, could you please take me to see where the finished products are stored? Shi Yuan continued. Though Old Zhang was unaware of Shi Yuan's intentions, he felt obliged to comply since the young master had requested it, and he found Shi Yuan to be quite amiable. Thus, he led Shi Yuan to the area where the completed ceramic wares were stored. After spending considerable time at the kiln, Shi Yuan finally grasped the entire process. Given the current technology, producing transparent glass was not a formidable task. He instructed them to gather quartz, limestone, feldspar, and coarse salt, grinding these materials into powder and proportioning them according to his memory. The onlookers watched Shi Yuan bustle about, still unaware of his intentions. "Brother Gua, what is Shi Ge doing?" Dong Feng asked, his face filled with confusion. "How would I know? Brother Shi has always been mysterious in his actions. But it seems it must be something remarkable," Guo Renjie responded. Meanwhile, the surrounding artisans gathered, pointing and discussing among themselves. After a great deal of effort, Shi Yuan finally mixed the materials correctly and then instructed old Zhang to place the mixture into the kiln for heating. Although the materials for glass were simple, the artisans, accustomed to firing ceramics, likely had the capability to produce it, yet they had never considered its applications. Due to the diverse materials, their output was typically not transparent, resulting in most of their creations being glazes. As Shi Yuan observed the materials slowly melting in the kiln, he continuously urged for more heat. His gaze fixated on the melting mixture, displaying an expression of intense concentration. "Brother Shi, what exactly are you trying to do?" Guo Renjie, unable to contain his curiosity any longer, finally asked. This question echoed the sentiments of the others present. The artisans, seasoned in ceramic production, could not comprehend Shi Yuan's intentions. Guo Renjie's inquiry prompted them to turn their attention to Shi Yuan, awaiting his explanation. In response, Shi Yuan offered a mysterious smile and said, "This is a magnificent invention. There is no need to rush. You will find out shortly. Rest assured, there will be benefits for your Guo family." Chapter 37. The Glass Mirror. Upon hearing the sound, Guo Renjie chose not to inquire further, instead opting to observe in silence. He harbored a lingering suspicion that Shi Yuan was a man of concealed depths. During their first encounter at Mingyang Lake, he initially believed Shi Yuan to be a kindred spirit. However, upon learning that Shi Yuan resided in the Lin Mansion, his interest in him peaked. As he had anticipated, every meeting with Shi Yuan was filled with unexpected surprises that never ceased to amaze him. Shi Yuan watched as the materials gradually transformed into a fiery red liquid, an expression of excitement illuminating his face. Once the materials had completely melted, he instructed the assistant to cease the heating. The next and most crucial step was the glass-blowing process. He requested a copper pipe of suitable length and dipped it into the molten glass, employing the techniques he had learned previously. Initially, he intended to create a lampshade, but, lacking a mold, he resorted to freehand blowing based on his imagination. After several attempts that left him dizzy, he finally managed to craft a lampshade that bore semblance to his vision. As onlookers observed Shi Yuan's actions with bewilderment, it was not until he completed the lampshade that Dong Feng finally spoke up, asking, "Brother Shi, what is this?" Shi Yuan burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! I am indeed a genius. Brother Dong, this is called transparent glass. Its applications are vast. Once these pieces cool, you will understand." As he spoke, he placed the glass objects he had crafted into a regular kiln to control the temperature and gradually anneal them. Upon hearing Shi Yuan's explanation, the crowd's gaze turned toward the peculiar glass objects, which, still warm and amorphous, revealed little of their true potential. It was only as Shi Yuan meticulously adjusted the temperature, allowing the bizarrely shaped artifacts to cool, that their true forms emerged, prompting an astonished silence among the spectators. At that moment, Guo Renjie stared in awe at the glass objects before him. His family had built its fortune on porcelain, yet he had never before encountered such remarkably transparent glassware. "Brother Shi, is this truly the transparent glass you mentioned? It is indeed wondrous. In all my years, I have seen countless porcelain wares, yet never anything so extraordinary. There is no need to be overly excited, Brother Gua," Shi Yuan replied with a proud smile. "This transparent glass is not as rare as it seems, but its uses are indeed extensive." Guo Renjie, upon hearing Shi Yuan's words, felt a surge of astonishment. If, as Shi Yuan claimed, this transparent glass had such wide-ranging applications, the potential profits were immense. Contemplating this, he inquired, "Brother Shi, how is this transparent glass made?" Upon hearing Guo Renjie's query, Shi Yuan grasped his intention. Merchants prioritized profit, and while others marveled at the wonders of transparent glass, this young man was already contemplating the secret formula. Shi Yuan reconsidered his perception of Guo Renjie, the dandy of the Guo family. As for the method of producing transparent glass, he had no intention of withholding it. After all, the Guo family was entrenched in the ceramics business, making them an ideal partner. "I shall certainly share the method with you, but I require 40%. Shi Yuan had evidently prepared for this negotiation. "Deal," Guo Renjie responded without hesitation. As the young master of the Guo family, he was authorized to make decisions regarding business matters. Although Shi Yuan demanded 40% of the profits while his family would provide manpower and resources, He understood that Shi Yuan was worth such an investment. Brother Gua, have you not considered discussing this further with your father? After all, this is merely my perspective. Brother Shi, your words imply a lack of faith in my judgment. Guoranjie declared confidently. I trust your insight, and I have faith in my own judgment. If one hesitates and dilly-dallies, how can one achieve greatness? He interrupted Shi Yuan, exuding self-assurance. Shi Yuan took note of Guoranjie's demeanor, and their eyes met, leading to a shared hearty laugh. Meanwhile, Dong Feng and the others gazed at the now-cooled glass objects with uncontainable curiosity. Being younger, Dong Feng's admiration for Shi Yuan intensified. Not only he, but even Xiao Lei and the craftsmen present regarded Shi Yuan with newfound respect. The older artisans, who had previously dismissed Shi Yuan as a mere playboy, found their disdain transforming into admiration upon witnessing the glassware he had created. Although the vessels appeared rudimentary, they were made of glass, clear and translucent, something they had never encountered before. It was this novelty that earned Shi Yuan their genuine respect. Ignoring the astonished crowd, Shi Yuan continued speaking to Guoranjie. The method for creating transparent glass is simple, yet its applications are exceedingly broad. As he elaborated on the various uses of glass, Guoranjie's astonishment deepened. Initially captivated by the beauty of the glassware, he had not anticipated its extensive utility. Brother Shi, does this material truly possess such vast potential? You cannot possibly. Noticing Guoranjie's lingering uncertainty, Shi Yuan smiled mysteriously, opting for minimal explanation. He turned to two craftsmen, instructing them to gently pour the remaining molten glass into a square mold. Following the same procedure as before, he placed the mold into the kiln for gradual annealing. After it had completely cooled, he retrieved the solid sheet of glass and turned to Guoranjie, asking, Brother Gua, what do you think about using this material as a replacement for window screens? Replace window screens? While your idea is intriguing, Brother Shi, I fear this material may be too costly for widespread adoption, Guoranjie replied, furrowing his brow. Costly? Shi Yuan smiled faintly, choosing not to elaborate. He understood that in ancient times, methods for producing glass existed, yet they were labor-intensive and lacked the efficiency of modern production lines. Consequently, glass was often regarded as a luxury, akin to jade, reserved for the elite. This explained Guoranjie's skepticism. After a brief pause, Shi Yuan continued, Do not worry, Brother Gua. Since I have proposed this, I will certainly devise a solution. Just watch. With that, Shi Yuan instructed someone to apply black paint to one side of the glass panel. Once the paint dried, he turned the other side toward Guoranjie and the others. Although this rudimentary glass mirror lacked the brilliance of modern, silvered mirrors, it was far clearer than the bronze mirrors commonly used in that era. Guoranjie, gazing at his reflection in the mirror, was momentarily rendered speechless, pointing at the mirror as he stammered, This. Observing the awestruck expressions of those around him, Shi Yuan smiled subtly, thinking to himself, This is merely a simple principle of reflection, yet it is enough to astonish them. He then patted Guoranjie's shoulder and said, There is no need for astonishment, Brother Gua. To unlock the greater potential of this transparent glass, the craftsmen at the kiln will need to experiment further. What I have done is but a trivial feat. Upon hearing Shi Yuan's words, Guoranjie quickly turned to Old Zhang, instructing, Old Zhang, make sure Brother Shi takes the time to explain this process to you. Do not neglect it. Old Zhang's face lit up with joy upon hearing Guoranjie's words. Being older, he had few ambitions aside from mastering the art of porcelain making. Having witnessed Shi Yuan's glass creations, he had longed to inquire about the process but had hesitated due to his status. Guoranjie's words provided him the opportunity. Young Master Shi, please tell me how this is made. Shi Yuan, however, hesitated, casting a glance at Guoranjie. Upon seeing the expression on Shi Yuan's face, Guoranjie immediately grasped his thoughts and said, Do not worry, my dear Shi. Old Zhang is a trustworthy man. Just convey your message to him. With this reassurance, Shi Yuan felt a weight lifted from his heart. He turned to Old Zhang and remarked, The method involved may be straightforward, yet many details are difficult to articulate at once. Once I return home, I shall compose a detailed account and send it to you. Old Zhang, filled with delight, promptly replied, I appreciate your efforts, young Master Shi. Although I have observed the process closely and gained considerable insight into the ingredients, having Shi Yuan delineate the specifics will be invaluable. Meanwhile, Dong Feng had regained his composure, playfully handling the vessels crafted by Shi Yuan. Brother Shi, may I have one of these? He inquired. Shi Yuan smiled slightly at the request, saying, These are not rare treasures. Take one if you wish. However, I must caution you that my creations are rather rudimentary. Do not flaunt them. lest you tarnish brother Gui's future sales. Upon hearing Shi Yuan's consent, Dongfeng eagerly acquiesced, promptly clutching an unsightly vessel as if to protect it from others' grasp. Observing Dongfeng's antics, Shi Yuan could not help but chuckle. After all, Dongfeng was still youthful and possessed a childlike spirit. He then instructed Xiao Lei to carefully hold the glass lampshade he had painstakingly crafted. After a moment's thought, he asked Xiao Lei to fetch another one and to also bring along the glass mirror. Chapter 38. Lin Yingwei and the young wife. After discussing various details with Guorinjia, Shi Yuan gained a deeper understanding of the Guo family's kills. His task was to meticulously document the process of creating transparent glass and devise a production method akin to an assembly line for mass production. As for the pricing, it would be determined after production commenced, taking into account the materials and the Guo family's circumstances. Having spent considerable time at Guorinjia's kiln, they eventually took their leave. However, they could not refuse Guorinjia's hospitality and ended up dining at an inn in the city. Had Shi Yuan not been swift in his departure, Guorinjia would have insisted on taking him to the brothel by the Qin River. Although Shi Yuan was tempted to go, he remembered the words of Lin Yingwei and curbed his curiosity about visiting an ancient brothel, choosing instead to return to the Lin residence with Xiao Lei. In early spring, night fell rather early. Upon returning to the Lin residence, Shi Yuan noticed that many of the pavilions were already illuminated. Xiao Lei, you may return to the courtyard. I shall visit the bamboo courtyard, Shi Yuan declared, pausing at the archway leading to his quarters. Remembering that Lin Yingwei was likely still awake, as she had been reviewing the account books earlier, he thought his glass lampshade might be of use. He then spoke to Xiao Lei. I will head to Lin Yingwei's bamboo courtyard. Xiao Lei watched as Shi Yuan's figure disappeared, pondering, could it be that what Guorinjia said is true? Shi Gu and the young lady. Arriving at the bamboo courtyard, Shi Yuan found the study where Lin Yingwei had been earlier still brightly lit. He could faintly see her silhouette riding under the lamp's glow. She truly hasn't slept? Shi Yuan mused with a sigh, ascending the stairs to the second-floor study. Without the earlier day's hindrances, he quickly approached the door and knocked. After a moment of silence, he decided to push the door open. The sound startled Lin Yingwei, who was engrossed in her writing. Yet she did not look up and casually remarked, Qing Shuang, did I not tell you to go to bed? After a prolonged silence without a response, she finally raised her gaze toward the entrance, only to find Shi Yuan, holding the glass lampshade and mirror, peering curiously at the calligraphy on the wall. It's you. Have you just returned? Why were you gone for so long? Did Guorinjia take you to the brothel by the Qin River? Lin Yingwei bombarded him with questions upon recognizing him. Shi Yuan chuckled at her inquiries. What are you laughing at? Lin Yingwei furrowed her brow, puzzled by his amusement. Nothing much. Merely that your tone and demeanor remind me of a young wife waiting for her husband to return home late. Shi Yuan replied. I was not waiting for you. Lin Yingwei's face flushed crimson, her heart racing, and she stumbled over her words. I did not imply you were waiting for me. Could it be that Miss Lin is truly waiting for me? Shi Yuan teased, seizing upon her slip of the tongue. You, Lin Yingwei, realizing her faux pas, felt her cheeks burn with embarrassment, struggling to articulate a coherent response. Amused by her flustered state, Shi Yuan decided not to further tease her. Instead, he set the glass items down on a nearby table and said, My dear employer, could you not extend a modicum of trust to your employee? Do you truly believe I, Shi Yuan, am that sort of person? Besides, even if I did visit the brothel by the Qin River, it would be solely for business discussions, entirely unrelated to frivolities. Lin Yingwei, still blushing from their earlier exchange, softly retorted, even if it were for business. You should not go. Although her voice was barely audible, her conviction was unmistakable. Shi Yuan silently rejoiced, relieved that he had not accompanied Guorinjia to the brothel. Otherwise, he would have been in serious trouble, possibly even facing a deduction in wages from Lin Yingwei. Yet, he could not help but wonder why she cared so much about this matter. Miss Lin, you're concerned for me. Is it possible you have developed feelings for me? I have not. Lin Yingwei's face reddened further as she hastily denied it. That is fortunate. You are aware that I am extraordinarily remarkable, strikingly handsome, and irresistibly charming, especially to young ladies such as yourself. It is said that 8 out of 10 women find me appealing. Shi Yuan said nonchalantly. Pray tell, which ladies might those be? Lin Yingwei countered, exposing the flaw in his boastful claim. Shi Yuan sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. Currently, none that I know of. Lin Yingwei's laughter echoed as she responded, You are truly self-absorbed. What girl would ever find a person like you appealing? Miss Lin, you cannot assert that. Am I truly as unappealing as you suggest? Shi Yuan challenged, his expression one of indignation. Certainly not. You are likely even more so than I have indicated. Lin Yue playfully shot back, her smile revealing her satisfaction. Shi Yuan rolled his eyes, interpreting her playful banter as retaliation for his earlier teasing, and chose not to pursue the argument any further. Seeing Shi Yuan lapse into silence, Lin Yue assumed victory and ceased her laughter, inquiring, "What business did you have with Gorenjia today? Why did you return so late? You did not cause any trouble, did you?" At her words, Shi Yuan recalled the matter of the Bai family selection of suitors. The young lady was still unaware of it, and whether it might be considered a source of trouble. He contemplated this, but remained silent, instead gesturing toward the glass items on the table. "I was just about to tell you. I visited the kiln outside of Gui City today, and these are what I crafted." After speaking, he felt a twinge of apprehension, wondering how Lin Yue would react upon learning about the Bai family suitor selection. Lin Yue, however, was oblivious to Shi Yuan's inner thoughts. She picked up the glass lampshade from the table and examined it closely. Although Shi Yuan's craftsmanship was not exceptional, Lin Yue had never seen such transparent glass before. The faint candlelight reflected upon the glass vessels, causing their edges to shimmer brilliantly. Based on Shi Yuan's experience, women have an innate weakness for dazzling objects, a truth that remains constant across time. Indeed, Lin Yue was utterly captivated by the glass lampshade in her hands, completely absorbed in its beauty. Shi Yuan noticed her fascination and let out a soft hum. Lin Yue finally came to her senses. Yet she still clutched the glass lampshade tightly, unwilling to let it go. She remarked to Shi Yuan, "These vessels are indeed made of beautiful material, though their shapes leave much to be desired. I wonder which craftsman from the kiln produced them. Such fine materials wasted." Shi Yuan, feeling somewhat embarrassed, cleared his throat and replied, "Miss Lin, how can you be so superficial? How can you judge solely by appearances? These items are known as transparent glass. Despite their unappealing shapes, their utility is quite significant." Upon hearing Shi Yuan's words, Lin Yue looked at him in confusion and asked, "Isn't this merely a decorative item?" Shi Yuan rolled his eyes at Lin Yue, then took the lampshade she had made and explained, "Miss Lin, what you see here, this transparent yet oddly shaped object, is indeed crafted by me. It is called a lampshade, designed to cover an oil lamp." As he spoke, he gently placed the lampshade over the oil lamp on Lin Yue's desk. Although its appearance was lacking, its size was just right. Suddenly, the previously dim light brightened significantly. Seeing this, Shi Yuan nodded in satisfaction and turned to the astonished Lin Yue, saying, "Miss Lin, isn't my lampshade rather impressive?" Chapter 39. Business Management. Lin Yue, still dazed by the suddenly bright light, could hardly find her voice. "Miss Lin, please don't be overly excited. I have something else to show you." Shi Yuan, pleased by Lin Yue's astonishment, picked up a glass mirror from the desk and held it before her. Unfamiliar with the object, Lin Yue looked up and was met with a remarkably clear reflection of herself. As if in disbelief, she reached out to touch the glass mirror before confirming that there was indeed a barrier before her. "Shi Yuan, what is this? It reflects more clearly than a fine bronze mirror." Shi Yuan, tucking the mirror away with a grin, replied, "This is called a glass mirror, crafted from that transparent glass. Only beautiful ladies like you, Miss Lin, can appreciate the image within." "Bah, you speak nonsense. I don't believe you." Lin Yue knew Shi Yuan was exaggerating. Yet despite her words, her expression remained joyful. She paused for a moment, seemingly recalling something, then furrowed her brow and asked, "Have you shared the method of producing transparent glass with the Gu family? This girl truly has a talent for business. If she were an ordinary woman, she would likely be speechless in the presence of such wonders. Yet she immediately perceived the commercial opportunity." Shi Yuan thought to himself as he nodded slowly. The Gu family must have stumbled upon a tremendous windfall. With their capabilities, it wouldn't be long before they dominate the entire ceramics market in Daqing. Seeing Shi Yuan nod, Lin Yue sighed softly and spoke slowly. "It's not that remarkable. Transparent glass has many uses, but it cannot compare to ceramics that have been passed down for millennia. Eventually, I shall exchange this glass for some diamonds." "Haraha." As Shi Yuan explained to Lin Yue, he chuckled mischievously. "What diamonds?" Lin Yue muttered softly, frowning slightly, and continued to ask, "Tell me, what benefits has the Gu family provided you?" "What benefits?" There is nothing of the sort. Upon hearing Lin Yue's question, Shi Yuan inwardly lamented, for he was still an employee of the Lin family. If Lin Yue were to discover that he had pocketed 40% of the profits, it would clearly indicate his intention to go solo. Such matters must remain undisclosed to the employer. Noticing Shi Yuan's expression, Lin Yue chuckled softly, biting her lip as she fixed her gaze on him. "Really no benefits? Very well. I shall inquire with the Gu family tomorrow. Alas, it seems this girl cannot be fooled." Shi Yuan sighed, recognizing that Lin Yue was not easily deceived. Thus, he recounted everything candidly. No sooner had his words left his lips than Lin Yue's eyes reddened, staring at him and stammering, "Shi Yuan, are you planning to leave the Lin family?" Seeing the glimmer of tears in her eyes, Shi Yuan quickly reassured her, "I have no intention of leaving the Lin family." "Please don't cry." Shi Yuan hastily attempted to console her, but Lin Yue began to sob. "The Lin family is facing a difficult time. Grandfather entrusted you to help me, yet it seems you are about to leave." As she spoke, her sobs grew louder, showing no sign of abating. Shi Yuan was thoroughly flustered, muttering, "Please stop crying. I truly never considered leaving the Lin family." Yet, his words only reminded Lin Yue of the burden she bore, and all her grievances cascaded forth. She was in no mood to heed Shi Yuan's reassurances, and her crying only intensified. All right. Here, take this. Just stop crying," Shi Yuan said, pulling out a piece of paper from his pocket and handing it to Lin Yue. What is this?" she asked between sobs. "Shares from the Gu family. A contract from Gu Renjia, granting me a share of the profits," Shi Yuan explained. Seeing Lin Yue's tears begin to subside. "Really?" Lin Yue halted her tears abruptly, her tear-streaked face staring at Shi Yuan with disbelief. Shi Yuan, taken aback by her sudden silence, wondered if she were trying to trick him. Yet, upon seeing her tear-filled, delicate face, still adorned with the remnants of her tears, he silently nodded. This girl was indeed formidable. Had he been in the same era, she would have easily outsmarted him. After all, he had always been soft-hearted. Well, old Lin is indeed my savior. Now that the contract is in Lin Yue's hands, it's not a significant burden. It serves as a repayment for old Lin's life-saving grace. For someone who has already faced death once, such matters are not taken too seriously. Seeing Shi Yuan nod, Lin Yue's tear-streaked face broke into a grateful smile, and in her moment of joy, she unconsciously grasped Shi Yuan's hand, exclaiming, "I knew you wouldn't leave our Lin family." Only then did she realize she was holding his hand and blushed, quickly letting go. Although Lin Yue was confident that Shi Yuan would not abandon the Lin family, she was also unaware of why she trusted him so deeply. It was merely an instinct. Just moments ago, she had thought of how the Gu family would thrive on Shi Yuan's skills, while the Lin family was mired in difficulties. As a fragile woman, bearing such a heavy burden weighed heavily on her heart, prompting her tears. Yet, she never anticipated that Shi Yuan would hand the contract over to her. At that moment, Lin Yue found herself at a loss for words. Her face adorned with a radiant smile, her heart brimming with unexplainable joy. Shi Yuan, oblivious to Lin Yue's inner thoughts, reflected on how he had inexplicably traversed into this world and been saved by old Lin. Thus, the Lin family had become his new home. By giving the contract to Lin Yue, he simply wished to ease her tears. Although he couldn't fathom why, every time he saw her cry, it stirred an inexplicable anxiety within him. Though only a few days had passed since their acquaintance, Shi Yuan held deep admiration for this woman who bore the weight of the Lin family's legacy. Recalling their first encounter in his courtyard, where Lin Yue spoke to him with a lightness and vivacity that captivated him, he later learned from old Lin that this young woman carried significant responsibilities within the Lin household. Shi Yuan realized that this vibrant woman harbored countless burdens beneath her youthful exterior. During his time with Lin Yue, Shi Yuan constantly sought to bring her joy, feeling that such a heavy burden and pressure should not fall upon such a delicate woman. Each time he witnessed her tears, an inexplicable urge to protect her welled up within him. Yet, it seemed that the reasons for her sorrow were always tied to him. When Lin Yue finally revealed a smile, Shi Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. His gaze then shifted to a pile of ledgers on her desk. In this era, there were no studies on business management. Even accounting was the responsibility of the proprietor. The sheer volume of these ledgers suggested that verifying them would require considerable effort. Haven't these accounts been reconciled yet? Shi Yuan casually flipped through one of the ledgers and inquired. Not so easily. Today, Qing Shuang and I spent half the day just sorting through a small portion. Lin Yue replied while organizing the contract Shi Yuan had handed her. Why don't you enlist more help? At this rate, how long will it take to sort everything? You make it sound simple. These accounts involve intricate details from materials to manpower and sales, intertwined with the Lin family secrets. How could I let others see them? Lin Yue explained as she tucked away the contract. Is there truly no one in the Lin household who can assist you? Shi Yuan asked, frowning at her response. Lin Yue sighed softly, shook her head, and fell silent. Observing her reaction, Shi Yuan understood that in such a vast household, it was indeed rare for a woman to manage the family's business affairs. Reflecting on his encounter with Lin Yin the previous day, Shi Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. Despite being a man of great renown, he had no capable sons or grandsons. Looking at the stack of ledgers before him, an idea struck him. Miss Lin, are you familiar with the concept of business administration? Business administration? What is that? Lin Yingyue asked, her expression one of confusion. Clearly unfamiliar with the term. Shi Yuan chuckled lightly and explained, business administration is a discipline that cultivates individuals with knowledge and skills in management, economics, law, corporate governance, and operational processes, preparing them for roles in enterprises, institutions, and governmental bodies. He recited the definition from his textbooks, yet Lin Yingyue still appeared bewildered. Unfazed, Shi Yuan continued. Business administration encompasses fields such as management, statistics, accounting, financial management, marketing, human resource management, and corporate strategy. Lin Yingyue remained perplexed, gazing at him blankly. To put it simply, accounting is the study of financial activities and cost data collection, classification, synthesis, analysis, and interpretation, forming an information system that aids decision-making for effective economic management. In simpler terms, all of Lin family's expenditures, ranging from raw material procurement to labor wages, entertainment costs, and sales of goods, should be organized into specialized departments, which then compile their findings into finance or accounting. The accountant would further organize, analyze, and present this to the general manager, which is you, for detailed analysis and subsequent business arrangements to maximize cost efficiency. Pausing to gauge Lin Yingyue's understanding, he asked, "Do you comprehend what I've just explained?" Nodding eagerly, Lin Yingyue's eyes sparkled with anticipation, as if waiting for him to elaborate further. Shi Yuan noted her intelligence and continued, "Moreover, marketing involves creating, communicating, disseminating, and exchanging products to generate economic value for customers, partners, and society at large. It primarily refers to the processes and activities undertaken by marketers in the marketplace. Given the Lin family's current state, our primary products are the four treasures of the study, targeting scholars and literati across various academies. Thus, we could establish a dedicated marketing department, hiring articulate individuals to promote our goods in areas with high customer density, compensating them based on their performance." Shi Yuan spoke passionately, elaborating on human resource management, market strategy management, product development management, and other related fields, all contextualized within the Lin family's situation and the prevailing societal conditions. After draining a cup of tea from the pot on Lin Yingyue's desk, he exclaimed, "I am utterly exhausted. Teaching is more arduous than I anticipated." Lin Yingyue remained absorbed in his explanations, occasionally posing questions whenever she encountered points of confusion. Shi Yuan, while responding, felt a surge of astonishment. The young woman was remarkably astute, retaining everything he said and consistently raising pivotal inquiries. After a flurry of questions, Lin Yingyue began to grasp the essence of business administration and remarked, "While what you describe is undoubtedly beneficial and can alleviate many troubles, it seems overly complex. Where can we possibly find such specialized talent? Moreover, the expenses for so many people cannot be trivial. Most critically, the Lin family primarily sells scholarly items, which are in high demand by local officials and academies. Regular shops are frequented by literati, making it unlikely that a marketing department or management team would be of much use. However, we might consider employing accountants and clerks." Shi Yuan, impressed by Lin Yingyue's insights, admired her perceptiveness. As a science major, he only had a rudimentary understanding of business administration, yet she had pinpointed the crux of the issue, a saturated supply of goods. It was no wonder that the old man had entrusted the family's affairs to such a seemingly fragile woman. Reflecting on this, Shi Yuan remarked, "Miss Lin, you are indeed astute, nearly matching my own intellect. However, since I have shared these insights with you, I must also present a solution." Lin Yingyue blushed at his compliment, her expression brightening at the prospect of a solution. "Really? What do you propose?" With a mysterious smile, Shi Yuan replied, "After my visit to the Lin family's paper mill yesterday, I have been contemplating improvements to the paper-making process, as well as the pencils I showed you. These innovations are destined to become household necessities, and the profits from them." "Is that true? Are you serious?" Lin Yingyue interjected, gripping Shi Yuan's hand and shaking it eagerly. "Indeed, indeed." Shi Yuan chuckled, amused by her enthusiasm. Realizing her lapse in decorum, Lin Yingyue blushed deeply, retracting her hand and lowering her gaze. "Thank you, Shi Yuan. You're welcome," he replied, relishing the softness of her hand as he laughed. Lin Yingyue's cheeks flushed crimson, and she fell silent, leaving only the sound of their breathing in the room. As time slipped away, Shi Yuan gently urged, "It's getting late. You should rest soon. The ledgers shall be organized by me tomorrow." However, it was Shi Yuan who spoke first. "Are you leaving?" Lin Yingyue instinctively inquired softly upon hearing Shi Yuan's words. What did you say, Miss Lin? Shi Yuan was taken aback, then curiously asked. Oh, it's nothing. I merely wished for you to elaborate on business management and your method of improving papermaking. Lin Yingwe, realizing her slip of tongue, hastily sought an excuse. Well, the system of business management is vast and cannot be easily summarized. I will come each evening to give you a lesson, and when I have conducted my research sufficiently, you can formally embark on establishing the Lin Group. Life will be considerably easier then. Very well. Let us make it a pact that you shall come every evening. You should return to rest soon. Lin Yingwe replied in a barely audible voice, still with her head bowed. With that, Shi Yuan took his leave and returned to his own courtyard. Xiao Lei had already prepared a bath for him. After instructing Xiao Lei to sleep, Shi Yuan bathed and resumed writing proposals concerning the improvement of papermaking at his desk. In this era, nighttime entertainment was indeed limited, and having promised Lin Yingwe to provide the production process for transparent glass, as well as modern assembly line methods, he realized he had to work late tonight. With a silent sigh, Shi Yuan began to write with the pencil he had crafted himself. Meanwhile, in Lin Yingwe's bamboo courtyard, the study was still illuminated, and through the window, a delicate figure could be seen writing at her desk. Thus, the night passed in silence. The following morning, while Shi Yuan was exercising in the courtyard, Lin Yingwe came to visit. What are you doing? She asked, observing the strange postures Shi Yuan was assuming. Interrupted by her voice, Shi Yuan paused his stretching, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and replied breathlessly, I'm exercising. Lin Yingwe glanced at him, her curiosity piqued, but she chose not to inquire further and shifted the topic. I just came from the hall. Guo Renjie is talking with my grandfather. He seems to be looking for you. Oh, that fellow has arrived? Shi Yuan responded, puzzled, recalling the matchmaking event involving the Bai family from the day before. Anxiety welled up within him, and he quickly asked, did he say anything unusual? What unusual things? Lin Yingwe asked, confused. Hearing her tone, Shi Yuan felt relieved. It appeared she was unaware of the prior discussions. It's nothing. He must be seeking the method for producing transparent glass. I didn't anticipate his eagerness. Of course he is anxious. As you mentioned yesterday, this presents a tremendous business opportunity. She replied, just, don't forget your promise, regarding my grandfather. Naturally, I intend to collaborate with the Guo family, and I shall certainly seek assistance from old Master Lin. Shi Yuan declared nonchalantly as he headed toward the hall. Watching him depart, Lin Yingwe felt a twinge of unease. She was well aware of the profits to be made from the transparent glass venture, and Shi Yuan could become immensely wealthy from it. Would he remain loyal to the Lin family? However, she found some solace in the fact that Shi Yuan had entrusted her with the contract, allowing her to feel slightly reassured. Through their interactions over the past 2 days and his discussions about business management, if he could truly deliver on his promises, the Lin family would surely flourish. Given Shi Yuan's exceptional insight, as the head of the Lin family's commercial affairs, she naturally hoped he could be of assistance to them. Yet, reflecting on Shi Yuan's character, sigh, Lin Yingwe sighed softly, a hint of melancholy crossing her brow. Chapter 41, An Indirect Kiss? Shi Yuan soon arrived in the hall, where he found Guo Renjie in lively conversation with old Master Lin. Upon noticing Shi Yuan's entrance, Guo Renjie laughed heartily. I was just speaking of you with old Master Lin. It's been a while since I last saw you, stone brother. I've missed you terribly. What nonsense. We saw each other just yesterday. Shi Yuan thought, bemused. It was evident that Guo Renjie was fixated on the glass production methods. With a slight smile, Shi Yuan said nothing further and handed Guo Renjie a stack of papers, stating, I believe this is what you've been longing for. Guo Renjie accepted the papers without hesitation, grinning. I didn't expect you to be so prompt, stone brother. I thought you hadn't completed it yet. He then produced a golden token from his pocket and handed it to Shi Yuan, adding, this is our Guo family's business token. It will facilitate your dealings at our various establishments. Keep it safe. Additionally, I will ensure the monthly dividends as stated in the contract. Shi Yuan accepted the token and tucked it into his pocket, laughing. Well said, well said. At that moment, old Master Lin interjected, Stone. Guo has just informed me about your transparent glass venture. Given the long-standing friendship between our families, your actions are understandable. However, do not forget your responsibilities to assist my granddaughter, Yingwe. Do not worry, old Master Lin. I am merely looking to earn a bit on the side. I won't neglect my duties. I already entrusted the contract to Miss Lin last night, so you can rest assured. Shi Yuan explained. Guo Renjie was taken aback, realizing that Shi Yuan had given the contract to Lin Yingwe. This stone brother was indeed generous. A 40% profit was no trivial sum. Could this be a form of betrothal gift? Guo Renjie mused, glancing at Shi Yuan, who wore an expression of calm. Old Master Lin, After hearing Shi Yuan, simply acknowledged with a soft before resuming his tea. Shi Yuan rolled his eyes. The old man was completely unceremonious, acting as if nothing were amiss. Guo Renjie observed their demeanor and thought, is our Guo family's contract truly so insignificant? He shook his head and said, in that case, I shall promptly send the craftsmen at the kiln to begin work. Also, Stone Brother, my visit today is not solely for business. My grandfather wishes to meet you after seeing the glassware you crafted last night. His 50th birthday is the day after tomorrow, and I hope you will grace us with your presence. As he spoke, he produced an invitation and handed it to Shi Yuan. Upon accepting the invitation, Shi Yuan noticed that another invitation was also resting on old Master Lin's table. So, Guo Renjie had indeed come to deliver an invitation. Shi Yuan thought to himself and replied, I will certainly honor Guo's request and make an appearance. Following this, he and Guo Renjie discussed further details regarding the production of transparent glass and assembly line methods. Guo Renjie nodded in agreement, and once Shi Yuan concluded, he laughed heartily. Stone Brother, you truly possess remarkable talent. I have never considered these methods before. Shi Yuan, taken aback, found it rare for Guo Renjie to display such humility. Afterward, Guo Renjie did not linger, bidding farewell to old Master Lin before departing the Lin residence. Once Guo Renjie had left, old Master Lin turned to Shi Yuan and inquired, young Master Stone, having spent the past 2 days in the company of my granddaughter, what are your impressions of her? While fiddling with the business token Guo Renjie had gifted him, Shi Yuan instinctively replied, she is quite beautiful, and her figure is commendable. Realizing his blunder, he broke into a cold sweat, recalling that he stood before Lin Yingyue's grandfather. Quickly correcting himself, he stated, I meant to say that Miss Lin is intelligent and capable in her endeavors. Why do you ask, old Master Lin? Shi Yuan questioned, confusion evident on his face as he paused to address old Master Lin. Lin Qingming remained silent, merely casting a glare at Shi Yuan, letting out a heavy snort before taking the invitation from the table and walking out. Shi Yuan, utterly bewildered, mused to himself, has this old man taken the wrong medicine? Upon returning to his courtyard and finishing his meal, he suddenly remembered that Lin Yingyue had been handling accounts these past 2 days. He had even offered to assist her last night, considering he was, after all, the young lady's secretary. Shi Yuan made his way to the bamboo courtyard, where Qinglu was still tending to the flowers and plants alone. He greeted her, but she ignored him, letting out a heavy huff. Shi Yuan, accustomed to her demeanor, thought it strange that he had offended this little girl, as she had never treated him with any warmth. He could only awkwardly chuckle and proceed to Lin Yingyue's study. As expected, Lin Yingyue was at the table, reviewing the account books with Qing Shuang. Upon noticing Shi Yuan's entrance, she glanced at him briefly before returning to her work, stating coolly, why aren't you going to the kiln with Guo Renjie? Though her tone was neutral, Shi Yuan detected a hint of complaint. He quickly replied with a chuckle, as your private assistant, it is my duty to focus on my responsibilities rather than get involved in those matters. Besides, the process for the transparent glass is not overly complicated. I have detailed everything clearly on paper, so there's no need for me to go. I would rather help you verify these accounts. Although Lin Yingyue did not fully grasp the meaning of private assistant, she understood the essence of it. She smiled faintly, saying, at least you have a bit of conscience. Shi Yuan casually picked up a ledger and began to flip through it. The accounts recorded the quantities and prices of materials, along with dates. The intricate details were quite overwhelming, prompting him to exclaim, why are there so many? Seeing Shi Yuan's distressed expression, Lin Yingyue chuckled softly, saying, what did you expect? This is your own doing. I did not force you into this. You better not try to slack off. Today you shall assist me in organizing these accounts. And tell me more about the business administration you mentioned last night. Shi Yuan had no retort. He had brought this upon himself. However, since he had nothing else to do, he decided to occupy his time with this task. He sat down and began reviewing the ledgers. Occasionally, Lin Yingyue would pose questions, and Shi Yuan would respond, while Qing Shuang sat nearby, utterly perplexed by their discussions of market research and financial management. As the afternoon wore on, Qinglu brought in the meal. Upon seeing her, Shi Yuan promptly set down the ledger and stretched, exclaiming, finally, I can take a break. However, when Qinglu set down the dishes, she softly huffed, unfortunately, I only prepared food for the young lady and Sister Qing Shuang. As for you, there is none. Shi Yuan's face fell at her words, and he protested, why? Why question? There is simply none. Qinglu retorted sharply. What have I done to offend you, Miss Qinglu? Shi Yuan inquired, bewildered. Nothing. I just find you annoying. She pouted in response. Lin Yingyue stifled a laugh at Shi Yuan's predicament, but remained silent. Qinglu, stop being foolish and prepare a meal for young Master Shi, Lin Yue said, her tone laced with a hint of amusement. However, Qing Shuang, unable to bear it any longer, spoke up. Humph. I'm not going. If anyone should go, it should be you. With that, Qinglu turned on her heel and left the room without a backward glance. Qing Shuang shook her head helplessly and offered Shi Yuan an apologetic smile. Young Master Shi, my sister is a bit thoughtless. I hope you can forgive her. I will go prepare a meal for you right away. Shi Yuan chuckled resignedly, recalling that when he first met Qinglu, he had been inquiring about the kitchen's location from the maids and joking with them, which might have sparked her disdain for him. First impressions are indeed crucial, he thought. He stopped Qing Shuang, saying, There's no need, Miss Qing Shuang. I can manage it myself. Just as he spoke, Lin Yue pushed her meal towards Shi Yuan, saying, You probably don't even know the way to the kitchen. Just eat mine. What? Miss Lin, how can this be? A person is iron, and rice is steel. One meal skipped makes one anxious. You cannot skip your meal. Shi Yuan insisted, pushing the bowl back toward Lin Yue. Amused by his words, she smiled slightly, saying, What do you mean? I simply have been lacking an appetite lately. If you don't want to eat, then that is fine. Eat. I definitely will. Shi Yuan exclaimed, snatching the bowl back, as if fearing Lin Yue would change her mind, and began to shovel rice into his mouth. After all, he was in the Lin residence, so Lin Yue would not go hungry. Both Lin Yue and Qing Shuang exclaimed at Shi Yuan's actions, causing him to hesitate and silently curse, realizing he had taken the wrong bowl and chopsticks. Was this an indirect kiss? Lin Yue's face flushed crimson as she fiddled with the hem of her garment, unable to utter a word. I'll go check on what Qinglu is doing. Qing Shuang murmured hurriedly, sprinting out of the room, neglecting her meal. Lin Yue intended to call her back, but found herself momentarily speechless. The room was left with only Shi Yuan and Lin Yue. Miss Lin, why don't you continue eating? Shi Yuan, despite his usual boldness, felt his face heat up slightly. What? What did you say? Lin Yue, flustered, did not catch his words. Oh, nothing. Shi Yuan realized he had misspoken and quickly brushed it off. The atmosphere in the room grew quiet again, as Shi Yuan sat there with his bowl of rice, staring blankly at the dishes, unsure whether to eat or not. Meanwhile, Lin Yue bit her lip, playing with the hem of her garment, unable to look at Shi Yuan. After a long pause, Shi Yuan decided to break the silence, saying, But unexpectedly, Lin Yue spoke up at the same moment. You go first. They both said in unison, reinstating the awkward silence. Shi Yuan clicked his tongue, despite his thick skin. He felt a twinge of embarrassment. He glanced at Lin Yue, whose face was flushed like a peach blossom, as she shyly toyed with her clothing. He swallowed hard, thinking, This little girl is indeed quite enchanting. Shaking his head to dispel these distracting thoughts, he composed himself and said, Miss Lin, I apologize for my earlier haste. I did not mean to overstep. Lin Yue merely responded with a soft murmur. Shi Yuan's bowl and chopsticks were intended solely for him, and he had wanted to transfer his rice to a different empty bowl, but before he could speak, he had already taken it upon himself to eat. Lin Yue felt a rush of shyness and could not bring herself to speak. Though usually so talkative, he found himself at a loss for words. As Lin Yue observed Shi Yuan's silence, she felt a surge of irritation. Just as she was about to speak, Shi Yuan did so as well. Consequently, the courage she had mustered to speak faded, leaving her feeling uncertain once more. The atmosphere in the room grew tense, and Shi Yuan could no longer endure it. This ambience was too strange, he needed to leave. With that thought in mind, he quickly said, Miss Lin, it seems I have nearly verified these accounts. I shall take my leave now. Without waiting for Lin Yue's response, Shi Yuan headed outside, yet he still held on to the bowl belonging to Lin Yue. As he reached the door, he turned back. Lin Yue's previously calmed emotions tightened once more. However, what surprised her was that Shi Yuan merely added some dishes from the table into the bowl. Once a task is undertaken, it must be executed thoroughly. This was Shi Yuan's motto. Throughout the entire process, Lin Yue said not a word. It was only after Shi Yuan had disappeared from sight that she muttered under her breath, Damn lecher. Immediately after, she whispered to herself, Remember, to return the bowl. Of course, Shi Yuan did not hear her, nor would he return the bowl. He hurried back to his own courtyard and finished the meal in Lin Yue's bowl. After looking at the exquisite bowl on the table, he silently thought, I must not visit that little girl Lin Yue again today. As Shi Yuan wandered around his courtyard, pondering the earlier events and occasionally tending to the flowers, he spotted Steward Wang ambling by with his hands behind his back. Upon catching sight of Wang, Shi Yuan was suddenly struck with inspiration. Recalling Lin Yue's words from that day at Qingfeng Pavilion, you need not be so disheartened. Steward Wang, who once roamed the martial world in his youth, Can be consulted if you are truly curious. There is no need to trouble that young lady upstairs. The phrase martial arts expert flashed through Shi Yuan's mind, prompting him to call out, Steward Wang. Steward Wang. Hearing Shi Yuan's call, Steward Wang promptly halted and stepped into the courtyard, inquiring, Is there something you need, young Master Shi? Recently, Steward Wang had received some pastries from Shi Yuan, and his demeanor towards him was quite amiable. Observing the smiling Steward Wang, Shi Yuan did not directly pose his question. Instead, he said with a smile, Steward Wang, you seem quite free today. Steward Wang sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled, just stealing a moment of leisure. But why is young Master Shi not assisting Miss Xiao today? Prompted by Wang's question, Shi Yuan recalled the earlier incident and felt a bit embarrassed, quickly responding with a hearty laugh. I'm also just stealing a moment of leisure. Just stealing a moment. Upon hearing Shi Yuan's words, the two shared a knowing smile. Shi Yuan then ventured, I heard from Miss Lin that you possess martial skills. Steward Wang. Wang was momentarily taken aback by Shi Yuan's abrupt inquiry, before responding, Indeed, I learned some martial arts in my youth. But why do you ask, young Master Shi? Upon hearing this, Shi Yuan was secretly delighted and eagerly replied, You truly practiced. Could you demonstrate a few moves for me? He had not forgotten the day at Qingfeng Pavilion when he witnessed a woman named Baihua effortlessly catch a cup thrown by Luo Wenfeng. Later, upon learning that Steward Wang also practiced martial arts, he had been eager to see him but had not encountered him until now. Given the current opportunity, Shi Yuan was keen to witness Wang's skills firsthand. Recalling the martial heroes from the novels he had read, Shi Yuan's face lit up with anticipation. Hearing Shi Yuan's unusual request, Steward Wang hesitated slightly before saying, Young Master Shi, I have not practiced in many years, and I fear I am rather out of practice now. Not to worry, I merely wish to see. Shi Yuan urged impatiently, gazing at Wang with eager eyes. After a moment's thought, Wang nodded slightly and, without further protest, rolled up his sleeves, took a few steps back, and exhaled deeply, stating, It has been a long time since I last exercised my muscles, so please do not laugh at my efforts. Shi Yuan, now fully attentive, focused intently on Wang. The jovial demeanor of Steward Wang from moments ago had transformed. He appeared rejuvenated as he clenched his fists with a serious expression and took several deep breaths. Shi Yuan could feel the latent power in Wang's tightly gripped hands. It seemed as if the old man had suddenly regained his youth. Then, with a loud shout, Wang thrust his fists at a robust locust tree, leaping towards it with powerful legs. Just as he reached a mere step from the trunk, he raised his right fist, striking it directly at the tree. The moment his fist collided with the trunk, a resounding thud echoed. It was early spring, and the force of his blow caused dried branches to rain down from above. Yet, Wang showed no sign of stopping. After landing one punch, he quickly retracted his hand, then struck again with his other fist, relentlessly assaulting the tree trunk. The rhythm of his punches began slowly but quickly escalated into a flurry of strikes. Shi Yuan watched in awe as the blows rained down upon the tree. The sound of fists meeting would resonating continuously without pause. He had lost count of how many punches Wang had thrown. The strikes intensified, causing the bark to splinter and even fissures to form in the trunk. In that moment, Wang unleashed a powerful shout, delivering a simultaneous blow with both fists, and with a sharp crack, the sturdy locust tree was severed in two. Shi Yuan stood agape at the sight of the fallen trunk, an iconic phrase suddenly surfacing in his mind. With this punch, you may well meet your demise. As Wang concluded his demonstration, Shi Yuan could hardly contain his excitement and rushed forward. The robust locust tree lay broken, the fracture visibly deep. Shi Yuan clicked his tongue in admiration, swallowing hard before turning to Wang. Steward Wang, may I see your fists? Observing the admiration on Shi Yuan's face, Wang could not help but smile proudly as he clenched his fist and extended it outward. Shi Yuan focused intently, noticing Wang's fist held high, unmoving, with a faint flush. Yet it bore a striking resemblance to his own. Curiosity piqued, Shi Yuan reached out to touch it. Upon contact, he felt the coarse calluses and the sturdy joints of Wang's hand. Seeing Shi Yuan's dazed expression as he continued to rub Wang's fist, Wang felt a shiver run down his spine and quickly retracted his hand. Shi Yuan, finally regaining his senses, sheepishly scratched his head and asked with wide-eyed curiosity, Steward Wang, how did you develop such fists the size of clay pots? Wang chuckled at Shi Yuan's words, replying, Young Master Shi jests. These fists are not as large as clay pots. It is merely basic external martial arts. Yet, it is not simply about practicing punches. Shi Yuan exclaimed, intrigued by Wang's mention of martial training. Upon hearing Shi Yuan's inquiry, Wang sighed softly, his thoughts drifting back to the past. In his youth, He had wielded this very technique to uphold justice while escorting goods for a caravan. However, during one such escort, he encountered a formidable opponent whose skills far surpassed his own. After only a few exchanges, he sustained grave injuries and fled, eventually crossing paths with the Lin family's merchant convoy, where he was saved by Lin Qingming, thus preserving his life. In gratitude for Lin Qingming's life-saving grace, he chose to remain in the Lin household, assisting Lin Qingming in various tasks, ultimately becoming the family steward. Today, when Shi Yuan unexpectedly requested a demonstration of martial arts, a flood of memories rushed back, prompting him to elaborate. Young Master Shi, martial arts emphasize the fusion of internal and external techniques, requiring years of rigorous practice to cultivate one's energy and strengthen the body. It typically takes 7 to 8 years to achieve any level of proficiency. Of course, this also depends on one's innate talent and the specific martial arts techniques employed. Shi Yuan recalled hearing Guo Renjia mention this during their time at Qingfeng Pavilion. And now, with Wang the steward reiterating it, his conviction grew stronger. Yet, Shi Yuan's curiosity extended beyond this. In his memory, every martial arts master wielded techniques with resounding names, such as the 18 palms of the dragon subduing and the Tianshan plum blossom hand. Pondering this, he ventured to inquire, "Steward Wang, what is the name of the fist technique you just demonstrated?" Wang the steward, taken aback by Shi Yuan's question, replied, "This technique was taught to me by a monk who passed by my home during my youth. I have practiced it diligently since, yet I am unaware of its name." A monk's teaching? Could it be Shaolin martial arts? No wonder it possesses such ferocity, Shi Yuan mused, and pressed on. Then, Steward Wang, how many martial arts experts like you exist in the Great Qing? Upon hearing this, Wang the steward sighed deeply before responding. Since the establishment of the Great Qing, the emphasis has been on scholarship, leading to a decline in martial practitioners. In my youth, I served as a bodyguard. Yet I heard that the escort agency has since shut down. Now, in this era of peace, most bandits have been eradicated by the authorities, and the number of martial artists continues to dwindle. As far as I know, aside from the martial families in the court, only 2 or 3 major sects remain open to accepting disciples, and even they are under government regulation. Under government regulation? Do you know if there are any martial arts tournaments? Shi Yuan remained undeterred. A martial arts tournament? Wang the steward looked bewildered, not comprehending what Shi Yuan was referring to. Noticing the steward's confusion, Shi Yuan elaborated. A martial arts tournament is when various sects gather in the martial world to forge friendships through combat, culminating in the selection of a martial arts leader who commands the community. Wang the steward, astonished by Shi Yuan's explanation, exclaimed, "Young Master Shi, you certainly have a vivid imagination. A martial arts tournament is indeed a rarity." He thought to himself, before shaking his head and saying, "What you speak of is beyond my experience. Even in times of martial flourishing, I have never heard of such tournaments. Moreover, the few remaining sects are under the government's control, primarily serving the authorities, so who would dare to organize such events?" Shi Yuan, feeling a tinge of disappointment, reflected, "After all, this is the era of cold weapons. How could the rulers overlook martial practitioners? This is not a martial arts novel. It seems there will be no grand battles to settle scores. Nonetheless, witnessing such extraordinary martial arts is a delight." With this thought, Shi Yuan felt at ease and then asked, "So, Steward Wang, do you practice lightness skills? You know, the ability to traverse rooftops and walk on air." Once again, Wang the steward shook his head. "I have heard of such feats, but they are the domain of advanced internal arts. In my time of training, I seldom came across such skills. However, I have yet to see any masters from the major sects capable of these techniques." Anticipating this response, Shi Yuan couldn't help but think of the woman named Baihua, wondering if she possessed such lightness skills. Suddenly recalling something, his eyes glimmered as he inquired, then, "Steward Wang, do you know who possesses the highest martial skills in all of Great Qing?" "I cannot say for certain, but it is likely the emperor's personal guards or the leaders of those sects," Wang the steward replied uncertainly. It was true. This steward of the Lin family had not walked the martial world for many years, so how much could he truly know? The enigmatic woman named by Hua posed a challenge to glean information from Wang the steward. After all he had heard, Shi Yuan found himself lacking the vibrant martial world he had envisioned, yet this did not leave him disheartened. As his gaze fell upon the broken locust tree, he recalled Wang the steward's swift punches, and an idea struck him. "Steward Wang, allow me to name your fist technique." Before Wang the steward could react, Shi Yuan continued, "What do you think of the name? Heavenly Horse Meteor Fist?" "Heavenly Horse Meteor Fist?" Wang the steward looked utterly perplexed. Yes, Heavenly Horse Meteor Fist it is. Furthermore, I bestow upon you an esteemed title from the martial world, warrior of the starry sky. Shi Yuan exclaimed with unrestrained enthusiasm, entirely disregarding Wang the steward's bewilderment. Wang the steward, unable to keep pace with Shi Yuan's whimsical thoughts, hastily waved his hands in modesty, saying, "My martial arts are rudimentary and lack sophistication, merely external techniques. Such titles are unnecessary. Besides, I have long since departed from the martial realm, finding solace in my role as the Lin family steward. If young Master Shi has no further matters, I shall take my leave." Steward Wang, do not be so quick to decline. Heavenly Horse, Meteor, Fist, and Warrior of the Starry Sky are magnificent titles, perfectly suited to your imposing stature. Shi Yuan continued to coax, while Wang the steward merely smiled faintly, bowing slightly before departing the courtyard. Thus, the courtyard was left with a visibly disappointed Shi Yuan. Damn, that old fellow refuses to embrace the title, even as Athena's champion. He certainly possesses a degree of moral integrity, Shi Yuan muttered, watching Wang the steward's retreating figure with a hint of exasperation. Chapter 44, 2. Fenglai Tower. Despite Wang the steward's rejection of his proposed title, Shi Yuan remained somewhat reluctant, resolved to discuss it further with him in the future. Coming back to himself, Shi Yuan's gaze fell upon the broken locust tree and the surrounding mess, prompting him to exclaim, "Damn, that old fellow departs so carefree. Yet I am left to clean this battlefield." Though dissatisfied, Shi Yuan tidied the courtyard, aware that if Lin Yingyu saw the disarray, she might accuse him of damaging the Lin family property. Having restored order, and with plenty of time before dusk, Shi Yuan recalled the matter of crafting transparent glass, wondering how Guorenjia was faring with it. Lin Yingyu's accounts were nearly settled as well, and he felt somewhat shy about facing her, especially since her personal utensils remained in his room. With this in mind, Shi Yuan decided to visit the Guo family kiln, eager to check on the progress of the transparent glass. After all, he considered himself a partner and could not simply act as a bystander. During his second visit to the Guo family kiln, Shi Yuan navigated the path with ease, no longer needing to trouble Xiao Lei for directions. Upon exiting the city, he soon arrived at the Guo family kiln. Ever since Shi Yuan had showcased the remarkable glass products there, the workers had grown quite familiar with him, regarding him with admiration. The young master with an elegant fan and a scholar's cap was a common sight, yet they had never encountered someone as approachable as Shi Yuan, who also possessed skills in pottery. After inquiring with several workers, he learned that Guorenjia was also present at the kiln. This surprised Shi Yuan, as he had assumed Guorenjia would have completed his tasks and indulged in frivolous pursuits. Curious, he followed the directions given by the workers and soon found Guorenjia. Upon seeing Guorenjia, Shi Yuan couldn't help but chuckle, for Guorenjia was shirtless, his ample flesh jiggling as he sweat profusely, occasionally exchanging a few words with the artisans. Yet, it was understandable. The kiln was perpetually hot from the ceramic firing, and spending too long in such conditions could be unbearable, particularly for someone as portly as Guorenjia. The young man indeed possesses remarkable patience, which explains the continual prosperity of the Guo family business. Though it is known that Guorenjia seldom visits this kiln, his ability to seamlessly integrate with the workers at this moment is quite rare, despite his mostly clumsy presence being more of a hindrance than a help. He possesses the unique talent of conversing effortlessly with anyone, be they human or ghost. Brother Guo, Shi Yuan thought to himself before stepping forward to call out to Guorenjia, who was sharing a light-hearted moment with several craftsmen. Upon hearing Shi Yuan's voice, Guorenjia promptly set down his tools and approached him with a playful grin, exclaiming, "Ah, it is my dear brother Shi who has come. I thought for a moment that you were locked away in your young lady's chamber today." Although Guorenjia's words were jest, Shi Yuan felt a twinge of guilt, his heart racing slightly. He then looked at the sweat-soaked Guorenjia and managed a smile, saying, "I merely took a brief respite from my own busyness. But Brother Guo, you do have quite a physique." Guorenjia was momentarily taken aback by Shi Yuan's comment, then glanced down at his bare torso and burst into laughter. "Forgive me, dear brother Shi. I have only ever stripped in a brothel. Who would have thought that I would end up shedding my clothes here today? All for the sake of crafting your transparent glass. I suppose it is also for your benefit." Shi Yuan shuddered at the thought and silently resolved to avoid any misunderstandings, hastily changing the subject. "I wonder how the production of the transparent glass is progressing, Brother Guo?" Upon being asked about the matter at hand, Guorenjia's expression shifted to one of seriousness. "Please follow me, Brother Shi." He then led Shi Yuan deeper into the kiln. They arrived at the area where Guorenjia had just been working, and Shi Yuan observed the workers with keen interest. Each person had a specific role, some prepared materials. Others stoked the flames, while the rest were diligently blowing various transparent glass vessels. These artisans, having mastered the process and methods Shi Yuan had provided, produced glassware that surpassed what Shi Yuan himself had created. Even he, the originator of the techniques, found himself at a loss for critique. Brother Shi, take a look at this and tell me how you find the quality of our production, Guoranjia said, handing Shi Yuan a finished glass vessel. As Shi Yuan examined the piece, he marveled at the artisan's craftsmanship. While it lacked the sophistication of modern techniques, the skill displayed was truly impressive. To his astonishment, the quality of these glass vessels was nearly indistinguishable from those he had previously encountered. To achieve such results in just half a day is truly remarkable, Shi Yuan exclaimed. Guoranjia laughed heartily, of course. These craftsmen have been working here for years, honing their skills. We must also thank you, Brother Shi, for providing such detailed instructions. However, speaking of which, aside from the methods of glass production, what else is there regarding the assembly line production? I anticipated you would inquire about that, Shi Yuan thought to himself. The assembly line production method was intended for when the artisans had fully grasped the intricacies of glassmaking. He had not expected them to achieve such a level of proficiency in such a short time. With a mysterious smile, he turned to Guoranjia and posed, Brother Guo, how many glass vessels do you think we could produce in a day using our current methods? Guoranjia pondered for a moment before responding. If we continue with this method, this kiln could produce approximately 500 vessels a day. A larger kiln could yield over 1,000. How do you feel about maintaining this pace? Shi Yuan continued. Guoranjia, uncertain of Shi Yuan's intentions, contemplated before replying. While this speed may not match that of pottery production, it is not slow. Moreover, transparent glass is likely to fetch a higher price than ceramics. Before Guoranjia could finish, Shi Yuan interjected, but Brother Guo, what if I were to suggest selling this transparent glass at a price lower than that of ceramics? How could that be feasible, Brother Shi? The production of transparent glass is already limited. If we were to price it lower than ceramics, we would hardly make any profit. Guoranjia exclaimed, interrupting Shi Yuan. Unfazed, Shi Yuan continued. Do not forget the potential uses of transparent glass that I previously mentioned. The blowing technique is merely the surface. Hand me the notes I provided you. Guoranjia, acknowledging Shi Yuan's request, retrieved the stack of papers Shi Yuan had given him earlier that morning. Shi Yuan sifted through the notes until he unearthed a sketch adorned with numerous illustrations. Brother Guo, behold, he said. What is this? Guoranjia asked, bewildered as he examined the sketch. Shi Yuan smiled gently, explaining, this is the assembly line. Observe, this section is responsible for adding raw materials, while this area is designated for heating and dissolving the materials. Shi Yuan meticulously guided Guoranjia through the sketch, elucidating the entire process of assembly line production. After a considerable time, he wiped the sweat from his brow and inquired, do you understand now, Brother Guo? Though Guoranjia grasped parts of the explanation, he admitted. Brother Shi, while this method is indeed commendable, many of its intricate mechanisms are unfamiliar to me. There is no need to rush, Brother Guo. Once the artisans have fully mastered the nuances of this method, I will provide you with the schematics for a complete assembly line. Shi Yuan declared confidently. Are you serious, Brother Shi? Guoranjia asked, his face lighting up with incredulity. Do you doubt my word? Shi Yuan replied, raising an eyebrow. Guoranjia paused for a moment before bursting into laughter. Indeed, I have been overly cautious. I trust in your capabilities, Brother Shi. With that affirmation, Shi Yuan chose not to elaborate further. The potential applications of transparent glass were vast, and the profits would naturally follow. As a time traveler, he could only contribute so much. The future development would rely upon the countless laborers. Afterward, Shi Yuan shared additional details with the craftsmen regarding the production of the transparent glass sheets, among other things. By the way, Brother Shi, do you have time later? Guoranjia inquired as the laborers began to head home. I do have time, but the sun is setting. What do you require, Brother Guo? Shi Yuan asked, his brow furrowed in curiosity. Nothing too pressing, merely a request for you to accompany me to a certain place, Guoranjia stated, donning his garments. And where might that be? Shi Yuan asked. To the Fenglai Lu. As Shi Yuan exited the kiln, he realized the hour was quite late. Though he should have returned home, he found himself at the largest brothel by the Qinhuai River, the Fenglai Lu. In stark contrast to Guoranjia's cheerful demeanor, Shi Yuan wore a frown, muttering to himself, how did I end up agreeing to this? With a sigh, he recalled their earlier conversation at the kiln. Fenglai Lu. Brother Guo, you know I uphold a certain standard. You uphold a standard? Then I must be pure as snow. Are you afraid of Ingwe? What? Me? Afraid of her? That girl just cried the other day because of me. Why would I be scared? Is that so? Then why did you hesitate so long? Guoranjia teased. Fear? Nonsense. I'll go, Shi Yuan declared defiantly. Excellent. You've made your own choice. I did not coerce you. Despite fully understanding Guoranjia's simple provocation, Shi Yuan inexplicably found himself acquiescing, as Guoranjia had inadvertently struck at his Achilles heel. Lin Yingwei. Although Shi Yuan was reluctant to admit it, deep down, he was indeed quite concerned about Lin Yingwei. Moreover, he found himself filled with curiosity about the brothel at this moment. Thus, succumbing to his masculine pride, Shi Yuan acquiesced to Guoranjia's suggestion. Sometimes, seemingly straightforward traps can yield unexpectedly profound effects. At this moment, Shi Yuan stood at the entrance of Full Light Tower, gazing at the flamboyantly dressed young women outside, his heart wavering once more, his steps heavy. He couldn't help but recall Lin Yingwei's words to him. If that girl were to find out, he couldn't fathom the consequences. Oddly enough, he pondered why he cared so much about that little girl. It seemed that when one is under a roof, one must bow their head. Nevertheless, he was here to explore ancient relics, a noble endeavor indeed. Yes, very noble. Shi Yuan mentally concocted a rather clumsy excuse for himself. Just as he stood there, hesitating, Guoranjia, who was engaged in cheerful conversation with the girls at the entrance of Fenglai Tower, turned to Shi Yuan and laughed heartily. Sure, my dear brother. You're not feeling bashful, are you? With that, he strode over, threw an arm around Shi Yuan's shoulders, and headed into the brothel. Damn, you're the one who is shy? I've seen far grander scenes. I came here with a sacred mindset to explore ancient relics. Shi Yuan silently cursed Guoranjia as he followed his lead, stepping into Fenglai Tower amidst the playful banter of the girls at the entrance. Having already arrived, there was no turning back. He might as well relax and enjoy the visit. As Shi Yuan entertained these thoughts, he stepped onto the red carpet leading into Full Light Tower. Meanwhile, from a nearby pavilion, a pair of eyes observed Shi Yuan's retreating figure. Upon seeing him enter Fenglai Tower, the observer's lips curled into a slight smile, murmuring, I didn't expect things to progress so smoothly. Young Master Shi, do not disappoint me. Unbeknownst to Shi Yuan, someone was watching him from the shadows. Following Guoranjia, he stepped onto the red carpet and entered Fenglai Tower. Upon stopping to take in the scene, he discovered that Fenglai Tower truly held a world of wonder. Beneath his feet lay a path draped in red cloth that extended from the entrance to the interior. In the grand hall, the red carpeted path divided the space into two sides, each lined with tables and chairs. Numerous men, either alone or in groups, sat at the tables, laughing and drinking with the girls serving them. Progressing along the red path, one would find a spacious stage at the center of the hall. At that moment, several women in sheer garments were dancing to the music, their performance illuminated by a grand moon pearl lamp hanging above, radiating a soft glow reminiscent of the moon itself. On either side of the stage, two staircases ascended, adorned with colorful lanterns that twisted around the railings up to the second floor. The entire second floor was surrounded by intricately carved railings, with corridors extending outward at intervals, each featuring several private boxes, perfectly positioned to offer a view of the stage. Ascending further, the third and fourth floors contained a series of private rooms, each with red lanterns adorning the doorways, creating a visually captivating atmosphere. In this opulent setting, even Shi Yuan, a time traveler, found himself momentarily dazzled. Ah, young Master Gua, you have arrived. Just as Shi Yuan was taking in the splendor of Fenglai Tower, a middle-aged woman in a flowing purple garment approached, swaying her hips enticingly as she sidled up to Guoranjia. She draped her arm over his shoulder. Speaking in a sultry tone, Guoranjia, familiar with her ways, wrapped his arm around her waist, playfully commenting, It's been a while, Sister Hua. You still charm as ever. Upon hearing Guoranjia's flattering words, the woman, referred to as Sister Hua, feigned a pouting expression, replying, Young Master Gua. Your words are sweet, but I fear you think me too old and faded. Oh, and you've brought a friend today? Sister Hua finally noticed Shi Yuan standing behind Guoranjia. Guoranjia chuckled, Indeed. My brother Shi here is still an innocent lad, so please prepare us a private box. And do not neglect my brother Shi. He then added, I have some business to discuss with you. Standing behind Guoranjia, Shi Yuan rolled his eyes at his friend's words, thinking, You're the one who's innocent. However, if one were to consider his identity as a time traveler, he indeed could be seen as an innocent man. Sister Hua, upon hearing Guoranjia, smiled coyly at Shi Yuan, making him gulp involuntarily, wondering when his resolve had become so feeble. Observing Shi Yuan's expression, Sister Hua chuckled before turning back to Guoranjia, asking, What grand business do you have in mind? My father's 50th birthday is coming up, and I hope to enlist the lovely ladies of Fenglai Tower to provide entertainment. Guoranjia slowly explained. And Shi Yuan finally understood why his friend had brought him to Fenglai Tower. He was seeking performers for his father's celebration. Earlier that morning, Guoranjia had indeed given him an invitation, leaving Shi Yuan uncertain about an appropriate gift. Sister Hua, upon hearing Guo Renjia's explanation, smiled broadly, assuring him, "Rest assured, young Master Guo, I will ensure some beautiful ladies are available, and you shall be thoroughly satisfied. However, I cannot guarantee the presence of Miss Shenwei. She will be performing tonight, so it depends on whether you can seize the opportunity to speak with her." It seemed he had not made the wrong decision after all. Tonight, there would indeed be a performance by Miss Shenwei. "Brother Shi, it's up to you when the time comes. If you can persuade Miss Shun to perform for my father's birthday, I shall waive your fee," Guo Renjia said, looking back at Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan's expression darkened at this revelation. His friend seemed to have ulterior motives. He had only met Shunwei once, and she had tricked him publicly. Guo Renjia had miscalculated. Guo Renjia's words piqued Sister Hua's curiosity, and she regarded Shi Yuan closely before whispering, "Young Master Guo, this friend of yours." Guo Renjia waved his hand dismissively. "My brother Shi is no ordinary person. You need not concern yourself. Just prepare us a private box, and bring a few lovely ladies." Sister Hua nodded in agreement. Casting a few more glances at Shi Yuan before leading Guo Renjia to a viewing box on the second floor. Though the position was not prominent, it offered a perfect view of the stage below. After they settled in, two elegantly dressed young women arrived to refill their drinks. "Brother Guo, did you bring me here to see that Miss Shenwei?" Shi Yuan asked once Sister Hua had walked away. Guo Renjia laughed heartily. "Indeed. My father's 50th birthday is approaching, and as his only son, I must arrange everything perfectly. I've gone to great lengths for this celebration, sending invitations to numerous officials from Jiangnan. But I have yet to find a way to invite Miss Shenwei. She is renowned in Jinling, with admirers even from the capital, yet she grants no favors to anyone. You, Brother Shi, were a distraction during our last encounter at Mingyang Lake. As my father's birthday nears, I recently learned that Miss Shen will be performing tonight, which is why I brought you along. Otherwise, I wouldn't have dared to bring you here. If Lin Shimi finds out, I fear." Chapter 46. The Legendary Art of Charm? It was surprising to discover that despite Guo Renjia's appearance as a frivolous playboy, he possessed such filial piety. But how did Lin Yingwei come into this? "Brother Guo, you jest. I merely reside in the Lin residence now, so I must abide by her rules. My relationship with Miss Lin is purely professional." Shuan, fearing that Guo Renjia might misunderstand too deeply, offered an explanation. I know. You and Lin Shimi are as innocent as spring onions and tofu." Guo Renjia chuckled, wrapping an arm around the girl beside him who was pouring wine, a lewd grin plastered on his face. Shiwan, having heard this, could only express his helplessness. This fellow's thoughts were rather sordid. Ever since he had seen Shiwan and Lin Yingwei together at Qingfeng Pavilion, he had assumed that there was a romantic entanglement between them. It seemed impossible to clarify things to him now. Observing Guo Renjia, who was laughing and drinking with the girl next to him, Shiwan sighed softly and lifted his cup, taking a sip before inquiring, "According to what you said, Brother Guo, Shenwei does not take favors from anyone. So how could I possibly persuade her to attend your father's birthday banquet?" Upon hearing Shiwan's words, Guo Renjia withdrew his hand from the bosom of the girl in his embrace and looked at Shiwan earnestly. "Indeed, Shenwei does not take favors from anyone. However, you, my dear brother, are different. I witnessed your capabilities that day at Mingyang Lake. Shenwei holds you in high regard. Now, you and Shenwei exchanging poetry across the river has become a delightful tale among the talented youths of Jinling. It's quite strange, though. I also composed a poem that day. Why is there such a vast difference?" This fellow was as shameless as ever, almost rivaling Guo Renjia himself. The poem he wrote was rather lewd. Best to forget about that. How could he even think of inviting Shenwei to his father's birthday banquet? However, Shenwei had indeed put herself in a difficult position that day. And now this tale of exchanging poetry across the river was likely closely related to her reading aloud the palindrome poem she had copied in public. Shiwan inwardly scorned Guo Renjia's brazen remarks and continued, "I fear you might be miscalculating this time. Brother Guo? Why do you say that, my dear brother?" Guo Renjia asked, perplexed. Shiwan then recounted the details from that day at Mingyang Lake. Guo Renjia had left early and only heard rumors afterward. Now, upon listening to Shiwan's explanation, he began to understand the hidden intricacies of the situation. Frowning, he said, "If what you say is true, then after I left that day, you did not go to the Feng Lai Fong." Shiwan nodded silently. Guo Renjia, feeling disappointed, remarked, "Why didn't you go, my dear brother?" Shiwan recalled Shenwei's enchanting eyes and inwardly sighed, thinking, "Luckily, I didn't go up. Otherwise, I might have been bewitched by that girl and become one of those enamored fools." Having thought this, he addressed Guo Renjia, "So, I fear today will disappoint you, Brother Guo." Guo Renjia shook his head, saying, "You speak too soon, my dear brother. Since Shenwei was angry with you that day, it only signifies that she holds you in her heart. Your strategy of feigning indifference is indeed a masterstroke. I believe Shen Wei will not escape your grasp. He then lamented the fate of Shen Wei's admirers. Xu Yuan was left speechless. He merely feared Shen Wei's mystical gaze. How could this old scoundrel think that he was employing a strategy? However, upon reflection, Shen Wei had been upset enough to read aloud the palindrome poem she had copied. Could it be that she thought he was feigning indifference? It seemed plausible. Just as Xu Yuan pondered whether he had misstepped, a melodious pipa sound suddenly wafted through the air, silencing the bustling hall in an instant. Xu Yuan, intrigued by the sound, sought its origin and discovered that the dancers on stage had left, leaving the stage empty except for the resonant pipa music emanating from behind the curtain. The sound, rising and falling, was profound and melodic, imbued with an endless sense of melancholy, sometimes urgent, sometimes languid, as if the performer was recounting profound solitude that was indescribable and ineffable. As an aficionado of classical music, Xu Yuan found himself absorbed in the pipa's enchanting notes, resonating with the loneliness he felt as a time traveler. Clearly, the performer had her own story to tell. After a long while, the pipa ceased, yet the audience remained enraptured by the lingering echoes. The once boisterous Feng Lai Lu was now so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. Xu Yuan then noticed that the curtain on stage had gently lifted, revealing Shen Wei, dressed in a light yellow robe, cradling the pipa. This little girl, Shen Wei, has just embarrassed herself, she said lightly, bowing to the audience as her ruby lips moved slowly. Thank you, gentlemen, for your kind patronage. I would appreciate your insights regarding the pipa piece I just played. Brother Xu Yuan, I leave this to you. Guoranjia remarked with a sly smile as he looked at Xu Yuan. Xu Yuan, taken aback, asked, What do you mean, Brother Guo? Guoranjia laughed heartily. I forgot that this is your first visit to a brothel. Shen Wei just mentioned that she wishes for someone to critique her pipa performance. If your words can satisfy her, you shall be her honored guest tonight. Such opportunities are rare. To my knowledge, Shen Wei only appears a handful of times each year. It is fortunate that I am well connected in Feng Lai Lu and learned of this news. You must not miss this chance. Xu Yuan was astonished to learn of Shen Wei's high status, realizing that her appearances were indeed quite limited. This was no ordinary brothel courtesan. Her identity must be far more complex than that of merely the famed courtesan of Feng Lai Lu. Xu Yuan recalled Guo Renjie's words and the captivating gaze of Shen Wei, pondering in silence. He then smiled and remarked, How can you be so sure that I will satisfy Shen Wei? Guo Renjie, with one arm wrapped around the woman in his embrace and the other lifting his wine glass to drink, grinned lewdly and replied, Because she is a beauty. And more importantly, she is a beauty who is interested in you, my dear Sher. Chapter 47. Better to anger the king of hell than to anger the brain-dead fans. Guo Renjie, as words left Shi Yuan momentarily bewildered, but soon their eyes met, and they both burst into laughter. This fellow truly possesses astonishing logic. It's utterly unreasonable, but I rather enjoy this sort of reasoning. Just as Shi Yuan and Guo Renjie were engaged in their jovial banter, a commotion arose in the audience. Miss Shen's pipa music is astonishing and deeply moving. I, Su Yifeng, happen to have a humble composition that complements the melody she just played. Shi Yuan turned his gaze towards the sound and spotted a slender, handsome young man in a white shirt, holding a folding fan with an air of elegance, standing at a wooden table in the corner below. It was he who had just spoken. Goodness, it's freezing, yet he's waving a fan. What a character. Shi Yuan glanced at Su Yifeng below, feeling a surge of indignation. He then turned to Guo Renjie and inquired, Guo, who is this fool? Guo Renjie looked puzzled and asked, Fool? Who are you referring to? Shi Yuan chuckled and explained, Fool refers to someone who is foolish and lacks common sense. As soon as Shi Yuan finished speaking, the woman in Guo Renjie's arms let out a cold snort, but chose not to comment. Shi Yuan was perplexed, while Guo Renjie awkwardly laughed and said, Your term is quite unique, sure. However, to be fair, he has done you no wrong. Why mock him so? Shi Yuan raised his wine glass, glancing at Su Yifeng below, and scoffed, Isn't it foolish to wave a fan in such cold weather? At that moment, the woman in Guo Renjie's arms wore an icy expression and shot a fierce glare at Shi Yuan, yet remained silent. Guo Renjie, having heard Shi Yuan's words, was momentarily taken aback. He looked at Su Yifeng and explained, This man is named Su Yifeng, a scholar. It is said that he failed the imperial examination a few years back and has since been lingering in the brothels along the Qinhuai River. He writes exquisite poetry and often helps the courtesans with lyrics. Truly a talent that goes unrecognized. What unrecognized talent? I see him as either insincere or merely a sponge living off others. Shi Yuan remarked disdainfully. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the woman who had been reclining against Guo Renjie, previously displeased with Shi Yuan, straightened up and asked, Sir, Do you harbor any dissatisfaction towards Su Gongzi? Shi Yuan was taken aback. He did not understand why she would defend Su Yifeng. Nevertheless, he maintained his composure and replied, I have no grievance whatsoever. Then why do you mock Su Gongzi repeatedly? She pressed, clearly incensed. Shi Yuan took a sip of his drink, cast another glance at Su Yifeng, and turned to the lady, stating, I bear no ill will towards this Su Gongzi. I simply hold him in contempt. You, how dare you look down upon Su Gongzi? The woman, her face flushed with anger, pointed at Shi Yuan and demanded. Looking down is merely looking down. A man who hides in a brothel, shunning reality, displaying a feminine demeanor. Shi Yuan set down his cup, his expression one of disdain. How can you slander Su Gongzi in such a manner? The woman, growing increasingly agitated, interrupted him. Oh, may I ask what your identity is? At that moment, a woman standing behind Shi Yuan, who had been pouring him wine, stepped forward and addressed him. I didn't realize this feminine fan base was so extensive. Shi Yuan thought to himself, then proudly declared me. I am an employee of the Lin family in Jinling, the personal secretary to Miss Sun of the Lin family. How about that? Are you intimidated? Intimidated? Why would a young lady be intimidated? If, as you say, you merely rely on Miss Sun of the Lin family. What right do you have to mock Su Gongzi? The woman responded with a look of disdain. How could they disregard me, Guorenjia? I paid for entertainment, not to be insulted. Just as Shi Yuan was about to speak, Guorenjia slammed the table and said loudly, but she has not wronged you, so why insult her? The woman, undeterred, retorted, Guo Gongzi, you have offended me, but your friend has slandered Su Gongzi. And even if you tell Hua Jia that I suffered punishment today, I must defend your honor. Guorenjia, upon hearing this, appeared exasperated and snapped at Shi Yuan. Do you think I'm afraid of that? Meanwhile, the woman beside Guorenjia turned pale and tugged at his sleeve, but he shrugged her off dismissively. Seeing this, Shi Yuan sighed and said to Guorenjia, Brother Guo, let us not blow this out of proportion. These two women have fallen into unfortunate circumstances. If you truly caused them distress, then consider me no longer your friend. Upon hearing Shi Yuan's words, Guorenjia's expression softened as he replied, I did not expect you to be so compassionate, Shi. I am not a heartless person. Since you are not angry, I would not commit such a cruel act. Shi Yuan smiled slightly and nodded at Guorenjia, then turned to the woman beside him, saying, I am indeed working for Miss Sun of the Lin family. But it is merely to repay a life-saving favor from the Lin patriarch. Please do not misunderstand. The woman beside Shi Yuan replied with a slight bow. I thank you for your generosity. However, Su Gongzi is truly talented and his poetry is exceptional. He has simply fallen on hard times, which brought him to the banks of the Qinhuai River, and he does not look down upon us courtesans. He treats us with respect and is, in the eyes of many of us, a true gentleman. I hope you will refrain from disparaging Su Gongzi in the future. A true gentleman? Shi Yuan scoffed internally and responded, My dear lady, do not mistake my words. I do not share your sentiments. To me, Su Gongzi is inferior to women. I disdain him not because he relies on the women of the Qinhuai River for sustenance. I believe all are equal by birth, regardless of gender. If he possesses talent and earns a living writing for courtesans, that is acceptable. But if he has aspirations for success and, after a single failure, hides by the Qinhuai River, seeking sympathy and lamenting his unrecognized talent, that is what I disdain, and the very reason I look down upon him. After Shi Yuan finished speaking, the woman beside him remained silent for a long while, until finally, she said softly, You twist words to suit your argument. She then pulled her companion beside Guorenjia and declared fiercely, Sister, we are leaving. With that, they hurriedly departed. What an appalling attitude. Shi Yuan exclaimed in frustration as he watched them leave. Little brother Shi, you may not be aware, but Su Yifeng has gained quite a reputation along the Qinhuai River, and his works are widely celebrated. A talent of remarkable caliber, I have heard that even the renowned Shen Huaiqin holds him in high regard. Judging by your earlier remarks, it seems you may have offended quite a few ladies of the Qinhuai River's establishments. Thus, it is hardly surprising that they refuse to accompany us. Perhaps I should ask Sister Hua to send over a couple of girls. Upon hearing the dissatisfaction in Shi Yuan's tone, Guorenjia chuckled heartily before speaking slowly. How arrogant. Shi Yuan marveled inwardly. He then waved his hand at Guorenjia, saying, That would be unnecessary. If Sister Hua were to learn of this, the two ladies we just mentioned would likely face considerable hardship. Guorenjia understood and nodded in acknowledgement. Shi Yuan, however, recalled an old adage, better to offend the king of hell than to provoke a deluded fan. He then raised his wine cup and downed its contents in one gulp, fixing his gaze on Su Yifeng below, declaring, Let me teach this spineless fellow a lesson. Guorenjia, upon hearing Shi Yuan's words, could not suppress a sly grin. At last, Shi has decided to take action, unbeknownst to Shi Yuan. He was oblivious to Guo Renjia's scheming expression. Meanwhile, on stage, Shenwei had nearly finished her pleasantries with Sui Feng, who then spoke with a gentle flourish of his fan. 10 miles of Qinhuai, wrapped in spring's allure, the pipa stirs tears, a melancholic score. From a jade plate, the sound drifts high, clear waves undisturbed, a beauty leans nigh. As the song concludes, clouds scatter the sigh, gazing afar, who lifts the curtain awry? The melody lingers, wrapping the silks tight. Pray tell, dear sir, can we converse tonight under the moonlight? A rendition of Lin Zhangxian, the melody echoed in the air, captivating all present, evoking the beauty of the scene, and culminating in an inquiry of whether the moon could be a witness to their heartfelt discourse. This Su Yifeng indeed possesses some talent. His composition of Lin Zhangxian was particularly fitting for the occasion, and it is no wonder that the ladies of the Qinhuai River's many establishments have become his admirers. Bravo! As soon as Su Yifeng concluded, applause erupted from the audience, and Shenwei nodded in approval. Su Yifeng's expression radiated pride, and his gaze towards Shenwei grew even more fervent. Please, Miss Shen, enlighten me, he exclaimed after the applause subsided. Chapter 48. That young lady, Hua. Upon hearing Su Yifeng's words, Shenwei offered a slight bow in response before saying, Your rendition of Lin Zhangxian is quite commendable, perfectly encapsulating the essence of the piece. Might there be any other gentleman with insights to share? As Shenwei's words fell, murmurs filled the air, yet no one responded. While Su Yifeng's Lin Zhangxian was well-crafted, it merely sang the praises of Shenwei's pipa playing without delving into the deeper meanings of the piece. In Shi Yuan's view, it was a hollow display. Just as Shi Yuan was silently critiquing, the audience fell silent once more. For a voice rang out from the second-floor viewing platform. I happen to have a humble composition as well. The voice sounded familiar, and Shi Yuan felt a flicker of recognition. Curiosity piqued. He turned to locate the source and found none other than Luo Wenfeng. Standing on the platform, he gazed eagerly at Shenwei. During his first visit to the brothel, he had fortuitously encountered Shenwei and had since been captivated by her charm. Nurturing a deep admiration, he had even envisioned marrying her, having devoted years to his studies. However, upon hearing the rumors of Shi Yuan and Shenwei exchanging verses across the Mingyang Lake, he could no longer restrain himself. Thus, when he chanced upon Shi Yuan at Qingfeng Pavilion 2 days prior, he sought to humiliate him. Yet, the outcome had been a punch to the face. He could not fathom how Shi Yuan was acquainted with Dong Feng and that enigmatic figure in white. Although Shi Yuan had bested him, Luo Wenfeng felt powerless. Returning home, he faced a scolding from his father, which left him feeling immensely frustrated, even skipping the academy for 2 days. Today, upon hearing that Shenwei would perform, he resolved to attend, hoping to win her heart. Spotting Luo Wenfeng as the speaker, Shi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then turned to Guo Renjia, saying, Brother Guo, could you discern whether that individual across is indeed Luo Wenfeng? My eyes may have been dazzled by the beauty before me. Guo Renjia recognized Luo Wenfeng as well, and could not help but chuckle. You just threw a punch at him 2 days ago, and now he pretends not to know you, claiming he was distracted by a lovely visage. At a loss for words, Guo Renjia simply nodded. Shi Yuan raised his wine cup, feigning guilt as he remarked, It appears my pot-sized fist requires further honing. This fellow dares to pursue Sister Hua. Guo Renjia laughed heartily, choosing not to elaborate further, and returned his attention to Luo Wenfeng. After Luo Wenfeng spoke, the patrons of Fenglai Tower initially paused, then began to murmur among themselves. Isn't that the son of the governor of Jinling? It's rare to see him here at Fenglai Tower. I heard he was struck 2 days ago at Qingfeng Pavilion. Who would be so bold as to strike the governor's son at Qingfeng Pavilion? I hear the assailant is named Shi Yuan, with fists as large as a pot. Shi Yuan? The one who exchanged verses with Miss Shen across the lake? I saw him on stage answering questions at the Bai family selection yesterday. He's now a son-in-law of the Bai family. Oh, is that so? Pray tell us more. In no time, the audience buzzed with conversation, drawing connections from Luo Wenfeng to Shi Yuan. Luo Wenfeng, still unaware of Shi Yuan's presence, clenched his teeth in frustration at the surrounding chatter. Meanwhile, Su Yifeng, listening to the discussions, felt a pang of irritation. He only relies on his status as the governor's son. Yet, Miss Shen does not seem to regard such things. I shall see what you are truly capable of, Su Yifeng thought, casting a resentful glance at Su Yifeng. On stage, Shenwei, too, had caught wind of the audience's remarks regarding Shi Yuan. As the flower of Fenglai Tower, she had indeed heard numerous rumors about him, but she never anticipated the tales would spiral so wildly. Shenwei furrowed her brow slightly before addressing Luo Wenfeng. Please, young Master Luo, enlighten us. Only then did the crowd quiet down, their eyes fixated on Luo Wenfeng. Upon hearing Shenwei's invitation, Luo Wenfeng steadied his breath, cast a lingering glance at Shenwei, and began to recite, "The spring breeze carries sounds from on high, where the moonlit maidens of the osmanthus dwell. The echoes linger, marking the passage of time. In search of sound, I tread the spring breeze, dreams entwine. Pausing to gaze at the cloud-kissed peaks, only the cool moonlight graces the heights. The celestial maiden resides in the moon's embrace. As the melody fades, sorrow fills the space, only the clouds remain, layered in their trace." Upon completing his piece, he cast a scornful glance at the standing Sui Feng, then turned his eager gaze towards Shenwei. Another rendition of Linjiang Xian. It seems Luo Wenfeng is quite intent on competing with Sui Feng. However, Luo Wenfeng evidently grasped the deeper meaning of Shenwei's piece, likening her to the moon goddess, articulating the loneliness and desolation expressed in her piece's sound. The words conveyed an unexplainable affection, employing synesthesia, rendering the moon's chill vividly. The entire piece flowed seamlessly, surpassing Su Yifeng's Linjiang Xian by a considerable margin. As Su Yifeng met Luo Wenfeng's contemptuous gaze, his face flushed crimson, caught in a tumult of embarrassment and indignation. Shi Yuan felt a surge of emotion, while the applause from the audience erupted even louder than for Su Yifeng. Though perhaps due to Luo Wenfeng's status as the governor's son, it was evident that his rendition of Linjiang Xian was exceptionally well-crafted. Shi Yuan gazed at Luo Wenfeng for a moment before breaking into a sly smile. Quite intriguing. These two indeed possess a measure of talent, yet they are destined to encounter a transcendent being such as myself, Shi Yuan thought, adding silently. At this moment, Shenwei on the stage was savoring Luo Wenfeng's words, taking a long time before returning a courtesy and softly saying, "Young master, you have discerned the profound meaning in my melody, yet I dare not compare myself to the celestial beings of the moon." Upon hearing Shenwei's words, Luo Wenfeng, with fervor in his expression, replied, "Miss Shen, you are too modest. In my heart, you are a heavenly fairy." In a moment of candor, Luo Wenfeng unwittingly revealed his true feelings. However, his words were not entirely straightforward, for comparing Shenwei to a celestial being likely mirrored the thoughts of her admirers. After hearing Luo Wenfeng, Shenwei smiled gently and responded, "You flatter me, young master Luo. I had not expected you to possess such profound musical talent. I am quite impressed." At this juncture, Luo Wenfeng began to realize that as the only son of the governor of Jinling, should it become known that he had affections for a courtesan and even wished to take her as his bride, it would surely invite scorn. Encouraged by Shenwei's words, Luo Wenfeng felt a surge of pride, but soon restrained himself, saying, "I merely possess a superficial understanding of music. To hear your heartfelt sentiments today is due to our shared connection. If we speak of music, I would very much like to seek your guidance. But I wonder if you would be willing to oblige?" How shameless, Shi Yuan thought indignantly. What shared connection? As the son of a governor, how could you possibly comprehend the loneliness of a courtesan? Hypocrisy, deceit, and insincerity. At the same time, Shenwei, having heard Luo Wenfeng's words, performed a slight bow and replied, "You are too humble, young master. It would be an honor to engage in a discussion with someone who understands me so well, but I wonder if any of the gentlemen present wish to offer their insights on my recent people performance?" As Shenwei's voice faded, the audience fell silent once more, fidgeting in anticipation, yet no one spoke. Luo Wenfeng gazed disdainfully at the crowd, thinking, what are Su Yifeng and Shi Yuan? Isn't Shenwei already captivated by her own talent? Meanwhile, Su Yifeng, seeing Luo Wenfeng steal the spotlight and recalling the disdainful glance he had received, felt a surge of anger and bitterness but was powerless to act. "Sure, make your move quickly. Otherwise, there will be no opportunity left." Guorenjia, observing Shenwei about to acquiesce to Luo Wenfeng, anxiously called out to Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan, unfazed, smiled slightly before standing up and calling out to Shenwei, "Miss, I have something to say." With Shi Yuan's exclamation, the crowd finally took notice of him, and those who had never seen him began to inquire about his identity. Before long, Shi Yuan's name spread through the audience. Upon hearing this, Luo Wenfeng was momentarily taken aback, seeking the source of this interruption. And upon spotting the grinning Shi Yuan, his face contorted with fury as he muttered through clenched teeth, "You again, Shi Yuan." At that moment, Shenwei, seeing Shi Yuan, was equally surprised, not having expected to encounter him here. It was not until a woman behind her reminded her that she regained her composure and smiled at Shi Yuan, saying with interest, "Young Master Shi, I have previously mentioned that my surname is Shun. I wonder why you still refer to me as Flower Girl?" Shi Yuan, feeling the weight of her gaze, quickly turned away, unable to meet her eyes. He chuckled and replied, "Well, you resemble a flower, and when I see you, I cannot help but call you that." The audience rolled their eyes at Shi Yuan's words. While Luo Wenfeng had just compared Xin Wei to a celestial being and attempted to compose a verse to entice her, Shi Yuan was far more direct. Xin Wei, smiling slightly, said to Shi Yuan, "You flatter me, young master. How would you like to impart your wisdom?" Shi Yuan, still shaking his head and avoiding her gaze, unceremoniously declared, "Upon hearing your pipa, I was so moved that I composed a little poem." With a grin, Shi Yuan began to recite his lines, and the audience, now aware of his talents, no longer underestimated him. Xin Wei, having previously encountered Shi Yuan at Mingyang Lake, felt a surge of curiosity as he spoke, and she performed a slight bow, saying, "Please, do share." Instead of responding immediately, Shi Yuan raised his cup and drank deeply before leaning against the railing, adopting the posture of a cultured poet. After clearing his throat, he recited, "On the Qinhuai River, I meet my guest at night, with the moon and stars sparse. The wind whispers softly. In light-hearted conversation, we toast to spring, yet with no music to accompany our revelry. In drunkenness, spring's essence fades, desiring the songstress to join my song. Suddenly, I hear the pipa from behind the curtain. I raise my cup in silence. The guest remains mute." Shi Yuan paused slightly, reflecting on the complexity of adapting Bai Juyi's song of the pipa. He continued, strumming the strings. A few notes arise. Before the melody forms, emotions already swell. Each string conceals a voice of longing, as if recounting a lifetime of unfulfilled dreams. With lowered brow, she continues to play, expressing countless sentiments within her heart. As the final notes fade, they etch a picture in my mind, for strings resonate like the tearing of silk. We are both wanderers in this world. Why must we have met before? Though Shi Yuan's rendition was not the complete poem, it resonated deeply with the audience, who were captivated by the timeless essence of Bai Juyi's work. The crowd shifted from initial skepticism to astonishment, remaining silent long after Shi Yuan finished. The classic lines remained intact, and it was no wonder that the audience was so moved. After a long pause, applause erupted, growing louder and more enthusiastic. Luo Wenfeng, however, was flushed with rage, gripping the railing so tightly that it creaked. He hissed, "Shi Yuan, you have gone too far. I will not let this go." With a glare filled with malice, he turned and stormed away. Meanwhile, Xin Wei stood on stage, gazing at Shi Yuan in a daze, unaware that he was engrossed in conversation with Guorenjia. After a considerable time, she finally averted her gaze, murmuring, "We are both wanderers in this world. Why must we have met before?" With that thought, she looked deeply at Shi Yuan once more before departing silently behind the curtain, holding her pipa. How frustrating. After all my effort, she leaves without a word. Shi Yuan grumbled inwardly, casting a glance at the audience's chatter, only to see Xin Wei vanish behind the curtain. With a resigned smile directed at Guorenjia, he spoke, "Brother Guo, as you can see, I have done my utmost. Yet, that young lady appears rather disinclined to meet me." Guorenjia, having noticed Xin Wei leaving, paid no heed to Shi Yuan's words. Instead, he inquired, "Young Shi, was that poem you recited truly your composition?" Shi Yuan couldn't believe this old scoundrel was still concerned about that. Rolling his eyes, Shi Yuan replied, "Does it matter whether it was my work or not?" That young lady didn't utter a word before retreating behind the curtain. Seeing Shi Yuan's gloomy expression, Guorenjia chuckled and asked, "Weren't you just indifferent to this Shin courtesan? Why the sudden urgency?" Shi Yuan waved his hand dismissively, explaining, "I am merely worried about the task you entrusted to me. If she is unwilling to see me, I fear I may be of little help." Guorenjia smiled mysteriously, his gaze fixed in the distance. "Do not fret, young Shi. Is there not someone approaching to summon you?" Following Guorenjia's gaze, Shi Yuan noticed a young woman walking towards them and recognized her as the maid who had conveyed messages at Mingyang Lake. As they sized her up, she had already reached them and bowed slightly, saying, "Young Master Shi, my lady requests your presence." Observing the charming young girl before him, Shi Yuan grinned. "Ah, it is Miss Honglian." Honglian frowned slightly and corrected him, saying, "I am named Honglian, not Lotus Flower." At this moment, her voice faltered as she recollected Shi Yuan's teasing remark at Mingyang Lake. "I am the mud in the lake, while you are the pristine lotus, beautiful and flawless, nourished by my mire." Thinking of this, Honglian's face flushed as she huffed, "All right. I have delivered my message. Whether you come or not is your choice." She then muttered under her breath, "I truly wonder why my lady would summon you, especially in her private chamber." With that, she turned and walked away without a backward glance. How temperamental. Shi Yuan mused silently before calling out to Honglian's retreating figure, "Of course I shall go. Why would I pass up an opportunity earned through my own merit?" With that, he stepped forward, closely following Honglian. Seeing Shi Yuan depart, Guorenjia quickly called out, Young Shi, if you do not return, I shall take my leave. Amidst the romance of the moment, do not forget the matter I entrusted to you. Chapter 50. Shun Wei's boudoir. Shi Yuan had already walked away, and amidst the noise of the hall, he did not catch Guo Renji's words. Thus, he waved back without looking, signaling for him to not worry. Didn't he, Young Shi, claim to have no interest in that courtesan? This does not seem to align. Guo Renji thought to himself as he observed Shi Yuan's silhouette. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan followed Hong Lian through the corridors of Full Light Tower. Glancing at the silent Hong Lian, he recalled Shun Wei's enigmatic eyes and contemplated inquiring about her identity. However, just as he was about to speak, Hong Lian interrupted. Do not ask me anything. I will reveal nothing. Taken aback, Shi Yuan responded with a chuckle. Miss Hong Lian, do you know what I wish to ask? Shaking her head, she retorted. I do not know, but you are cunning and treacherous. Every word you utter seems to be a trap. Shi Yuan realized the young girl was wary of his teasing. He thought to himself, and then replied, I see that you are kind-hearted and generous. How could you harbor such misunderstandings towards me? Perhaps this notion was imparted by mission? Upon hearing Shi Yuan's question, Hong Lian hastily shook her head. My lady said nothing of the sort. Oh, then what did mission say about me? Shi Yuan raised an eyebrow, continuing his inquiry. Hong Lian instinctively began to speak. My lady said you. But realizing she was about to divulge too much, she glared at Shi Yuan and declared, I will not tell you. You will not trick me into revealing anything. Unfazed, Shi Yuan grinned and asked, if you choose not to share, so be it. You appear lively and charming. Could it be that you are still in your early teens? Hong Lian's cheeks flushed as she softly replied, I am 14. Precisely of that tender age. Oh, I must have misjudged. Then how many years have you served your lady? Shi Yuan continued to coax her. 11. Ugh, I will not converse with you any further. Hong Lian instinctively responded, only to realize she had fallen into Shi Yuan's trap yet again. With a stamp of her delicate foot, she walked ahead of him. Observing the lovely young maid, Shi Yuan couldn't help but think of Li Mao Mao. Reflecting on the poignant contrasts, one constrained by family circumstances, forced into servitude, the other relegated to a brothel, becoming the favored maid of a courtesan. Alas, how lamentable. Miss Hong Lian, do not walk so hastily. Shi Yuan called out, playfully. Yet, Hong Lian merely snorted in response, offering no further words. Regardless of Shi Yuan's attempts to provoke her, she remained resolutely silent, until they reached the 4th floor and stood before a private room, where Hong Lian finally halted and turned to Shi Yuan, saying, Please wait here, I will inform my lady. Without waiting for Shi Yuan's reply, she entered the room, leaving him to observe this tranquil chamber, as Hong Lian had indicated it was Shun Wei's boudoir. Unexpectedly, amid the vibrant commotion of Full Light Tower, such a serene space existed. Situated on the 4th floor, this room was separated from the guest accommodations by the hallway, creating an atmosphere of seclusion. The red-painted wooden door bore a hollow window, adorned with pristine curtains, and above it hung a fan-shaped wooden plaque inscribed with the words Tingyin Pavilion. Tingyin Pavilion. Could it be that Shun Wei is truly tone-deaf? Shi Yuan pondered silently. Just then, the door creaked open, and Hong Lian reappeared, saying, My lady requests your presence. Regaining his composure, Shi Yuan flashed a smile at Hong Lian, saying, Thank you, Miss Hong Lian, for guiding me. With that, he pushed the door open and stepped inside. As Shi Yuan entered, Hong Lian closed the door behind him. She then patted her chest, recalling how close she had been to engaging in conversation with Shi Yuan during their walk. However, considering her previous encounters with him, where she had emerged at a disadvantage, she ultimately restrained herself from speaking. Now that Shi Yuan had entered the room, she let out a silent sigh of relief. Yet, a twinge of anxiety followed. This man is too cunning. I wonder if my lady will fall for his tricks. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan, who appeared calm while conversing with Hong Lian, was actually filled with trepidation, though curious about the courtesan capable of producing such ethereal melodies from the pipa. Thoughts of Shun Wei's mesmerizing eyes heightened his anxiety. He had hoped to glean some insights about her from Hong Lian, but evidently, he had not uncovered anything of value. Yet, having arrived, there was no turning back. Whether it be enchantments or eye techniques, as a time traveler, should I truly fear her? Shi Yuan resolved fiercely within himself. As he stepped into Shun Wei's boudoir, his gaze scanned the surroundings. Before him stood an exquisite pearwood screen, intricately carved with peonies, the epitome of elegance. Beside the screen was a wooden vanity, adorned with a bronze mirror. Standing at the entrance, Shi Yuan's view was obstructed by the screen, but he could see enough to conclude that Shun Wei's boudoir was indeed refined and pristine, a stark contrast to the decadent ambience of Full Light Tower. Shi Yuan cast a glance around the room's layout, ready to inquire, when suddenly, the sound of a zither resonated from behind the screen. The music caught him off guard, and he fell into a contemplative silence, savoring the melody. It reminded him of the first time he met Xinwei by Mingyang Lake, when he too was captivated by her enchanting playing. Now, hearing the music again, it flowed like a tranquil stream, lifting his spirits and filling him with joy. Only when the music ceased did Shi Yuan return to his senses. Before he could speak, the woman behind the screen asked, "How does this piece strike you, young master Shi?" As he lightly clapped his hands, he replied, "Miss Shun, your composition is serene and elegant. The notes are ethereal, instilling a sense of peace. Though we are in this bustling building, it feels as if we are amidst a bamboo grove in the mountains." No sooner had he finished speaking than Shunwei stepped out from behind the screen, offering him a gentle smile. "I am Shunwei, and I thank you for your kind words, young master Shi." Standing before her, they were mere paces apart, close enough for him to hear her breath. As he looked again, he saw the woman still clad in her soft apricot-colored garment, her hair styled in a loose bun adorned with a jade and glass phoenix hairpin. Her delicate brows arched gracefully, and her eyes sparkled with a spring-like glimmer. Her lips curled ever so slightly, and her slender neck rose above a gently heaving bosom, revealing her allure. Shi Yuan bit his tongue discreetly, awakening from his reverie. He thought to himself, what a captivating beauty. Xinwei's visage rivals that of Lin Yingwei. Yet she has remained in this world of fleeting pleasures for so long. Her mysterious eyes, with every smile and frown, are utterly enchanting. Yet her aura is entirely distinct from Lin Yingwei. Unconsciously, Shi Yuan began to compare Xinwei with Lin Yingwei. Stealing a glance at her, he quickly shifted his gaze, wary of being ensnared once more by those beguiling eyes. "Miss Shun, your zither playing is exquisite. I merely spoke the truth. I cannot claim it as praise." Xinwei, undeterred by his demeanor, continued, "I must admit, I neglected to engage you properly, being so absorbed in our conversation. Young Master Shi, please have a seat." As she spoke, she moved back towards the screen, and Shi Yuan promptly followed. Chapter 51. Who says I do not like you? Though Shi Yuan had spoken harshly outside the door, declaring himself unafraid of any charms or tricks, he found himself captivated by Shunwei's eyes at such close quarters, nearly losing himself. Observing her graceful silhouette, he resolved not to gaze at her again. As he followed Xinwei around the screen, he beheld an expansive area before him. A rosewood table occupied the space. Cushions placed on either side, atop which rested an ancient zither. Beside it lay an exquisite incense burner, wafting the fragrant scent of sandalwood, filling the air with a refreshing aroma. The table was positioned near a window, where finely carved wooden frames held a branch of peach blossoms, and two scrolls of landscape paintings hung beside delicate green silk curtains, fluttering gently in the spring breeze. To the side of the table was a beaded curtain, likely marking Shunwei's chamber. As Shi Yuan was quietly assessing the room's arrangement, Xinwei had already cleared the zither away and returned with a teapot and cups. Setting them on the table, she then knelt beside the table and turned to Shi Yuan, saying, "Young Master Shi, please take a seat." After she placed a cup of tea before him and filled it, Shi Yuan, feeling parched, did not hesitate to thank her before sitting down opposite her and drinking deeply. He had felt dry after reading the Pipa song in the hall, and had not had a chance to quench his thirst before being summoned. "Excellent tea, splendid tea," he exclaimed with a playful grin after finishing. Xinwei, without a word, smiled gently and refilled his cup. "Are you aware, young Master Shi, that you are the first man to enter my boudoir?" she asked, her tone light yet carrying an undertone of significance. What does this young lady mean by that? Shi Yuan pondered. The first man in her chamber? Should I feel honored? Xinwei paid no heed to his response and continued, "Do you know why?" Shi Yuan, casting a sidelong glance at her, raised an eyebrow and replied, "Is it because of my striking appearance?" His words momentarily took Xinwei aback, but she soon burst into laughter. "You are quite the narcissist." After a brief pause, she mused, "We are all wanderers in this world. Why must we be acquainted?" Realizing her inquiry, Shi Yuan smiled faintly, lowering his gaze as he toyed with his teacup. "What do you think, Miss Shin?" Xinwei shook her head slightly, replying, "I cannot fathom why you would feel this way." Shi Yuan continued to fidget with the cup, then paused and sighed, "Because in your melody, I discerned a sense of loneliness and helplessness, and I find myself resonating with it." Her eyes widened in surprise at his admission. Though she had sensed a connection through poetry, hearing him articulate it was unexpected. "You jest, sir. As a courtesan, how could I evoke such feelings in you?" He lifted his cup again, drinking deeply, exclaiming, "Excellent tea, splendid tea." Xinwei remained silent, refilling his cup once more. Shi Yuan, avoiding her gaze, began to swirl the cup, saying, "To empathize is to empathize, and what does our status matter in that regard?" Though his words were blunt, Xinwei chose not to pursue the matter further, instead shifting the conversation. "Speaking of which, this is our second meeting, is it not? You did not even share your name that day by Mingyang Lake." His heart flared with irritation at the reminder. He had been caught off guard by her that day, wishing to avoid complications, yet she had revealed his name through the poem he had copied. Now, the scholars of Jinling were abuzz with discussions about his work. Fame brings trouble, he thought, worrying about the potential repercussions. Despite his inner turmoil, Shi Yuan maintained a composed exterior, casually playing with the teacup. Your words remind me. I indeed neglected to share my name. But how did you come to know it? Surely you jest? You are quite the sensation in Jinling now. Your exquisite verses by Mingyang Lake, your clever couplets that toyed with the magistrate's son, and even your brawl. Not to mention your clever responses during the Bai family's marriage selection. These tales have spread far and wide. How could I not be aware of your name? Shenwei explained. Shi Yuan was taken aback by his newfound renown. So I am already so well known? He mused, realizing that in such a bustling brothel, news traveled swiftly. Yet he recalled Lin Yue, who had been preoccupied with accounts. She likely remained oblivious to the events surrounding the Bai family's selection. If she discovers this, how will I explain it? He fretted, lost in thought. He was drawn back to Shun Wei's gentle smile, reminiscent of their encounter at Mingyang Lake. He then remarked, so it is merely trivialities. However, what I hear in the city does not quite align with your account, does it? At this point, Shi Yuan raised his head and playfully glanced at Shen Wei, then quickly averted his gaze, continuing to toy with the teacup as he said, I seem to recall that it was said that Miss Shin and I would exchange feelings across the water and compose exquisite verses. Shi Yuan was displeased with Shen Wei for publicly reading the couplet he had penned at Mingyang Lake. Thus he transformed the phrase exchanging poems across the water into exchanging feelings across the water to tease her. However, Shen Wei merely smiled faintly, seemingly unfazed, and remarked, gazing at Shi Yuan who was focused on his teacup, you jest, sir, as a woman of the world. How could I be worthy of exchanging feelings with you across the water? Shi Yuan shook his head repeatedly, saying, why does Miss Shin speak so? You possess extraordinary intellect, unparalleled literary talent, and your beauty is captivating. Why must you belittle yourself so? After hearing Shi Yuan's words, Shen Wei did not respond immediately. Instead, she lifted her teacup and took a delicate sip, then teasingly retorted, from what you say, could it be that you truly wish to exchange feelings with a girl like me across the water? Shi Yuan was momentarily taken aback, uncertain of how to respond. He had intended to tease Shen Wei with the notion of exchanging feelings, yet she was not easily flustered like Lin Yue. And now it appeared that he was the one being teased. Once again, he found himself outmaneuvered by Shen Wei. Noticing Shi Yuan's prolonged silence, Shen Wei sighed softly and feigned a pitiful expression, saying, see, sir, you still disdain my identity as a woman of the world. While Shi Yuan continued to fiddle with his teacup, pondering how to answer Shen Wei's question, he caught the hint of sorrow in her tone and instinctively replied, Miss Shun, do not misunderstand. I do not disdain your identity. It is simply that we share no emotional bond. I would like to exchange feelings with you. But since you do not like me, how could I do so across the water? Upon hearing Shi Yuan's words, Shen Wei set down her teacup, glanced at him still engrossed in his teacup, then rolled her eyes and smiled slyly, resembling a cunning fox. She leaned closer, stopping just a few inches from Shi Yuan's head, and spoke in a voice as delicate as an orchid. How does Shi Gongzi know that I do not like you? Chapter 52. Secretary, bring me my guitar. With her head so close to Shi Yuan, he could distinctly catch the fragrance of her presence and feel her breath. Shen Wei and Shi Yuan were nearly of the same height, and as she leaned forward, Shi Yuan's lowered head made her appear to tower over him. Although he could not see her face clearly, his eyes were drawn to the gentle rise and fall of her bosom. Shi Yuan felt a rush of heat to his head. While he was not at the point of nosebleeds, his face had turned crimson, and he fidgeted restlessly, resembling a bashful bride being teased. Of course, with his thick skin, Shi Yuan was not truly shy. Rather, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain composure. This girl was indeed tempting him, Shi Yuan thought to himself, struggling to swallow, nearly crushing the teacup in his hand. Should I push forward? A dilemma presented itself, yet Shi Yuan managed to regain his composure. Although he was undeniably tempted by the alluring Shen Wei, he was acutely aware that she was likely toying with him. Calming his mind, he dismissed any grand notions of seducing Shen Wei and continued to toy with the teacup, maintaining a facade of tranquility as he said, Miss Shin, do not jest. Yet Shen Wei remained as enchanting as ever, her eyes sparkling with mirth as she asked, how does the young master know I am jesting? Surely, we have only met twice. Could it be that you believe I have truly taken a liking to you? Is my charm so great? Shi Yuan leaned back, secretly on guard, yet he could not resist boasting. Shen Wei, however, had already returned to her seat, casting a glance at the wary Shi Yuan, and said with a touch of melancholy, since you entered, you have not once looked at me. How could you know I do not like you? Damn, this woman is getting bold. How could a mere traveler like me be bested by you? Regardless of your charm or your special abilities, I am the protagonist here. Shi Yuan thought fiercely, his spirit ignited, and he suddenly raised his head, locking eyes with Shen Wei, grinning mischievously. Miss Shen, do you truly like me? Shen Wei, who had been smiling at Shi Yuan, was taken aback when he suddenly focused his gaze on her, his expression teasing and entirely unbothered by her charms. Surprised by Shi Yuan's sudden boldness, Shen Wei felt her heart flutter. Although astonished, she quickly regained her composure, responding to Shi Yuan with a smile, her eyes twinkling seductively. If that were the case, what would Shi Gongzi do? Though Shi Yuan reassured himself not to be afraid, the sight of Shen Wei, her demeanor alluring and her eyes like autumn waters, nearly caused him to lose his senses again. He bit his tongue to regain clarity. Once more, he steeled himself, yet remained unyielding as he gazed at Shen Wei, a slight smile playing on his lips as he said, if that were true. Shi Yuan continued, his eyes locking onto Shen Wei's, slowly inching closer. As Shen Wei noticed Shi Yuan's approach, a flicker of panic crossed her previously calm eyes. Shi Yuan, sensing her unease, felt a surge of triumph. What's wrong? Are you scared? I refuse to believe it. A mere traveler like me cannot be outmatched. Though Shi Yuan was well acquainted with Shen Wei's enchanting gaze, he no longer found himself ensnared by it. He boldly maintained eye contact, inching closer. Shen Wei, caught off guard by Shi Yuan's sudden assertiveness, felt her heart race as she stared into his approaching eyes. Her hands, gripping the teacup, began to sweat. Shi Gongzi, what do you intend to do? As Shi Yuan's eyes drew near, Shen Wei finally could not contain her anxiety any longer. Upon hearing her voice, Shi Yuan paused, yet continued to gaze into her eyes, grinning playfully. Since Miss Shen truly likes me, what do you suggest I should do? With that, he leaned closer once more. Shen Wei instinctively recoiled, her voice trembling as she stammered, Shi Gongzi, do you really like me? Shi Yuan finally halted his advance, a teasing smile on his lips, inwardly lamenting the missed opportunity. He then sank back into his seat with a look of feigned regret, addressing Shen Wei. Miss Shen, please refrain from playing such perilous games in the future. Seeing Shi Yuan finally retreat to his seat, Shen Wei sighed in relief. However, upon hearing his provocative words, she frowned slightly, quickly regaining her composure, and calmly said, whether it is dangerous or not, I am well aware of my own heart. With that, her tone softened as she regarded the indifferent Shi Yuan, a complex emotion flickering within her, before she continued, Shi Gongzi, let us discuss the poem you composed earlier. Shi Yuan, no longer intimidated by Shen Wei's gaze, asked, what would you like to discuss, Miss Shen? I found your poem quite profound. Your mastery of rhythm is impressive. Might you share some insights with me? Shen Wei said humbly. Realizing that the young lady wished to hear him play music, Shi Yuan understood her intentions and recalled the request from Gorinjia. He replied, that is no trouble at all. All I ask is for you to grant me one request. Upon hearing Shi Yuan's words, Shen Wei recalled his earlier behavior and assumed he would propose something inappropriate, causing her cheeks to flush as she asked softly, what is your request, sir? Shi Yuan noticed Shen Wei's downcast expression, realizing she had misunderstood his intent. He inwardly scolded himself. Do I truly seem like a lecher? Yet, he couldn't help but find amusement in her predicament. Now you know the consequences of your teasing. Subsequently, with little further explanation, he chuckled and said to Shen Wei, it is not a significant matter. I merely fear that it might put Miss Shen in a difficult position. Observing the somewhat lewd expression on Shi Yuan's face, Shen Wei internally scoffed and was about to speak, but then, as if resolute, she declared, please, enlighten me, young master. To Shi Yuan's surprise, this girl was utterly tone-deaf. He mused inwardly, having expected Shen Wei to inquire further about his request. He was taken aback that she did not bother to ask. Could it be that my charm is truly so potent that this girl has developed an affection for me? He thought, indulging in self-admiration. After a meaningful glance at Shen Wei, he scrutinized her for a while, making her increasingly uneasy, until he finally spoke. Miss Shen, are you not curious? What if my conditions are? I naturally trust your character. Shen Wei replied, gazing intently at Shi Yuan, her heart racing. With a gentle bite of her lip, she continued, trust my character? Shi Yuan could not help but smile inwardly. This girl was indeed clever. With such a statement, it would be difficult for him to make any unreasonable demands. It was a splendid calculation. Yet it was a mistake to think that she was speaking to someone other than Shi Yuan. If he were a different person, her words might have had an effect. However, this was Shi Yuan, a time traveler with an audacious demeanor, impossible to restrain by contemporary moral standards. As expected, Shi Yuan chuckled nonchalantly. Miss Shen, you trust my character, but I do not trust my own. Shen Wei looked at him in astonishment, her mind racing with disbelief. Is there truly such a shameless person in the world? Shi Yuan, reveling in her shock, did not wait for her response and exclaimed with a hearty laugh, "Secretary, bring me my guitar." Chapter 53. Why don't you ascend to the heavens? Naturally, at this moment, there would be no guitar in sight, and Shun Wei had no idea what Shi Yuan meant by guitar. He had merely noticed Shun Wei finally yielding and felt a surge of pride, prompting his words. Seeing Shun Wei's bewildered expression, he grinned and clarified. "Could you kindly lend me your guzheng?" Understanding that Shi Yuan was requesting the guzheng, Shun Wei nodded slightly, then rose to fetch one from her dormitory. After retrieving the instrument, she tidied up the tea on the table, arranged the guzheng, and sat back down across from Shi Yuan, looking expectantly at him. "Young Master Shi, please." Shi Yuan nodded slightly and reached out to touch the exquisite guzheng before plucking its strings. A resonant sound filled the air, and after a moment, he cleared his throat, smiled gently at Shun Wei, and said, "A piece titled Xiao Wei, dedicated to Miss Shen." As an aficionado of classical music, Shi Yuan had studied various classical instruments before his transmigration. He had dedicated considerable effort to mastering the guzheng, even winning a trophy in a school competition during middle school. Had it not been for his parents' objections, he might have pursued a career in music. Nevertheless, he continued to study classical music, adapting numerous popular songs for the guzheng. Upon hearing Shun Wei's words, he was inspired to play this particular piece. Coincidentally, Shun Wei's name also featured the character Wei, and recalling her repeated teasing, he resolved to educate her once more. Sitting upright, Shun Wei felt her face flush upon hearing that the piece was called Xiao Weian was dedicated to her. Her heart raced with an indescribable tension, yet there was also a hint of anticipation. She composed herself, pondering that while she was well versed in musical theory, she had never encountered such a piece. Could it be an original composition? Yet, how could that be? Composing music is not akin to writing poetry. One cannot simply create a masterpiece in an instant. What exactly is he up to? As Shun Wei's thoughts swirled with anticipation and confusion, she heard Shi Yuan begin to play gently. The melodious and clear notes resonated, the tune lively, and she found herself entranced by this unfamiliar melody. As Shi Yuan's fingers warmed up, he completed the prelude and began to sing softly. "There is a beautiful little girl. Her name is Xiao Wei." At this moment, Shi Yuan had completely regained his familiar rhythm, playing and singing with ease. Although his voice was not exceptional, the gentle sound complemented the guzheng well. After finishing the first line, Shi Yuan continued to play the guzheng, casting a deep, affectionate glance at Shun Wei. Seeing her enraptured expression, he smiled subtly and sang, "She has gentle eyes, quietly, stealing my heart." Shun Wei, initially captivated by Shi Yuan's performance, felt her face heat up at the bold lyrics and his meaningful smile, causing her to hastily lower her gaze. "Oh Xiao Wei, do you know how much I love you? I wish to take you to the heavens." Shi Yuan's rendition, though modern in essence, took on a unique flavor when played on the guzheng. Shun Wei, overwhelmed by the increasingly daring lyrics, dared not look up at Shi Yuan. Yet the lively melody was unlike any ancient piece she had heard before. Despite her shyness, she found herself further captivated by the tune. Plucking a petal, "I shall give it to you." After completing the line, Shi Yuan paused his singing but continued playing the guzheng. Eventually, with a final resonant pluck of the strings, the piece Xiao Wei came to a close. Shi Yuan withdrew his hands from the instrument, exhaling softly. Although he was well acquainted with the piece, having not played in a while made him slightly anxious about hitting the wrong notes. Fortunately, as he regained his rhythm, the performance flowed smoothly without significant errors. Meanwhile, Shun Wei remained with her head bowed, her breathing quickening. Shi Yuan felt quite pleased with this outcome and grinned as he asked, "Miss Shun, was my rendition of Xiao Wei to your liking?" "Huh." Startled by his sudden voice, Shun Wei, lost in thought about the performance, exclaimed in surprise. Shi Yuan, noticing her dazed expression, felt a surge of satisfaction. He continued, "Miss Shen, do you find my piece Xiao Wei to your liking?" Only then did Shun Wei come back to her senses. Her cheeks slightly flushed, unsure how to respond. After a long moment, she finally whispered, "Young Master Shi, did you really say this piece was for me?" Shi Yuan nodded slightly, indeed. Blushing further, Shun Wei continued, "Young Master Shi, your piece is lively and delightful. I have never heard it before. Is it one of your original compositions?" Hearing her inquiry, Shi Yuan bashfully scratched his head and replied, "While I am indeed talented, it is impossible to compose such a piece in an instant. This melody was composed by a remarkable individual from my hometown and is widely known. Coincidentally, it shares the name Xiao Wei, which is why I played it for you, Miss Shun." Realizing the peculiarity of the situation, Shun Wei murmured to herself, "Is there truly such a coincidence in the world?" Pausing for a moment, she then looked at Shi Yuan and asked, "Might I inquire where your hometown is, young master?" I have never heard of this piece. My hometown is quite distant from here, isolated from the outside world for many years. It is not surprising that you have not heard it, Miss Shen. Noticing Shi Yuan's evasive tone, Shunwei refrained from pressing further. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she hesitantly inquired. Then, young Master Shi, about the lyrics you sang earlier. Shi Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Pondering inwardly, what is this girl's logic? It has been said that this song was composed by a master, so why the inquiry? At this point, Shi Yuan finally comprehended that most contemporary melodies are merely instrumental. Even those accompanied by lyrics are often poetic verses crafted by literati and talented individuals, seldom as candid as his own. Thus, it was understandable that Shun Wei would pose such a question. Just as he was about to offer an explanation, he noticed Shun Wei's eyes glimmering with anticipation, causing him to instinctively hold back his words and instead clarify. These lyrics are simply a spontaneous expression of my feelings, added at the last moment. How do you find them? As soon as Shi Yuan finished speaking, Shun Wei's face lit up with eager surprise as she asked, "Is that true? Shi Gongzi, would you truly pluck the stars from the sky for me?" Observing her flushed cheeks and the sparkle of hope in her eyes, Shi Yuan felt a pang of distress. In this era that favored men over women, even in this lively establishment, Shun Wei had never encountered the blatant lyrics he sang. Men's declarations of affection were typically veiled and subtle. Although Shun Wei felt a bit shy upon hearing his lyrics, she secretly cherished them. It was not surprising. If a man were to tell a woman that he would pluck stars from the heavens for her, as long as he wasn't too unattractive, she would likely blush and run away, brimming with joy, rather than crying foul. The bolder among them might even playfully punch his chest, exclaiming how annoying he was. And thus, the confession would be sealed. Yet, evidently, no man dared to utter such brazen words, nor had any woman ever heard them. Thus, after Shi Yuan's performance, even a rare gem like Shun Wei couldn't help but inquire, her heart subtly hopeful. Plucking stars from the sky. I also mentioned wanting to take you soaring into the heavens. Why not ascend? Shi Yuan mused inwardly, yet he maintained his facade, even if it meant doing so with a heavy heart. It was now impossible for him to retract his earlier words. Well then, since you are satisfied, Shingun Yang, I shall express my request. The day after tomorrow marks the grand birthday celebration of the Guo family elder. I hope you can attend. He shifted the topic, voicing Guo Renjia's request. However, thinking of Guo Renjia, who was indulging downstairs, he couldn't help but curse him internally. Meanwhile, Guo Renjia had already exited Feng Lai Lu, sneezing several times and rubbing his nose, pondering. Could it be that I caught a chill after shedding my clothes at the kiln today? Chapter 54, Steady Brother. Although Shi Yuan had diverted the conversation, Shun Wei was not easily deceived. Being the courtesan of Feng Lai Lu, had she been an ordinary woman, she might have retreated upon hearing Shi Yuan's lyrics or thrown herself into his embrace. Yet, Shun Wei listened attentively and even countered with a question. However, the boldness was a mask worn by Shi Yuan, and he himself was puzzled as to why he had spoken so impulsively. Was he truly infatuated? That shouldn't be the case. Shi Yuan secretly contemplated, discreetly observing Shun Wei's reaction. Seated opposite him, Shun Wei watched Shi Yuan's flustered demeanor yet refrained from answering his question, instead continuing. Shi Gongzi has yet to respond to my inquiry. Shi Yuan chuckled, attempting to lighten the mood. With such beauty, there are bound to be men who would sacrifice everything for you. Yet, do you recall what you said before playing the tune? You advised me against engaging in such perilous games, but I do not perceive any danger. She paused, then added, moreover, you have yet to answer my previous question. What question? Shi Yuan feigned ignorance. Upon hearing his response, Shun Wei's cheeks flushed slightly as she softly explained. When you were so close to me, I inquired whether you truly liked me. Only after Shun Wei's reminder did Shi Yuan recall that she had indeed posed such a question. At the time, he merely thought she was intimidated by his presence, interpreting her words as a form of resistance. Could this girl be serious? Shi Yuan questioned internally, and then asked, Shingun Yang, you cannot possibly have genuine feelings for me, can you? Although I am undeniably handsome and charming. At his inquiry, Shun Wei's face reddened once more as she whispered, I enjoy conversing with you, Shi Gongzi. What sort of answer is that? Shi Yuan muttered in dissatisfaction. From misunderstanding him as someone who toyed with emotions to recognizing the sincerity in his poem, she had invited him to her chamber to converse, greatly uplifting her previously gloomy spirits. Thus, I take pleasure in speaking with you. Shun Wei paused slightly before continuing. You mentioned that the song Xiao Wei was written for me. Upon hearing your lyrics and melody, I believed you liked me. At this juncture, as Shun Wei spoke, her face had turned a deep crimson, even her delicate neck flushed. Shi Yuan, upon hearing her words, thought, this girl is serious. I had not anticipated such boldness from Shenwei. Yet, recalling her earlier tempting remarks, it was not altogether surprising. Shi Yuan's mind raced, and he remembered a timeless adage. Of the 36 stratagems, retreat is the best. With that thought, he spoke, well, Shengunyang. It seems we have amicably settled the matter regarding the Guo family elder's birthday. Now, I must rush home as I forgot to turn off the gas. He said this as he hastily exited, leaving Shenwei with a look of astonishment. As she regained her composure, she murmured in confusion, what is gas? Pouting in dissatisfaction, she displayed the demeanor of a young girl. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan rushed out of the building, hastily descending the stairs to the second-floor viewing platform, only to find that Guo Renjia had vanished. This rascal actually left? I engaged in a battle of wits with that girl upstairs all for his sake. And yet he departed early. Shi Yuan seethed internally, cursing Guo Renjia again as he recalled Shenwei's words. As for Guo Renjia, he sneezed repeatedly along the way, perplexed. How strange. Exiting Feng Lilu, Shi Yuan noted that night had fallen. Yet, the banks of the Qinhuai River remained ablaze with vibrant lights, bustling with passers-by. The surrounding brothels echoed with lively chatter, even more animated than during the day. However, Shi Yuan was not in the mood to admire the scene, consumed instead with thoughts of how to stealthily enter the Lin residence without alerting Lin Yingwe. She had mentioned needing him to teach her business management. And although they had not seen each other since their awkward encounter, there was a chance she might come looking for him, returning home so late, with the lingering scent of perfume on him. If only Guo Renjia were here to provide an explanation. Alas, he could only hope that Lin Yingwe had not taken offense and had not sought him out. With brisk steps, Shi Yuan soon left the Qinhuai River. Yet his mind was a whirlwind of calculations. At this moment, I finally comprehend Lin Yan's feelings from that night. Although Lin Yan feared the old man Lin, my own trepidation stemmed from Lin Yingwe. Ultimately, our paths converged in a peculiar manner. However, Shi Yuan found himself perplexed, unable to fathom why he was concerned about Lin Yingwe discovering anything. Logically, he had only known her for a few days, although they had spent considerable time together. One would expect him to be more wary of the old man Lin. Could it be that the girl is my boss? The more he pondered, the more agitated he became, and he couldn't help but mutter, if only someone could knock me unconscious right now. As soon as the words left his lips, he collided with someone. Two burly men stood before Shi Yuan, blocking his path. With his head lowered, he had not noticed them and crashed directly into them, staggering backward several steps. Only then did he look up to see the two men and, without much thought, spoke up, Gentlemen, this isn't the banks of the Qinhuai River. It's pitch dark here. Please, do watch where you're going. After voicing his complaint, he prepared to step away again, but the narrow alleyway left him no room to maneuver. The two men remained firmly in place, showing no intention of letting him pass. Shi Yuan halted, urgency etched on his face as he implored, Please, gentlemen, could you let me through? I have an urgent matter at home. If I'm late, it could be a matter of life and death. Yet, the men remained unmoved, and Shi Yuan sensed the situation was growing dire. Could they be robbers? He thought, preparing to turn and flee, knowing he lacked the prowess to take on two adversaries. If he couldn't win, he would run. This alley was indeed an ideal spot for a robbery. Calculating his options, Shi Yuan scanned his surroundings and then, with a sudden idea, pointed above the two men's heads, exclaiming, Look, a UFO. Upon hearing his words, the two men instinctively followed his finger to the sky. Seizing the moment, Shi Yuan swiftly attempted to escape. However, before he could turn, a sharp pain struck the back of his head, and darkness enveloped him, leaving him dizzy and disoriented. In his mind, he cursed, Damn it, someone actually knocked me out? As he slowly turned, he murmured to his assailant, A brick. A sneak attack, you're quite the strategist. Just as he uttered those words, he could no longer maintain his balance and fell directly to the ground. In that fleeting moment, he glimpsed a white figure descending from the heavens. Chapter 55. My words are sweet as honey. Shi Yuan, you scoundrel. You'd rather jump off a building than accept my affection. Easy. How could it be you? Did I not traverse to another world? Traverse? Nonsense. Am I that unappealing? You are indeed quite beautiful. Then why would you rather leap from a building than embrace my love? How can you say that? I've always regarded you as my best buddy, and you are trying to woo me. As the shadow shifted, it transformed into the red-eyed Lin Yingwe. Shi Yuan, do you no longer want me? Before Shi Yuan could respond, it morphed into the alluring Shenwei. Young Master Shi, I truly have feelings for you. In the early morning, blinding sunlight streamed through the window, casting its glow upon Shi Yuan's face. His tightly shut eyes felt discomfort, prompting him to slowly open them. Instantly, a severe pain throbbed in his head, and he grimaced softly. When he reached up to touch his head, he discovered it was wrapped in a bandage. It then dawned on him that he had indeed been struck with a brick last night. As he began to rise, he noticed that his right hand seemed to be pinned down by something. Looking down, he found Lin Yingyue peacefully sleeping beside him, pressing down on his arm. Only then did he realize he was lying in his own room. How did I end up here? Curiosity surged within him, yet he had no clear answers. His gaze fell upon the slumbering Lin Yingyue. Surely, she didn't remain here all night? He contemplated asking Lin Yingyue why he was in his own room. But as he opened his mouth, he hesitated. At that moment, Lin Yingyue appeared tranquil, her eyes closed, her delicate lashes resting like butterfly wings. Her rosy lips occasionally pursed, and her fair complexion radiated a gentle pink hue. Her brows furrowed slightly, hinting at a clouded sorrow. Her gentle breathing revealed a glimpse of her slender arm. While her raven hair cascaded like clouds, the sunlight illuminated her, akin to a rose poised to bloom. Shi Yuan found himself momentarily entranced, swallowing hard as he murmured to himself, "At this moment, I should steal a kiss from this girl. How peculiar! Why do I harbor such strange thoughts? Besides, why did she say in my dream that I no longer wanted her?" Just as Shi Yuan deliberated whether to wake Lin Yingyue or steal a kiss while she remained asleep, she let out a soft hum, fluttered her eyes, and slowly opened them. Shi Yuan, caught off guard, panicked and pretended to be asleep. Lin Yingyue gradually opened her eyes, sitting up and rubbing her drowsy gaze. Adjusting her attire, her gaze landed on Shi Yuan, still feigning slumber. A hint of redness filled her eyes, and she murmured, "You, dead man. So cunning normally. Yet you were knocked out by someone. You must have bullied some poor girl, and this is her retribution. If you wake up soon, I shall forgive you." At this, Lin Yingyue paused, wiping away her tears, and gazed at Shi Yuan's sleeping face, softly lamenting, "I wonder what has come over me. As if bewitched, I keep thinking of you. I even dreamt of you just now." Shi Yuan, overhearing her words, felt a jolt of surprise. "I dreamt of you too. This girl must have developed feelings for me. Who would have thought I possessed such charm?" He felt a surge of pride. Suddenly, he felt a slight itch on his lips. Before he could react, he stealthily opened his eyes just in time to see Lin Yingyue's delicate, rosy lips pressing against his. Goodness, this progression is too rapid. Is she really kissing me? Shouldn't she have at least kissed my cheek first? Lin Yingyue merely brushed her lips against his, then quickly withdrew, her face flushed. Shi Yuan felt a wave of warmth wash over him and instinctively licked his lips, dissatisfied with the fleeting moment. He pretended to groan softly, then furrowed his brow and slowly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Shi Yuan awake, Lin Yingyue's face turned a shade of panic as she stammered, You're awake? Who am I? Where am I? Where am I going?" Shi Yuan feigned confusion, responding with a series of philosophical musings. "Huh, you haven't lost your mind, have you? What do we do now?" Lin Yingyue appeared anxious, her demeanor restless, and then she inquired, Do you still recognize me?" Shi Yuan continued to feign ignorance, gazing at her and asking, "Oh, who is this beautiful sister? May I have a hug?" With that, he shamelessly extended his arms toward Lin Yingyue. Caught off guard, Lin Yingyue found herself embraced by Shi Yuan, who buried his nose in her chest, inhaling her unique, youthful fragrance. Internally, he mused, this girl has developed quite well. Seeing Shi Yuan act like a child, Lin Yingyue became flustered, repeatedly muttering, How could this be? How could this be? The doctor said it was just a superficial injury. How could this happen?" As she spoke, her worry turned to tears. In the embrace of Lin Yingyue, Shi Yuan was startled to hear the girl suddenly begin to cry. Flustered, he quickly spoke up, "Please don't cry. I was merely teasing you." At that moment, Lin Yingyue was utterly heartbroken, oblivious to Shi Yuan's words, continuing to weep softly. "Stop crying. I'm fine," Shi Yuan exclaimed in a moment of panic. Only then did Lin Yingyue cease her sobbing, and upon seeing his playful expression, she managed to stammer, Are you really okay? I assure you, I am perfectly fine. However, I recall being ambushed last night and losing consciousness. How did I end up back in my own room?" As Shi Yuan noticed Lin Yingyue had calmed down, he began to voice his lingering confusion. Upon hearing his words, Lin Yingyue realized she had been deceived by him, and her face turned cold as she retorted, "Will you not let go of me?" Reluctantly, Shi Yuan released her, scratching his head sheepishly as he chuckled. Sorry. It was entirely unintentional. I can be quite mischievous. I thought the assailant was rather gentle last night." Lin Yingyue had intended to scold him, yet the memory of her earlier secret kiss restrained her anger. With a slight pout, she glared at Shi Yuan and explained, "You collapsed at my doorstep last night. your head covered in blood. It was only later that Butler Wang discovered you. Upon hearing Lin Yingyue's account, Shi Yuan finally grasped the situation. But he was puzzled about how he had fainted at the Lin residence's entrance. As he pondered the white figure he had seen before losing consciousness, he wondered if he had been saved by that very person. Does your head still hurt? My grandfather summoned a doctor last night, who said you wouldn't awaken until noon. I didn't expect you to regain consciousness so swiftly. Lin Yingyue's voice grew softer with each word, until it was barely audible. No wonder she kissed me secretly. She thought I wouldn't awake until noon. Shi Yuan's thoughts were interrupted by Lin Yingyue. Observing the faint blush on her cheeks, he felt a surge of affection and remarked, well, it might be due to my robust health. Speaking of which, I dreamt of a bee gathering nectar from my lips, which caused me to wake up. Shi Yuan hadn't finished his sentence before Lin Yingyue gasped, her face reddening further as she lowered her head, murmuring, You only speak nonsense. There's no way a bee would. Gazing at the flustered Lin Yingyue, Shi Yuan felt a gentle warmth within him, reminiscing about their past encounters. The delicate girl who had wept in his courtyard. The spirited girl who had angrily thrown a pillow at him in the carriage. The dignified woman who had worried over his well-being at Qingfeng Pavilion. The resolute girl who had insisted he eat her meal. Vivid memories flashed before him, revealing that this girl had long been etched into his heart, though he had never realized it. Chapter 56. The tale is named The Legend of the White Serpent. Looking back at Lin Yingyue, whose tear-streaked face bore a shy expression intertwined with concern, Shi Yuan felt an inexplicable tenderness, rendering him momentarily speechless. What are you staring at? Lin Yingyue, noticing Shi Yuan's prolonged silence, asked with a bashful tone. I'm looking at you. Shi Yuan replied, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. Me? What is so interesting about me? Lin Yingyue, puzzled, even touched her cheek, suspecting something was amiss on her face. Seeing her reaction softened Shi Yuan's heart, and he smiled gently. Miss Lin, did you stay here all night? At his question, Lin Yingyue instinctively nodded, only to realize her response and hurriedly explained. I came to find you last night, to ask you something, but when I didn't see you return, I waited in your room. Later, I saw Butler Wang carrying you, your face smeared with blood. The doctor bandaged your wounds, and fearing you might toss and turn in your sleep, I wanted to keep watch over you for a while, but I ended up dozing off. Listening to Lin Yingyue's stammering explanation, Shi Yuan felt a wave of affection as he observed her lowered head and flushed cheeks. He gently reassured, I sleep quite soundly. Besides, isn't Xiao Lei here? You needn't overextend yourself. But Lin Yingyue shook her head slightly. Xiao Lei is still a boy, clumsy as he is. If your wounds were to reopen. Hearing this, Shi Yuan felt warmth in his heart again as he took her delicate hand. You foolish girl, you truly are naive. What are you doing? Let go. Lin Yingyue blushed fiercely, completely taken aback by Shi Yuan's grasp on her hand, instinctively trying to pull away. If I were to let go, I might truly be foolish. Shi Yuan thought to himself, tightening his hold on her hand and refusing to release her. Let go of me. If my grandfather sees. Lin Yingyue struggled a few times, but Shi Yuan's grip was firm. Eventually, she ceased her struggles and merely pleaded, please, let go. Yet Shi Yuan remained oblivious, still holding her hand, even playfully scratching her palm. Lin Yingyue had no choice but to relent, lowering her head, her face crimson as if it could bleed. The atmosphere in the room became inexplicably intimate. Shi Yuan, completely unaware, kept a firm grip on Lin Yingyue's delicate hand, grinning as he asked, by the way, Miss Lin, what did you want to ask me last night? His words jolted Lin Yingyue's memory, causing her previously flushed cheeks to turn cold as she attempted to withdraw her hand once more. Not understanding her sudden shift in emotion, Shi Yuan kept his hold firm. Lin Yingyue struggled a few times, and seeing that Shi Yuan had no intention of releasing her, she huffed. What are you, the future son-in-law of the Bai family, doing holding my hand? With that, she seized the opportunity during Shi Yuan's astonishment to forcefully pull her hand away, glaring at him fiercely. Hearing this, Shi Yuan felt a wave of despair. He had anticipated that their secret would be revealed. Though the news had circulated through Jinling, he knew Lin Yingyue had been busy counting accounts at home yesterday. How could she possibly know? As this thought crossed his mind, he managed a slightly awkward smile and asked Lin Yingyue, weren't you at home reconciling accounts? How did you find out? Lin Yingyue's eyes reddened once more, and she choked out, you ungrateful person. You promised me you wouldn't leave our Lin family. That day, you said you had matters to attend to, but I never expected. If it weren't for Qing Shuang hearing rumors while shopping yesterday, I would still be in the dark. Shi Yuan finally understood. It was Qing Shuang who had heard the rumors. He attempted to explain, Miss Lin, you've misunderstood. I did seek out Gorenjia that day. Didn't I also gift you the glass mirror? But Lin Yue paid no heed to his explanation, instead bursting into tears. But Mr. Bai has already publicly declared it. He is a great scholar. Surely he wouldn't lie? Also, the Bai family is of noble lineage, and Miss Bai is a descendant of a renowned general. How could our Lin family, as mere merchants, compare? You should go and become the Bai family's son-in-law. With that, Lin Yue sobbed and attempted to flee. But Shi Yuan was unwilling to let her escape, swiftly grasping her hand. In the process, he inadvertently tugged at his wound, causing him to wince and cry out in pain. Are you all right? Lin Yue instinctively exclaimed, but then quickly realized her reaction and snorted, refusing to look at Shi Yuan. As tears streamed down her face, she struggled and shouted at Shi Yuan, "You! Let go of me! Release me!" Naturally, Shi Yuan refused to comply. If Lin Yue managed to escape now, it would be exceedingly difficult for him to explain himself later. Seeing that Shi Yuan was unyielding, Lin Yue hastily grabbed a pillow from the bedside and hurled it at him. With both hands firmly grasping Lin Yue, the pillow struck Shi Yuan's head. Although the pillow was not particularly heavy and Lin Yue had acted in a panic without much force, it nonetheless aggravated the wound at the back of Shi Yuan's head, causing him to grimace in pain once more. Lin Yue's face was filled with concern, yet she chose to ignore Shi Yuan, turning her head away and refusing to look at him. Shi Yuan inwardly cursed. That guy is surprisingly ruthless. Just wait until I get my hands on you. He then forced a smile at Lin Yue and said, "It's nothing, really. My head is tough. I even broke a brick last night." Upon hearing this, Lin Yue couldn't help but chuckle through her tears, but when she glanced at the grinning Shi Yuan, her expression turned cold again. "Let go of me quickly and go become the Bai family's son-in-law." Noticing Lin Yue's laughter, Shi Yuan recognized that he had a chance to explain himself. He thought to himself and then said earnestly to Lin Yue, "Yue, allow me to share a story with you." When Lin Yue heard Shi Yuan call her Yue, her previously frosty demeanor softened, and she blushed slightly, murmuring, "What were? That's so unappealing." Shi Yuan, unfazed, continued, "This story is titled The Legend of the White Snake, a folktale from my hometown. It is said that 1,000 years ago, a shepherd saved a white snake from an old man, and thus began a remarkable bond." Chapter 57. In this life, there is me. Shi Yuan recounted the tale with great emotion, captivating Lin Yue as he narrated the story of the legend of the white snake. Initially intent on escaping Shi Yuan's grip, Lin Yue gradually calmed down. As Shi Yuan delved deeper into the story, Lin Yue became increasingly engrossed. When he spoke of Banyangzi flooding Jinshan Temple for Su Xian, Lin Yue's eyes glistened with unshed tears. When he described their reunion at the broken bridge, a smile appeared on her face, and she completely forgot that Shi Yuan was still holding her hands. Upon finishing the tale, Lin Yue remained entranced, murmuring, "What a devoted Banyangzi. Even though she is a snake demon, she surpasses countless humans. And that Fa high, how detestable." Seeing Lin Yue so emotionally stirred, Shi Yuan sighed slightly and remarked, "What is love in this world that makes one willing to sacrifice life and death?" Banyangzi's willingness to flood Jinshan Temple for Su Xian and bear countless consequences for her deep love is indeed rare in this world. Lin Yue, having absorbed his words, lowered her head in silence. After a long moment, she finally spoke. "What is love in this world that makes one willing to sacrifice life and death?" I have never heard that line before. It is beautifully written. Upon seeing Shi Yuan's proud expression, she frowned slightly and said, "But what does this story have to do with you becoming a son-in-law for the Bai family?" Shi Yuan quickly wiped the pride from his face, nodding earnestly as he replied, "Of course it is related. Yue, do you know what Banyangzi's name is?" Hearing Shi Yuan address her as Yue again, Lin Yue felt a rush of shyness and lowered her head, softly asking, "What is it?" Shi Yuan gazed at Lin Yue, who appeared like a bashful young girl, and his heart fluttered. He tightened his grip on her hand and said earnestly, "Banyangzi is named by Su Zhan. What are you saying? That the sister from the Bai family is a snake demon?" Lin Yue exclaimed in astonishment, her eyes wide with disbelief as she questioned Shi Yuan. This girl truly has an imaginative mind. Shi Yuan thought to himself, rolling his eyes as he retorted, "Of course not. If she were a 1,000-year-old snake demon, would I dare to come forward and speak? Then why did you go on stage to answer questions? Was it just because her name is by Su Zhan? Of course not. Am I that superficial?" Lin Yue pondered for a moment before seriously nodding her head. Shi Yuan, seeing her acquiescence, felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. He sighed deeply, a flicker of disappointment crossing his face, before asking, "Yue, have you heard this story before?" Lin Yue was puzzled by Shi Yuan's sudden change in demeanor and was about to offer comfort, but upon hearing his question, she shook her head and replied, I have visited the broken bridge at Westlake several times, yet I have never heard the story you mentioned. Shi Yuan glanced at Lin Yue and sighed again, saying, You wouldn't have heard of it because this story is only widely known in my hometown. He paused, looking at Lin Yue, who appeared confused, before continuing. My hometown is quite distant from here. I do not know the reason I have come to this place, and I fear I may never return. So when I heard her name, by Su Zhan, I couldn't help but think of my homeland and my parents. Seeing Shi Yuan suddenly filled with melancholy, Lin Yue felt an inexplicable pang in her heart and comforted him. Do not be sad. You still have me. And Grandpa? We are your family. Upon hearing her words, Shi Yuan blinked back tears and managed to smile, saying, You need not worry. I am fine. But where is your hometown? Why do you say you cannot return? Lin Yue inquired, now concerned for Shi Yuan's well-being. My hometown is very far away. How far? I have seen those foreign barbarians from overseas and heard they come from the ends of the sea, yet they can still sail to our Deqing. Is your hometown that far? Barbarians? It is likely millions of times farther. That makes sense. You do appear quite similar to the people of Deqing, while those barbarians with their golden hair and green eyes are rather different from you. You need not worry too much. If you cannot return, you can stay in our Lin residence. My grandpa would not drive you away. As Lin Yue's voice grew softer, Shi Yuan felt a warmth in his heart and said, My little Yue would never want to drive me away. I still want. Lin Yue quickly interrupted him, flustered, You mustn't say that. And you must not call me by that name again. With that, she shyly lowered her head once more. Do you know what I was going to say? Shi Yuan teased, observing Lin Yue's bashful demeanor. Regardless, you are not allowed to say it. As Lin Yue finished speaking, her face turned crimson. Shi Yuan, however, remained unfazed, grinning foolishly at her. Seeing Shi Yuan's silly grin only made Lin Yue feel more bashful. Suddenly, she thought of something and, still blushing, pressed on. If your hometown is so far away that you cannot return, then how do people know about Hangzhou's West Lake and the broken bridge? And how did this story come about? I believe you are definitely deceiving me. Damn, how did I overlook that flaw? Shi Yuan inwardly exclaimed, hastily explaining. Perhaps someone from my hometown has visited Deqing, but you said you could never return. If someone has been here, how did they manage to go back? Damn, why is this girl so insistent? I can't just say I'm from another world. How would I know? Perhaps they found a way back. Besides, I have no reason to concoct such a bizarre story to deceive you, do I? Am I that bored? Lin Yue once again nodded earnestly at Shi Yuan. Upon witnessing this, Shi Yuan couldn't help but appear dejected. Observing Shi Yuan's expression, Lin Yue stifled a smile and then returned to her usual demeanor, saying, All right. I believe you. It's still Yue who trusts me. I have said all that I could. I swear by the heavens, if I deceive you, may I be struck by 5 thunderbolts and die a wretched death. Hearing that Lin Yue had faith in him, Shi Yuan's face brightened, and he raised his hand to swear. Just talking nonsense. You are so glib. What if your oath comes true? Oh heavens, I was just speaking carelessly. It shouldn't count. Shi Yuan gazed at Lin Yue's worried expression, feeling an indescribable warmth in his heart, yet unable to utter a word. He merely grinned foolishly at her. Lin Yue took note of Shi Yuan's dazed look, her heart filled with joy yet also a touch of shyness, gently chiding him. Fool. Shi Yuan, however, chuckled, unperturbed, and replied, As long as I can see you where every day, what does it matter if I remain a fool for a lifetime? Humph. You only know how to say sweet words. I won't fall for your tricks. Lin Yue's face flushed red as she continued. Even if what you say is true, you wouldn't go on stage to answer questions about selecting a suitor, would you? Chapter 58. Where, I wish. Indeed, Bai Suzhen had merely stirred my homesickness at that time. I had not contemplated going on stage to answer questions. Then why did you? Lin Yue's face wore a look of confusion as she questioned Shi Yuan. I truly did not intend to take the stage. It was just that the girl from the Bai family. Shi Yuan was compelled to recount the matter of the Bai family's suitor selection to Lin Yue once more, of course. He refrained from mentioning the particularly challenging question posed by Bai Suzhen on stage, for he did not wish to dig his own grave. Upon hearing Shi Yuan's explanation, Lin Yue finally understood the reasoning behind it, her expression turning to one of admiration as she said, I have heard of this elder sister from the Bai family a few times. I had no idea she was such an extraordinary woman, truly unmatched. And those intriguing questions she posed are indeed remarkable. Shi Yuan rolled his eyes inwardly, thinking, she even posed an even more interesting question. Yet he dared not share this with Lin Yue. Although he had confirmed his affections for Lin Yue, he could not guarantee that others would not love him in the future. As the saying goes, the heartless harm others, while the passionate only harmed themselves. Shi Yuan believed himself not to be a heartless person. Thus, it was better for Lin Yingwei not to know about such matters. Shi Yuan, having considered this, then said to Lin Yingwei, "So, I did not wish to cause that old man from the Bai family any grief. Nor did I want that girl to enter the empty door, turning it into a tragedy. I only went on stage to offer comfort. I performed a great act of kindness. You just love to spout nonsense. If Bai's elder sister does not encounter that Su Hanwen you mentioned during the Qingming festival at West Lake, how will you explain it?" Well, Shi Yuan found himself momentarily speechless. Do you really believe there is such a person as Su Hanwen? How would I know? At that time, I was merely trying my luck. Whether or not she meets him depends on the girl's fortune. True. However, if Su Hanwen is as you described, he might be too weak. I fear Bai's elder sister will. That girl certainly thinks too much. Shi Yuan thought to himself, rolling his eyes. He then remarked, "Come on, my dear Miss Sun. That was merely a story. I only wish to console Bai Suzhen. Whether or not Su Xian exists is still uncertain." You seem to have given this a lot of thought. Lin Yingwei listened to Shi Yuan's words, but fell silent, her head bowed in contemplation. If there truly was no Su Hanwen, that old man would not spare him. But who cares? When the soldiers come, they will be met with soldiers. When the water comes, it will be covered with earth. It's best to wait and see. Having thought this through, Shi Yuan finally asked Lin Yingwei, "Are you not angry anymore? Can you forgive me?" Shi Yuan gazed at Lin Yingwei with urgency, but she first nodded, only to suddenly recall something. Her expression turning cold as she asked, "Tell me, where were you last night?" Upon hearing Lin Yingwei's words, Shi Yuan was momentarily flustered, stammering, I. His eyes darted around, unsure of how to respond. Then, noticing Lin Yingwei looking at him with a teasing expression, he gritted his teeth and confessed, "All right. I admit it. I went to Fenglai Tower last night." After speaking, he lowered his head like a child caught in wrongdoing, bracing himself for Lin Yingwei's wrath. However, after a long silence, he did not hear her reprimand, so he looked up at her, only to find that Lin Yingwei was not as angry as he had imagined. Instead, upon catching sight of Shi Yuan's guilty gaze, she smiled gently and said calmly, "Well, at least you are honest. I smelled the scent of rouge and powder on you when Wang the steward carried you into the room. I suspect you went to find Guorenji yesterday. He must have taken you to Fenglai Tower. What business did you have at Fenglai Tower? What can a grown man do at a brothel?" Lin Yingwei's words almost made Shi Yuan laugh, but they also revealed her deep trust in him. Moreover, he truly did not engage in any frivolous activities. "I went to see beautiful women." Where could I find a beauty more stunning than you wear? "I was helping Guorenji with something." Shi Yuan thought to himself, instinctively blurting out the first phrase, then quickly correcting himself. "Helping with something? What kind of matter required you to go to Fenglai Tower? Did you do something to wrong me, my grandfather?" Lin Yingwei's expression shifted from puzzlement to a slight blush as she questioned him. "What do you mean by wronging your grandfather?" Shi Yuan knew Lin Yingwei felt shy and reluctant to speak of her own feelings, so he chuckled and replied, You must believe me. I have been virtuous and have never done anything to betray you." What does your virtue have to do with me? I'm not interested." Lin Yingwei mustered immense courage to ask that question, yet Shi Yuan could tell she was actually referring to herself. He couldn't help but chuckle, his face flushing with shyness. You truly don't care? If that's the case, then You dare. You're driving me mad." Lin Yingwei, feeling flustered, inadvertently revealed her thoughts, then realized Shi Yuan was teasing her, prompting her to stomp her delicate foot in embarrassment and indignation. Shi Yuan observed Lin Yingwei, who was now silent, resembling a flower poised to bloom. Beneath her delicate brows, her enchanting eyes sparkled alluringly, and her elegant nose blushed slightly, while her jade-like face bore a tint reminiscent of peach blossoms, with her gently trembling earlobes. Shi Yuan felt a stirring in his heart, firmly grasping Lin Yingwei's hands and gently pulling her closer, as he finally spoke, I wish." Lin Yingwei, her face flushed and head bowed, instinctively asked upon hearing Shi Yuan's words, "What do you wish to do?" Shi Yuan did not respond verbally. Instead, he leaned slightly forward, bringing his lips close to Lin Yingwei's ear, and whispered, "I wish to kiss you just as you kissed me earlier." You were awake all along," Lin Yingwei instinctively exclaimed. The previous words had already caused her considerable embarrassment, so when Shi Yuan stated, "I wish," she did not think much of it, and instinctively inquired what he intended. Subsequently, as Shi Yuan leaned in closer, his lips brushing against Lin Yingwei's ear, a sense of panic began to rise within her. Instinctively, she considered retreating, yet the warmth of his breath enveloped her ear, rendering her weak and helpless. He grasped her hand firmly, leaving her no escape. As Shi Yuan's lips inched nearer, Lin Yue concocted a rather feeble excuse in her mind. However, when Shi Yuan whispered that particular phrase in her ear, her thoughts went blank, and a singular voice resonated within her. He has just awakened. He knows I kissed him. What should I do? This is utterly mortifying. Chapter 59. The betrothal gift. Lin Yue was utterly dazed. Her face flushed with embarrassment. Shi Yuan, not one to miss an opportunity, chose not to respond to her words and leaned in to kiss her lips. The girl had barely kissed him for a second. He certainly would not be the one at a disadvantage. He thought to himself, perhaps a kiss lasting 10 minutes would suffice. As he calculated this, just as his lips were about to meet Lin Yue's delicate ones, she suddenly regained her composure and instinctively pulled back, her face a picture of bashfulness as she stammered, You are so bad. You've woken up and yet still bully me. Shi Yuan, on the verge of kissing Lin Yue, was taken aback by her sudden reaction. His plan for a stolen kiss had failed, leaving him visibly disappointed as he pursed his lips and grinned at her, saying, If I hadn't woken up, how would I know that you likes me? I do not like you. Very well, then I shall say I like you. Lin Yue, her cheeks aflame, lowered her head and replied in a voice barely above a whisper. So, may I kiss you now? Shi Yuan, still fixated on his earlier plan for a clandestine kiss and the softness of her lips when she kissed him, eagerly inquired. Without waiting for Lin Yue's response, he leaned in once more, aiming to kiss her. At this moment, Lin Yue was utterly flustered, her heart racing as she heard Shi Yuan's words. Seeing him draw near again, she turned her head away, stuttering, how would I know? You should ask my grandfather. Shi Yuan, upon hearing this, nearly fainted from exasperation. What was she thinking? Asking old Lin. For what? What'd he say, old Lin? I wish to take advantage of your granddaughter. What do you think? He feared that as soon as he uttered those words, he would be dismembered by old Lin. Shi Yuan thought to himself before suddenly slapping his head. How could he be so foolish? This girl was clearly hinting that he should propose. He chuckled to himself, contemplating how to approach old Lin. After all, old Lin was his benefactor. If he were to express his intentions to marry Lin Yue, what if the old man refused? That could lead to him being kicked out of the Lin household. Given the old man's temperament and Lin Yue's current status, it was uncertain whether he could even leave the Lin residence in one piece. But then again, if the old man refused, he could always elope with Lin Yue. Surely, with his protagonist's aura from another world, he wouldn't starve to death on the streets, right? Shi Yuan thought fiercely, forgetting that if it weren't for Lin Qingming's rescue, he might indeed have starved. What does your grandfather enjoy? Despite his grim expectations, Shi Yuan was determined to make the best effort. If he could win over the old man's favor, perhaps he might agree to let Lin Yue marry him. Thus, he inquired of her. Grandfather enjoys flowers, birds, calligraphy, and paintings. Why do you ask? Lin Yue, who had been in a state of heightened tension since Shi Yuan took her hand, instinctively responded, her heart racing with a mix of embarrassment and joy. However, as she spoke, she became curious about why Shi Yuan was inquiring about her grandfather's preferences. Of course, it's for preparing the betrothal gift. Shi Yuan replied matter-of-factly. You. Lin Yue's face reddened further at his words, her head bowed in embarrassment, unsure of what to say next. I am currently a guest in your Lin family, lacking in resources. Your grandfather. No, I mean our grandfather, shouldn't he desire anything too extravagant? Otherwise, I would be unable to present it properly. You fool. Lin Yue muttered under her breath, then continued softly, Don't you have the profit contract from the Guo family? Her words reminded Shi Yuan, and he slapped his forehead in realization. I almost forgot about that. It seems you had already secured her betrothal gift in advance. Lin Yue's face was a bright crimson as she lowered her head, not daring to respond to Shi Yuan's comment. He, meanwhile, held her hand, caressing it as he spoke to himself. Now that I think about it, I did help that Guorenjia fellow quite a bit last night. Shouldn't I ask for some additional benefits? Seeing the glint of a shrewd businessman in his eyes made Lin Yue chuckle. But then she suddenly recalled her earlier question and her expression darkened as she turned to Shi Yuan. You keep saying you were helping Guorenjia, but what exactly were you doing at Feng Lai Lu last night? As Shi Yuan was absorbed in contemplating what benefits to request from Guorenjia, he barely heard Lin Yue's soft voice. He looked at her in confusion. What did you just say? Don't try to dodge the question. You claimed you were helping Guorenjia, which is why you went to Feng Lai Lu. I want to know what business you had there. This girl was still fixated on this matter, Shi Yuan thought, before explaining. Oh, you're asking about that. Old Gui's father is celebrating his 50th birthday tomorrow. And this young man wanted to show filial piety by making the banquet more grand. He wanted me to persuade Shen Wei, the courtesan at Feng Lai Lu, to attend his father's birthday celebration, so I agreed. Shen Wei is quite a remarkable woman. You teased her last time at Mingyang Lake. Why would she agree to your request? Lin Yingwei, aware of Guo Renjie's father's birthday, frowned slightly at Shi Yuan's explanation. She should have agreed. Shi Guo's reputation should count for something, he said, continuing to boast about how he had impressed Shen Wei, defeating Su Yifeng and Luo Wenfeng, and how he had captivated Shen Wei with a song. However, he omitted any mention of the ambiguous moments between himself and Shen Wei. How about that? Am I impressive? Shi Yuan asked, looking proudly at Lin Yingwei. Impressive? You flaunt yourself everywhere, accumulating who knows how many enemies. I suspect your being knocked unconscious last night is related to this. Lin Yingwei expressed her dissatisfaction and concern. Her reminder caused Shi Yuan to recall the incident of being knocked out. Initially, he thought the two men wanted to rob him, but it turned out there was a third person lurking behind him. This indicated that the trio had been prepared from the start, with him as their target. However, he had always treated people kindly. Why would anyone want to harm him? Could it be Luo Wenfeng? An image of Luo Wenfeng's furious gaze flashed through Shi Yuan's mind. It seemed quite plausible. The only person he had offended recently was Luo Wenfeng. As for Su Yifeng, a scholar frequenting brothels likely lacks the spirit. You must not provoke others in the future. If anything were to happen to you, I. Lin Yingwei spoke to herself, suddenly sobbing softly. Chapter 60. 5 years without loss. 3 years of great profit. Shi Yuan was lost in thought when he heard Lin Yingwei's cry, and his heart raced with concern. He quickly took her hand and said, All right, it's all my fault. I shouldn't have made you worry, please don't cry. Pa, who would worry about you? Lin Yingwei, still sobbing quietly, felt her face turn crimson upon hearing Shi Yuan's words, and she retorted lightly, You. How bold you are, I wonder who you're afraid of. Of course, I'm bold. Otherwise, how could I dare to steal the hand of Miss Lin from the Lin family? Shi Yuan chuckled, gazing at the bashful Lin Yingwei, and his heart stirred with mischief. Just as he was about to discuss their earlier kiss, the door creaked open unexpectedly. Who is so blind? Shi Yuan fumed. Turning to see Lin Qingming standing at the doorway, his face dark. Damn, it's old man Lin. Shi Yuan was startled to see Lin Qingming, and then realized he was still holding Lin Yingwei's delicate hand. Meanwhile, Lin Yingwei, seeing her grandfather, turned pale as a sheet, her expression flustered. She shot Shi Yuan a glare and hastily withdrew her hand. Shi Yuan, reluctant to let go, remembered Lin Qingming was watching and couldn't act too brazenly. He discreetly scratched Lin Yingwei's palm before releasing her hand. Yet, Lin Yingwei was too flustered to notice his little gesture. As soon as Shi Yuan let go, she lowered her head and stammered, Grandfather. We. Lin Qingming, seeing Lin Yingwei's flustered demeanor, softened his previously icy expression and gently said, Yingwei, did you not sleep well last night? Go back to your room and rest. You've been working hard reconciling the accounts these days. Lin Qingming immediately discerned that Lin Yingwei had spent the night in Shi Yuan's room and urged her to return to rest. However, Lin Yingwei was overwhelmed with panic at being caught by her grandfather. What to do? He saw me, she thought, her heart filled with shyness and unease. Lin Qingming's words seemed to fall on deaf ears. Yingwei, you should return to your room and rest. Seeing Lin Yingwei's lack of response, Lin Qingming sighed and repeated himself. Finally, Lin Yingwei snapped back to reality, still with her head down, clutching her clothes tightly, resembling a child caught in wrongdoing. She murmured an acknowledgement and slowly walked toward the door. At the threshold, she paused and glanced back at Shi Yuan, who winked reassuringly at her, signaling her not to worry. It wasn't he until Lin Yingwei had closed the door and left that Lin Qingming let out a heavy snort at Shi Yuan, who was awkwardly chuckling in bed. Outside the door, Lin Yingwei heard her grandfather's snort and felt her heart tighten. Her foot that had already stepped out hesitatingly returned. Shi Yuan, you are quite bold. Lin Qingming's voice darkened as he confronted Shi Yuan. Unfazed, Shi Yuan replied with a playful grin, Old Lin, you know me well. I am indeed quite bold. Lin Qingming snorted again, then demanded, Do not speak so flippantly before me. Tell me, how have I, Lin Qingming, treated you? What do you mean, old man? You have saved my life. This life of mine is owed to you. You even let me stay in the Lin residence to assist Miss Lin. I can never forget such a great kindness. Shi Yuan responded with utmost sincerity. It seems you still remember my benevolence. Lin Qingming stroked his beard slowly as he spoke, but then his tone shifted, his expression darkening as he exclaimed. I underestimated you. I never expected to let a wolf into my home. This old man is making a mountain out of a molehill. What do you mean by letting a wolf in? Am I such a despicable person? Shi Yuan thought indignantly, then inquired, Old Lin, what do you mean by that? Surely I have not done anything to offend you? Shi Yuan, steadfast in his denial, was determined to stand his ground. Have you not? What do you say about bullying my precious granddaughter? I have not bullied her at all. It was that little girl who took advantage of me while I was asleep. This old man is truly unreasonable. Besides, Ingwei and I are a match made in heaven, sweet and loving. You barged in and interrupted us. How could that not be your fault? Shi Yuan grumbled internally, but dared not voice these thoughts to Lin Qingming. Old Lin, are you mistaken? I have not bullied Miss Lin. Humph, do you take me for a fool? When I entered, I saw tears on Ingwei's face, and you were holding her hand. Clearly, you intended to take advantage of her. Lin Qingming glared at Shi Yuan, displeasure evident in his expression. Take advantage? How could I possibly have done so? This old man is a master of slander. Shi Yuan gazed at Lin Qingming in astonishment, hardly believing the words coming from his mouth. This is clearly in your Lin family estate, if Ingwei didn't wish it. How could I have dared to hold her hand? It was evident that we were mutually affectionate. How could it be twisted into me trying to take advantage? Am I so lewd? Yet, it was true that I wanted to kiss Ingwei, though Shi Yuan felt wronged. He realized he had no recourse against the unreasonable Lin Qingming, who was both Lin Yingyue's grandfather and his savior. Moreover, he had indeed just held Lin Yingyue's hand, albeit she might have been willing. Yet in such matters, it was a case of silent suffering. Lin Qingming's word was law, and Shi Yuan could only console himself. 5 years without loss, 3 years of great profit. Naturally, if Lin Qingming were to agree to the union of Lin Yingyue and Shi Yuan, he would no longer need to ponder whether he was at a loss or a gain. Thus, Shi Yuan prepared to engage Lin Qingming in a slow negotiation. With a glint in his eye, he began, Old Lin, you have misunderstood. Just now, Miss Lin was merely worried about me, shedding tears out of concern. A leader showing care for a subordinate. As for holding her hand, that was merely me reading her palm. Yes, palmistry. Lin Yingyue, eavesdropping outside, could not help but chuckle at Shi Yuan's words and muttered, such nonsense. Let us see how grandfather deals with you. Then recalling something, she frowned and added, you fool, hurry and explain to grandfather, displaying a contradictory demeanor of a bashful young girl. Chapter 61, Breaking Up the Couple? Lin Qingming naturally would not believe Shi Yuan's preposterous words. No sooner had Shi Yuan finished than Lin Qingming scolded, do you take me for a 3-year-old? Shi Yuan chose not to respond, continuing to wear a playful grin, clearly signaling, I shall say what I wish, believe it or not. Confronted with Shi Yuan's brazen attitude, Lin Qingming found himself at a loss for words. His face contorted with barely contained fury as he glared at Shi Yuan, just as he was about to explode. A thought struck him, and his expression softened into a faint smile as he addressed Shi Yuan. So, it seems I have mistakenly wronged you, young Shi Yuan? Noticing Lin Qingming's sudden shift in demeanor, displaying an inexplicable smile that radiated humility, Shi Yuan felt a twinge of discomfort, as if he sensed the cunning of a wily old fox at play. Precisely. Although I am unsure of your intentions, I wholeheartedly agree, Shi Yuan replied. You have not wronged Ingwei. Indeed, such a beautiful sentiment of mutual affection cannot be considered as wrongdoing. What a pity. I had thought you harbored feelings for Ingwei, but it seems I have overthought it. Lin Qingming stroked his beard, his expression one of feigned loss. Yes, Lin old man, you are overthinking it. Shi Yuan had initially echoed Lin Qingming's sentiment, but mid-sentence, he realized the implications of Lin Qingming's words. This old man was suggesting that something might transpire between him and Yue. How could I have been so foolish? Shi Yuan chastised himself, recalling Lin Qingming's inquiries about his age and marital status, as well as his feelings for Lin Yingyue. It appeared that the old man had harbored such thoughts for quite some time. As Shi Yuan pondered this, he felt a flutter in his heart and turned his gaze toward Lin Qingming. Upon hearing Shi Yuan's words and noticing his gaze, Lin Qingming flashed a knowing smile and inquired, oh, so is it true or not? You have me utterly confused. I meant to say, Lin old man, you are indeed correct. I am correct. What are you rambling about? Lin Qingming feigned ignorance, but Shi Yuan could only feel helpless, having failed to grasp the old man's intent. Resolutely, he thought, enough of this. If it's to be, then so be it. I do indeed have feelings for your granddaughter. It's up to you to decide. Outside, Lin Yingyue, who had been eavesdropping, felt a rush of shyness at Shi Yuan's declaration, nearly gasping aloud, but quickly stifled her voice, remembering that Lin Qingming was still inside. Nevertheless, Shi Yuan's words left her blushing profusely as she muttered to herself, always speaking nonsense. How embarrassing. What does he mean by you decide? Unaware that Lin Yue was listening intently, Shi Yuan maintained his focus on Lin Qingming, his expression betraying no fear, though his heart raced with trepidation. After all, this was a matter of proper courtship, where a woman's honor was paramount. He had just held Lin Yue's hand, an undeniable fact. While he speculated that the old man might be interested in their affair, it was merely speculation. Should Lin Qingming decide to turn against him, perceiving him as an intruder, the repercussions could be dire. Shi Yuan scrutinized Lin Qingming, attempting to gauge his reaction, but was met with disappointment. The old man did not display the furious response he had anticipated, nor did he cheer for the two, suggesting a wedding day. Instead, he regarded Shi Yuan with a blank expression. As Shi Yuan's unease grew, he felt compelled to break the silence, but Lin Qingming suddenly burst into laughter. The sound relieved Shi Yuan, yet he remained baffled by the old man's mirth. Has this old man truly lost his mind? Shi Yuan mused, and then asked, Lin, old man, what is it that amuses you? Upon hearing Shi Yuan's inquiry, Lin Qingming ceased his laughter, shot Shi Yuan a glare, and, stroking his beard, remarked, You certainly have some nerve to suggest I should decide. Then what should I do? I wish to take the initiative, but you seem unwilling. Shi Yuan muttered in dissatisfaction. Humph, I never imagined you would dare to confess. Are you not afraid I might banish you from the Lin residence? Upon hearing Lin Qingming's tone, Shi Yuan realized the situation might not be as dire as he had imagined. A grin spread across his face as he replied, I would indeed be afraid. However, I genuinely care for Yue, and you, Lin, old man, are reasonable. Surely you would not wish to thwart the happiness of your granddaughter? Humph, do not think to use Yue against me. Did you not just say you were helping Yue with her fortune? Shi Yuan could only chuckle awkwardly, having intended to negotiate with the old man, only to find himself digging his own grave. Do you truly like Yue? Lin Qingming inquired, no longer pressing Shi Yuan as he awaited an answer. Indeed, my feelings are as genuine as gold. Outside, Lin Yue felt a surge of sweetness and shyness, whispering to herself, always speaking nonsense. And what if I refuse to grant my consent? Lin Qingming's words left Shi Yuan momentarily speechless, uncertain of the old man's intentions. If you refuse and cast me from the Lin residence, breaking apart our bond, I would elope with Yue. Bah, who would want to elope with you? Lin Yue, outside, blushed fiercely, muttering under her breath. She then grew anxious about Lin Qingming's reaction, straining to listen intently. As soon as Shi Yuan's words fell, Lin Qingming raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening as he admonished, You dare? Is my voice too loud? Shi Yuan thought defiantly, responding boldly to Lin Qingming, If you dare to break us apart, just see if I would not have the courage. Lin Qingming glared icily at Shi Yuan, who met his gaze without flinching. The two locked in a tense standoff that thickened the atmosphere in the room. Outside, Lin Yue wore an anxious expression, feeling helpless. Humph, I know my granddaughter well. I do not believe Yue would elope with you. Lin Qingming was the first to break the silence, turning his head with an air of triumph, like a child who had won a contest. Seeing Lin Qingming's smug demeanor, Shi Yuan yearned to argue, yet found himself at a loss for words. The old man was correct. Lin Yue, bearing the weight of significant responsibilities within the Lin family, held a deep affection for her grandfather and father. The Lin family represented her entire world, and if he were to suggest elopement, it would undoubtedly place Lin Yue in a most difficult position, something Shi Yuan wished to avoid. With these thoughts in mind, Shi Yuan's expression fell, and he implored Lin Qingming, Lin, old man, you wouldn't truly break us apart, would you? My heart had undoubtedly found its counterpart in Yue. Our love was mutual and sincere. Yet, this old man had the audacity to accuse me of seduction and to threaten to sever our bond. What utter nonsense. Filled with indignation, Shi Yuan was about to voice his thoughts when the door creaked open, revealing Lin Yue, her face streaked with tears, rushing inside. Grandfather, I beg you, please, do not cast him out of our home. I will not marry anyone else. Lin Yue sobbed, her voice choked with emotion. The sudden intrusion stunned both Shi Yuan and Lin Qingming. Neither had anticipated that Lin Yue had remained eavesdropping at the door. Humph. Lin Qingming glared fiercely at Shi Yuan upon seeing the tear-stained face of Lin Yue, his voice low and accusatory. This is all you're doing. Shi Yuan merely rolled his eyes in response, silently thinking, it was you who intended to break us apart. It was evident that the old man was adept at shifting blame. Unfazed, Shi Yuan met Lin Qingming's gaze, conveying with a look that he would not accept the blame. Lin Qingming, disinterested in Shi Yuan's retort, turned back to Lin Yue, gently wiping the tears from her face. He smiled tenderly. Did I not ask you to return to your room and rest?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Yue burst into uncontrollable tears, shedding her usual composure as the responsible figure of the Lin family's business. She threw herself into Lin Chengming's embrace, her voice muffled as she pleaded, "Grandfather, please, do not cast him out of our family." Seeing her in such distress, Lin Chengming shot another fierce glare at Shi Yuan. He comforted Lin Yue, patting her back. "My dear Yue, do not cry. I never intended to expel him from the Lin residence." Yet, Lin Yue continued to weep, leaving Lin Chengming in a state of helplessness. Sighing, he reassured her, all right. I promise you, I will not cast him out. Is that satisfactory?" Shi Yuan reflected on how effective Lin Yue's tears were. It seemed that whenever she cried, he found himself at a loss for how to respond. He recalled that Lin Yue had already cried several times that day, each time related to him, and felt a pang of regret. Had Lin Chengming not been present, he would have embraced her long ago. With a frown, he shot another disgruntled look at Lin Chengming. Upon hearing Lin Chengming's promise, Lin Yue ceased her sobbing and looked up at him, her voice still trembling. "Really? Is it true?" Lin Chengming gazed down at his tear-streaked granddaughter, offering a comforting smile. "Of course it is true. Have I ever lied to you? I knew you loved me the most, grandfather." "Thank you," Lin Yue exclaimed, her face still glistening with tears, yet radiating joy. She then furtively glanced at Shi Yuan, only to quickly avert her gaze upon finding him staring back. Lin Chengming noticed her reaction and shook his head in resignation. He then looked at Shi Yuan, who was watching them with a mischievous glint in his eyes. He continued speaking to Lin Yue, "I was only testing him, but to my surprise, this rascal suggested eloping with you." Humph. Shi Yuan realized that Lin Chengming had been playfully testing him, though the old man was quite the actor. His earlier accusations of seduction and threats to expel Shi Yuan had all been part of the act. Lin Chengming continued, "Yue, you have been preoccupied with family affairs for years, and though you do not voice your burdens, I know your heart bears many grievances. You lost your mother at a young age, and I have long wished to find you a suitable husband. Shi Yuan, I saved him, and although his background is unclear, he has proven himself capable. I thought to pair you with him, but you were in Yangzhou at the time. To avoid gossip from your uncles, I arranged for him to study at the academy while you were away. It seems fate intervened, for on the very day you returned, he had just left the academy, and I thought it wise to have him assist you, hoping you would grow close. Yet, in such a short span, you have already spoken in his favor." Shi Yuan pondered the implications of Lin Chengming's words, realizing that he had misjudged the old man's intentions. Lin Yue, feeling embarrassed by the revelation, blushed deeply and murmured, "Grandfather, you tease me. Ah, but I know you would not want to part." Lin Chengming replied with a fond smile. He turned to Shi Yuan with a mock sternness. "In just a few days, this scoundrel has ensnared my precious granddaughter and even dared to threaten me. I intended to teach him a lesson, but you dashed in unexpectedly." Shi Yuan could not help but chuckle at Lin Chengming's childlike demeanor, though it was clear how deeply he cared for Lin Yue. If only he had recognized this sooner, he wouldn't have felt so anxious moments ago. Lin Yue, upon hearing Lin Chengming's explanation, realized her earlier rashness and lowered her head, too shy to speak. "Shi Yuan, I ask you now, do you truly love my granddaughter?" Lin Chengming turned to him, his expression serious. Without hesitation, Shi Yuan nodded earnestly. "I have stated before, my feelings are as genuine as gold. I would do anything for Yue." His voice rang with unwavering conviction. Though Shi Yuan had not known Lin Yue for long, her steadfast character and lively spirit had left an indelible mark on his heart. He recalled how she had boldly kissed him while he pretended to sleep. Such audacity was rare in women of this era. The care she had shown him throughout the night spoke volumes of her affection. How could he not be moved by such sincerity? How could he not be enamored by a woman as resolute and intelligent as Lin Yue? Lin Chengming, witnessing Shi Yuan's unwavering resolve, nodded slightly and continued, "Yue has endured much, and though she may not voice her pain, it weighs heavily on her heart. You may have clashed with me earlier, but I shall overlook it. However, should I learn that you have wronged her or allowed her to suffer, I will not hesitate to make you regret it. Rest assured, Lin Chengming, you can trust my character. I will cherish Yue with utmost care." Shi Yuan responded quickly, his determination evident. He then exchanged a playful wink with Lin Yue, who, upon catching his gaze, felt her heart race and lowered her head in embarrassment. Unable to meet his eyes, Lin Chengming noticed Shi Yuan's subtle gestures. Yet he felt somewhat helpless regarding the situation of Shi Yuan flirting with his granddaughter right under his nose. Casting a glance at Lin Yue, who was shyly lowering her head, he shook his head slightly. He understood his granddaughter's character well. She was typically serious and composed, yet under Shi Yuan's gaze, she transformed into a delicate young girl. He couldn't fathom what methods this young man employed. Contemplating this, Lin Chengming couldn't help but glare at Shi Yuan once more, saying, "Your character? The mere thought of entrusting my precious granddaughter to you fills me with concern. How audacious! This old man dares to question brother Shi's integrity. As an exemplary socialist youth who has consistently achieved top marks in moral education and embodies the spirit of Lei Feng." Shi Yuan found this intolerable. "Old man Lin, my character is as noble and unparalleled as my love for Wei. Moreover, while she may be your treasured granddaughter, she is also my wife. Would I allow her to suffer any grievances?" Hearing Shi Yuan refer to her as his wife, Lin Yue quickly let out a soft humph, her face turning a deep shade of crimson. Internally, she thought, Who is your wife? How can you say such things? Grandpa hasn't agreed yet." In response to Shi Yuan's declaration, Lin Chengming merely chuckled instead of getting angry, asking, "Tell me, what is this about the Bai family's selection of a son-in-law?" Having just set up a lofty expectation, Shi Yuan was now unceremoniously slapped in the face by Lin Chengming's question. Even with his thick skin, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. "Well," Shi Yuan stammered, unsure of how to respond. "What is the matter? Have you nothing to say?" With no other choice, Shi Yuan began to explain to Lin Chengming once again. "It's all a misunderstanding. I just spoke to you about it." After hearing his explanation, Lin Chengming frowned and said, "I see. I never expected that the young lady from the Bai family would be so strong-willed. Indeed, I only intended to enlighten her, which is why I went up there. I did a good deed, after all." "A good deed? I doubt it. This matter will no longer concern you." Lin Chengming muttered to himself before turning back to Shi Yuan, asking, "Shi Yuan, you just said you would do anything for Yingwei. Is that true?" While Shi Yuan was still contemplating the implications of Lin Chengming's earlier remark, he instinctively nodded and replied, "Of course it's true." "Very well. Then I want you to." Lin Chengming's tone softened as he glanced at Lin Yingwei and then at Shi Yuan, as if making a momentous decision. And then he declared firmly, "Join our Lin family." "Huh." Both Shi Yuan and Lin Yingwei exclaimed in unison, looking at Lin Chengming in bewilderment. Lin Chengming reiterated, "That's right. I want you to join our Lin household." "Why?" Shi Yuan asked, utterly perplexed. Lin Chengming did not provide an explanation, but instead inquired of Shi Yuan, "Are you unwilling? Please, give me a reason. You have plenty of descendants. There's no need for me to join the Lin family." Shi Yuan spread his hands, confused, and asked Lin Chengming, "A reason? Did you not just say you would do anything for Yingwei?" Lin Chengming continued to press, "I am willing to do anything for you, heir. But that does not equate to joining your Lin family, does it? Our Shi family has only one heir, and I am that sole descendant. If I join your family, how will I explain it to my parents? Thus, you must provide me with a convincing reason." The atmosphere in the room grew tense once more. Lin Yingwei glanced around anxiously, unsure of what to say. Her eyes reddened again as the tears she had just managed to hold back threatened to spill. Seeing Shi Yuan stand his ground, and noticing Lin Yingwei's pitiful gaze upon him, Lin Chengming found himself at a loss for words. He let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Shi Yuan, taken aback by Lin Chengming's departure, called out, "Hey, old man Lin, what do you mean by this?" Lin Chengming remained silent, continuing towards the door. Lin Yingwei cast a glare at Shi Yuan before hastily pursuing Lin Chengming. Shi Yuan was left utterly bewildered by their abrupt exit. At that moment, Lin Yingwei caught up to Lin Chengming outside, her voice trembling as she asked, "Grandpa, are you angry with me?" Looking at his somewhat anxious granddaughter, Lin Chengming's expression softened, and he replied, "Silly girl, why would I be angry with you? If anyone should be angry, it should be directed at that young man." He coughed unexpectedly, having spoken too hastily. "Grandpa, are you all right?" Lin Yingwei asked worriedly, patting Lin Chengming's back. Lin Chengming waved his hand, signaling that he was fine, and then sighed, "I have inadvertently put you in a difficult position." Lin Yingwei's eyes brimmed with tears as she gently said, "Grandpa." And then she collapsed into his arms, weeping. Lin Chengming, moved by her distress, found himself shedding tears as well, recalling the burdens Lin Yingwei carried and the current state of the Lin family. Chapter 64. The talent development plan of the Lin Group having experienced such dramatic highs and lows, Lin Yingwei was dismayed that her grandfather was about to agree to her union with Shi Yuan, only to learn that he wished for Shi Yuan to join the Lin family. A man joining a household through marriage was often perceived as lacking in dignity, earning scorn from society. Although Lin Yingwei longed to be with Shi Yuan, she could not bear to impose such a burden on him. However, she found it difficult to oppose her grandfather's wishes. Even a woman who could handle the myriad business affairs of the Lin family and faced numerous challenges without fear found herself at a loss when it came to matters of the heart, unsure of what decision to make. "Grandpa, please don't be upset. If it comes to it, I want to marry." Though she felt a pang of sorrow, Lin Yingwei attempted to comfort her grandfather, seeing the tears streaming down his face. Hearing her words, Lin Chengming wiped his tears with his sleeve, calming himself before looking fondly at Lin Yingwei and saying, "Silly girl, what kind of talk is that? What do you mean you want to marry? Grandpa, I can stay with you forever. Are you truly willing to give up on that young man?" Lin Chengming teased lightly, noticing Lin Yingwei's seemingly petulant words. His remark prompted Lin Yingwei to hesitate, stammering, I don't know." Seeing her indecision, Lin Chengming shook his head. "I was planning to wait a while longer for you two to grow closer before bringing this up, allowing him to join our Lin family in a natural progression. I never imagined that he would so swiftly win over my precious granddaughter's heart." "Grandpa," Lin Yingwei called out, and then she recalled Shi Yuan, murmuring, "I don't understand why, but I felt so happy being with him lately. If I don't see him, I miss him so much. Am I being shameless? Am I tarnishing the Lin family's reputation?" "Silly girl, you speak nonsense. What do you mean tarnishing the Lin family's reputation? The descendants of Lin Chengming are bold in love and hate. Speaking of which, when I was young, I helped your great-grandfather manage his business. One day, I encountered your grandmother on the road during tumultuous times." Upon hearing Lin Chengming reminisce, Lin Yingwei became intrigued, leaning in closer to listen. Lin Chengming continued, "At that time, the country was at war, and we merchants often encountered bandits on the road. Sometimes we would lose gold and silver, and at worst, we could lose our lives. Your grandmother, back then, rode alone on horseback, standing in front of the merchant convoy and saying to me, 'Lin family's young man, I am Miss Shui from Hangzhou. We have met before. Would you be willing to marry me?'" How did Grandpa respond to Grandma? Lin Yingwei, intrigued, pressed further. Lin Chengming, lost in memories, sighed softly and began, "What could I say? There were so many people in the entire caravan, and I was hardly as bold as that thick-skinned lad, Shi Yuan. Naturally, I declined. Little did I expect your grandmother to follow me all the way, and then, I never realized that Grandpa and Grandma had such a story. It's a pity I never got to meet Grandma." Lin Chengming's words prompted a wave of emotion in Lin Yingwei. "Though your grandmother passed away early, you certainly resemble her in spirit," Lin Chengming remarked with a hint of nostalgia. Lin Yingwei, however, felt unworthy of such boldness. Her recent stolen kiss from Shi Yuan had required immense courage from her. Lin Chengming continued to muse aloud, gently ruffling Lin Yingwei's hair before stating, "Alas, I, Lin Chengming, a man of great reputation, have no capable descendants. The grand legacy of the Lin family is to be entrusted to a girl." "Grandpa, it's all right, Lin Yingwei attempted to respond, but Lin Chengming interrupted, continuing, "Although Shi Yuan is somewhat brazen, he is a decent lad, worthy of my trust in your future with him. However, should you marry him, you would become part of the Shi family, and how then could you oversee the affairs of the Lin family? To whom would I entrust our business?" Thus, I considered the possibility of him marrying into the Lin family. Lin Yingwei finally grasped Lin Chengming's predicament. Indeed, as he said, if she wed Shi Yuan, she could no longer manage the Lin family's business. Though Shi Yuan currently resided within the Lin household, once married, he would surely establish his own household, and she would naturally be unable to frequent the Lin residence. Torn with uncertainty, Lin Yingwei fell silent. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan had risen. Despite a lingering headache, he was mostly unharmed. Xiao Lei brought him food, and after eating, Shi Yuan intended to further delve into the intricacies of papermaking. Yet, the earlier incident, where Lin Chengming had left the room without a word, left him perplexed. What did that old man mean? Why was it imperative for him to marry into the Lin family? The Lin family was prosperous enough. They had no need for him as a son-in-law, did they? Could it be that the old man was drawn to his commendable lineage? Shi Yuan couldn't fathom it and began to ponder erratically. Moreover, he recalled being knocked unconscious the previous night by 3 individuals he did not recognize. Who could possibly want to retaliate against him? Was it truly Luo Wenfeng? And who was the white figure he had glimpsed before losing consciousness? These thoughts stirred a sense of vexation within him. Tomorrow, after all, was old Master Guo's birthday. Suddenly recalling what Guo Renjia had mentioned, Shi Yuan's eyes lit up with a new idea. He quickly grabbed a pencil and began jotting down notes before folding the paper and calling Xiao Lei to deliver it to Guo Renjia. Having completed this task, Shi Yuan exhaled, hoping it would prove useful. His gaze then fell upon Lin Yingwei's bowl and chopsticks on the table, his heart softening as he muttered, "That girl, Yue. Truly, how could she leave and not return?" Although Shi Yuan longed for Lin Yingwei, he hesitated to seek her out immediately. Considering the recent exchange of feelings and the encounter with Lin Chengming, he felt it prudent to allow Lin Yingwei some time to process. Yet, thoughts of Lin Chengming reignited his headache, and he mused, "I wonder how well Ware is faring as a negotiator." For the rest of the day, Shi Yuan remained in his room, writing and sketching, studying papermaking and the development strategies for the Lin family's business. Being Lin Yinghue's boyfriend, he felt compelled to assist her in shouldering some burdens. The Lin family was vast and prosperous, and with Lin Yinghue personally managing affairs, he felt a pang of sympathy. However, he was at a loss for how to alleviate her workload. Although he had mentioned business administration to her, the practical application was fraught with challenges, particularly in sourcing trained professionals for various departments. As Shi Yuan pondered these obstacles, a familiar adage struck him: where there are no conditions, create them. With renewed determination, he jotted down Lin Family Group Talent Development Plan on the paper. Chapter 65. Coach, I want to learn. To foster economic growth in Jinling, address employment opportunities for talented youth, and promote thriving industries, I, Shi Yuan, the fiancé of Lin Yinghue, the Lin family's heiress, and the personal secretary to Lin Yinghue, am pleased to announce the Lin Family Talent Development Plan. This initiative is open to all of Jinling and beyond, and seeks to recruit individuals for various roles. I assure you, as long as you meet the criteria, you may learn for free, and upon completion, secure a position within the Lin family with a substantial salary, an opportunity not to be missed. As Shi Yuan penned his thoughts, he found himself increasingly inspired. Drawing from the current social climate in Daqing, he filled pages with detailed descriptions of the qualifications required for various positions within the Lin family group and strategies for establishing a talent pool. Finally, as evening approached, he stretched and sighed with relief. At last, it's done. Yet, this was merely the first step. The next challenge lay in execution. He realized that approaching Lin Yinghue to discuss this matter might be met with her approval, but her relatives would likely oppose it. While Lin Yinghue managed the family's affairs, such significant decisions could not rest solely on her shoulders. Moreover, it would be impossible for Shi Yuan to establish each department himself. His plan involved recruiting talent for various roles, training them, and allowing them to form their own departments, essentially hiring department managers. This endeavor would not generate immediate income and would require funding, which Lin Yinghue's traditional relatives would vehemently resist. Faced with this dilemma, Shi Yuan decided to act in secrecy, though he lacked sufficient funds. Despite holding a promising opportunity with the transparent glass venture, they were still in the nascent stages of operation, and profitability was a distant prospect. Having lived in the Lin residence for a considerable time without financial concerns, this was his first encounter with the pressing significance of money, and it troubled him. If only someone would invest. Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind, and he slapped his forehead as if realizing something profound, a sly smile creeping across his face. He bent down once more, sketching on the paper. Upon closer inspection, he was outlining a simple mechanical design for establishing a production line, Aqua's kiln, which involved modern manufacturing techniques that Lin's workshop would eventually utilize. He needed to act swiftly. After all, he had to provide Guorenjia with some tangible benefits. This was not about conning Guorenjia out of money, but rather recognizing that the talent development plan was crucial, not only for the establishment of the Lin family group, but also for promoting Guo's transparent glass business in the future. Given the intricate relationships within the Lin family, he felt it unwise to ask Lin Yinghue for funds, so he resolved to seek investment from Guorenjia. Remarkably, Shi Yuan spent the entire day focused on drafting his ambitious plans, neglecting to wander or seek Lin Yinghue. As night fell, he lit a lamp and continued his earnest writing. In the midst of his solitude, Shi Yuan found himself undisturbed, save for a solitary visit from Xiao Lei, who brought him lunch. He pondered the feasibility of his steam engine, contemplating the gears and mechanisms involved. According to the grand principles established by Newton and the calculations of leverage, it should indeed be possible. With a client distribution diagram before him, he wondered if a map existed at this moment. Bowing his head, Shi Yuan muttered to himself, scribbling and revising fervently. It dawned on him that this was perhaps the first time he had applied himself with such diligence outside of completing homework. What are you doing? A sudden voice interrupted his deep concentration. Writing homework, Shi Yuan instinctively replied, only to realize the presence standing before him. He was taken aback, for it was none other than Bai Hua, the companion he had met twice before, disguised in male attire. Bai Hua, clad in a white shirt and adopting a masculine guise, did not acknowledge him but instead focused on the wrinkled papers on his desk, frowning slightly as she read aloud. Lin's stationary market expansion plan, what is this? This is you. How did you get in? Shi Yuan gazed at her incredulously, completely missing her question. Bai Hua smiled lightly and replied, of course, I walked in. Walked in? Shi Yuan echoed, glancing at the door which was indeed ajar. He then turned back, slightly displeased, saying, you've trespassed. Bai Hua merely nodded nonchalantly and responded with a casual tone, yes. Shi Yuan felt a mix of frustration and helplessness at her blatant disregard for propriety. I know you walked in, but surely, You didn't fly and fly? A sudden realization struck Shi Yuan, prompting him to inquire, how did you enter through the Lin Estate's main gate? He recalled that the gate was typically closed, and any entrance would warrant an announcement. How had Bai Hua managed to arrive at his courtyard? Could it be that she truly possessed the art of lightness? Though he was uncertain of her martial prowess, Shi Yuan speculated that her skill must surpass that of Steward Wang, especially considering how effortlessly she had caught a wine cup thrown by Luo Wenfeng without spilling a drop. Yet, the extent of her abilities remained a mystery to him. Before he could ponder further, Bai Hua gracefully leaped onto the beam of his room. Lightness skill. Shi Yuan gasped in disbelief. Hadn't Steward Wang claimed that only grandmasters could perform such feats? As he stood below, astonishment flooded his thoughts. Coach, I wish to learn this perched upon the beam. Bai Hua heard his words and smiled slightly. Want to learn? I can teach you. Really? Shi Yuan's excitement was palpable. Though he had heard from Guo Renjia and Luo Wenfeng that martial arts must be practiced from a young age, Bai Hua's offer was irresistibly tempting. Just imagine. Scaling walls and leaping across rooftops. Of course not. Considering your age and the dirt that clings to you, I doubt you could even practice martial arts. Fine. If I can't learn, must you insult me so? Shi Yuan thought indignantly, though a hint of disappointment lingered on his face. Noticing his forlorn expression, Bai Hua paused momentarily before continuing. Now you understand how I entered the Lin Estate. Standing high makes you special? Do you believe I want to report you for trespassing? Shi Yuan retorted, dissatisfied as he glared up at her. Bai Hua, however, dismissed his words and nimbly leaped down to stand silently before him. Her captivating gaze fixed on him as she said, Is this how you treat your savior? Your savior? Bai Hua teased, observing Shi Yuan's reaction. While he raised an eyebrow in disdain, What savior? My savior is Old Man Lin. Humph. It seems you truly are a heartless wretch. Had I known, I wouldn't have saved you last night. Last night. The mention stirred Shi Yuan's memory of a figure in white descending from above before he had fainted. Initially thinking it a trick of his mind, he now wondered if that figure had indeed been Bai Hua. Are you saying it was you who saved me last night? Bai Hua cast him a disdainful glance before nodding. Otherwise, do you think you crawled to the Lin Estate on your own? I never anticipated saving such a callous person. Shi Yuan contemplated the possibility that he had indeed been carried back by her. He gazed at Bai Hua, who, despite her male disguise, retained a graceful figure. Feeling a sense of regret, Bai Hua sensed his penetrating gaze and shivered slightly, her expression shifting to one of disgust as she retorted, What are you looking at? Admiring beauty. Is it beautiful? Bai Hua's tone shifted, suddenly flirtatious. Very beautiful, but it's somewhat jarring to see you in men's clothing. Shi Yuan instinctively nodded, his gaze wandering again. Feeling his eyes on her, Bai Hua's cheeks flushed, and recalling his earlier comment about being flat-chested. Her face burned with a mix of anger and embarrassment. You, shameless, indecent. Come on, I only glanced at you a few times. Is that necessary? Shi Yuan thought. Feeling disgruntled, he recalled how Guo Renjia had nearly paid for seeing through her disguise, which had nearly led to his own misfortune. As Bai Hua appeared ready to unleash her wrath, Shi Yuan remembered the slap he had received for teasing her on the Qingfeng Pavilion. He quickly averted his gaze, chuckling. So it was you, Bai Hua, who saved me last night. I express my gratitude for your kindness. He bowed theatrically. Spare me your false sincerity. If you cease to irritate me, that will suffice as thanks. Were it not for your potential usefulness to me, I wouldn't have sullied my hands saving you. Casting a glance at the suddenly serious Shi Yuan, Bai Hua regained her composure, yet her tone remained sharp. Shi Yuan, undeterred, chuckled, Bai Hua. Your compassionate heart surely would not allow you to abandon someone in peril. Just jesting, is that so? Bai Hua mused, seemingly to herself, before adding earnestly. To be called compassionate by you, perhaps my heart truly is too soft. Hearing Bai Hua's serious tone, Shi Yuan felt a jolt of concern. Recalling her tendency to act irrationally, even threatening to blind others at a whim, it seemed that her compassion had little to do with actual kindness. Quickly changing the subject, he smiled and said, Speaking of which, it was quite fortunate to encounter you last night indeed. It seems we share a remarkable connection, Shi Yuan stated. Though he remained skeptical of such a notion, believing that unusual circumstances often heralded unexpected outcomes, he intended to subtly probe Bai Hua for more information. Is there a connection between us? I must admit, meeting you is the greatest mistake I have ever made. Ah, Miss Bai Hua, you jest. But how did you come across me? With a sheepish grin, Shi Yuan scratched his head and continued to inquire. I have been following you, Bai Hua replied nonchalantly, as if discussing an utterly mundane matter. You, is there really no shame in your boldness? Can't you be the slightest bit embarrassed? Although aware of Bai Hua's unreasonable nature, Shi Yuan found himself at a loss for words. Why? Bai Hua asked, her expression one of genuine confusion. Shi Yuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, soon recalling Bai Hua's formidable prowess and her mysterious identity. It seemed he truly had no means to contend with her. When faced with someone unreasonable, one might reason with them, and if they refused to listen, one could resort to force. However, when encountering someone of higher status and greater strength who is also unreasonable, one can only yield. At that moment, Bai Hua stood before Shi Yuan, precisely that kind of person. Letting out a silent sigh, he chose not to engage in further debate. Why did you follow me? Surely it cannot be for my looks? Recognizing the futility of reasoning with her, he decided to take advantage of their verbal exchange. Humph. I can't believe you still harbor such narcissism after being knocked unconscious, Bai Hua remarked, her tone dripping with disdain. Yet Shi Yuan remained unfazed, grinning as he replied, Miss Bai Hua, you must understand. It is only through self-love that one can perceive the world's myriad wonders as utterly unworthy of affection. I have thus entered a state of transcendence, which is beyond your mundane comprehension. Nonsense. If all the world's wonders are devoid of allure, how could you possibly forget Miss Lin from the Lin family? Bai Hua's words momentarily stunned Shi Yuan. Aside from the hasty conclusions drawn by Guo Renjia, only Lin Qingming was aware of his affair with Lin Yingwei. How did this girl come to know? How do you know about my relationship with Yue? Yue, you truly are repugnant. I observed from the shadows after delivering you to the Lin residence last night. Upon your arrival home, Miss Lin wept openly and tended to you for half the day. I suspect she did not leave this house last night, did she? Shi Yuan, upon hearing this, could only nod foolishly, then curiously glanced at Bai Hua, his tone oddly inquisitive. My feelings for Yue are mutual and filled with affection. How can that be repulsive? I dare say, Miss Bai Hua, you have yet to find someone special, have you? Bai Hua, caught off guard by Shi Yuan's insight, felt her cheeks flush, but quickly retorted with disdain. And so what? All men in this world are as vile as you. I have no interest in conversing with them. No interest in conversing? Do you regard me as heir? Shi Yuan asked, slightly exasperated. Bai Hua, predictably, nodded seriously in response. Shi Yuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him, only to recall Bai Suzhen. Interestingly, that girl also looked down upon all men. If Bai Hua were not merely acting out of spite, she bore some resemblance to Bai Suzhen. These two girls might actually be quite compatible, Shi Yuan thought mischievously. Upon noticing Shi Yuan suddenly lapse into silence, his face adorned with a lewd grin. Bai Hua huffed, truly despicable. Shi Yuan, realizing his thoughts had betrayed him, ceased his grand musings and spoke earnestly. Miss Bai Hua, therein lies your folly. If you disdain men so thoroughly, why don the guise of one? Moreover, the union of male and female is the very essence of yin and yang, a universal principle. Your stance contradicts the natural order, which is untenable. As an esteemed advocate of natural law, I hope you may find your way back from this misguided path. Shi Yuan spoke with the earnestness of a sage, yet Bai Hua could scarcely contain her laughter, exclaiming, A sage? You only peddle absurdities. Though Bai Hua was clad in male attire, Shi Yuan's vivid imagination rendered it inconsequential. Her sudden smile left him momentarily entranced. Her beauty was undeniable. With a faint blush adorning her cheeks, a face like a peach blossom, lips like cherries, and eyes shimmering like spring water, Shi Yuan found himself momentarily entranced. Noticing Shi Yuan's dazed expression, Bai Hua realized her own lapse in decorum and stifled her laughter, regaining her composure to ask, Do you still recall our conversation at Qingfeng Pavilion? Of course I do. I remarked that you were flat-chested. Smack. The moment Shi Yuan spoke, he felt a sharp sting on his cheek, as Bai Hua glared at him with indignation. Why do you keep hitting me? Shi Yuan protested, rubbing his cheek in discontent. Who told you to say that I am flat-chested? Bai Hua replied, blushing and brimming with indignation. Isn't it true? Shi Yuan replied earnestly, staring at Bai Hua's chest. Yet, as his words fell, Bai Hua's delicate hand flew toward him once more. Fortunately, her strike was merely a playful gesture, and Shi Yuan had anticipated it, deftly dodging. This girl has become addicted to hitting me, Shi Yuan thought, feeling aggrieved as he shot a mocking glance at Bai Hua. You are not allowed to dodge, Bai Hua exclaimed, her frustration palpable, having entirely forgotten her martial prowess, behaving like an ordinary woman provoked by Shi Yuan. I am not foolish, Shi Yuan silently mused, maintaining a smug smile as he faced Bai Hua, which only served to infuriate her further. Sensing that Bai Hua was about to erupt, Shi Yuan quickly quelled his laughter. After all, she was a formidable martial artist, and truly provoking her could lead to dire consequences. Having witnessed the martial prowess of this world, Shi Yuan dared not further test Bai Hua's limits. He swiftly shifted the topic, adopting a serious demeanor. Miss Bai Hua, You mentioned at Qingfeng Pavilion that you needed my assistance with a task. Is this matter related to your following me last night? Upon hearing Shi Yuan's sudden seriousness, Bai Hua, who intended to scold him, found herself at a loss for how to express her simmering rage. However, with the conversation shifting to serious matters, she reluctantly reined in her anger. Her face flushed as she firmly stated, "Indeed, that is so. I merely saw you outside Fenglai Tower last night, and upon your departure, I followed you." Wait, so you were tailing me even before I was ambushed? Why did you only act when I was attacked? Shi Yuan queried, bewildered. I did it on purpose. You. Shi Yuan was once again rendered speechless, unable to formulate a rebuttal. Naturally, Bai Hua was not being intentional. Though she was indeed skilled, she had been a distance away when Shi Yuan was confronted. Initially, she thought he was merely being obstructed, but by the time she realized the situation was dire, it was too late. All right, you are impressive. I concede. If I had been rendered senseless, who would have helped you with your task? Shi Yuan, misinterpreting Bai Hua's claim as a deliberate choice to abandon him, voiced his grievances. You make a fair point. If you had been knocked senseless, it would spare me the annoyance of your presence. Hey, that's rather heartless. Am I truly that detestable to you? Bai Hua nodded earnestly. Then why do you still seek my help? I have already explained. It is because you have such thick skin. Shi Yuan, feeling utterly exasperated, realized he could not reason with this unreasonable girl. Very well. I am intimidated by you. However, I still wish to know how you discerned that I would find myself in peril. Do not feign ignorance. With your character, if there were matters concerning me, you would undoubtedly have sought me out beforehand, rather than shadowing me in secrecy for such an extended period. Unless you had prior knowledge that I was likely to encounter danger. Upon witnessing Shi Yuan finally facing a setback, Bai Hua's earlier irritation at his jest regarding her modesty dissipated, though she felt a sense of triumph within. Her visage remained composed as she nodded and replied to Shi Yuan. I did perceive some ominous signs, but at that moment, I was uncertain, which is why I trailed you discreetly. Do you know who ambushed me? Noticing the urgency etched on Shi Yuan's face, Bai Hua did not withhold her response, stating, I am not entirely certain, but I suspect this matter is connected to Luo Wenfeng. Luo Wenfeng? Damn. Is it truly that rascal? Indeed, based on my conjecture, the orchestrator behind last night's attack on you is most likely the only son of the governor of Jinling, Luo Wenfeng. If it is indeed Luo Wenfeng, what could be his motive? Could it be solely because I struck him? If that were the case, Luo Wenfeng could have employed other means. There would be no need to resort to such blatant actions that could easily incriminate him. Moreover, if he sought revenge, why wait until my appearance at Fenglai Lu to act? Fenglai Lu? Could it be? Shi Yuan pondered silently, while Bai Hua remained oblivious to his thoughts, continuing with a countenance darkened with discontent. I never anticipated that a mere Jinling governor would exhibit such audacity, allowing his son to hire thugs to commit violence. Truly detestable. After expressing her disdain, a profound loathing once more crossed Bai Hua's features. Indeed, Lady Bai Hua, you must take a stand for me. Take a stand for you? What do you mean? You could dismiss him from his post, seize his lands, investigate his assets, and claim his women. Shi Yuan interjected, fanning the flames. What nonsense. The one who hired the assailants was Luo Wenfeng, not the Jinling governor. But without his father's backing, that brat Luo Wenfeng would never dare to be so brazen. As the saying goes, a son's crime implicates the father. Shi Yuan continued to incite Bai Hua. What nonsense about a son's crime implicating the father? While Luo Wenfeng is indeed despicable, I believe you have brought this upon yourself. After all, who prompted you to publicly strike Luo Wenfeng at Qingfeng Pavilion? You are unjustly accusing me. He was the one who first insulted me. I merely sought to teach him a lesson. In fact, he ought to be grateful to me. Shi Yuan feigned an expression of grievance, observing the discontent on Shi Yuan's face. Bai Hua recalled the incident where he struck Luo Wenfeng and couldn't he help but chuckle. You certainly suffered no loss. However, the situation is not so simple. The 3 men who ambushed you, after I captured them, adamantly denied any wrongdoing, claiming they merely intended to rob you and were not acting on anyone's orders. Chapter 68, Bai Hua. Bai He? If what you say is true, you only saw me outside Fenglai Lu yesterday. How could you possibly know they were incited by Luo Wenfeng? Shi Yuan asked curiously, skeptical that Bai Hua, being a woman of extraordinary status, would enter such an establishment. Yet Bai Hua was not one to be measured by Shi Yuan's standards. As soon as he finished questioning, she replied with serene composure, because I was also at Fenglai Lu last night. Although Shi Yuan anticipated this answer, he still found it hard to believe. You were at Fenglai Lu? Indeed, I happened to be at Fenglai Lu. Speaking of which, your line, we are both lost souls in this vast world. Why must we have met before, was rather stunning. It appeared this young lady was not fabricating her tale. She truly had been at Feng Lai Lu. But what would a woman be doing in such a place? Could it be she is genuinely a lesbian? Shi Yuan contemplated in astonishment, casting a scrutinizing gaze at Bai Hua. Unperturbed by Shi Yuan's unusual scrutiny, Bai Hua continued, "Indeed, I was present when the renowned courtesan Shun made her entrance. That is how I became aware of Luo Wenfeng's rivalry with Sui Feng, and I noticed Luo Wenfeng leaving early. So how can you be so certain that Luo Wenfeng would pose a threat to me? Do you believe in my intuition?" Shi Yuan was at a loss for words. Bai Hua observed Shi Yuan's speechlessness and continued, "At that moment, you were basking in the glory of Shun Wei's invitation. And I fear you may not have noticed the malice in Luo Wenfeng's gaze." The malice in his gaze? Shi Yuan looked at Shen Wei, confusion etched on his face. Shen Wei nodded, adding, "Precisely. It was the way he looked at you. I distinctly remember glancing at Luo Wenfeng, aside from his face resembling that of a donkey. There seemed to be nothing amiss. Did you notice something? A murderous intent." "Murderous intent? How fantastical. Are you certain you are not trying to fool me?" While Bai Hua was a martial arts expert, Shi Yuan remained skeptical of her claim. Murderous intent. I am a man of reason. Though I have read numerous martial arts novels, what color is murderous intent? What does it smell like? Is it poisonous or not? Can it ignite? None have conducted experiments to prove these things. Shi Yuan thought disdainfully, entirely forgetting Bai Hua's earlier leap onto the roof, which defied Newton's laws. He was clearly being obstinate. Believe it or not, this is merely an instinct of us practitioners. If you are unwilling to accept it, so be it. Bai Hua was not perturbed by Shi Yuan's skepticism, responding with a slightly exasperated tone. "Just a discussion, do not take offense. Please continue." "Humph." Observing Shi Yuan's ingratiating smile, Bai Hua snorted coldly and continued. "Shortly after you recited your poem, Luo Wenfeng hastily departed. I noted his unfriendly gaze upon you, which made me more vigilant. Subsequently, when you returned, I shadowed you. I never expected you would truly encounter danger. So that is how it is." Shi Yuan finally understood. Given Bai Hua's identity and demeanor, if she had matters to discuss with him, she would have approached him directly rather than tracking him covertly until he was in peril. She had used herself as bait. "Bah, I am not bait. What about the 3 men who attacked me?" Shi Yuan realized this and continued to inquire. "They are currently detained by me." Shi Yuan nodded slightly, then grinned sinisterly. "Lady Bai Hua, may I take charge of these 3 individuals?" Upon seeing the treacherous smile on Shi Yuan's face, Bai Hua felt a chill run down her spine. She quickly composed herself and asked, "What do you intend to do with them?" Luo Wenfeng likely offered them considerable incentives. "Despite my best efforts, they have not admitted to being incited by anyone, which suggests Luo Wenfeng must possess leverage over them, preventing them from betraying him. Do you have a plan?" Shi Yuan smirked coldly, inwardly resolving. Coercion and enticement? Luo Wenfeng is indeed quite cunning. Yet, having encountered me, his luck has run out. Lady Bai Hua, you need only to hand them over to me, and I will have my methods. They are currently detained in my residence in Jinling. If you wish to see them, it poses no significant issue. Upon hearing Shen Wei's affirmation, Shi Yuan retracted his ominous demeanor. Since Luo Wenfeng had already acted, he would not hold back. Furthermore, even if those 3 confessed, it was unlikely he could do anything to Luo Wenfeng. But having leverage over multiple foes could only be advantageous. "By the way, I wonder what brought you to Feng Lai Lu, Lady Bai Hua. Could it be related to your request for me?" Shi Yuan asked casually, but to his astonishment, Bai Hua nodded in affirmation. "Damn, it is indeed true. The young lady originally went to the Phoenix Tower. Is she intent on doing something related to it? What could it possibly be? Surely, it cannot be to entice one of the maidens from the Phoenix Tower?" As Shi Yuan pondered chaotically in his mind, Bai Hua continued, "What do you think of the renowned courtesan Shun Wei at the Phoenix Tower?" Not understanding the reason for Bai Hua's inquiry, Shi Yuan simply replied, "Miss Shun Wei possesses stunning beauty and exceptional musical talent. She is indeed remarkable. Is that all? Do you not harbor any improper thoughts about Shun Wei?" Bai Hua asked with a teasing glint in her eyes. Shi Yuan's heart skipped a beat as he recalled the alluring Shun Wei from the previous night, causing him to swallow hard. Bai Hua, keenly observing Shi Yuan's reaction, smirked and said, "By the way, Shun Wei received you in her chamber last night. As far as I know, although she is the courtesan of the Phoenix Tower, she has never entertained any man in her private quarters. It seems she is quite interested in you. Is that so? She did mention something similar last night. I was skeptical, but hearing it from you makes it seem plausible." "Indeed, my charm is unparalleled," Shi Yuan mused. "However, I find it curious how you know so much about Shun Wei. Even to the extent of knowing I visited her chamber? As for your visit to Shun Wei's chamber, I have my means of inquiry. There is no need for you to pry." Regarding Shen Wei, She is quite famous in Jinling, and even in the capital, there are numerous talented individuals who admire her. It's not unusual for me to be aware of these matters. If a man were to tell me this, I wouldn't find it odd. But you, as a woman, sitting on the third floor of the Qingfeng Pavilion, must have an extraordinary status. Why then are you so intrigued by a courtesan? Unless what? Bai Hua asked, her interest piqued. Unless you truly are a lily, attracted to women. Shi Yuan boldly expressed his conjecture. Chapter 69. From the rage of a common man to national affairs. As Shi Yuan uttered those words, he braced himself for Bai Hua's wrath, retreating behind a chair while casting a playful glance at her. Just as expected, the moment he finished speaking, Bai Hua dramatically swept her sleeve, sending papers flying across the room, and a wave of oppressive air bore down on Shi Yuan's face. Fortunately, the oil lamp on the table was shielded by the glass cover Shi Yuan had crafted. Otherwise, it might have extinguished by now. Do you truly believe I would hesitate to eliminate you? Bai Hua's expression turned frosty as she pointed at Shi Yuan, her voice laced with menace. Goodness, is this the power of internal martial arts? Impressive. Shi Yuan marveled at the scene before him, shocked into silence for a moment before finally regaining his composure. He then smiled cheekily at the cold-faced Bai Hua. I was merely joking. Dear Bai Hua, don't take it so seriously. I do not accept such jokes. Though you may be of use to me, if you continue to provoke me, I shall have no choice but to discard you. Bai Hua maintained her icy demeanor, speaking to Shi Yuan with utter calmness. Do you think I am merely your tool? Who do you think you are? Shi Yuan retorted, feeling displeased by Bai Hua's tone. Despite his fear of her formidable skills, he mustered the courage to respond defiantly. A tool? You certainly overestimate yourself. Bai Hua replied with a mocking tone. You, Shi Yuan exclaimed, pointing a finger at Bai Hua, yet found himself at a loss for words. Observing Bai Hua's composed expression, which seemed to convey her disdain for him, Shi Yuan could not help but laugh in anger. Seeing Shi Yuan suddenly burst into laughter, Bai Hua, who had maintained her calm demeanor, furrowed her brow in confusion and asked, What are you laughing at? I can laugh whenever I wish. It's none of your concern. I'm not your tool. Shi Yuan retorted with a hint of rudeness. It seems you truly fear nothing. Bai Hua's face flushed with anger as she gritted her teeth at Shi Yuan. Miss Bai Hua, you are highly skilled in martial arts and of noble status. I, a mere commoner, am but an ant in your eyes. If you wish to kill me, then go ahead. I, Shi Yuan, have nothing to lose. Shi Yuan, growing increasingly impatient with Bai Hua's repeated threats, spoke boldly and without fear. You, Bai Hua, seeing Shi Yuan's nonchalant attitude, felt her anger swell even more. However, unable to retaliate against Shi Yuan, she glared at him furiously. Naturally, Shi Yuan stood his ground, staring back with wide eyes. To his surprise, the originally furious Bai Hua suddenly smiled gently at him. Are you upset that I do not regard you as my tool? Shi Yuan found Bai Hua's logic amusing and replied, I have no interest in being your tool. I merely dislike your condescending demeanor. Bai Hua, however, did not respond to Shi Yuan's remark, instead smiling slightly as she continued. Did you not just claim to have nothing? What about Miss Lin? You dare. If you so much as lay a finger on you, I will ensure you suffer a fate worse than death. Bai Hua's words struck a nerve with Shi Yuan, igniting his fury. His face flushed red as he interrupted Bai Hua, shouting, You? Bai Hua, taken aback by the intensity of Shi Yuan's anger, remained unperturbed by his rage and retorted disdainfully, Is that so? You, a mere commoner, can do nothing to me. Shi Yuan, undeterred, stepped out from behind the chair and fixed a fierce gaze on Bai Hua. Bai Hua, sensing Shi Yuan's sudden advance and the ferocity in his eyes, felt a tremor of apprehension. What do you intend to do? Noting the flicker of anxiety on Bai Hua's otherwise composed face, Shi Yuan smirked slightly before speaking with gravity. I merely wish to convey to the esteemed Bai Hua that the rage of a common man can indeed spill blood over 5 paces. Though I, Shi Yuan, am but a commoner, I possess the resolve to spill blood for those dear to me. Should you dare to harm a single hair on you, or should she threaten me? Even if I cannot inflict harm upon you, I shall surely stain you with blood. The rage of a common man can indeed spill blood over 5 paces. Bai Hua murmured, a smile blooming on her face like a lotus flower. Shi Yuan, still glaring at her, was taken aback as Bai Hua suddenly burst into laughter. Believing she was mocking him, he felt another surge of anger and demanded, What are you laughing at? Do you think I am joking? Not at all. I simply did not expect that a person with such a thick skin, whom I assumed to be cunning and sly, could speak such words of integrity. You are indeed superior to those effete scholars. If every citizen of Deqing possessed your resolve to spill blood, how could Deqing not thrive? Bai Hua mused. Though Shi Yuan was puzzled by Bai Hua's sudden sentimentality, he could not help but respond. Everyone has something they wish to protect. Rather than saying the people of Deqing are unwilling to shed blood for it, it is more accurate to say that Deqing is unworthy of such sacrifices. Yet even so, I firmly believe that when it comes to the survival of Huaxia, the people of Deqing will resist to the bitter end. This is not merely about Deqing, but about the backbone of our Yanhuang descendants. Then what must be done to inspire the people of Deqing to willingly shed blood for it? Bai Hua asked, intrigued. Why have we suddenly turned to matters of state? Shi Yuan sighed internally but continued, Miss Bai Hua, your statement is misguided. The primary concern for Deqing should not be to make its citizens bleed. Rather, it should focus on how to prevent its citizens from shedding blood. If you wish for each citizen of Deqing to cherish their nation, it is not a difficult task. It can be summarized in one phrase. What phrase? Transform the name of the nation into a source of pride for the people, a symbol of their identity. As soon as Shi Yuan's words fell, Bai Hua ceased to speak, bowing her head in contemplation. Although she was unaware of Bai Hua's true identity, the depth of her concern for the state affairs of Deqing hinted at a complexity in her background. Shi Yuan mused silently. A sly smile crept onto his face as he said, I was merely jesting, Miss Bai Hua. Please take it lightly, and do not take my words to heart. Only then did Bai Hua regain her composure, glancing at Shi Yuan before responding with a gentle smile. You do possess some sense of responsibility. It appears the young lady of the Lin family has not misjudged you. Indeed, my Yuer has an impeccable eye for character, Shi Yuan replied, his expression brimming with self-satisfaction. Humph, do not let your pride swell. I assure you, I will not trouble the young lady of the Lin family. Yet I find it puzzling how such a clever and beautiful woman could take an interest in someone as shameless as you, Bai Hua remarked, seemingly feeling a touch of pity for Lin Yinghua. Her tone shifted as she cast a sidelong glance at Shi Yuan. While I shall refrain from troubling the young lady, do not forget your friend Guorenjia. Remember, it was your promise that spared him from my ire. Should you speak out of turn again, I will have no choice but to let him taste some hardship. Chapter 70. Shun Wei can fight? Upon hearing Bai Hua once more threaten him with Guorenjia, Shi Yuan felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. The adage too much talk leads to mistakes rang true, and he could only blame himself for revealing Bai Hua's gender. Had he remained silent, perhaps. Shi Yuan's gaze inadvertently drifted back to the alluring Bai Hua. Could it be that this girl was truly flat-chested? Bai Hua instinctively shuddered as she caught a glimpse of Shi Yuan's penetrating gaze, and she coldly retorted, It seems Guorenjia does not hold much significance for you. Then I shall. Enough, enough. I will be more cautious next time. Do not use Brother Guo to threaten me again, Shi Yuan interjected, his displeasure evident as he spoke. Do you wish for a next time? Bai Hua's brows furrowed, glaring at Shi Yuan in inquiry. It was a slip of the tongue. A slip of the tongue. Shi Yuan chuckled awkwardly, raising his hands in surrender. Humph. I cannot be bothered with you. Listen carefully, what I require of you pertains to Shun Wei. Though Shi Yuan had an inkling, he could not help but be taken aback when Bai Hua spoke. Is it truly Shun Wei? Bai Hua nodded, continuing. I had intended to wait for the opportune moment before involving you. I did not expect you would venture to Feng Lai Tower on your own last night. This has indeed spared us much trouble. What do you wish me to do? Steal something or gather information? Bai Hua regarded Shi Yuan with curiosity, seemingly surprised by his familiarity with such matters. Movies like Infernal Affairs are my forte. I know them well. Have I not seen pigs run even if I have not eaten pork? Shi Yuan instinctively replied. What Infernal Affairs? What are you talking about? Bai Hua asked, perplexed. Nothing. So, what exactly do you want me to do? Currently, Shun Wei is interested in you. Your task is to find a way to get close to her, ideally allowing her to confide in you, Bai Hua stated, no longer wishing to dwell on formalities. Get close to Shun Wei? Shi Yuan's face was a portrait of confusion. Precisely, forge a bond of trust with her. Bai Hua affirmed with a nod. Why? Does Shun Wei harbor some untold secret? Her identity is far from what you might imagine. Just focus on your task. It is best that you know as little as possible for now. Once you have earned her trust, I will outline your next steps. Damn. Why must it be so shrouded in mystery? Shi Yuan muttered in dissatisfaction, before adding, I feel that Shun Wei trusts me well enough at present. Bai Hua shot him a scornful glance, retorting, You are quite confident. I suspect your encounter with Shun Wei last night was far from pleasant. Shi Yuan's expression shifted in surprise, but he quickly regained his composure, dismissively stating, I did endure some hardship, but Shun Wei was not faring much better. His words piqued Bai Hua's interest, and she looked at him with astonishment before scoffing. Shun Wei's allure is unparalleled. I find it hard to believe you managed to gain the upper hand. Underestimating me? Were it not for your prowess, I would have long since shown you the might of Shi. Shi Yuan felt a surge of indignation, though he refrained from arguing. Bai Hua ignored his sulking demeanor and continued, "Do not underestimate Shen Wei. Her martial skills are on par with mine." "What? Shen Wei? Shen Wei can fight? And her skills are equal to yours?" Shi Yuan exclaimed in astonishment, recalling the events of that night when he had teased Shen Wei, a chill running down his spine. "That is precisely why I want you to get close to her. If she were an ordinary person, this would not be so complicated." Shi Yuan suddenly sensed he was entangled in something monumental, while the magnitude of the matter eluded him. An instinct whispered that it might profoundly alter the course of his life. "Am I able to withdraw now?" he hesitantly asked Bai Hua. "Unless you are unconcerned about Guo Renjia losing his sight at my hands," Bai Hua replied coolly. Shi Yuan's expression darkened, and after a prolonged silence, he finally stammered, "Well, you know, I possess great charm. Who knows, perhaps Shen Wei might take a liking to me. That would complicate things." "Take a liking to you?" Bai Hua praised him from head to toe, then smiled faintly. "That is indeed an interesting approach. It all hinges on your capability. This girl dares to question my allure? Unforgivable. Unforgivable." Shi Yuan thought fiercely, then cautiously probed, "Miss Bai Hua, what if you consider another candidate? I had already arranged someone before you, but the results seemed subpar." Bai Hua's reminder suddenly struck Shi Yuan, and he recalled that day at Qingfeng Pavilion when she had indeed mentioned such a thing. He promptly asked, "I have a teammate? Who is he? A teammate?" Bai Hua initially faltered, then realized, "Are you referring to the person I sent earlier?" Shi Yuan nodded eagerly, his eyes filled with anticipation. "You have encountered him before." "I have." Shi Yuan's expression morphed into one of confusion as he speculated, "It cannot be that Sui Feng?" His question was meant as a mere probe. Yet he was taken aback when Bai Hua nodded in affirmation. One should not fear an opponent as formidable as a god, but rather a teammate as foolish as a pig. Shi Yuan recalled this sage maxim, but Bai Hua's next words alleviated his concerns. "You need not worry. You will operate independently, without interference from one another. I only recently located Sui Feng, who has spent years wandering the brothels of Qin Huai River. However, it seems now that this was an unnecessary endeavor. Why? I find that young Master Su is quite dashing and well-suited for this task." Bai Hua regarded Shi Yuan with mild surprise, unable to suppress a smile. "It is rare to see such humility from you." Upon hearing Bai Hua's words, Shi Yuan felt a flush of embarrassment and chuckled awkwardly. "However," Bai Hua continued, "because he lacks the audacity you possess." "What sort of reasoning is this? Are you praising me or rebuking me? Interpret it as you will. Though Sui Feng may be somewhat timid, he is quite accomplished, and Shen Wei holds him in high regard. Moreover, having not encountered you before, I sought out Sui Feng. However, speaking of it, Sui Feng is considerably more obedient than you." Shi Yuan found himself momentarily speechless, inwardly reflecting, "I am no pushover like Sui Feng." He then abruptly realized and addressed Bai Hua, "So, from the very beginning, your conversation with me at Mingyang Lake was premeditated? As for the subsequent events at Qifeng Pavilion, was Guo Renjia merely an opportunity for you to seize?" Chapter 71, Dreams. A dream unfulfilled. Shi Yuan suddenly felt as though he had been ensnared by Bai Hua from the outset. To be precise, he had caught her attention the moment he recited poetry with Shen Wei at Mingyang Lake. Yet, what purpose does this young lady have in drawing him close to Shen Wei? Given Bai Hua's standing, Shen Wei must possess a remarkable identity as well. Noticing Shi Yuan lost in thought, Shen Wei spoke. "Do not speculate further. The secrets herein are beyond your imagination. The matter concerning Guo Renjia was indeed somewhat opportunistic. But do not presume I am jesting. If you handle this matter well, I shall ensure your life is one of wealth and honor, granting you a smooth ascent." "So favorable?" Shi Yuan feigned disbelief as he looked at Bai Hua, who nodded in affirmation. He then chuckled and replied, "Wealth and honor are something I can pursue on my own. As for a smooth ascent, I have little interest. I would prefer to guard my beloved Yuer and live as a wealthy gentleman." "A stubborn fool," Bai Hua muttered under her breath. Then, with a swift motion, she reached the doorway, turning her back to Shi Yuan as she stated, "This matter is settled. I shall return." With that, she opened the door and vanished into the vast darkness. Damn, the lightness of her steps. By the time Shi Yuan reacted, Bai Hua had already left, her words echoing in the room. "Next time, do remember to knock," Shi Yuan shouted at the open door, only to hear the sound of rubble shattering in the distance. Having seen off Bai Hua, time was no longer on Shi Yuan's side. He gazed at the disarrayed desk and scattered papers left in Bai Hua's wake, muttering in regret, "How did I forget to ask that girl to tidy up?" With a sigh, he began to organize the mess. After arranging his writings and sketches, Shi Yuan sat down at the desk once more, his thoughts drifting to Lin Yingwei. Today, they had just clarified their relationship, and as per Shi Yuan's words, they should seize the moment and deepen their bond. He had written all day, and due to Lin Qingming's influence, it was inappropriate for him to seek out Lin Yingwei directly. Yet, to his surprise, Lin Yingwei had not come looking for him either. Perhaps she was still a bit shy. How could she not be bashful when she stole a kiss from him today? Shi Yuan's heart softened as he recalled the bold kiss from Lin Yingwei, a silly smile spreading across his face. But then he remembered Lin Laoda's insistence on him marrying into the Lin family, and he couldn't help but sigh softly, murmuring to himself, I wonder how Yue is faring in her attempts to comfort him. Though Shi Yuan longed to inquire about Lin Yingwei's outcome. The hour was late, and he reluctantly decided against it. Meanwhile, in Lin Yingwei's bamboo courtyard, she lay upon her bed, unable to sleep. If the lights had not already been extinguished, one could easily discern her flushed cheeks. She found herself reminiscing about Shi Yuan's declarations from earlier. I truly like your granddaughter. Do as you see fit. If you disagree, I shall elope with Yue. Of course. I speak the truth. I would do anything for Yue. As she pondered Shi Yuan's audacious words, her face grew even redder. And she couldn't help but giggle. Yet, thoughts of her grandfather's words and the burdens upon her shoulders soon brought a wave of melancholy. She murmured, it seems we truly have no fate together. I wonder what he is doing. I must not think of him anymore. That infuriating fellow. Just as Shi Yuan lay down, he felt an itch in his nose and sneezed. Could it be that Yue is thinking of me? He mused quietly, before closing his eyes and drifting into slumber. Shi Yuan, the old man has decided to marry Yue to you. Tomorrow, you shall wed. Really? Lin Laotu, have you finally come to your senses? If it weren't for my precious granddaughter pleading with me, I wouldn't have bothered with you. Just as Shi Yuan was about to respond, the scene abruptly shifted. He found himself kneeling before a grand hall alongside a veiled woman, where a finely dressed man began to read, bow to heaven and earth, bow to your parents. Having just completed their bows, he raised his head to see Lin Qingming seated before him. Lin Laotu, Yue, am I truly marrying Yue? Before Shi Yuan could fully comprehend. The call of enter the bridal chamber together echoed, and the scene shifted again, placing him in a room adorned with red bedding and window decorations of the character. Shi Yuan slowly lifted the veil of the woman seated beside him, and to his astonishment, he found Lin Yingwei blushing shyly. Yue, quickly, let us enter the bridal chamber. Lin Yingwei's cheeks flushed as she softly replied, we haven't even drunk the ceremonial wine yet. Then let us hurry and drink. Just as they finished the ceremonial wine, Shi Yuan eagerly exclaimed, where? Let us enter the bridal chamber. Yue? What are you saying, my lord? Shi Yuan turned to see that Lin Yingwei had transformed into Bai Suzhen. You, how could I be marrying you? Wasn't it Yue? Bai Suzhen shot him a reproachful glance and replied, my lord, have you forgotten? You answered my questions correctly that day, thus you became my husband. Today is our wedding night. What? I thought you were supposed to find Su Xian? Su Xian? No sooner had Shi Yuan spoken than the woman before him morphed into Shen Wei. Why are you here again? Young master Shi. Did you not profess your affection for me? Please sing Xiao Wei for me once more. Xiao Wei? Certainly, certainly. What Xiao Wei? Just as Shi Yuan was about to speak, the woman transformed again, this time into his good friend Yizi. You treacherous Shi Yuan. How dare you fool around behind my back? I shall castrate you. Suddenly, Yizi brandished a gleaming knife, aiming it at Shi Yuan. Shi Yuan felt a sudden warmth below, yet did not experience pain. Instead, he beheld Yizi's playful expression and the bloodied knife in her hand. You truly harmed my brother? Before Yizi could respond, Shi Yuan jolted awake, panting heavily. Damn, it was just a dream. Looking around, he realized dawn had broken, and he was still in the Lin residence, which eased his mind. Just as he was about to lie back down, he felt a dampness in the flamboyant floral shorts he had used as sleepwear. Shi Yuan inwardly cried out, not good. Did I just wet the bed due to Yizi's scare? That shouldn't be possible. To confirm, he quickly got up and removed his shorts. However, upon seeing a small but cloudy stain on the fabric, his face turned crimson with embarrassment. I actually had a nocturnal emission. Chapter 72. Have I been recruited? Shi Yuan's expression grew grim. Though my appearance remains unchanged since crossing over to Daqing, my age has indeed regressed by several years. This was Shi Yuan's first intuition upon his arrival. However, while he felt younger, he was uncertain of how many years had slipped away, which is why he continuously referred to himself as 19. Regardless, the idea of a nocturnal emission was something Shi Yuan simply could not accept. Had I truly reached the threshold of adolescence? It seemed unlikely. Moreover, the dream I experienced last night felt distinctly nightmarish. How could I have experienced such a nocturnal emission? Clad in fresh garments, Shi Yuan sat on the edge of his bed, utterly perplexed. Had I perhaps forgotten some pivotal detail from my dream? Could it be that I had, in fact, consummated my union with Yue in my slumber? With a furrowed brow, Shi Yuan lowered his head once more, straining to recollect the events of his dream from the previous night, yet no memory surfaced. Regardless, ultimately, I find myself rejuvenated. This cannot be deemed a misfortune. After pondering for an extended period, Shi Yuan still found himself at a loss for clarity and thus resolved to abandon the endeavor. He casually set aside his flamboyant undergarments, then, having completed his morning ablutions, he resumed his exercises in the courtyard. At that moment, he noticed Qing Shuang rushing into the courtyard in a flurry. "Miss Qing Shuang, do you seek my presence?" Shi Yuan inquired, halting his movements and adjusting his attire upon observing her flustered expression. "Young Master Shi, my lady has requested that you prepare yourselves promptly, lest we miss the appointed time and breach the decorum." Qing Shuang nodded, delivering her message with urgency. Prepare for what? Could it be that old Lin has come to his senses and wishes to betroth you to me? Yet this is rather sudden, is it not? Why was I not consulted beforehand? Upon hearing Qing Shuang's words, Shi Yuan instinctively recalled the events of the previous day and could not help but voice his thoughts. What? Qing Shuang appeared astonished, seemingly aware of something significant, her eyes wide with disbelief as she regarded Shi Yuan. You are unaware? Shi Yuan asked, puzzled by her incredulous demeanor. Qing Shuang shook her head in confusion, clearly perplexed. Did Yue not mention it to you yesterday? Mention what? Shi Yuan mused to himself, realizing that Yue had successfully kept her secrets. Given Lin Yingyue's temperament, it was entirely plausible that she would choose to remain silent about the matter. It was only natural that Qing Shuang was unaware, since old Lin had opposed my entry into the Lin household. Perhaps I should take the initiative and announce my intention to marry Lin Yingyue, thereby compelling the old man to reconsider. Shi Yuan's mind raced with schemes, and a sly smile crept across his face. Observing Shi Yuan's prolonged silence coupled with his mischievous grin, Qing Shuang's heart sank. She could not help but think, I wonder what young Master Shi is plotting, but it surely cannot bode well. Qing Shuang called out once more, young Master Shi. Young Master Shi. Brought back to reality, Shi Yuan apologized with an embarrassed smile. Miss Qing Shuang, what is the urgency that compels you to summon me so hastily? What preparations must I make to avoid any breach of etiquette? Today is the birthday of the patriarch of the Guo family, and my lady mentioned that young Master Guo has extended an invitation to you as well, hence my presence to urge you to prepare. At this revelation, Shi Yuan finally comprehended the situation. The events of the previous night had clouded his mind, causing him to forget this important matter. The unexpected ambush he experienced was indeed related to this occasion. He pondered whether Xinwei would attend. I knew it. Old Lin would not easily acquiesce, leading me to celebrate prematurely. I also wonder how Yue fared in her attempts to persuade him. Regardless, it is imperative that I disseminate this information. So that was what Miss Qing Shuang meant. Shi Yuan mused, his eyes gleaming with realization. Indeed, that is the matter at hand. My lady is presently awaiting you outside. Qing Shuang emphasized. If you do not hurry, she will leave without you. What? She will leave without me? Is Yue going to? Yes, indeed. The Guo and Lin families have always maintained cordial relations, and my lady, bearing the weight of her family's expectations, must represent the Lin family at this gathering. Qing Shuang hesitated momentarily, recalling Shi Yuan's earlier reference to Yue as Yue and feeling somewhat unsettled. She considered what Shi Yuan had just said about marrying Lin Yingyue and hesitated before attempting to clarify her thoughts. Then we should depart at once. Though I am uncertain why Lin Yingyue would express such sentiments, it is evident that something significant has transpired. Shi Yuan's heart raced, and before Qing Shuang could finish her sentence, he interrupted her, disregarding her lingering confusion as he hastily made his way toward the courtyard's exit. After Yue ventured out to confront old Lin yesterday, she had not returned. Could that foolish girl have been swayed by him? The thought gnawed at Shi Yuan, and the more he contemplated it, the more plausible it seemed. Realizing Shi Yuan had abruptly left the courtyard, Qing Shuang quickly followed suit. As she walked alongside him, her thoughts drifted back to Shi Yuan's earlier comments, stirring her curiosity. Yet, given Shi Yuan's status and the involvement of Lin Yingyue, she hesitated multiple times to speak up, ultimately choosing to remain silent. Miss Qing Shuang, do you have something to say? Shi Yuan, though brisk in his pace, noticed the expression on her face and smiled gently, prompting her to speak. I. Caught off guard by Shi Yuan's perceptiveness, Qing Shuang felt flustered, stammering as she sought the right words. Feel free to ask whatever is on your mind, Shi Yuan said, his tone warm and encouraging, urging her to voice her thoughts. I. Young Master Shi, is it true what you mentioned earlier? Qing Shuang mustered her courage, though her inquiry remained vague. What is true? Shi Yuan, though he understood her intent, maintained a teasing demeanor, smiling gently as he coaxed her to clarify. It is that the elder intends to betroth the young lady to you. Qing Shuang exhaled in one breath, finally relieved to articulate her thoughts, her gaze fixed on Shi Yuan, awaiting his response. Ah, so it was this matter. Of course, it is true. I fell in love with your lady at first sight, and we have developed feelings for one another over the past few days. We even bared our hearts to one another yesterday. Were it not for old Lin's interference, I would have proposed long ago, Shi Yuan proclaimed passionately, casting old Lin as the villain intent on tearing them apart. Does the elder truly oppose the notion of marrying the young lady to you? Not quite. Old Lin wishes for me to enter the Lin family through marriage, which I have yet to accept. Qing Shuang's eyes widened in understanding, and she murmured. No wonder the young lady returned home and locked herself in her chamber yesterday. Qing Lu mentioned that you had wronged her and sought to confront you. Ah. Shi Yuan found himself momentarily speechless, realizing that the girl Cheng Lu had a rather deep misunderstanding of him. However, hearing Qing Shuang's words, he surmised that Yuer had likely not reached an agreement with old Lin, and it was probable that she had been swayed by him. Thus, her statement about leaving without him made sense. Chapter 73. Yuer, I miss you. Young Master Shi, please do not hold Qing Lu accountable. She. Seeing Shi Yuan's pained expression and subsequent silence, Qing Shuang feared he was upset with Qing Lu and inwardly chastised herself for revealing too much. I was merely lost in thought. Do not fret, Miss Qing Shuang. I would never hold a grudge against a young girl. Shi Yuan reassured her, curious about their relationship. By the way, you and Qing Lu do bear a striking resemblance. Are you sisters? Indeed, we are sisters, Qing Shuang confirmed, her heart finally at ease. We were raised together under the care of old Lin since childhood. Qing Lu can be rather impulsive and has clashed with you before. I hope you can forgive her. Truly sisters? Yet Qing Lu's temperament seems vastly different from yours. Shi Yuan remarked softly. We grew up alongside the young lady, who has always treated us with kindness and never regarded us as mere servants, which is why she holds us dear. I never imagined my little Yuer was so gentle from such a young age. Shi Yuan thought, a silly smile breaking across his face as he recalled Lin Yue's bashful demeanor. If, by chance, the elder remains steadfast in his refusal to allow you to marry the young lady and insists that you enter the Lin family through marriage, what will you do? Young Master Shi? Qing Shuang gazed at the foolishly grinning Shi Yuan, unable to suppress a smile. However, her concern for Lin Yingwei soon overshadowed her amusement, prompting her to anxiously inquire about Shi Yuan's intentions. What shall we do? If old Lin truly refuses, I shall elope with your young lady. Qing Shuang's words evoked memories of Lin Qingming's demands in Shi Yuan's mind, causing his expression to falter. He retorted curtly, of course, I could never elope with Lin Yingwei, for I do not wish to place her in a difficult position. You. Shi Yuan's revelation left Qing Shuang in shock, drawing puzzled glances from several attendants nearby. Miss Qing, lower your voice. I have only confided this to you, so you must keep it a secret. Shi Yuan feigned great anxiety as he spoke to her. All right. Shi Gongzi, do you truly intend to elope with the young lady? Shi Yuan shrugged indifferently. What choice do I have? Old Lin insists that I marry into their family, and given that he has numerous descendants, this condition is clearly intended to put me in a bind. But, if the young lady were to elope with you, what would become of me and Qing Lu? Qing Shuang murmured, her face a picture of distress. Shi Yuan, observing her troubled expression, reflected on the bond shared between Qing Shuang, Qing Lu, and Lin Yingwei, recognizing that their relationship was akin to that of sisters. It was no wonder Qing Shuang reacted so strongly. It doesn't have to come to that. Things are not so dire. Old Lin has saved my life. I would not want to hurt him. I shall discuss it with him again. Grandfather will certainly agree. He dotes on the young lady the most. Qing Shuang finally breathed a sigh of relief and spoke earnestly. Let us hope that is the case. Remembering Qing Shuang's words, Shi Yuan felt a twinge of concern for Lin Yue's predicament and let out a soft sigh. Qing Shuang, noticing Shi Yuan's expression, fell silent, lowering her head as she trailed closely behind him. The two walked in silence until they arrived at the entrance of the Lin residence. Shi Yuan looked up to see the carriage ready, with a group of people behind it carrying a box wrapped in red silk, likely a congratulatory gift for the Guo family. Lao Yang and Qing Lu stood beside the carriage, and upon seeing Shi Yuan and Qing Shuang approach, Lao Yang greeted Shi Yuan with a hearty smile. In contrast, Qing Lu huffed, glaring at Shi Yuan and muttering, making so many people wait for you alone, you lazy bum. After this, she turned her head away, refusing to look at him. Shi Yuan heard Qing Lu's remarks but merely chuckled, ignoring her. His gaze shifted back to the carriage, his heart racing. Yuer must be inside. He thought to himself, striding towards the carriage. Clearing his throat, he gently called out, Yuer, I miss you. His words fell into a hush around them. Although his voice was not loud, those standing near the carriage, including Lao Yang, heard him distinctly. Lao Yang was closest to Shi Yuan and stared in disbelief, silently pondering. After only a few days apart, This audacious Shigongzi dares to address Miss Sun so affectionately. I heard he was knocked unconscious by a brick last night. Could it have affected his mind? Lao Yang scrutinized Shi Yuan, yet found him to be perfectly composed, showing no signs of illness. Standing behind Shi Yuan, Qing Shuang, who was aware of his feelings for Lin Yingwei, was taken aback by his boldness in addressing her so intimately in front of others. Shigongzi is truly daring. No wonder he fears even the old master. She mused. Yuer. Hee. I wonder how shy the young lady will be. As for Qing Lu, she had harbored an unfriendly disposition towards Shi Yuan since their first encounter. Upon hearing Shi Yuan's words, she was momentarily stunned, disbelief written all over her face. Where? He calls her where? But then, her expression turned cold again as she thought, The young lady locked herself in her room last night. It must be related to him. Just as she prepared to confront Shi Yuan, Qing Shuang swiftly intervened, stopping her. Inside the carriage, Lin Yingwei blushed upon hearing Shi Yuan's voice, clutching her clothing tightly, unable to utter a word. Yet, she recalled her grandfather's words from the previous day, which left her conflicted, biting her lip until it nearly bled. Finally, she choked back tears, hastily wiping her eyes and adopting a nonchalant tone as she said, Uncle Yang, let us depart. Lin Yingwei's flat response startled the four outside the carriage. Lao Yang, taken aback by her calm demeanor in response to Shi Yuan, struggled to comprehend it. Yet, he still acknowledged her and moved forward to untie the horses. Qing Shuang, hearing Lin Yingwei's words, hesitated for a moment before glancing at Shi Yuan. Noticing his expression remained unchanged, she turned to organize the attendants carrying the congratulatory gifts, her thoughts remaining a mystery. As for Qing Lu, upon hearing Lin Yingwei speak, she seemed to release some burden, letting out a satisfied huff while casting a triumphant glance at Shi Yuan before eagerly rushing off to assist Qing Shuang. Meanwhile, Shi Yuan's face darkened. It appears old Lin has indeed spoken to Yuer. Otherwise, given Lin Yingwei's nature, even if she ignored me, she would have scolded me shyly. She would never be so indifferent. He resolved to confront the situation head-on, stepping onto the carriage and leaning in to speak with her. Chapter 74. A wall-slammed intensified kiss. Lin Yingwei uttered those painful words, her heart heavy with indignation, and as she awaited Shi Yuan's response, she feared he was angry with her. Anxiety gripped her, leaving her restless, yet she forced herself not to look outside the carriage. Suddenly, the carriage lurched, and a startled Lin Yingwei saw Shi Yuan's head poking in like a thief, softly calling her name. Taken aback by Shi Yuan's voice, Lin Yingwei was momentarily stunned, only to find him grinning at her, which jolted her back to reality. Flustered, she stammered, What are you doing? Noticing the tear stains on her face, Shi Yuan felt a pang of sympathy for her plight and instinctively reached out to wipe her tears away. However, Lin Yingwei flinched at his sudden movement, instinctively retreating. What do you want? Yuer, you have been crying? Shi Yuan, seeing her evade his touch, asked gently, his expression softening. His words triggered Lin Yingwei's realization of her tear-streaked face, and as she wiped her cheeks, she stubbornly replied, Why should you care? Seeing her pout defiantly, Shi Yuan reminisced about their first encounter, his heart melting at her demeanor. He smiled foolishly, then turned serious, gazing at her intently as he said, Yuer, I miss you. Upon hearing Shi Yuan's familiar words again, Lin Yingwei's cheeks flushed, and she gazed at him dreamily, torn between longing and sorrow. Ultimately, she suppressed her heartache, lowered her head, and spoke solemnly, Shigongzi, please, have some self-respect. Though directed at Shi Yuan, her words served as a reminder to herself. After her grandfather's admonition the previous day, Lin Yingwei understood that marrying Shi Yuan was out of the question. Yet, she did not wish to put him in a difficult position regarding his entry into the Lin family. Thus, the best course of action was to pretend as if nothing had occurred. As time passed, Lin Yingwei found herself frequently encountering Shi Yuan. Yet, each sighting of him tugged painfully at her heart. Over time, she reasoned with herself that perhaps enduring the pain would lead to healing. Shigongzi, she mused. Has this girl caught a fever? Although Shi Yuan speculated that Lin Shiming must have said something to Lin Yingwei to prompt her deliberate distancing from him, he was astonished by her determination to treat him as a mere passerby. Yuer, what on earth did the old man tell you yesterday? Shigongzi, we must maintain a respectful distance. Please exit the carriage. Lin Yingwei, seemingly resolute, turned a deaf ear to Shi Yuan's pleas, insisting on ejecting him from the vehicle. A respectful distance? What has happened to you, Yuer? After you left yesterday, what exactly did Lin Shiming say to you? Shi Yuan asked, his expression a mix of disbelief and concern. Shigongzi, please leave at once. Let us forget yesterday's events. Lin Yingwei asserted decisively, although tears brimmed in her eyes, hidden from his view as she lowered her head. Forget? She reiterated, her voice unwavering, her fists clenched as if each word required all her strength. I do not care what the old man said. I, Shi Yuan, vow to marry Lin Yingwei. His tone turned fiercely domineering as he struck the carriage wall with a forceful punch, the sound echoing ominously. Observing his bleeding knuckles, Shi Yuan continued, resolutely declaring, should I break this vow, may my hands suffer the same fate. Meanwhile, Qing Shuang and Qing Lu, who had been orchestrating the procession behind the carriage, were startled by the sudden thud. Sister, is that rascal in the carriage? Qing Lu fumed. He must be bullying the young lady. I shall assist her. As she attempted to advance, Qing Shuang swiftly restrained her, urging, it might just be the carriage jostling. Do not act recklessly. Help me organize these gifts. Though Qing Lu huffed in dissatisfaction, she was momentarily at a loss regarding the situation between Shi Yuan and Lin Yingwei, and thus resumed her duties alongside Qing Shuang, who cast a puzzled glance at the distant carriage, sighing softly. Old Yang, positioned beside the carriage, overheard Shi Yuan's fervent declaration to marry Lin Yingwei and was taken aback. He held his breath, straining to listen further. This Shi Gongzi was known for his extraordinary antics, and now he aimed to wed Miss Sun. Back inside the carriage, Lin Yingwei was alarmed by Shi Yuan's sudden fierceness in the injury to his hand. She was about to inquire when Lin Qingming's words from the previous day halted her. Biting her lip, she suppressed her tears and whispered, why must you do this? Upon hearing her, Shi Yuan offered no reply. Instead, he squeezed into the carriage, where the delicate fragrance of youth enveloped him. With a grin, he leaned closer to Lin Yingwei. What are you planning? She stammered, recalling a previous encounter when she had tried to expel him and he had fallen, nursing his pride and backside. This time, however, she did not resist, perhaps due to the memory of her last reprimand. Please leave. Lin Yingwei feigned composure, chastising him, yet Shi Yuan remained silent. You think I'm foolish? Since she hasn't physically thrown me out, there remains hope, he thought, pressing himself against the wall behind her, his posture a classic display of intimacy. Feeling the warmth of his breath, Lin Yingwei's heart raced, her cheeks flushed. Desperate to evade his gaze, she stammered, do not corner me. Qing Shuang and Qing Lu are right outside. Before she could finish, Shi Yuan seized her chin, his eyes locking onto her tear-streaked face. Without waiting for her response, he swiftly leaned down, capturing her lips in a fervent kiss. Chapter 75. A scene of clumsy romance? It was only when Shi Yuan's lips met Lin Yingwei's that she realized what was happening. He kissed me. Wait, why is he using his tongue? What a wicked man. I must push him away. As her initial panic transformed into shyness, she attempted to shove him aside, but Shi Yuan, undeterred by her feeble resistance, captured her hands, continuing his exploration of her soft lips. Let go of me, please. Lin Yingwei's muffled protests were drowned in the fervor of his kiss, rendering her words unintelligible. Shi Yuan, relentless, pressed on, and as her resistance began to wane, she resolutely bit down on his lower lip in a moment of defiance. Feeling the sting of her bite and tasting the metallic tang of blood, Shi Yuan contemplated. Is this girl a dog? Despite the pain, he refused to relent, kissing her with even more fervor, as if to retaliate. Time passed, and Lin Yingwei's struggle gradually weakened, her grip on his lip loosening though she still held on. Shortly after Shi Yuan entered the carriage, it began to rock violently before settling down. Old Yang, observing the commotion, assumed Lin Yingwei was merely pushing Shi Yuan away and that their movements had merely escalated. Sister, what is happening? The carriage is shaking. That rascal must be inside, and the young lady is trying to force him out. I shall help her. Qing Lu, fueled by indignation, made to confront Shi Yuan. Qing Lu, will you not listen? Qing Shuang, though unaware of the true events unfolding within, sensed the urgency and pulled her sister back. If you continue to misbehave, you shall not accompany us today. Seeing Qing Lu's pout and defiance softened Qing Shuang's resolve, and she gently advised, if the young lady needs assistance, she will call for us. If you rush in and disrupt her moment with Shi Gongzi, it could be quite embarrassing for her. How will you deal with that? But, Qing Lu protested, yet seeing her sister's stern expression, she ultimately refrained from advancing, sulking as she shook her small fist at the carriage. But Qing Shuang had no idea that at that moment, Lin Yingwei was silenced by Shi Yuan, unable to utter a single word. Shi Yuan kissed Lin Yingwei until he felt slightly breathless, at which point he finally released her, secretly reflecting, the time has not yet come. It seems I need to practice more with Yuer in the future. Haha, Yuer, I miss you. After kissing, Shi Yuan held Lin Yingwei's shoulders, gazing at her flushed face and pursed lips, and earnestly said, how could you be so heartless, to push me like this? Lin Yingwei whimpered, tears spilling as she pounded Shi Yuan's chest with her small fists. Shi Yuan, however, tightly embraced Lin Yingwei, offering no words of comfort, only gently patting her back. He recalled how yesterday Lin Yingwei had listened to Lin Qingming's words, bearing an immense burden alone, while he, the instigator, had remained absent. No wonder she cried so sadly. Cry, cry, it will feel better once you let it out. Lin Yingwei buried her head in Shi Yuan's embrace, softly weeping until, after a long while, her sobs subsided. Then, playfully, she wiped her tears on Shi Yuan's clothing. You error, I dreamed of you last night. Shi Yuan smiled faintly at the sight of Lin Yingwei using his attire to dry her tears, and he embraced her even tighter, beginning to recount his dream from the previous night. However, halfway through, he suddenly recalled the latter part of the dream and the subsequent embarrassment, resulting in a sheepish smile and a prompt cessation of his words. At that moment, Lin Yingwei had ceased her weeping, her head still nestled in Shi Yuan's embrace, feeling bashful yet not fully comprehending his words. Pressed against his chest, she could clearly hear his heartbeat. Feeling warmth envelop her, Lin Yingwei couldn't help but lean forward. There was still a faint metallic taste in her mouth, likely from the blood on Shi Yuan's lips. She softly acknowledged him, feeling an inexplicable thrill and joy within. Old Yang, let's hurry. Shi Yuan, still holding Lin Yingwei, suddenly remembered they were to attend Guo Renjie's father's birthday celebration and couldn't afford to arrive late. He called out to Old Yang outside the carriage. Old Yang, unaware of the events transpiring within, felt puzzled by Shi Yuan's words, but did not inquire further. He simply responded and hopped onto the carriage, urging the horses forward. And Shi Yuan felt the carriage begin to move steadily. Seeing the carriage advance, Qing Xuan quickly beckoned the others carrying the birthday gifts to follow, while Qing Lu remained pouting, discontentedly staring at the carriage, lost in her own thoughts. Yue, what exactly did Lin the Elder say to you? Why did you deliberately distance yourself from me just now? Noticing the carriage was in motion, Shi Yuan lowered his head and asked the bashful Lin Yingwei in his arms. Lin Yingwei, initially filled with sweetness, recalled her grandfather's words upon returning home yesterday, her expression darkening as she broke free from Shi Yuan's embrace and murmured, "Thank you, Shi Yuan, but Yue is not destined for you. After today." Upon hearing Lin Yingwei's tone, Shi Yuan realized she was about to utter something nonsensical. So before she could finish her sentence, he once again pulled her close and kissed her forcefully. This time, however, Lin Yingwei did not resist nor bite him. "If you say another word, I shall kiss you again." After the kiss, Shi Yuan declared with a playful arrogance to the blushing Lin Yingwei in his arms. Lin Yingwei gasped heavily, unable to utter a single word. Shi Yuan looked at Lin Yingwei, grinning mischievously, then feigned regret, saying, "Why have you fallen silent, Yue? I still wish to hone my kissing skills." Though Lin Yingwei was blushing furiously upon hearing Shi Yuan's words and witnessing his smug expression, she felt a surge of indignation and pouted, asking, "Why? Why are you so skilled at kissing me?" Shi Yuan suddenly felt as though he had entered a scene from a comedy, with himself as the male lead. Chapter 76. Your tears belong only to me, of course. There were no sordid love triangles here, nor any troublesome rivals. But Lin Yingwei's question, "Why are you so skilled?" made Shi Yuan's heart skip a beat. "I am not Jian Nanshan. Why am I so skilled? Well, I don't really know, perhaps. It is a natural talent of mine." Shi Yuan was reluctant to delve further into such profound matters, quickly seeking an excuse. Though his excuse was rather flimsy, Lin Yingwei had no intention of probing deeper. Her question merely expressed her mild dissatisfaction with Shi Yuan's earlier smugness. As for whether Shi Yuan's kissing prowess was innate or acquired, at that moment, a bashful Lin Yingwei cared little about such distinctions. "Yue, what exactly did Lin the Elder say to you yesterday?" Shi Yuan hastily shifted the topic, inquiring about the previous day's events. As soon as his words left his lips, Lin Yingwei's complexion drained of color, her silver teeth biting her lips tightly, her expression filled with distress. Thankfully, this time she refrained from uttering any more distancing remarks. Observing Lin Yingwei's silence and troubled demeanor, Shi Yuan couldn't help but grumble about Lin Qingming, exclaiming, "If that old man truly refuses to allow me to marry you, Yue, then I shall elope with you. What about our Lin family? What will happen to my grandfather and my father?" Shi Yuan knew he could never truly elope with Lin Yingwei. He was merely venting his frustration at Lin the Elder's demands. Why must he insist that Shi Yuan enter the Lin family? Sigh. Shi Yuan sighed lightly. Even as a time traveler with a radiant protagonist halo, he found himself utterly helpless. "Yue, you need not worry about me. At worst, I shall simply marry into your Lin family." Shi Yuan gritted his teeth and declared, "Ah, really, is that true?" Lin Yingwei asked, her tone filled with surprise. Observing Lin Yingwei's delighted expression, Shi Yuan couldn't help but smile slightly, but then he sighed, nodding in affirmation. "What other options do I have? To forsake you, Yue? I would rather be slain by a sword." Lin the Elder is also my savior. I cannot bring him sorrow and put you in a difficult position. Yet he insists I marry into the Lin family. What can I do? I am equally despondent. It's a pity my Sure family has been passed down for 8 generations, only to be extinguished in my hands. I feel somewhat guilty towards my parents. But alas, it seems I shall never see them again. Sure Yuan's expression grew somber, his tone tinged with sadness. Then, how can that be? I. Lin Yingwei, who had just been filled with joy, became troubled once more after Sure Yuan's words. You need not fret for me. As long as you kiss me once a day, in 10 or 20 years, I shall forget about this matter. Sure Yuan chuckled, offering comfort to Lin Yingwei. Recalling the 2 forceful kisses Sure Yuan had given her earlier, Lin Yingwei's face flushed anew as she softly retorted, "You just speak nonsense." Then, thinking of Sure Yuan's earlier remarks, she hesitated, resting her head on his lap, murmuring to herself, Why? Why is my fate so bitter? Silly girl, why would you say that? Do you not have me? Though you have endured much hardship over the years, I, Sure Yuan, vow that from this day forward, I shall ensure your lives a life of happiness. Sure Yuan gently stroked Lin Yingwei's hair, speaking earnestly. Feeling the sincerity in Sure Yuan's words, Lin Yingwei couldn't help but smile faintly, replying, You only say sweet things. I don't believe you. Suddenly, the memory of Sure Yuanfang's brazen oath outside the car resurfaced, prompting me to reach out and grasp Sure Yuan's hand that had slammed against the car's wall, gently caressing it. What I speak are all truths. Upon returning today, I shall tell old Lin that I am willing to join the Lin family, and the day after tomorrow we shall wed, followed by our bridal chamber. Ugh, always lacking seriousness. Is it really that swift? Moon, do you find it too hasty? When do you propose we marry and consummate? Of course, we must wait. Lin Yingwei's words trailed off as she realized she had fallen in Sure Yuan's trap, her face flushing with embarrassment as she turned away, exclaiming, You're so mischievous, always bullying me. Observing Lin Yingwei, who rested her head on his knee, exposing a delicate neck and a bashful expression. All traces of her earlier worries vanished, replaced by a light-hearted demeanor. Sure Yuan couldn't help but grin foolishly, then, in earnestness, declared, Since old Lin wishes for me to join the Lin family, then I shall do so. For you, Moon, I would brave the fiercest trials. Though Sure Yuan's words filled Lin Yingwei with joy, she shook her head and replied, You are a man. If you were to join the Lin family solely because of me, I would fear you would bear guilt for a lifetime. The resolute Sure Yuan, upon hearing Lin Yingwei's words, felt his spirits dampen. What you say holds merit. After all, a forcibly twisted melon is not sweet. Even if I joined the Lin family for you, it would not be by my own volition, and given your character, it's not unthinkable that you would feel guilt forever. If that is the case, how could I grant you happiness? He cursed old Lin inwardly, pondering what the man had said the previous day. Yet, recalling Lin Yingwei's prior silence, he cautiously inquired, Moon, you haven't told me what old Lin said to you yesterday. Why do you seem so different with me today? After their earlier conversation, Lin Yingwei had freed herself from her burdens and no longer felt sorrowful upon hearing Sure Yuan's words. However, the memory of having distanced herself from him and the forceful kiss lingered, causing her to blush as she softly replied, What good does it do? You still, shooting him a glance before noticing his swollen lip from where she had bitten him, now significantly puffed. Her heart ached as she asked, Does it still hurt? Realizing the attention Lin Yingwei directed towards his injured lip, Sure Yuan finally acknowledged the pain he had previously ignored. As he grimaced, he chuckled, Yes, it hurts. But if this is the price I pay for my love for you, Moon, I would willingly endure this pain every day. Lin Yingwei's mind momentarily blanked, left only with Sure Yuan's declaration. Gazing up at him, her eyes misted over, and as she blinked to hold back tears, they slipped down her cheeks. You will only make me cry, she murmured, burying her head in Sure Yuan's embrace, her tone blissfully content. Sure Yuan tightened his hold on Lin Yingwei, reflecting that ever since he met her, he seemed to have been the cause of her tears. Your tears belong solely to me. Chapter 77. Let me show you a treasure. The streets of Jinling remained bustling with traffic, occasionally revealing a few processions akin to the Lin family's. Local merchants mingled with those who had traveled from afar, all heading towards the Guo residence to celebrate the elder Guo's birthday. Old Yang drove the cart at a steady pace, while Qing Shuang maintained the procession of gifts behind. Next to her, Qing Lu pouted, occasionally glancing at the cart ahead, visibly vexed. With that attitude, should you encounter Brother Guo and Uncle Guo, let us see what you'll say, Lin Yingwei remarked, observing Sure Yuan's swollen lip and stifling a smile. What shall I say? Of course, I will speak the truth, Sure Yuan replied, touching his swollen lip and laughing heartily. seemingly unconcerned. You dare. If you do, I shall ignore you for an entire day? Lin Yingwei, genuinely worried that Shi Yuan might confess, threatened him with a mix of shyness and anger. A whole day? That's quite a while. How about half an hour? No way. At least half a day. 1 minute. Half an hour. Fine, but that's your own stipulation, Moon. Shi Yuan grinned slyly, while Lin Yingwei blushed and lowered her head. As Shi Yuan gazed at her crimson cheeks, he chuckled foolishly before recalling his earlier question and asking again, by the way, Moon, what did old Lin say to you yesterday? Why does he insist I join the Lin family? Don't you dare call him grandpa like that. Lin Yingwei frowned slightly, her lips in a pout as she expressed her discontent. Sighing softly, she continued, Grandpa is not intentionally being difficult. He has his own unspeakable struggles. Struggles? What struggles? He has a full house of descendants. You are not the only granddaughter. I cannot fathom why he insists I join the Lin family. Putting us both in a quandary. Shi Yuan replied, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. Have you considered that if I marry you, who will manage the Lin family's business affairs? Grandpa is advanced in age, and our uncles and older brothers are hardly capable. If I marry you, the Lin family may well fall into disarray, and I would become a sinner to my family. You could continue managing the Lin family's affairs. Once a suitable candidate appears, you could relinquish your responsibilities, right? That's easy for you to say. If I marry you, I become part of the Shi family. And how could I interfere in family matters? I fear outsiders would gossip. Who would dare? Shi Yuan responded, his unyielding answer bringing sweetness to Lin Yingwei's heart. She secretly smiled, but then appeared to recall something, her expression dimming as she shook her head. How could you control what others say? Moreover, those uncles of mine would never allow me to continue managing the family business. After all, people can be quite fearsome, even if she disregarded it. He must consider Lin Yingwei's situation. As a woman bearing the weight of the Lin family's responsibilities, she already faced immense pressure. How could she confront the ensuing rumors? Realization struck Shi Yuan, and he inwardly chastised his own foolishness. He had been viewing everything through the lens of a bygone era, neglecting the present societal context. In the current society, once a woman marries, she is akin to spilled water. If Lin Yingwei were to wed him, how could she possibly continue managing the Lin family's affairs? Her uncles had likely been eyeing the Lin family's wealth for some time. Just because she managed the family business now didn't mean her relatives would approve of her doing so after marrying him. This was indeed the most vexing aspect. It was no wonder old Lin faced such dilemmas. Despite his deep affection for Lin Yingwei, he had to balance the well-being of the Lin family without allowing familial discord. Shi Yuan finally grasped old Lin Qingming's hardships. As Shi Yuan fell silent, deep in thought, Lin Yingwei felt a pang of compassion and grasped his hand tightly. You need not worry too much. No matter how long it takes, even if it is a lifetime, I will wait for you to marry me. With newfound courage, Lin Yingwei declared, then shyly lowered her head. Upon hearing her words, Shi Yuan's eyes grew misty, nearly overflowing with tears. He quickly rubbed his eyes and embraced Lin Yingwei tighter. If a woman is willing to wait a lifetime for you, what more can one say? Therefore, one must understand the profound concerns of grandfather. Do not blame him. Lin Yingwei, feeling the strength of Shi Yuan, could not help but feel joy in her heart. She pressed her face against Shi Yuan's chest and spoke. Grandfather Lin. Just as Shi Yuan was about to respond, he noticed Lin Yingwei pouting her lips and quickly amended. In the future, Grandfather Lin will be our grandfather and my savior. After hearing your words, how could I possibly blame him? Lin Yingwei shyly replied. However, I will not allow my moon to wait for me a lifetime. Do you remember when I mentioned business administration? Seeing Lin Yingwei nod, Shi Yuan continued with confidence. I have my own ways to ensure that your uncles and aunts have nothing to say. Do you really have a way? Upon hearing Shi Yuan's words, Lin Yingwei abruptly lifted her head, her face radiating joy, and she asked excitedly. Of course, although it may take some time, it should not pose a significant problem. I just fear. Fear what? I fear my little Yuer may not be able to wait. Shi Yuan tightened his embrace around Lin Yingwei, his lips brushing against her ear as he playfully teased. Hearing Shi Yuan's playful banter, Lin Yingwei felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her heart racing. As she felt the warm breath from Shi Yuan on her ear, she succumbed to a delightful weakness, her cheeks flushing crimson. Yet she mustered the courage to softly respond. I don't want to wait any longer. Upon uttering these words, Lin Yingwei buried her head deeply in Shi Yuan's embrace, too timid to gauge his reaction. Hearing Lin Yingwei's bold reply, Shi Yuan felt a rush of tenderness. Holding her even more tightly, nestling his nose in her hair, inhaling the fragrance of her tresses, he could not help but feel a delightful itch in his heart. As Lin Yingyue shyly buried her head in Shi Yuan's embrace, she suddenly sensed something unusual between her legs, causing her to squirm and frown in confusion. What is that? Oh, it's nothing, just a treasure of mine. Feeling Lin Yingyue's movements, Shi Yuan could not suppress a low groan, chuckling as he replied. What treasure? Show me. Shi Yuan suddenly felt a pang of guilt for enticing the innocent girl and asked with a conflicted expression, Where are you? Sure you want to see? After all, in a feudal society, Lin Yingyue had never encountered such matters. She would blush furiously upon seeing the erotic illustrations in her family's library, so how could she fathom that it was Shi Yuan's physiological reaction? Thus, upon hearing Shi Yuan's question, she nodded without hesitation. Seeing Lin Yingyue's agreement, Shi Yuan chuckled and leaned closer to her ear, whispering, This treasure is. Chapter 78. A grand birthday banquet. As old Yang drove the carriage, he was suddenly startled by Lin Yingyue's urgent scream from within, prompting him to call out, Miss. Are you all right? I'm fine. Old Yang, please continue driving. It was just that Yue saw a treasure and was momentarily startled, Shi Yuan called out. A treasure? What kind of treasure could cause the miss to be so surprised? Old Yang wondered, though he did not press the matter further and continued driving the carriage. Sister, did you hear the miss's voice just now? Qing Lu asked Qing Shuang, who was following behind the carriage. What voice? Uncle Yang didn't stop. You must have misheard. Qing Shuang replied dismissively. The streets were bustling with people, and Qing Shuang thought nothing of it. How strange. Qing Lu murmured, staring curiously at the carriage. Upon hearing Shi Yuan's explanation of a treasure, Lin Yingyue gasped in surprise, attempting to break free from Shi Yuan's embrace. Yet, Shi Yuan, with an expression of playful helplessness, held her tightly. After struggling for a while, Lin Yingyue realized she could not escape, and the sensation beneath her only intensified. Her face turned as red as if it could bleed, and she began to lightly pound her fists against Shi Yuan's chest, whispering shyly, You're so naughty. Shi Yuan chuckled, unbothered by her words. Feeling Lin Yingyue's soft breaths against him, Shi Yuan became even more restless, the sensations intensifying. This is truly unbearable, Shi Yuan thought to himself, yet he could not. A carriage shake? Though the thought was tempting. In the presence of his beloved Lin Yingyue, he could only fantasize. After all, he was not a base beast driven solely by lust. It was permissible to indulge in playful banter, but such significant matters should be reserved for their wedding night, a sign of respect for both Lin Yingyue and himself. Struggling to suppress the fires of desire within him, Shi Yuan slid his hand to Lin Yingyue's waist, drawing her closer to him. Lin Yingyue, startled, looked up at him, and Shi Yuan earnestly declared, Yue, I want to kiss you. Lin Yingyue, blushing, closed her eyes. Shi Yuan's heart leaped with joy as he leaned in to kiss her. This time, Lin Yingyue did not resist, and the carriage remained still. For the Guo family, today was an extraordinary day. It marked the 50th birthday of the family patriarch. At the behest of Guo Renjie, the sole heir of the Guo family, this birthday banquet was to be a grand affair. The household staff, from the steward to the stable hands, from Guo Leoi's concubines to the kitchen matrons, were all up early, bustling about. At this moment, the Guo residence was adorned from the main gate to the living room, festooned with colorful decorations, red silk draping everywhere, and a red carpet laid on the ground. A stage had been constructed between the entrance and the living room, adorned with a large character for longevity, intended for the performers and dancers to celebrate the occasion. Tables and chairs lined both sides of the path, already laden with fine wines. Behind the stage lay the Guo family's living room, where a round table was set with longevity peaches crafted from dough and various fruits. On the wall behind the table hung a longevity painting by an unknown master, with inscriptions on either side reading, May your fortune flow like the East Sea, and may your life be as enduring as the South Mountains pine trees. The sight was indeed majestic. Throughout the Guo residence, maids and servants scurried about. Meanwhile, Guo Renjie, the only son of the family patriarch, was busily making arrangements. Though it was early spring, his stout figure was already glistening with sweat. The hour of the banquet was approaching, and guests of his generation were soon expected to arrive. As Guo Renjie pondered these matters, a loud clang echoed at the entrance, followed by the announcement of guests from Jinling, the Qiao family. The eldest son of the Qiao family comes to celebrate the 50th birthday of Guo Leoi, with gifts of 10 bolts of silk and 100 taels of silver. Please. The announcements continued in rapid succession, as if they had all conspired together. Guo Renjie, hearing the announcements, paid little heed. Knowing these were merely small households from Jinling, most of whom dealt in porcelain trade and had occasional business with the Guo family, thus requiring no personal reception. As for the larger families from Jinling and beyond, they had yet to arrive. Guo Renjie strolled leisurely toward the entrance as the time was drawing near. It would be inappropriate for the host to be absent upon the arrival of distinguished guests. Suddenly, two urgent clangs of the gong pierced the air, causing Guo Renjie's heart to race. He quickened his pace toward the entrance, hearing the booming announcement. From Jinling, the Jin family, the eldest son of the Jin family, comes to celebrate the 50th birthday of Guo Leoi, with gifts of 100 taels of gold, 100 pearls from the South Sea, 50 bolts of silk, and 1,000 sheets of special paper from the Jin family. Jin Tanjia, unanticipatedly arriving quite early. With a grand gesture, Guo Renjie contemplated as he approached the entrance of the Guo residence. His thoughts wandered to Shi Yuan, who had inquired about this individual, seemingly harboring some grievances, likely related to the Lin family. He hoped that Shi Laodi would not be angered later. Rather, it was the hope that this young Master Jin would refrain from provoking Shi Laodi. Although Guo Renjie pondered the affairs concerning Jin Tanjia, his pace remained unhurried. In a fleeting moment, he reached the entrance, where he spotted Jin Tanjia delivering congratulatory gifts to the household servants. With a broad, amiable smile, Guo Renjie called out from a distance, "Young Master Jin, my apologies for not greeting you sooner. Please do come inside." "Brother Guo, you are being too formal. It is only right to be busy on my uncle's birthday," Jin Tanjia replied, turning to return the gesture with a subtle smile. "Young Master Jin, there is no need for such politeness. Please, come in," Guo Renjie insisted, moving beside Jin Tanjia and continuing to beam with a genial expression. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, they entered the courtyard of the Guo family. Guo Renjie observed Jin Tanjia, who appeared quite affable, pondering where the rift with Shi Laodi might lie. Suddenly, a loud call from a servant interrupted his reflections. "Miss Zhang and Miss Chao have arrived to celebrate Lord Gui's 50th birthday." Guo Renjie quickly turned, donning a smile as he greeted the newcomers. "Sister Zhang, thank you for coming from afar. Please, do come in." After exchanging pleasantries with a few prominent merchants, Guo Renjie turned to see the excited face of Dong Feng. "Brother Guo," Dong Feng exclaimed, "you have arrived rather early." "Ah, Dong Laodi, you have come quite early as well," Guo Renjie responded without any pretense. Dong Feng, with a downcast expression, lamented, "Brother Guo, you know I just arrived in Jinling a few days ago, and before I could enjoy your company, I was confined at home. Thankfully, today is Uncle Guo's birthday, allowing me to come out. I had nothing to do at home, so I came early." Chapter 79. Can one bite their lips while eating pastries? If we haven't explored enough, we can only take you to the banks of the Huai River. Guo Renjie smiled faintly, realizing Dong Feng was still quite young and possessed a childlike temperament. Although amused, he chose not to comment further. "By the way, here is a congratulatory card and a piece of calligraphy from my father for your uncle." Dong Feng then recalled the purpose of his visit. Handing the card and artwork to Guo Renjie, he accepted them with a slight bow, saying, "Thank you, Dong Darren," and promptly passed them to a servant at the entrance. Clang, clang, clang. The sound of urgent gongs resounded, followed by the servant announcing loudly, "The provincial governor Dong has sent young Master Dong to congratulate Lord Guo on his 50th birthday," presenting a congratulatory card and a piece of calligraphy personally penned by the governor. Once the announcement concluded, Dong Feng inquired eagerly, "Brother Guo, has Shi Dego arrived yet? I knew you weren't here just to celebrate the birthday." Guo Renjie teased, his expression lighthearted. Although he understood Guo Renjie was not genuinely upset, Dong Feng sheepishly scratched his head and chuckled. "I must admit, Shi Deji's glassware is truly remarkable. Even my sister praises it endlessly. But I did come to celebrate Uncle Guo's birthday. I merely wanted to." "Merely wanted to what?" "Huh. I didn't expect that after just a few days apart, you would pick up a bit of Shi Laodi's shamelessness. Indeed, proximity breeds familiarity." Guo Renjie laughed, while Stone Yuan, still in the carriage, inadvertently sneezed. "This should also be attributed to Brother Guo's contributions, right?" Dong Feng's remark caught Guo Renjie off guard, causing a slight flush of embarrassment. He humbly replied, No, this is all due to Shi Laodi's efforts. I had little to do with it." Seeing Guo Renjie flustered brought Dong Feng a sense of pride, as it was indeed a rare achievement to make the seasoned Guo Renjie feel awkward. Considering the time, Shi Laodi should be arriving soon. "By the way, Dong Laodi, weren't you interested in that transparent glass? Today, Shi Laodi has arranged quite a spectacle that will surely broaden your horizons." To avoid further awkwardness, Guo Renjie swiftly changed the subject. "A spectacle? What kind of spectacle?" Dong Feng's interest piqued, his curiosity evident as he pressed Guo Renjie for details. "You will find out soon enough," Guo Renjie replied with a mysterious smile. Frustrated by the lack of information, Dong Feng sighed. It It's all my sister's fault for keeping me cooped up at home, reading. I must have missed so many interesting happenings with Go. Just then, he recalled something and asked Guarengia, by the way, Brother Gua, I heard from some scholars that Go composed a poem at Fonglai Tower the other night, and even the famous courtesan, Shun Wei, praised it highly. Is that true? Not only praised. Your Go has even been granted the honor of being Shun Wei's guest. Guarengia nodded. But then his thoughts drifted to the task he had entrusted to Shi Yuan, murmuring to himself, I wonder how Shi Laodi is faring with that. Really? What a pity. I didn't get to see it. Amidst the clamor surrounding them, Dongfeng missed Guarengia's subsequent murmurs, expressing his regret. I certainly wouldn't dare take you to Fonglai Tower. If your father, the provincial governor, found out, I fear, my life would be far from pleasant. Guarengia thought to himself, then attempted to console Dongfeng. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Come, Dong Laodi. You should go inside and take a seat. Standing out here might give the impression that I'm neglecting my duties. As Guarengia spoke, he gestured for someone to escort Dongfeng inside, but Dongfeng shook his head, saying, I want to wait for Shi Go. Are you here to celebrate a birthday or to find Shi Laodi? Guarengia asked, feigning annoyance. Dongfeng sheepishly scratched his head and grinned, both. Both. Unable to change Dongfeng's childish demeanor, Guarengia acquiesced, allowing Dongfeng to remain at the entrance. Gradually, more merchants from Jinling and local officials arrived to present their congratulatory cards. It was only when Dongfeng began to grow impatient that the Lin family's carriage and the procession bearing gifts finally approached. Guarengia smiled at the sight of the Lin family's carriage in the distance, saying, Dong Laodi, do not fret, Shi Laodi has indeed arrived. Dongfeng followed Guarengia's gaze and spotted Shi Yuan peeking out from the carriage. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Shi Yuan was in the carriage, embracing Lin Yue, his hands not quite behaving themselves, when old Yang called from outside, Miss, we have arrived at the Gua residence. Shi Yuan, feeling a bit disgruntled, responded, Why so soon? Old Yang, did you take a wrong turn? His tone suggested he believed they had arrived too quickly, wishing for more time. Old Yang, taken aback by Shi Yuan's words, found himself at a loss for words. Given the procession following them, he had been driving slowly. Having served the Lin family for many years, it was the first time anyone had claimed he was taking the wrong route. You speak nonsense. Let me go? It's all your fault, making it difficult for me to face others later. Lin Yue, fully aware of Shi Yuan's implications, could only scold him, feeling embarrassed by his earlier antics. Despite his reluctance, Shi Yuan eventually released his hold. Lin Yue watched as Shi Yuansong released his grip, allowing her to straighten her somewhat disheveled attire. In that moment, Shi Yuan seized the opportunity to lean his head out of the carriage, only to be greeted by the jovial faces of Guarengia and Dongfeng. As he spotted the two approaching with cheerful smiles, he returned their grin before hopping down from the carriage. Brother Shi, the two greeted him warmly. Brother Shi, what happened to your mouth? As they drew closer, they noticed Shi Yuan's swollen lips, marked by faint teeth imprints, the wound still fresh. Guarengia couldn't contain his curiosity, while Dongfeng looked on in puzzlement. Inside the carriage, Lin Yue, upon hearing their remarks, felt her previously composed expression flush once more. Well, you see, I accidentally bit my lip while eating a pastry. Shi Yuan replied, unabashed, a mischievous grin playing on his lips as he concocted an excuse. Oh, how intriguing. I've heard of biting one's tongue while eating, and I've even witnessed it, but to bite one's lip and leave teeth marks? That must surely be a unique occurrence, reserved for none other than Brother Shi. Pray tell, what sort of pastry did you indulge in?